Hello, Plus Ultra fam, Ronin clan, or brand new viewers just now tuning into this story or either of our channels. My name is Plus Ultraman.
And I am Ronin Charizard. What you're about to see is a compilation of the first season of a collaborative project between Plus and I.
We know it's pretty lengthy, so there are timestamps in the description if you want to take the story chapter by chapter instead of all in one sitting, though we do suggest experiencing the entire story at least once. Finally, please be sure to like this video and subscribe to both my channel and Ronin's channel for future uploads from both of us. And be sure to stick to the end for some important announcements. Without further ado, enjoy the show. In this timeline, due to Ash's oversleeping habit, he ends up being unable to attend the summer camp Professor Oak hosted, which he met Serena at. A lot of people interpret this event to have been a major reason as to why Ash was sponsored by Professor Oak, so missing it makes him inconsolable, until his mom tries to cheer him up by explaining he could at least accompany her on an errand to Viridian City to retrieve a parcel for Professor Oak. There, the family of two are present for the surprising sight of rampaging Rhyhorn. Citizens panic and some local trainers attempt to stop it or catch it, but its ability to bounce Pokeballs off its tough hide uncaptured and one-shot mostly weak and common flying, bug, and normal types leads to the terrifying realization that this creature must have been one of the gym leader's Pokemon, meaning it was far too strong for the typical trainer to deal with, and no one but its original trainer could control it likely. Clutching Ash's little hand in fear of the destruction, Delia Ketchum begins to try and make her way back to Pallet with her son, but defiantly Ash slips his hand away from his mother before bolting towards the rampaging ground and rock type, nearly having its head smashed by a rock blast that obliterated a war total that had been giving the creature its biggest challenge. The young boy stood in front of Rhyhorn, and in his own Ash way, confidently and calmly asked for it to calm down. The creature stared up at Ash uncaringly for a while before noticing a similar glint in his eyes as its master and relaxing finally. This boy was also a conqueror. At that moment, Giovanni finally entered the town square, calling to Rhyhorn and returning it as he calmed and apologized to the crowd, explaining that a training accident had set the youngest member of his team off on a rampage. Meanwhile, Delia stormed up to her child and began scolding him furiously for doing something so dangerous. Behind her, the serious and stone-faced gym leader stood, waiting for her to finish, all while Ash nervously attempted to warn her of the intimidating eavesdropper. Finally, his mother would notice and nervously play off her anger, only to then realize something and begin scolding Giovanni that he needed to be more careful and sensitive to his Pokemon's needs during training.
Calmly, Kanto's most powerful gym leader agrees with Delia's point and asks her permission to thank her son for his help. Begrudgingly and with a blush, Delia steps aside, revealing Ash to be staring up at Giovanni with wide, starry eyes. This is likely the first gym leader he's met before, and I think in return for having his gratitude, Ash asks to see the rest of his team, in which he of course obliges, going on to ask Ash if he likes Pokemon and if he had plans to go out on a journey of his own, which Ash confirms. Explaining that he is impressed and again indebted to the Ketchums, he proposes an opportunity to the family. He would like to sponsor Ash and give him his first starter in return for being able to call on Ash to do certain tasks when needed, such as covering him when he needs to step out as the gym leader, or perhaps for training or other miscellaneous things. Ash again loses it and gets super excited, though his mother reminds him that he has the opportunity to get sponsored by Professor Oak instead, and that was also going to have the added benefit of coming with free storage and a top-of-the-line Pokédex, stressing the issue of instant gratification to her child. This does make Ash stop and reconsider, causing Giovanni to weigh his options. The truth was, he secretly ordered Rhyhorn to rampage through Viridian, at first to see if there may have been any trainers worthwhile taking under his wing, or possibly marking for a team of grunts to ambush and steal from. He is pretty thoroughly disappointed no one was up to any real form of snuff. Rhyhorn's reaction to the boy in front of him was intriguing though, and as someone who valued the power of an organization and slowly understanding more and more the need for full utilization of abilities of others, he wanted to be personally responsible for raising the next admins of Team Rocket.
So ready to bargain, Giovanni elaborates that he isn't offering any old starter one could find here in the Kanto region. He intended to start Ash with a powerful species born from a Pokemon that he was planning to import into the region soon to add to his own team and have in rotation. A small lie, but one he could easily make a reality. A totally new Pokemon was intriguing to Ash, but the organization boss could see Delia completely unimpressed and growing irritated at the debate, Sweetening the deal a final time, he also mentions procuring a Pokédex and a place for Ash to store and have taken care of his Pokemon when not in use. Sweetening the deal a final time, Giovanni also mentions being able to procure a Pokédex and a place for Ash to store and have his Pokemon taken care of when not in use, as both were fairly simple things to do for a man with his stature. Then looking to Delia, he makes a somewhat solemn plea to take this offer, citing he sees a lot of potential in even himself in Ash. And this statement, along with Giovanni's general persuasiveness and cunning, lead to Delia agreeing to the offered sponsorship, changing this version of Ash's future forever. And she'd also note that she'd have to inform Professor Oak of this. The trio converse a bit more now with the tension settled, giving the Earth Badge Bestower a better time frame from when he's going to need to have Ash's Pokemon bred and ready to go. This was all certainly exciting and intriguing to him, and the situation was currently in his favor, as he'd have lots of Gem and Team Rocket business between here and then, as well as the fact that he planned to repeat this little act of his at least twice more. His goal was to raise 3 admins with this little experiment of his, and it would be a good way to gauge his success since he would have a control, so to speak. Returning all of his Pokemon and bidding the captains a farewell, he states to Delia that he will certainly be in contact with her and Ash so he can invite the boy out to the gym to watch a battle or two sometime. A sentiment Kid Ash is definitely all for, and his mother again is embarrassed as a suave and attractive person stating their intention to call you would do to anyone.
I think Professor Oak would be simultaneously surprised, a bit down at losing a prospect he had likely had his eyes on, and intrigued at Giovanni, of all people, for dueling out sponsorships, as he is notoriously antisocial and hard-boiled, being the only gym leader in the Kanto region to dare enforce a badge requirement higher than 4 or 5, as well as the opportunity to study a foreign Pokemon, as the Ketchums were neighbors as well as friends, and in many interpretations of the canon, Delia even has or currently works under Professor Oak at his lab. Surely, some other trainers worth sponsoring would come along. This may be more interesting in the long run though. From here, time will move on. Ash, with every day growing more excited with the mystery surrounding his future partner. Knowing the choices already had him anxious, so he definitely would be bouncing off the walls. I think in lieu of that, as well as Professor Oak wanting to probe the situation further, Delia or Oak would sometimes bring Ash around the Viridian Gym to visit its leader, with him more often than not being unavailable. Over that time though, Giovanni makes sure to make at least some time for his future prospect. He has had to update him of the other 2 young trainers he has decided he would like to sponsor. One being a young man from a small Kanto city known as Ferdomore City. He had actually been there with Team Rocket investigating the town's numerous Celebi sightings to try and harness the power of the time-traveling mythical creature. The final candidate had been under his nose the entire time. His own flesh and blood should have more than enough potential. Once on one of these trips, the gym had been closed longer than usual.
Over these visits, Oak and Delia get a better feel for Giovanni, and his facade and charisma slowly fool them completely, as the entire world had been by him. The tiniest bit of warmth coming from his usually cold aura made people feel special and welcomed and accepted by the man. Most would be always unaware of his simply using them as he did all things, tools to bring about an ambition. Oak is won over when he finally gets Giovanni to disclose the species he means to start Ash with, the revelation at first eliciting Oak's disapproval, but a smooth lie of breeding the species' natural surliness to be much more suppressed, as for a beginner, the old professor is placated and once again excited for the concept of studying that line of Pokemon finally. Though this could also lead to Oak wanting to tutor Ash a bit more to prepare him for a more difficult starter just in case. This will also have to lead to an Ash that is a little more competent on his start, since I don't think the start he has in canon would be anywhere near acceptable to Giovanni. Whether out of genuine humor or open cruelty, Ash is still not allowed to learn what his starter is until his 10th birthday. There were things to keep him occupied though, such as there actually being the first gathering of the trio of Viridian City Gym sponsored trainers, introducing Ash to Richie and a boy named Silver Giovanni introduced as his son. That day also saw a trainer challenging Giovanni, and wanting to inspire more loyalty out of his students, he explains that he has rotated a few of the parents of the starters they'd be using into his team today, telling them to watch closely at how he used them for the day that Ash finally joined the other 2 as a 10-year-old. The battle was very one-sided, as a Rhydon Ash recognized was more than enough to deal with a trainer who stacked their team with advantageous types. Just when the trainer was down half of his 6, Giovanni decided to switch out of boredom and wanted to see the children's reaction. As soon as the new Pokemon appeared, something in the back of Ash's head told him that this Pokemon was going to end up being his starter. The creature Giovanni called Crocodile then went on to defeat his first opponent and sweep through the other 2 seemingly growing more powerful as it battled, and really impressing the three boys. Well, 2, as Silver had actually gotten up and walked away, having seen his father crush the weak many times and simply stating this was nothing new.
In interest of time, we skip to the day of Ash's 10th birthday, where as tradition, he does oversleep, but Giovanni, being the one for structure and not much for patience, surprises him by bringing the starter awarding ceremony to his home, with an irate Silver and a nervous Richie in tow. Embarrassed, Ash is quickly rushed to be made ready by his mother, and soon the group decides to travel over to Professor Oak's lab for this. This also being the day he handed out his starters, one of which being Ash's rival, Gary, who'd chosen Squirtle, just like in the canon. For those curious about him, Pikachu in this timeline is pretty much going unclaimed, and with its behavior issues, I think Oak would simply just release it since no one else needed a starter. That means it would likely stay nowhere around the Pallet area. Gary, curious to see what Ash had gotten into, stayed around his grandfather's lab and sat next to him with his Squirtle, still not believing Ash had got eyed by the region's strongest gym leader. With the 3 in front of him, Giovanni reminds his students that he had decided to eliminate the choice of starters and specifically picked the Pokemon each of their individual talents would best be suited for. This is actually another lie. He just wanted to avoid childish argument. Now, each equipped with their first Pokemon, the 3 young trainers released their partners inside. First was Richie, who looked down to see a small, bud-like Pokemon with beady eyes. He looked to Giovanni, who handed him what Oak clocked as an older model, but still very functional Pokedex, being more surprised to see it already had a National Dex feature installed. This made Oak a tad suspicious as to how Giovanni had them, but he was too enthralled with the moment to dig too deep though. The device instantly recognizes the creature as Trapinch and recites one of the usual Dex entries, causing Richie to be impressed with its fabled power and declare they'll be an ultimate team. Finally, the meeting he had been waiting for took place as a small, sandy brown and striped reptile appeared in front of him and looked up at Ash. The boy was handed his Pokedex as well and told the creature's name is Sandile, and it was the first form of Crocodile, the offspring of the one that Giovanni had.
Ash excitedly got down to Sandile's level and introduced himself to the young ground type and stated his dream of being a Pokemon master. His response was a very restrained nod from the creature after a glance warily towards Giovanni before Sandile moved to stand at Ash's side, making Oak again notice that the young creature already seemed extremely disciplined, where he expected at least a bit of rambunctiousness. Looking over, he finally noticed the final boy known as Silver had been gifted a rather large and healthy looking Rhyhorn. Oak could tell it was the offspring of one of Giovanni's main team members at a glance, so it was all the more shocking when Silver flipped out on his father, whose expression never changed. The redhead was furious his father had gotten these strangers rare Pokemon unobtainable in Kanto. Why was he the only one stuck with something he could get himself? Giovanni simply and sternly replied that as his own son, he thought it most fitting to give him the offspring of one of his most powerful team members, and that he saw this as a testament to Silver's prowess. Somewhat also implying he expected Silver to go along with Team Rocket's goals earlier than the other two. But Silver didn't want to hear it, and he actually stormed out of the room without Rhyhorn or his Pokeball, causing the young creature to look at Giovanni and show his confusion and even a bit of trepidation and sadness.
Gary then raised his hand asking if it'd be alright if he took Rhydon with him. Giovanni would stare the boy down for a bit, causing the Oak to be a little bit intimidated, but nonetheless holding his ground. Giovanni stated that he didn't care, thus bringing Gary's team to 2 and causing him to instantly feel no more jealousy over Ash. Not only did he too get Giovanni Pokemon, but he also got a second Pokemon before Ash. Telling Ash he'd smell him later, he ends up bolting out before Ash can challenge him to a battle to see who has more skill. Giovanni addresses Ash and Richie for a final time. He orders them to train hard and make strong teams. Keep in contact with him whenever he may need them as well. And with that, he began to walk away. Ash and Richie have the same thought, both stopping him and asking them if they could have their first gym battles with him. This actually angers Giovanni at the audacity of it and having him sternly bark that they were centuries too early to even consider challenging him. Regaining his cool, he tells them to challenge him when they have 7 or more badges. He then bids them farewell and he too left soon after. Dejected, Ash quickly recovers by asking Richie for his first battle, only for the similar boy to announce he is actually going back to his hometown so he could properly say goodbye to his parents and start his journey right. The two promise to make it up one day soon, as they are sure that they will run into each other, and they needed to make sure they stayed in contact. With the well-mannered sandal in hand, Ash returns home where his mother says her goodbyes and bestows upon Ash a set of outfits for his journey ahead.
Setting off on a Route 1, Ash and Sandal walk alongside each other, with Ash excitedly speaking about all the things he and his partner will accomplish, while Sandal again seems reserved and not really interested. This is when the first encounter of their journey happens, and it is still with Pidgey. Even though Sandal is being obedient and Ash isn't having all those first-time trainer issues, the Pidgey in this timeline gets spooked by Sandal when it instantly gets very aggressive when it's told it's time to battle, as its growls cause the starting bird to fly away. The nearby Rattata also fled at the sound of this. This time, the Spearow that is in the area actually hears these growls and takes notice of Ash first and gets jealous of the trained Sandal, instantly going in for an attack. Finally getting his battle, Ash remembers what his Pokédex had said and orders a Sand attack and then a Leer, before having Sandal use its only current attacking move at the time of Power Trip. This expertly takes the flying type down in a single hit after having its defense lowered, and causes Spearow to get up angrier than before, calling its flock in. Ash, now seeing the danger, tries to run, but Sandal for the first time does not listen to him. Ash notices again that its demeanor had changed, and its aggressiveness was beginning to make it look like a different creature entirely. As the Spearow flock rushed in, Sandal went without orders and quickly began barreling through the unprepared birds. After a fourth knockout, Ash could clearly see that Sandal was turning red almost, as a faint red aura leaked off of it in the same way he'd seen Giovanni's crocodile. It didn't take long before the entire flock was now battling and losing quite badly, honestly, to the quickly over-leveling ground and dark type. Ash had already seen it begin using more and more of its moves that it couldn't before while going berserk. He'd definitely seen both Scary Face and Bite, and the ground around he and his starter was littered with enough fainted Spearow to lift the Viridian City gym, meaning it was clear that they had gone way too far. With rain and lightning setting in, and the realization that Sandal was really starting to hurt the wild Pokemon, Ash began frantically trying to return it, but Sandal was too surly and agile to catch, and he was still surrounded by wild Pokemon. By the time the little crocodile stopped, every Spearow in the flock had fallen to him, causing it to remain on edge and scan the area for more enemies, as Ash tried to approach it and calm it down. Just then, one Spearow, still conscious and realizing its flock was in greater danger than ever, gave a different call than before, and in return, received a much different sounding one in return. A cold shiver went down Ash's and Sandal's spine as thunder cracked and the tree the flock flew from whooshed as something flew from it, stopping in the air above them and nearly blowing Ash off his feet as it flapped its wings. A large and mature Fearow that was clearly too powerful to be going up against a starting trainer appeared in front of them, irritated by having his flock decimated.
With his opponent in sight, Sandal instantly gets ready to fight again, but Ash wisely grabs it and begins booking it in the opposite direction. Though it had gotten stronger in a short amount of time, all the damage was going to add up at some point, and beyond that, this Fearow was a monster. He was trying to get as far away from the predatory bird, which began to chase. Weaving and dodging through trees was ineffective, as Fearow just cut them down and nearly impaled Ash several times. Finally, a stray branch causes him to trip just before Fearow speeds up with enough power to nearly cut him down just like the trees, which just barely misses him as they fall by Ash diving out of the way, still cradling Sandile. The little creature had only ever had one interaction with its mother and Giovanni, so discipline and repression were impressed on its very young mind. He had been hatched, fed from time to time, and then given orders by the menacing Giovanni, who had his mother and a powerful looking Persian to back his words. But this was something it had never experienced. Giovanni treated him, his mother, and all Pokemon like tools, but this human, he acted as if Sandile was truly precious to him. Ash grabbed a tree branch and began swinging it to fend off the Fearow while ordering Sandile to run, but surprising him, the creature instead jumped over his head and ended up using its bite attack on Fearow's wing, just catching it and sinking in to hold on for dear life as Fearow flapped hard and screeched in pain and annoyance. Realizing Sandile was protecting him, the fear Ash had begun to feel watching it massacre the Spearow melted away a bit, as he couldn't help but scream out Sandile that he believed in it. Just then, a bolt of lightning came striking from the sky and miraculously went right into the little ground type, who, while unaffected by the current, did an amazing job of shocking the Fearow, who dropped to the ground, smoking and fainted alongside Sandile. It soon calmed itself, easily aware nothing near them would challenge it, and finally gave Ash an expression that wasn't blank or aggressive as it smiled softly and also fainted. Realizing Pharaoh was in far worse shape than the sparrow, which would likely be alright with just a few weeks worth of rest, Ash had no choice but to catch it and bring it along with him as he began to run towards Viridian and the nearest Pokemon Center. Because of the emergency and already having ran a good portion of the route by running much faster and further from the Pharaoh than he would have just by running away from a flock of sparrow, Ash does still run into Misty and does still take her bike, yelling he'll pay her back someday. This time, upon reaching Viridian City and getting his Pokemon to Nurse Joy, Ash feels compelled to go to the gym to tell Giovanni, but he isn't there. This causes him to return to the center and contact him, having a similar phone call with Professor Oak and his mother, finally trying to contact Giovanni, once again only to find the irate man on a helicopter, asking him what he needed.
A bit shamefully, Ash apologizes to his sponsor and admits that he's already failed to protect Sandile and control it, explaining the situation with the Spearow flock and Sandile's strange behavior. But Giovanni stopped him by stating that was his partner's special ability called Moxie, something Ash vaguely recalled Professor Oak teaching him about. This made Ash theorize that the adrenaline from the attack boost Moxie gave made Sandile hard to rein in. Giovanni then looked down at something for a bit before widening his eyes and smirking to Ash. Right now, the boy was doing very well for himself. Sandile was sitting at level 18 already, and would soon have access to some of his egg moves, while the Pharaoh he caught seemed to be fairly powerful, though it wouldn't be listening to him anytime soon since his level was already 34. This does make Ash feel a little better, but he reminds Giovanni that he and Sandile hurt a lot of Pokemon they didn't have to. Knowing now was the time to slowly begin transitioning Ash into the reality of his situation, Giovanni was a bit more authentic than he'd usually be with the kid, stating that one day Ash would just have to realize that some things are stepping stones to his goal. To placate Ash though, he mentions he would have some associates of his take care of the Spearow before he coldly cut off the transmission.
From behind Ash, a gasp sounds, and he turns to see the girl whose bike he had borrowed, causing him to instantly begin apologizing. Though Giovanni's cold statement to Ash and his earlier theft instantly coloring Misty's perception of Ash as much more of a jerk in the original timeline, causing her to begin berating the little punk, who she assumed was his dad or something, having not gotten a good look at the man on the screen. Like with Silver, Ash bristles at the disrespect of his sponsor, causing he and Misty to begin a full-blown argument in the Pokemon Center and causing Nurse Joy to order them to go outside sternly. Now kicked out, the two scream at each other until they were out of breath when Ash finally decides to challenge Misty to a battle once his Pokemon were healed. Misty would confidently accept, only for Ash's name to be called as Nurse Joy announced that his team's treatment being completed and he was given another earful about their condition and his behavior. Meeting Misty back outside and heeding Giovanni's words, he knew he'd have to depend on Sandile, who once again was nice and reserved, though now looked happy to see him. Misty couldn't identify the Pokemon, but she wasn't backing down and sent out her Staryu, causing Sandile to once again shift into what Ash began labeling as battle mode, growling and hissing as it awaited a command.
Instantly, Ash feels a flash of the fear he'd felt while on Route 1. Just knowing why Sandile went berserk wouldn't stop it from doing so again, and this time, a person would be on the other side of him, and people were nowhere near as durable as Pokemon. With his bravado gone and a nervous sweat, Ash apologizes to Misty and drops her some money in return for borrowing her bike. Slash his forfeit before, for the second time that day, he ran away from something scary. He realized that Sandile and he had a lot of work to do, and he honestly wasn't sure if he was up to handle it on his own. But this is where we'll be leaving our story off for right now. With embarrassment fueling him, Ash made his trek through Viridian Forest fairly quickly, purposely dodging a good number of trainers he could have battled and even risking flashing fear on the odd encounter of aggressive bug-type Pokemon. He continued like this until sundown, where he made it about 2/3 of the way through the forest and came upon a clearing where an awesome battle was currently underway. A samurai armor-wearing trainer wielding a Metapod, which had suddenly evolved into a Butterfree, had just seen it knocked out by a Squirtle being used by a familiar face. Ash had traveled far and fast enough to catch up to Gary. Samurai then released his pincer, in anger that such a joyous moment for his Pokemon had been spoiled. Gary, thinking not to push Squirtle so far that it faints, switches out to his second team member, and the Pokemon he viewed as his co-starter along with Squirtle. Rhyhorn appeared. and was clearly ready to take on the more powerful bug type, as he and Gary's synchronicity was already demonstrably high, and that combined with the type advantage proved too much for the arrogant samurai. Ash was a bit awestruck. Gary was already way ahead of him even though he'd physically caught up. Rhyhorn seemed to sense him as it nodded towards the boy's rival at the edge of the clearing, while Gary came up to praise it and speak to Samurai. Now even more excited that he got to show off in front of Ash, Gary calls him over with a bit of snark and wanted to compare where he was, considering that he already takes him a bit more seriously due to Giovanni's influence on him.
As you'd expect, Ash tries to summon the confidence and bravado by explaining he's already caught his second Pokemon, but Gary brags he had already caught every single species in the forest and on Route 1. Ash nearly wilts, but instead points out that his team is more focused on a core instead of just catching for the sake of catching. Giovanni said it was always better to establish a solid foundation before one begins to take on more complicated and crowded tasks. Gary raised an eyebrow at the idea, as it was one his grandfather thought to remind him of he'd accidentally ended up catching both a Pidgey and a Pidgeotto in his haste, and had asked the professor to take the weaker one off his hands. It was just another reminder that the little dweeb that he had been so far ahead of for all this time wasn't staying weak anymore, and he'd be a slowpoke's tail before he'd let that happen. Samurai interrupts, as he wasn't introduced and he had set about healing his Pokemon. He recognizes the Viridian City leader's name and explains he had battled a red-haired trainer with a weird orange Pokemon after he insisted on a battle. He told him 2 other kids who had also started for the gym and said he should challenge them all as well. Gary was the last of the Palatown trainers he had battled, and the first he had actually lost to after he and his pincer got much stronger pending the defeat against Richie. He invites the 2 trainers to come and stay with him at his cabin near them, as in the morning he was planning to finally leave the forest and go to the Pokemon Center to get registered for the Pokemon League. The world has grown much bigger, and he had already had a lot of rivals. Ash was a bit surprised and yet relieved at getting more time before it was necessary to battle again, though it was very clear that Gary was going to want a battle due to his bragging.
As they retire, a completely different redhead than Richie ends up blazing past where they were on her bike, as she is chased by a horde of Beedrill and uses her Starmie and Staryu to protect her and light her way, as she yells and curses the little twerp who chickened out of her revenge battle and never let her vent her anger for his theft of her bike. So in this timeline, Misty actually ends up reaching Pewter City by nightfall by herself. After eating a barely passable dinner with all their Pokemon and turning in for the night, Ash had a bit of trouble relaxing but eventually fell asleep while thinking of how to handle his first rival battle. Just a few hours later at the crack of dawn, Gary had he and Samurai woken up, and he definitely got a kick out of seeing a groggy Ash clumsily go about his morning routine as fast as he could. Though, with Samurai nearly as gung-ho as Gary was to get a move on, he decided he would forego a battle against Ash as he wanted to catch some more bug-type Pokemon and train more as soon as he could. He agrees to referee Ash and Gary's battle though, as he was their new friend. So now, set with a 2-on-2, the battle was on, as Gary once again sent out his Rhyhorn. Ash had to guess that he outright wanted to test his Giovanni gifted Pokemon against Ash's own. That worked for Ash though, as when it came down to Fear or Sandile, he much more trusted his partner, even though he was still a bit scared of activating Moxie. And with that, Ash released Sandile with a call of "I choose you."
With Samurai's signal, Gary began aggressively in order to horn attack, which Rhyhorn charged for, as Ash decided to play more cautiously with his smaller Pokemon and countered with Sandile's new Scary Face attack, which made the Rhino slow down enough for it to follow up with a Sand Tomb, trapping it. Ash excitedly cheered and ordered his partner to take advantage of it and use his Bite attack, but Gary this time countered with a Smackdown, which hit Sandile from afar before it could close the distance completely. Though the ineffective Rock-type move didn't stop Sandile fully, as it sunk its powerful jaws into the rocky hide and used its strength to wrestle the larger Mon into the pit of sand, actually dragging it deeper and using its species skills to overpower Gary's second Pokemon, cursing as he realized it was his loss and that he underestimated Ash, or more so, he'd underestimated the lack of knowledge of the Sandile line and its power. Gary conceded and returned Rhyhorn, as he was sure it'd likely faint already. Soon after, up popped an energetic Sandile, who Ash could tell was feeling its first Moxie boost. It looked back happily at Ash, clearly wanting more of Ash's praise and showing him that he was still in control of himself. Maybe Sandile just wasn't ready for the full boost of Moxie, but a simple +1 or 2 boost could be manageable, giving Ash even more of his confidence back. Holding back no longer, his ace and starter was released. Squirtle, who he at least knew had a type advantage, and the long-range attacks could deal with Sandile better. This time, Ash was aggressive, and that suited Sandile just fine, as its strength had increased, and ever since taking on the Sparrow Flock, it had felt much faster. Though the speed couldn't catch Gary off guard again, he ordered Squirtle to withdraw, and use its shell to tank Sandile's bite. Though to Gary and Ash's shock, literally something else happened this time, as its fangs began to crackle with electricity, like it was being struck with lightning. Ash realized that Sandile Sandile learned the move Thunderfang, maybe from an egg move or in the Battle with Firo, and instantly cheered for Sandile to keep it up and finish the battle, as Gary was about to order a rapid spin as it freed his partner from the super effective attack, only to be interrupted as light erupted from Squirtle's shell and it began to evolve, forcing Sandile's mouth to widen painfully and become stuck as Gary's new War Turtle appeared and glowed with a blue aura before it performed a powerful rapid spin, flinging Sandile up and away, before Gary roared to his partner to finish it off with a water pulse, as Sandile couldn't dodge. Hit hard with the super effective move, Sandile is basically one-shotted. Irritated that the evolution had come at just the right time for Gary, Ash returned his partner and thanked it for its hard work. He was really proud of them and felt much better about the future of he and Sandile, though the Pharaoh he had been bragging to Gary about was still a tough nut to crack, and Gary was too excited to continue using his newly evolved and torrent-powered War Turtle to let him off easy. As soon as she was released though, Firo looked back to him and nearly tried to take off, likely to attack him, forcing him to return her and simply forfeit the second battle to Gary and end it in a tie. Then he waited for the teasing to come, though it never did, as Samurai and Gary joined him. The two began excitingly discussing the battle, as Gary asked Ash to see Sandile's Pokeball and actually went on to heal and pet the little croc, wanting to study it a bit and actually getting Sandile to warm up to him. Genuinely surprised, Ash admits he expected Gary to be much harsher on him and ends up venting his frustrations, so far making Gary laugh at him and call him his old hated nickname. He asked Ash what Giovanni thought of how he was doing, and hearing that Kanto's strongest gym leader thought Ash was doing good, he remarked that was the truth then. Gary then somewhat angrily told Ash not to call himself his rival if he had no faith in himself. He had been no fun to crush at all like this. With that, he told Ash and Samurai to smell him later as he was off to get his first gym badge and bolted out. Samurai then bid Ash farewell, as he still wanted to catch a Kakuna before leaving the forest, and mentions that he was confused as he hadn't found any for some reason. Wanting to stick back for a while, Ash knelt down to Sandile and both apologized for how he had been acting, as well as once again thanking him for his help. He promised Sandile that together they'll completely master Moxie, making Sandile determinedly nod, and though he couldn't understand his promises to protect Ash and help him with his goal using all of its power, he and Sandile bolted off to catch up to Gary and ended up reaching the pewter PC very quickly, and asked Nurse Joy if she's seen Gary, who she points over to the cafeteria looking annoyed. Ash approaches Gary, who explains Samurai had come through and mentioned his destination and that his grandfather gave him another lecture as he switched out his team in preparation for the rock-type gym leader, so he hadn't even had a chance to battle yet. Just then, two people entered the gym speaking rather excitedly. Gary's eyes lit up in recognition of the taller male of the duo, being the very gym leader he was about to make his attempt on. With him was a redhead Ash was all too familiar with, and he felt a shiver at the sight of associating her with his apprehension earlier. The two checked Pokemon in with Nurse Joy before walking towards the cafeteria.
Brock wore a good-natured smile as the girl he ended up referring to as Misty excitedly yet fairly gracefully for a girl her age recalled the battle against Brock, mentioning how she didn't expect his Onix to be so tough as to turn the battle against her Starfish Pokemon into a war of attrition. Brock just chuckles and tells Misty they'll have to have a rematch with official teams someday. Having been fired up by Ash and arriving at Pewter so quickly, I believe this version of Misty would actually challenge the Pewter City Gym to blow off some steam, giving her the Boulder Badge. Gary quickly gets up and brings Ash over with him, unknowingly embarrassing him by putting him in Misty's line of sight, and she instantly begins teasing him for running away, also forcing Gary to hold back his laughter, as he asks Brock if he'd be willing to take on 2 more challengers. The Pewter Gym Leader responds that he can only take on a single trainer more today, as after work he had to take care of his siblings. Already having spent more time than many versions of Gary ever would in one spot, he takes the opportunity, and Ash's apprehension makes him hesitate anyway. Brock agrees and accepts the challenge, and he and Gary go off to have their battle, with Brock telling Ash he should come by in the morning for theirs. Afterwards, being left alone with Misty, rather than suffer more for teasing, Ash decided to get a room in the Pokemon Center and catch up on the sleep that Gary had robbed him of that morning, meaning he slept most of the day away, or rather, he'd spent most of the day moping around in bed. As hearing of Misty's win against Brock, and assuming that Gary masterfully went on to secure his own Boulder Badge, and it probably left the city already, he finds himself with a restless mind once again. Sandile, while turning out to be a pretty friendly and good-natured Pokemon, as evidenced by it sleeping peacefully curled up next to him, had a dangerously powerful ability he had barely any idea of how to work with. And his only other Pokemon was Firo, who combined with being far too powerful for him right now, showed no signs of accepting her capture, and was still trying to escape or attack him anytime he released her. By now, it was becoming night again. So, wanting to clear his head, he attempts to sneak away from Sandile, but the crocodilian Pokemon surprises him when he instantly pops awake by the slightest movement, and it seemed only a tad annoyed by being woken up before dutifully joining him at his side. Scary? Yes. Disloyal or lazy? Sandile most certainly wasn't. And so, Ash and his partner enjoyed a midnight stroll to clear his head. The Pokemon Center didn't close, but at night it became quiet and calm, and not wanting to disturb the Nurse Joy on duty, he decided to go out and explore Pewter a bit more.
However, he was being watched by the trio, who had taken a keen interest in him. Team Rocket Grunts, Jesse and James, along with their shared partner Meowth, had been tasked with the job of tailing and reporting back to Giovanni every now and then on the growth of the rookie trainer Ash Ketchum. Apparently, Butch and Cassidy had been given a similar task, as they took some solace in that. But from what they understood, they were apparently monitoring their future superior. Having to take calls from all of the 3 sponsored trainers every time they accomplished the smallest thing would grate on the boss's nerves, obviously. Though Jesse and James were incredibly irritated with their assignment, Meowth was simply wanting to be diligent to earn more recognition from the boss. But he had to admit, watching the kid mope around Pewter City and waste his time was making him anxious and angry as well. So he came up with an idea. Since the trio had decided against any actions against the Viridian City Pokemon Center, they have some options on how they could first approach Ash. Meowth, wanting to speed up the process, forces Jesse and James into the outfits more fitting of Ace trainers, before explaining to them the plan. Meanwhile, Ash and Sandile found themselves behind the Pokemon Center on its battlefield, simply sitting and enjoying the night sky, when 2 older people and their Meowth freaked him the hell out by just popping up. As these kind of cliche descriptions usually go, Ash is lied to and fed a backstory of Jesse and James being retired champions of foreign regions, here in Kanto on their next step of their journey. And they explained that they couldn't help but notice that Ash was a Gloom trainer who they wanted to try and help. Thinking he's met some cool people, Ash explains to them his origins up until now, which they had been briefed on anyway. Jesse and James asked to see Fearow as well, but as soon as Ash releases it, it's clearly enraged with him. He was sure she was getting hungry, but when he tried to feed her earlier, she wanted nothing to do with him.
The bird Pokemon this time made no movements to fly away. Instead, she leered at her trainer, looking ready to attack Ash, which forced Sandile into his battle mode. Fearow stared at the ground type and nearly took off towards the duo, when suddenly, Meowth jumped on Ash's shoulder after snatching her Pokeball and returned her before bonking Ash on the head with it and yelling angrily in his face. That loud Fearow was uppity, but the normal type could understand why she was so angry, as she had mentioned Ash killed her babies. Now effectively shaken from his fear-frozen state, Ash freezes for a second time, as his brain tries to reboot from the shock of a talking Pokemon. Meowth also freezes, as he originally had no intentions of speaking and revealing his abilities. He simply chalked it up to his instincts wanting him to follow the orders from the boss to a T, since Ash being made into Swiss cheese by Fearow wouldn't have been good either. Hit with another realization, Ash quickly shook Meowth off by snatching Fearow's Pokeball away from it and releasing her directly in front of him, while he bowed his head to her shamefully and revealed all the Spearow were alive and well, and that he was very, very sorry that he hadn't thought to tell her that. Sandile had stayed on edge, as Meowth seemed to be attacking Ash for a second there, only for it to now warily look at Fearow as she towered over Ash, and he with a glare. To be honest, he didn't trust either very much. She then made the least aggressive noise that Ash had ever heard from her and simply flapped away to roost on a tree branch near the battlefield and watched the group warily. With the cat out of the bag, Meowth confidently claims that they've already solved one of Ash's major issues, so tomorrow he should be able to get that badge and move on from Pewter City. Though he advises that he may want to go ahead and feed her, making Ash panic and quickly run into the Pokemon Center to get more food for his second team member, still unbelieving that she seemed to be coming around to him, or that a talking Meowth was the cause of it.
Returning, he saw the trio speaking in a little huddle. He interrupted them to cheerfully show them Fearow was eating, making Jesse and James annoyed at his optimism and positivity, as they were eager to leave. Before they could, Ash stood back up and challenged Jesse and James to a battle, asking Sandile if he wanted to warm up before their first gym battle, to which the ground type, having been ready for a scrap anyway, cheered and leapt out in front of him. Fueled with both confidence at seeing Ash's naivety, as well as wanting to know what was so special about this kid, Jesse decides to accept the challenge and sent out what Ash recognized as an Ekans. However, shocking them both due to its type advantage and the fact that Sandile was significantly stronger than a Pokemon owned by a trainer with no badges, Ash and Sandile actually went on to defeat Jesse in a couple of moves, causing Ash in his surprise to cheer his buddy on as Sandile enjoyed a Moxie boost and seemed quite in control of itself. This midnight stroll was doing wonders for his confidence actually. Infuriated, Jesse demands James' Pokeball and produces his coffee, which floats above the ground. She sneered that he couldn't win so easily. Ash and Sandile quickly sinking and deciding to use Sandile's growing speed and previously seen jump ability with the attack boost to snatch Coughing out of the air with its bite before again taking its opponent down with less than 3 moves. After Coughing's flinching, opened it up for Sandile to finish it off with a strong assurance. As a shocked and proud Ash celebrated with Sandile and Fearow watched on, finishing her dinner, Jesse and James had to admit they could see the boy had some potential and skill, but they certainly didn't see what Giovanni had apparently.
To their annoyance, Meowth was laughing up a storm at their complete ineptitude against the newbie trainer. This, combined with Meowth being the reason they were in this embarrassing situation in the first place, caused Jesse and James to think of a sly way to get their revenge on the hysterically laughing cat. Walking up to Ash, they congratulate him on how far he's come in a single night. The two claimed they wanted to give him a gift to mark his accomplishment, and so, they asked him to take Meowth along with him on his journey. making Ash and Meowth simultaneously exclaim, "What?" As that happens, James begins to smoothly lie that Meowth is a very special Pokemon, and that its intelligence has always meant it would need a really special trainer to bring out its potential. The two of them had wanted to do it, but it was hard enough working on the newest members of their team that he had just defeated and traveling simultaneously, so Meowth wasn't getting the attention that he deserved. As the Scratch Cat Pokemon tried to protest, Jessie spun on her heel and as hard as she could, beamed Meowth between his eyes with the Pokeball, as he didn't already have one. This made it easy to catch, and after retrieving the ball, she handed it to Ash with a smirk and told him to please train the cat Pokemon hard, before the two partners in crime giddily ran away, very obviously pleased with their practical joke. Confused, excited, and nervous, Ash called for Pharaoh to come and join he and Sandow, which she surprisingly did, landing next to them with an unimpressed look, as Ash released Meowth, who rubbed his face and looked around for his friends, only to realize they really ditched him. It made him angry, but Ash was currently asking him questions like if he really wanted to get stronger, and even wanted Meowth to elaborate on how he learned to speak. Knowing that he was stuck with Ash for the foreseeable future, at least until his partners got over their bad joke, and that he couldn't reveal his connection to the boss or Team Rocket, Meowth was begrudgingly forced to play along with the act Jessie and James had put on, officially and strangely bringing Ash's team to 3. Embarrassed at the welcome to Ash's squad, Meowth insisted on the rule of never forcing him into his Pokeball ever again, which Ash was perfectly fine with, as he realized it'd give him someone to actually speak with, as he really enjoyed traveling and hanging out with Samurai and Gary, and having people to talk with.
Tired though, Meowth insisted that they go to sleep before the gym battle in the morning, but Ash was way too pumped and asked Sandow, Pharaoh, and Meowth to do a bit of special training with him. Sandow excitedly agreed, fine with being awake late in the night. Pharaoh still seemed aloof with him, but she didn't seem to be resisting anymore. Perhaps her pride and her strength had been hurt, leading to her welcoming a chance to grow. Meanwhile, Meowth was struggling not to scratch the boy's face to shreds as he realized how long a journey like this was going to be. The rest of the night was spent ingraining the first half of Ash's team and their skills into their young trainer, with Meowth using his brain as much as he could to avoid having to train very much itself. This does, however, clear up and polish any gaps in the primary knowledge Ash had about Sandow and the usual ways of Dark-type and more aggressive breeds of Pokemon from Meowth. We've already seen his battling knowledge is much more basically competent due to Professor Oak, realizing he wouldn't have a chance to officially mentor the boy. He took on that role a little more seriously, a little quicker to cram as much as he could in Ash's head before his 10th birthday. Sandow himself has pretty inherent distrust of Meowth, as it is so similar to the Persian Giovanni had, yet he is completely unaware of how deep the connection that is beyond cosmetic. Not to mention it was still a little wary around Pharaoh, so right now it's taken a lot of pride in its position on the team.
The next morning, Ash actually ends up standing outside a Pewter City gym at the crack of dawn, surprising Brock and causing him to come outside and awkwardly inform him that he wasn't ready to open the gym yet, as he had yet to cook breakfast for his siblings and Pokemon, throwing Ash off his stoic and confident Giovanni-like bravado. He asked about how long Brock thought he would be, now trying to ignore the annoyed glare of Meowth from his shoulder, as he had only just gotten to sleep a bit after their long late-night training session before his new babysitting project had woken him up once again. With the answer being over 2 hours, Ash determinedly asked Brock to let him help speed it up, which the leader looks surprised about, yet decides to allow, and asks if Ash had fed his Pokemon yet, as he opens the door for him and invites him in. Meowth's stomach growled loudly, making Ash realize that he hadn't thought of that in all his excitement, and his own growling afterwards made Brock shake his head and chuckle as he gave Ash some tips about rushing and offered to let him join them as another guest wasn't going to hurt. Ash is confused when he realizes that Misty is currently staying with Brock, as she is keeping his siblings occupied while playing with them and their Pokemon. The two freeze when locking eyes again, before Ash's face returns to a grimace and Misty a smirk at seeing him back finally, also noticing the new Pokemon he carried on his shoulders. Brock, already seeing the tension, shoos them along into the kitchen to begin helping him and cut his work time down by 1/3, actually becoming a 4th, as the Meowth on Ash's shoulders surprisingly washed his paws and began to help as well, actually showing more proficiency than his trainer in the kitchen.
While they cook, the trio are forced to talk, so Ash is somewhat forced to explain to Misty his reasoning for running away, but confidently states that he and Sandow are in perfect sync right now. Brock is really intrigued, as he has already been curious about the starter Misty described. He and Misty were both interested in this gym battle after all. After feeding all their Pokemon and eating breakfast with Brock's family, the three trainers move out to the battlefield, where Brock took his position and Misty smugly leapt at the chance to referee the match instead of Forrest. With his team already revealed, Ash releases Sandow and Pharaoh to speak with them before the match, and again again apologizes for forgetting to feed them. He looks to Sandile and thanks it for all of its hard work so far. He looks to Pharaoh and also once again apologizes for not informing her of her baby's fate after he caught her, and thanks her for having shown some mercy. He also declares that he is going to try to win this match with just Sandile and Meowth, causing the cat to quietly and angrily ask what the kid was thinking, and brings back up the whole thing they went over with rock types being super defensive. Ash smiles and surprises Meowth by petting him to calm him down, only to have it fleshly smack his hand away, as Ash counters that Pharaoh is at a greater disadvantage than he is, and not to mention that she is strong enough that Brock may not want to hold back so much on her. Shocked, the cat scratch Mon had no rebuttal, as Sandile seemed to hiss in laughter, and Pharaoh preened as she was returned to rest.
With Sandile at his side to watch the battle, Ash chooses Meowth to go first. Misty snickers at the seemingly bad decision, causing Ash to grumble, and Brock to remind him that he can use and switch out all the Pokemon he had on hand. But Brock could not. He would be using only 2 since it was a first badge battle. And with that, out comes Geodude, making Meowth golden. As Misty called for the match to start, Ash instantly called for a fake out from Meowth, which he had to agree was probably the best move, and so actually did it. As bad a battle as it was, instantly crossing the distance between he and Geodude and popping it right between the eyes. Though the attack hurt his hand, the rock type flinched back extra hard, as it was a critical hit seemingly. Ash and Sandile were happily surprised, and so Ash called for Meowth to follow up with a scratch, which he again did, only for his attack to be much less effective this time, and pretty much just glance off his target. Geodude regained his footing and focus, or lack thereof, and Brock ordered a counter with Mega Punch, hitting Meowth square in its chest and sending it sailing and skidding back, gasping for air as Ash asked if it was okay. Meowth was really slow to get up, as it was apparently a crit for crit in that situation, and his lower level and defense meant he took it way harder than Geodude did. One more attack would be all she wrote. He really hoped the kid understood that, because if not, he'd be giving up. With Meowth kneeling now, Brock called for a defense curl and then a rollout from Geodude, which made Meowth hurry to his feet, panting in exhaustion. Racking his brain for an idea, Ash quickly realized that Geodude couldn't see well while spinning, and ordered Meowth to just start dodging and use Growl. The winded normal type had to admit that that wasn't a bad plan, but was angry to have to execute it when he was already out of breath. He was able to dive to the side once and jump over Geodude the second time, causing it to stop spinning and have to start a whole new rollout to hit Meowth as he fell towards the ground and Geodude heard his growl again and again.
To Meowth's surprise, Ash cheered and he glanced back to see a wild look in the kid's eyes, as he gave a much more complex order than he had heard him attempt up until now. As Geodude leapt off the ground with a much weaker rollout, Ash ordered Meowth to extend his claws out as far as it could and use them to catch Geodude on its sides like a basketball. Instinct took over and Meowth felt full of energy despite its damage, as it did just what it was told, and extended, this time faintly glowing claws, which caught Geodude in midair and caused it to spin helplessly in Meowth's claws. Though its weight was far too much to do this for long, he instantly fell faster, only to hear Ash order it to slam Geodude as hard as it can with the extra weight. It was starting to like how the kid thought. Geodude hit the ground first, and much harder than Meowth, actually cracking the ground a tad, as Meowth lightly landed on its face and hopped off, panting hard. It did it. It defeated a gym leader's Pokemon with just its power. It took every bit of willpower Meowth had not to scream in victory, or curse out every Persian or Meowth to ever call him weak. Misty's jaw was on the floor, as Brock had to do her job and declared Geodude down for the count. He was too impressed, but had to finish the battle, and so asked Ash if he thought his kitten was ready for Onix, who appeared with a mighty roar. Though tired, Meowth had enough energy to bolt back to Ash's side and collapse behind him in a heap as his trainer squatted down to congratulate him and show affection towards Meowth, who spent the whole night trying to convince Ash its only talent lied in its brain. The Ace trainers were right. This Meowth had the makings of a championship Pokemon.
And so did his partner, who leapt onto the field and instantly fell into battle mode, which Ash was now very used to. Meowth had explained more about dark types, and their ability to harness aggression and mischievous energy for their attacks. Essentially, fighting or being scared of this part of Sandile was only going to stifle them both. Ash and Sandile had to instead learn how to control and harness that destructive energy like they'd done against Gary, and the best way was by getting more experience battling without Moxie, as much as it put them at a disadvantage. Misty regained her composure and announced the second matchup had begun, which Brock took far more seriously, as he ordered a rock polish from the beginning, while Ash wisely started off with a Sand Tomb to Brock's surprise. Remembering he still had access to his own stat moves, Ash called for Sandile to use Leer and get closer to use its new attack Dig. It hadn't mastered it in all types of ground yet, but it was always able to swim through the sand with ease. Brock countered with Onix's own Dig and stacked it with a Dragon Breath, which caused Sandile to be blown away from Onix as it outsped it. The hit worried Ash, but Onix weren't known for their overwhelming attack, And so, Sandow easily hung in there, only getting slightly angry by the attack. Ash then ordered it to counter with Rage, which allowed Sandow to break out of the Draconian Breath Beam and slam it into Onyx's head and eyes, before Ash ordered a bite and assurance right on Onyx's nose. And Sandow's powerful jaws meant for biting into rocks and prey alike meant this hurt. And so Brock ordered Onyx to shake off Sandow by thrashing as best it could, but Sandow hung on determined, as Onyx did everything it could to get it off. Finally, when both Pokemon were obviously exhausted, Sandow finally let go and fell to the ground as it fainted, and Ash returned it for a hit, and thanked it for battling so hard. Brock was either tougher than he thought, or something about his battles with Gary and Misty had made him take this one more seriously. Ash asked Meowth if he thought he could close out the battle, to which the cat vehemently glared and went to grab at Fearo's Pokeball. Ash rolled his eyes as he got the message, and complied, sending out Fearo, who didn't fly off the ground in confusion, as she was just told that she didn't have to battle. With everything explained to her in a few seconds, she glared at the lazy cat Pokemon, and then to the tired and opposing Rock Snake. At least her new trainer had given her some easy prey. Just before she took to the sky though, Brock recalled Onyx and declared Ash the winner, to his and Misty's surprise.
Onyx was on its last legs, and there was no way it could outspeed the mean-looking Fearow. Having fed it, he could tell that it was much stronger than Ash's other Pokemon, and so he saw no reason to let Onyx get hurt more than necessary. He awarded Ash with the Boulder Badge and tells him he's one impressive kid himself, also gifting him an item he thought Ash could make good use of in a King's Rock. Ash nearly cheers excitedly, but the weight of his first badge is heavier than it was in the cannon, and he finds himself spending a few more moments reflecting on the steps he took to get there. The challenges he had seen as so daunting now felt much more doable, with his team having his back. He was still outnumbered, but he definitely wasn't alone. Misty approaches the two and begrudgingly admits that she had been wrong about Ash, as now the two were currently on the same level. Flint would likely still show back up around this time, as he had seemed to be aware Brock was ready and due to go on a journey. Though, as this story is written from the perspective which recognizes all the retcons up to Gen 8, it could be possible his mom is still there. Either way, Brock is given full reign to go out on a journey, and obviously he's excited to stick next to Ash and continue furthering his dream, really wanting to try caring for a Sandile, which he had never seen. Misty, feeling a bit awkward and still wanting a shot at Ash, as she still inherently didn't like him very much, decided she would tag along until they made it to Cerulean City probably. Soon after, the trio began and quickly made their way through Mount Moon, with little incident, if you don't care to count the consistent bickering between Ash and Misty, or their arguing over who got to battle the trainers they crossed paths with. Meowth was getting sick of hiding its abilities to speak from the newcomers, as it wanted to tell them to shut up, and now was considering going back in its Pokeball. And this is where we'll leave the story off for right now. As the group made their way out of Mount Moon after a fairly uneventful few days, making their way through the confusing caves with really only Sandile's digging ability and Brock's newly caught Zubat to help them navigate, most of the real detours came from trainer battles Ash and Misty insisted on engaging in constantly, and the team dynamics had also begun to solidify. Ash and Misty's personalities caused them to butt heads a lot, but Ash's competency and growing confidence means their relationship is much more of a rivalry than what we saw in the canon. It's clear to Misty from the past few days, Ash definitely isn't a bad guy per se, and she's also been informed that the man on the phone had been Giovanni, the Viridian City gym leader and Ash's sponsor. Both Brock and her were fairly aware the man was a fairly cold and distant guy, so his treatment and words now had greater context, though it did confuse them as to why someone like that would connect themselves to such a happy-go-lucky kid as Ash. With his confidence now growing, and his skill where it is currently, we see a version of Ash we canonically did not get until much later in his career. Counter to this, Misty has been very open with her identity and has also officially decided that she wants to take on the gym challenge. Collecting 8 gym badges and competing for the championship could be an amazing way to finally humble her older sisters and earn the respect she always felt she deserved. She subsequently advises Ash to skip the battle of the Cerulean Gym, as they were currently just handing out badges without really testing the challenger's strength. After traveling the past few days, the two had battled a lot, with each inching out a win against the other an equal amount of times. What she wanted was a full 6-on-6 battle with him when she felt they had both grown more, something Ash is rather open to, as he is painfully aware Giovanni won't be very happy with him going for an easy out.
Brock was already stepping into his role as big brother and caretaker of the group, and with Ash not really needing a mentor constantly, it gives him more freedom to pursue his own goals, namely taking on the care duties of his own team, which aside from Zubat, currently consists of his ace Onyx and his Golem from his main team, as they were the two Pokemon he knew how to best care for. And now, he had Ash and Misty's teams to practice with as well, and with all their battling, he got many opportunities to do so in a fairly short time. Not to mention the veteran gym leader having two of his strongest Pokemon with him also meant Misty and Ash had a strong training partner whenever Brock was free to do so. All in all, the group's symbiosis is already coming together quite nicely, and definitely more positively than in canon, except for Ash and Misty's butting heads more frequently and aggressively. Aside from the humans, Pokemon-wise, this is also beginning to happen, as despite Sandow's past trauma, its place as Ash's starter made it very much the heart of his team, somewhat like a leader. In fact, despite her anger towards Ash and the ground type, its obvious lack in yearning for a maternal influence quickly warmed Fira up to providing a bit of it to Sandow, which began to improve its social skills. She honestly began to mother the entire team somewhat. The mature flying type could be very fussy and overbearing about Ash and his Pokemon's health and decisions sometimes, though she did so in a very suppressed and almost diva-like way. Meowth had done his best to keep his distance and not develop any affection or attachments to the team, but his personality and initial life experience robbing him of such for so long meant he really did at heart want to make new friends. Even Sandow had begun to get over its initial distrust of the Persian pre-evolution and began to treat Meowth as a fellow member of its team. Fear of forcing him to not slack off had also become a trend in their dynamic that he admittedly didn't hate.
And honestly, he was beginning to take a lot of pride in the power he had cultivated with Ash. He had once believed that he had to trade in his battle ability to speak, and that he wouldn't be able to learn any new moves. But the aspiring Pokemon Master had quickly seen through that as an excuse or possibly even a mental block, and proved Meowth just needed experience to overcome his fear. And his persistency for off-the-wall and brilliant strategies was something the brains of Jesse and James' operation could really appreciate. And most of all, Ash, Brock, and Misty were just really nice and genuine to him. It could sometimes be a bit overly sweet and sickening, but the affection and belief from Ash, as well as having a nearly pro-level breeder taking care of him and preparing his meals, the Scratch Cat was pretty much in heaven. For now though, he was very adamant with Ash not wanting to reveal his speaking ability to anyone else. There's still a very large chance he'll soon reunite with and be rewarded by the boss, who he has been making sure to give ample updates to while leaving out his place on Ash's team and hoping to get to a higher power that Giovanni won't check his registration. During the trip between Mount Moon and Cerulean, the group ends up coming across a trainer school, as well as meeting an undefeated trainer by the name of AJ. It's actually Misty who gets a chance to take him on for his 99th consecutive battle, and surprisingly delivers him a fast loss, something which he doesn't really take too kindly to, and challenges Misty to a rematch, claiming it to be nothing more than a fluke, as he calls his Sandra to battle. This actually results in Misty's Starmie being defeated after not allowing it to rest, and AJ brags that he'll simply build up another 100 win streak before taking on the gym challenge, and even remarks that if his next 98 opponents are weaklings like Misty, then it'll be even easier this time.
Ash had been somewhat grumpy already that Misty had snatched his battle chance against someone supposedly super strong. But now, he was outright angry. He interrupted AJ's celebration to assert that Misty was not weak, and that no one was allowed to call his rivals that. Actually shocking her, as so far their relationship had been nearly 100% antagonistic. Seeing Sandshrew seem to be AJ's ace, Ash decided that he wanted to use his own and called for Sandow, who honestly ended up making extremely short work of the weaker ground type, who had no effective attacks, and whose trainer lacked the creativity and battle instinct of Ash. Now with his streak dashed once again, AJ seems humbled, and asks how the two trainers could be that powerful and also be his age, causing Ash to continue with his Giovanni-like bravado and brag that he shouldn't expect any less from Kanto's youngest gym leader and a future Pokemon master sponsored by his strongest. With a confident smirk, he led his friends away as Brock chided that was a bit too far, and Misty tried to hide her embarrassment at Ash praising her rather than squabbling with him. The trio finally arrived at Cerulean, where Ash and Brock got a room at the Pokemon Center, as Misty decided to bite the bullet and return home to settle a few things and inform her sisters of her plans in person. Once home, she witnesses something unexpected, as her sisters aren't currently working on their water ballet, but seemingly trying to train a Pokemon, which always terrified her. An enraged Gyarados was currently rampaging in the pool, until finally the family dugong put it down with the blizzard, as it was thrashing around so much it became hard to return. Once everything had calmed down and Misty's sisters began to debate about what they should do next, the youngest sister demanded to know what was going on, as she didn't even realize they owned a Gyarados, something the older sisters didn't take kindly to. Daisy barks back at her that it wasn't her business anyway, but they had been meaning to spice up the water ballet with new talent, actually revealing it to be the same Gyarados that traumatized her as a baby. They'd been waiting to work with it until she left since she was such a crybaby, and defended their skill by stating their parents had sent it back after it turned out to be too disobedient to train, as they were pretty much retired.
This ticks Misty off, but also makes her even more wary of the creature as she is nervously looking at the Pokeball in Lily's hand. She snapped out of her thoughts by Violet asking her what she's come back for, and Misty regains her bravado and informs her sister of the news of her traveling plans, and that she's come back to grab a few things for her journey. This obviously gets laughed at and is teased further, but she shoots back that none of them had completed the gym challenge, and currently they're not even in control of Gyarados, which obviously is used as a point to demean her about her fears of the species. This causes Daisy to get a devious idea, as she makes a bet with Misty and asks her to trade with her sisters then. If she wanted to take on the gyms, fine, but that alone won't make her a water Pokemon master. She couldn't be one until she got over her fear, so she asked to trade their Gyarados for Misty's second Staryu. Not to mention, its psychic abilities could also add something more beautiful to their water ballets than the beauties and the beast theme they'd been thinking about with the Atrocious Pokemon. This caught Misty off guard, but the statement was one she knew to be true. Thinking back to Ash's words earlier, she surprisingly accepts with a little hesitation and ends up summoning Staryu to explain the situation to it and asks her sisters to take good care of it before she walked past them and somewhat nervously grabbed Gyarados' ball, leaving Daisy, Lily, and Violet a bit shocked as she retired to her room to finish packing and sleep for the night. When leaving the next day, she also made sure to grab 2 Cascade badges from the bin outside, one for herself and one for Ash when they finally had their official battle. Now, she was also being uncharacteristically nice to him.
When she made it to the center, of course Ash was training and Brock was hard at work taking care of the Pokemon to try and impress the Nurse Joy. But with nothing left to do in the city, the trio simply had a nice lunch and decided to move on afterwards. Fairly quickly though, they actually came upon a hidden village in Pokemon Sanctuary, where Ash, seeing the opportunity to add a grass type to his squad, goes after Oddish instead of Misty. She currently is a bit hesitant to add anything new to her team with this new volatile member, and her ace Starmie needing so much hands-on training to make up for her evolving it so early. She also likely just knows Oddish's typing. Ash battles the Oddish with Meowth, who makes fairly quick work of it using a Fake Out and Fury Swipes combo before he successfully throws a Pokeball and catches it. Much to the dismay of a Bulbasaur, who appears a few seconds too late to stop it and angrily challenges Ash, who realizes had he waited a few seconds, he could have caught the official starter strong against Gary's and also Richie. From here though, the events of this episode play out fairly similarly, with the one change of Bulbasaur vehemently disliking Ash and instead finding itself much more in sync with Brock, as he also seemed to have a great deal of affection for Melody. And with no Team Rocket interference, Bulbasaur surprisingly asked to accompany Brock on his journey after his showcasing of his caretaking skills to impress Melanie, bringing Brock to 4 Pokemon along with Ash, who had made sure to apologize to Oddish after being so forceful, thankfully using Meowth's speaking ability while off in the forest to translate for him.
He tried to motivate Oddish by explaining his dream and specifying that he planned to one day make Oddish into a powerful Vileplume, like the one he's seen the Celadon City gym leader use in a televised battle as a kid, only to have those hopes dashed by Oddish revealing that it was a lady and had dreams of becoming a much more elegant form of its species, known as Bellossom. Not one to abandon his teammates, Ash still happily takes on the dainty Oddish and promises to help her reach her goals as well. Bulbasaur though finds itself taking on the role of RONIN and Brock, as the very next time the group ran into a cute girl, he ended up flirting with her, the same way he did with Melanie. It would just have to keep pace and train its trainer. Still on the way to Vermilion and noticing a flock of Sparrow, Ash actually lets Pharaoh out of its ball to enjoy time with them before the group encounters a very rare Pokemon on a rock in the area. Yes, the events of Charmander the Stray Pokemon are now taking place. Really wanting a powerful fire type and still holding somewhat of a desire to own Charmander, Ash still tries to capture it, with the same result of being unable to. Though in this situation, Meowth is actually able to clearly communicate the situation by whispering to Ash after he speaks to it, not just giving the group and the understanding that Charmander is waiting on his trainer. As Meowth's intelligence and insight, he is able to recognize an abandoned Pokemon. As the group realizes this and begins to try to convince Charmander to leave the rock with them to at least get itself healed at the Pokemon Center, it begins to growl angrily at the implication that its trainer had abandoned it, and finally attacks Meowth in anger. Though with its rage built up and its health already so low, Meowth is hit hard and actually knocked out by a Spewed Amber attack, being left with a nasty burn as Brock warns the group that Charmander's blaze must have activated. Ash asks Brock to heal Meowth's wounds as he begins to see red and instantly sends out Sandile and explains the situation and what Charmander had done. Still snarling and growling in anger, Charmander's tail flame doubles in size as it begins to glow like Gary's Squirtle and evolves into a mighty looking Charmeleon. Apparently, his trainer had given up on him at the worst possible time, but regardless, its loyalty and rage had it blinded to the reality of the situation. Even with Sandile's type and level advantage, Charmeleon now has a great power and speed advantage. Even using Dig to avoid attacks didn't stop Charmeleon from being able to grab Sandile as it burst out of the ground and slam it like some kind of fighting type. However, when pushed to the limit, it seems Sandile too had gone beyond, as a similar glow erupted from it, and it soon grew into a similar size and build as the two began to wrestle for a while, until Sandile's evolved form stated its name with a cruel smirk and easily overpowered Charmeleon by using Sand Tomb at point blank range, causing it to sink and making it hard for the tip of its tail flame to keep burning. As Charmeleon continued to rage and struggle, it lashed out and looked to be about to let out a huge fire blast in Ash and the others' direction, only for Crocorope to kick a sand attack in its mouth before bonking it on the head and knocking it out.
Ash and Krokorok had little time to celebrate, as they had to move quickly. The battle lasted long enough for rain to set in, making the situation deadly for the abandoned flame Pokemon. Though his partner was obviously upset at it for hurting his friend, Ash had Krokorok pull Charmeleon up from the sand and carried on his back, much to the barely conscious Fire-type's dismay, while he and Brock shielded its tail from the rain. The longer battle also caused the group to enter the Pokemon Center at the same time Charmeleon's original trainer admits to abandoning it, as well as the fact that Charmander's evolution means Damien doesn't immediately recognize it, and his greater strength means it's just barely conscious and is outright told why it was abandoned. After recovering from the earlier knockout, Meowth gets a sly idea hearing all this, and later reveals to Ash that he'd been teaching himself a move he'd always wanted to learn in Thief. And his first successful use was on Damien to take Charmander's Pokeball, as well as all the Poké out of his wallet, something Ash wants to discourage, but in this case, finds kinda hard to do. Later, when it's fully healed, Ash extends Charmeleon the offer to join his team, while letting out all his Pokemon to see if their happiness will help convince him. It nearly does accept, as Ash had proven himself a strong trainer who cared about his Pokemon. But the sight of his smug-looking Krokorok looming behind him and looking so similar to Charmeleon for some reason made it really angry. Put simply, he views Krokorok as his rival, and ends up shaking his head in front of Ash and storming off before Ash could even explain that he already had Charmeleon's Pokeball. Once out of sight though, Charmeleon actually turns around and begins spying on and following the group as they continue on their way. The score at Krokorok wasn't settled by a long shot. With his Pokeball still in hand, and not knowing if he should just leave it to Nurse Joy or reveal Meowth's actions, Ash decides he will hold on to it for now and hopes he'll run into Charmeleon again so he can release it properly, or offer to spot on his team again. Next, even closer to Vermilion, the encounter with the Squirtle Squad takes place, with a few major differences since the events are unable to mirror canon in a lot of ways. The group is still caught in the pitfall, but that kind of trap is fairly useless to Krokorok around. And with Meowth there to explain the situation, the squad's human hatred is common knowledge. Ash will likely still want his own Squirtle, probably even more since he actually got to battle Gary's here even before it became a Blastoise. Though before he and his lazy Meowth can get in gear to battle, Misty actually surprises him with an excited outburst, claiming that this was a perfect test of her prowess as a water Pokemon trainer, and sends out Starmie, calling for it to use his newly taught Thunderbolt. Like in canon, one of the weaker Squirtles ends up moving in front of the boss to protect it, and gets knocked out. Freaked out by Misty's crazed excitement and Starmie's power, as well as the approaching Officer Jenny, the squad pick up their fallen comrade and flee, as Misty calls for them to get back here. However, the important change here is that Misty is still in possession of her bike, as it was never destroyed by Pikachu and Ash in this timeline. She cackles sinisterly and takes off after the squad of water types on it, as Ash and Brock are left sweat dropping and confused. Though Brock goes on to mention that her heated rivalry with Ash, and all the progress he's made as of recently, may have lit a fire under her. Meanwhile, with no Team Rocket there to interfere, the Squirtle Squad are preoccupied with a crazed and determined Misty, hunting them down and capturing them one by one like some kind of slasher movie villain, until only the squad leader is left, and it seems extremely angry with Misty. Starmie let loose another Thunderbolt, but something unexpected for both Misty and Squirtle happened, as its body became extremely reflective, and out of nowhere, Starmie's attack was flung right back at it, knocking it out. Misty realized this Squirtle must have had some powerful parents, as that was the egg move, Mirror Coat. With Goldeen unable to fight on land, this forced Misty to rely on her last new team member, who she'd only ever released when in the presence of Brock and his powerful rock types, to help her feed it, and did so under Ash's nose to avoid his teasing. Though it would always start to rage as soon as it was done eating. With a lot of trepidation and a silent prayer, she threw the Pokeball.
Gyarados appeared with a mighty roar and peered down to intimidate the tiny turtle, unimpressed with it, before turning to Misty, who instantly felt her own fear freeze her. She actually ended up being saved from facing her Pokemon's rage when the boss Squirtle slammed into its face with a rapid spin and actually seemed to hurt it. The two water types then began to go at it until surprisingly knock each other out, to Misty's relief, as she returned Gyarados and caught the last Squirtle. Misty arrives at the Pokemon Center where Ash, Brock, and Officer Jenny are, and begins bragging about her success to Ash's dismay, as he recognized she caught every Squirtle likely just to tick him off. He declares that he didn't want a Squirtle anyways, and would find a better water type than her and Gary, making Misty preen, though Officer Jenny makes the request of her to leave some of the Squirtles with her due to her noticing their potential to fight fires in the dry town. Misty, being somewhat mature and recognizing that the boss Squirtle was the one with the most potential, and so agrees to get on the phone with her sisters to make the appropriate trades and bring her team down to 4 now.
As she does this, Ash tries to butter her up into leaving a Squirtle for him, but she brings up his declaration from earlier, making him flush in embarrassment, and basically beg her. She decides to relent in favor of sending him on an errand for her at the local Pokemart, and then maybe she'd think about it. Excitedly, he grabs Meowth and runs off as Brock points out that Misty had no intentions of breaking her agreement with Officer Jenny, which begins to make her laugh more deviously, as she usually wasn't the one to play tricks in their group. Meowth also points this fact out to his trainer, as he actually had to hold on to his head pretty tight as Ash sprints through the store. Just when he reached the saloon doors though, they burst open and cause he and Meowth to fall back onto the ground in pain. Ash was actually going to apologize, as he likely should have slowed down when Meowth covered his eyes, but a familiar voice recognizing and brushing him off in disgust instantly buried his remorse with rage as he looked up to see Silver standing over him with the same old cold expression. Surging back to his feet, Ash asked what his problem was, only for Silver to scoff and begin to walk off. Meowth looks unsurprised and quickly notes to himself that he'll need to report this to Giovanni. Still incensed, Ash followed Silver for a good while, until finally wearing him down by trying to get him into an argument or battle, coercing Silver into revealing that he's still taking on the gym challenge and that he will bury his father and everything connected to him, before continuing on the way to Vermilion City, leaving Ash standing with Meowth, who remarks the kid has a real knack for making rivals.
They returned to the Pokemon Center without the thing Misty had sent them out for, but with a major inspiration to get the group moving, finally reach Vermilion themselves. So, the next day, the group were bolting down the route as fast as possible, as now Misty was also beginning to get excited at the opportunity for a gym badge, though taking on Lieutenant Surge and his electric types did make her a bit hesitant. Regardless, she would always have to deal with her type specialty's greatest weakness, so she wouldn't back down. Finally reaching Vermilion, Ash and Misty were excited to get to the gym, but to Ash's dismay, they arrived during a gym battle already underway. Lieutenant Surge was across from none other than Silver, who currently was commanding a small blue gator-like Pokemon that Misty began to gush over as she recognized it as a Totodile, the official water starter from the Johto region. Across from it was a Voltorb that had already seemed out of gas compared to the unscathed Johto Pokemon. Seemingly upset, a kid with a type disadvantage just trounced his Pokemon. He orders Voltorb to use self-destruct, but is floored when Silver simply orders Totodile to dig so it could avoid the blast, allowing it to perfectly defeat his opponent. Silver remarks that he expected more from one of his father's former lackeys, but then scolds Totodile that he still hadn't mastered its dig to the point of being quicker, and tells it to step it up. Clearly wanting to shut Silver up, next came Raichu, who showed it definitely wasn't about to hold back. Totodile was returned, either as punishment or because Silver actually didn't want it to get hurt against a powerful opponent. And next out to come, a Magneton that sparked threateningly, as Silver boasted that it was the strongest Pokemon he found in the power plant the day he arrived to the city, and that he knew that it was a better Pokemon than any of Surge's.
As the match began, Surge orders the takedown, and Raichu shows itself to be much faster than the large metal Pokemon. Silver surprisingly gives no orders and lets it hit, only acting when Raichu winds back from the recoil off Magneton's tough defenses, before Silver took advantage by ordering a Gyro Ball, which slammed into Raichu super hard, before Silver ordered Super Sonic on Raichu, who became confused and was made into a sitting duck while being pelted with sonic booms, quickly resulting in a complete and total loss for Surge, who in shock moved to retrieve Raichu and tries to hold it back from harming itself and confusing any further, getting pretty messed up himself in the process and forfeiting. Silver continues to berate the gym leader and demands he give him his badge already, only to hear Ash yelling at him to cut the guy some slack, as that wasn't even a main team, pretty obviously irking Silver, who complains that weaklings don't have a right to order him around. They didn't know the kid, but already Brock and Misty were not fans. Surge finally gets Raichu under control and carries it while storming up to Silver and handing him his badge before heading to the Pokemon Center in a hurry. Silver smirks at already having another badge down and was about to leave himself, only to see Ash standing in front of him with his arms wide out, stating that he wouldn't allow him to leave without humbling him first like he did with AJ. Silver looks unimpressed before finally asking how many Pokemon Ash has currently. Hearing he already has 4 actually seemed to irk him more, but he agrees to fight Ash in a 3-on-3 so he could crush him and get him off his back, as he wanted nothing to do with Giovanni and his cronies. Brock agrees to referee, while Misty finds herself truly rooting for Ash for once, so he could shut this smug brat up, recognizing he was more like the person she assumed Ash to be originally.
Now on opposite sides of each other, Silver lets Ash send out his first Pokemon, which ends up being his Fearow, who he hadn't gotten to have a real battle with as of yet, and wanted to use its power to show Silver that he wasn't all that. Realizing the easy win potential, Silver responds by sending out Magneton, again assuming this would actually be a rather easy win for him, and starting off with a powerful looking Thunder Shock, only for Fearow to heed Ash's order for an agility that she used to dodge with, and then to Silver's surprise, revealed a rather dangerous move that he was unaware of the flying type would have, as Ash ordered her to use Drill Run, which, with the added speed, hit hard and loud with an obvious critical hit that drove Magneton back hard, making Ash cheer as he expected a one-shot, only for Silver to ask if he had never heard of a sturdy ability before. Ash, surprised, says what? Magneton wasn't out just yet, and used Thunder Wave to paralyze and slow down the Fearow majorly, before Silver brutally ordered it to use Thunder Shock on Fearow until it fainted, causing Ash to return it and thank it for battling hard for him. He could recognize that this was his fault, but he just wanted to beat Silver so bad. To his surprise though, before he could reach for Krokorok, Meowth leapt from his shoulders with the hiss and extended its claws. The boss's kid had no respect, and worse, he didn't show mercy to his teammates. When did he start calling these chumps that? Regardless, he looks back at Ash and gives a clapping motion, making Ash realize what that meant. When Brock announces the match, Ash instantly strikes with a fake out, knocking Magneton out instantly, and once again making Meowth take a lot of pride in its own strength. Silver showed little surprise though, seemingly expecting that before he released his next Pokemon, and surprising everyone everyone another Pokemon native to Johto, Murkrow. Ash finally asks how Silver got his hands on them both, which Silver refuses to explain, and instead orders Murkrow to use Feather Dance, which Meowth stands in, pretty unfamiliar with the move, though definitely aware that its attack had fallen. Regardless, he was going to take this win too. He had been training alongside Crowgrove since it was blindsided by the Charmeleon, and lunges to use Fury Swipes, actually getting in 3 good hits before Murkrow's flight and gravity made the two separate. Murkrow easily shook that off and retaliated with the wing attack, which hit much harder, causing the battle to come down to who had more endurance, and sadly, that wasn't Meowth, who finally got knocked out. Ash had already expected Silver to be strong, but this felt like a whole other level of skill than he was at currently. Really wanting a chance to battle with Oddish, he repressed the surge in favor for the win as he retrieved Meowth and thanked it. Krokorok popped out of the ball on its own though, as its mother figure and Meowth, who had actually become to be his buddy at this point, being defeated ticked it off. He didn't like Giovanni either, but no one threatens his family.
Ash wasted no time and told Krokorok the training they'd done with Brock to deal with flying types was about to pay off, as it stomped and caused a small ring of jagged stones to orbit his body before firing them at Murkrow, who Silver instantly put on the evasive, only to see it finally sniped by Krokorok's Stone Edge, where it fell to the ground after fainting, giving the ground type the added benefit of a Moxie Boost. Now tied up, Silver spoke to Totodil's Pokeball and ordered it not to disappoint him before the much smaller Pokemon was released. As soon as Brock announced the battle though, Silver surprised Ash with a move he had little time to react to, as Silver had his own priority move in the shape of Aqua Jet, which caught the ground Croc off guard as well and sent it skidding back, actually having endured the attack fairly well. Only for Silver to show he obviously had a strategy in order for Totodile to use another move that Ash wasn't super familiar with in Dragon Dance, causing Misty to explain the effects of it. It was after all a move one of her Pokemon had access to. Now both with an attack boost, Ash prepared for another Aqua Jet, actually predicting it correctly and ordering a Thunder Fang, only for Silver to surprise him as he told Totodile to release the Aqua Jet at the last second and slide behind Krokorok to use Ice Fang. The little gator Pokemon obeyed and executed the order perfectly, slipping under Krokorok's electrified bite only to snap into its tail with its own elemental bite, causing some pretty big damage, with Silver having Totodile go even further and use its leverage and speed to slam Krokorok onto his back by its tail, which was quickly becoming frozen solid. Ash and Krokorok responded as Ash ordered Krokorok to use Sand Tomb under itself and dive into it with Dig, minimizing the damage and getting it out of Totodile's grip. Then, Ash ordered his Croc to attack with more Thunder Fangs from the ground, which worked very well, as Totodile was quickly snatched up and taken into the ground as the sounds of electricity and its pain were muffled. Silver lost all his bravado at that moment and raised his voice as loud as he could as he told Totodile it was finally time to throw it away. Ash raised a brow in confusion at this, when a small and strange looking stone he recognized as having been hung around Totodile's neck was flung from the hole in the ground, as bright light and a mass of water erupted out of it, as well as Krokorok, who burst out afterwards, completely soaked, and had to right itself in the air to land on its feet, as Silver's newly evolved Pokemon in its new larger form appeared. Silver gloated that he bet Ash didn't know Pokemon reach their true potential faster when you don't evolve them as soon as you can, and explains that Rock was an Everstone.
The two crocodilian Pokemon stare at each other down before they both stagger a bit, only for Croconaw to catch itself just before it loses consciousness. It knew failure meant its time with Silver would end. Satisfied with his view on himself as the strongest, Silver boasts that he thought Ash was nothing but a weakling and orders him to stay out of his way, before returning Croconaw and leaving. Ash couldn't believe that he had lost a fairly critical battle and realizes he may have gotten too overconfident, as Silver's strategy and using his Pokemon abilities was overwhelmingly better developed than his own, probably because he got to watch Giovanni's battle on a much more regular basis compared to Ash's occasional viewings.
Gathering himself, he joins back up with Brock, who congratulates him on battling very well actually. Even Misty gives him props and says he'll get the jerk next time. And if he couldn't, she would. Just then, another voice rejoins the group, as Surge reveals himself to have come back around the time Furo was defeated. He also expresses his belief that Ash was strong and simply needed more experience against strong trainers. He tells him to go get his Pokemon healed so they can have a battle the next day, and excitedly, Ash nearly runs off to do just that, only to stop as he was curious about something. What was Silver talking about in the connection between Surge and Giovanni, explaining he was a sponsored trainer from the Viridian City Gym? Surge looked surprised at that, and then a bit ashamed, before simply replying that a long time ago, before he'd even been to war, Surge was a part of Giovanni's club, so to speak. This satisfies Ash, who goes off to join Misty and Brock, who'd gone on ahead of him, while Meowth glanced back curious as he'd never known that. After getting his Pokemon healed, the team and Ash ate a non-Brock made dinner and fed their Pokemon. This time, Brock insisted Misty try feeding her Gyarados on her own, as she wouldn't be able to bond with it if she only showed it fear and had it battle sometimes. He assures her that he'll only be a little bit away with Onix and Golem in case things went south, and points out that Ash is also around to help if need be, confusing him a bit. Once Gyarados was released, Misty summoned her courage and gave it its food before backing away and smiling nervously. It glared at her before noticing Brock and his Pokemon were in the distance, and simply snorted water before directing its anger at its food and turning its back on Misty. It wasn't strong enough to handle those experienced rock types. Yet. Ash looked on pretty impressed at the powerful looking Leviathan Pokemon, while he came to the team members who'd fought that day so as to give them some affection and encouragement.
He comforted Furo and even showed his fear of her had disappeared as he actually hugged it and thanked it for battling so well, while promising he'd get up to her level someday. He told Meowth they'd have to come up with a new strategy of flying types like they had with Krokorok, and to his ace, simply fist bumped as they had already agreed their only way forward was to keep getting stronger. Glancing over to see Misty and Brock were still preoccupied, Meowth asked about the strategy for Lieutenant Surge, while patting Krokorok on the side, claiming he could probably solo the gym once Moxie got going. However, Ash explained that he actually planned not to use Krokorok at all in this battle. The team was going to have to get better at dealing with disadvantages in types, and besides, there were other team members that hadn't gotten a chance to get into serious battles yet. Oddish and Furo had hit it off well enough that the grass and poison type had begun developing a tad more confidence in herself and her battling abilities. If Ash would help her evolve into something beautiful, then she'd help him evolve into a Pokemon Master. That very next morning, Ash and his crew were once again at the Vermilion Gym, ready to rock. Surge, now with all of his confidence and bravado back, welcomed him and asked how many badges that Ash had. Normally around this time, trainers would have 2 badges when taking him on, but at Ash's answer of only 1, Surge grunts disapprovingly and states that Ash is much stronger than that already, and so wagers Ash a deal if he agrees to 3-on-3. He noticed yesterday in the battle with Silver that his Krokorok's Thunderfang was more of a flashy bite and still needed to be mastered. Under an electric type specialist, this could be accomplished in no time.
Ash was already willing to agree, as it would be a chance for him to grow stronger, but he places an inward challenge on himself, that he still won't rely on Krokorok. First out was his Oddish, which Surge hadn't seen yet, though surprisingly, the lieutenant held his usual urge to demean non-fully evolved or outly threatening Pokemon, as the last day had shown appearances certainly weren't everything. The same Voltorb from Estate was sent out. As the referee announced the match to begin, Ash ordered a Growth, and Surge ordered a Screech to counter it. The Weed Pokemon flinched as it felt its defenses fall, but the attack boost made its retaliatory Absorb attack even stronger, as from afar, Voltorb's power was drained. The lieutenant ordered his speedy Pokeball mimic to use Sonic Booms first, while it closed in on Oddish, who did well at hopping around to dodge. But once close, Voltorb unleashed a Spark, which did hit Oddish true, and seemingly paralyzed it. Surge then ordered it to finish it off when Ash took advantage of the close range and ordered a Sleep Powder, having held off knowing it would have been easy to dodge for the quick electric type. Now with the opponent asleep, Ash somewhat replicated Silver's strategy against Furo and went on to have Oddish use multiple absorbs until one massive one came out that he noticed must have been a Mega Drain, finally making Voltorb faint. With it out and Oddish still paralyzed, Ash was about to return her for a well-deserved rest when she began to glow. He cheered as Oddish began to evolve, only for the glow to be forcefully stopped as Oddish seemingly held on to her first stage for some odd reason. With a confused look, Ash thanked Oddish for her good work and returned her as Surge's Raichu took the field. Meowth next to him whispered that Oddish probably didn't want to evolve into a Gloom as she had that whole hang-up with beauty and such. Next, out came Furo, who Ash confidently claimed was going to close out the battle for him. Intrigued by his sudden overconfidence, Surge told him not to bite off more than he could chew, as he instantly went for broke and called for a Thunder. Again, Ash had Furo use agility to dodge the massive bolt before he grinned and ordered Furo to use Mirror Move, causing Raichu to be slammed by its own attack, and knocked back a bit, though nearly unfazed. Nearly as quick as the electricity strike though, Furo followed it up and plowed into Raichu with her Drill Run, which definitely hit harder. However, Raichu's static activated and paralyzed her once again, only for Raichu to stagger and fall, as Furo had apparently landed another critical hit with the technique. Surge was honestly surprised. Maybe he needed to take some time off for more training. Finally, he released a massive looking Electabuzz that Ash had to gulp at the sight of, as he assumed it was a lot closer to Furo's level.
However, Meowth bopped him on the head to keep him focused as the match began. Surge began with a Shockwave, which Furo already couldn't avoid even if her speed was at its max. So, Ash instead had her use another Drill Run to burst through the technique and snipe the electric type just like Raichu, though Surge surprised him by ordering Electabuzz to retaliate with a powerful Hammer Arm that clashed with Ash's attack and blew both Pokemon away from one another. Obviously getting tired, Ash began the real strategy he had for Furo in ordering her to use Roost to heal herself. With the ability to outlast Electabuzz combined with the Drill Run, eventually Furo was able to take down the Thunderoni just before she herself ran out of energy, earning Ash the Thunder Badge. Surge and the other gym leaders congratulated him as he cheered and celebrated with Furo, who in her usual diva fashion showed more tact and pride as she preened herself and squawked at Brock for a paralysis heal. As promised, Surge released a member of his main team, Jolteon, and had it and Ash go into the training room in the gym to help Krokorok master Thunderfang. Misty, however, finally asked for her own battle with Surge, who following a double loss was more than happy to offer her a quick 2-on-2 with more of his weaker Pokemon.
But with Gyarados disobeying and Goldeen unable to fight on dry land, she would not be able to use them and was forced to rely on Squirtle, who had surprisingly come around to her fairly quickly as he wanted her to train him to be stronger than that jerky Gyarados of hers, and was thankful to her for securing his friends a stable home instead of a life on the run, and Starmie, and sadly, she ends up losing fairly quickly. As soon as Ash came back with Jolteon and Krokorok to show the lieutenant that Thunderfang was already looking stronger, he returned to the sight of Misty Starmie being blasted away with an Elekid's Thunderbolt, and knocked out as the referee announced Surge the winner. He could also see her disappointment as Surge confidently told the baby gym leader to come back when she was stronger or had something other than fish to battle electric types with, as he laughed and told Ash to keep in touch and retired to the training room until his next challenger arrived. Returning to the Pokemon Center, Ash was still excited compared to Misty's gloominess, and it soon resulted in the two arguing, as Ash declared it was time to move on to the next gym. Misty wanted to wait a while longer so she could train and defeat Surge first, but Ash insisted they could just battle Surge again later. This really hurt Misty, as she would have been more than willing to wait for Ash had the roles been reversed. However, before the argument could grow worse, Brock interrupted as he pushed a poster about an upcoming tournament in their faces and stated he had a solution. The three of them just split up for a little while.
And that's where we'll leave the story off for right now.
Misty and Ash's anger towards each other was then aimed at Brock for what they perceived as a stupid idea that wouldn't solve their issue until he pushed the poster further into their faces and put his foot down. Brock was tired of the argument between Ash and Misty and the constant care he had to give to their Pokemon. He felt like he'd hit a wall with his caretaking skills, and he needed to overcome that before he too was comfortable moving on in their journey. It wasn't just Misty. Ash argues back as he takes the poster and reads it more closely, but he felt like Brock was just tired or worse, being lazy, and not seeing that as a good reason for the group to split up, as he thought they all had a good thing going on. Though, as he recognized three names specifically on the sign-up area for the competition, he froze. He'd already been confused by it, as with his love for battles, he'd memorized nearly every major Kanto tournament there was that wasn't the Indigo League, and he'd never heard of a major SSN tournament. Misty snaps at him, as he was blatantly giving them the ultimatum of following him against their will or splitting up anyway. It was horrible of him to accuse Brock of just being lazy when he was looking to advance his skills just like Ash was. Surprisingly, Ash didn't respond, as Brock, ever the mediator, elaborated that Ash and Krokorok were the main driving force behind this, as in some of their battles, particularly the ones where Moxie got activated, their opponents were left in a state of critical condition requiring medical attention. That statement gave Ash pause, and had him finally glancing up from the poster's trainer roster with a bit of a guilty look, as he had been getting more confident with Moxie boosts as of late, and it wasn't rare for he and Krokorok to both lose themselves in the heat of battle, as any boost below a 5 they could pretty well handle now. With a sigh, Ash apologizes to his friends. Being a sponsored trainer of Giovanni made him really anxious to keep a good pace on their journey. After losing to Silver, that had only gotten worse. But he definitely wasn't so immature as to rush so hard he abandoned his buddies or got someone hurt. Not to mention, this SSN tournament sounded right up his alley, as was already stacked, so he was on board with Brock's idea for splitting up for a month. Misty scoffs at the quick change of heart, while Brock looks very pleased Ash saw reason so easily. That's when Ash passed Misty the tournament sign-up sheet, where she noticed at least one familiar name, Silver. Ash wanted payback, which she could understand. Though she wasn't about to be overlooked, she grabbed a pen from Brock and went to sign herself and Ash up for the competition as well, before pointing a finger into his chest and pinning the poster against it, as she vowed to get stronger than Ash over the month. He was confused at first, before smiling and grabbing the poster in one hand, while taking Misty's hand and clasping it in the other, to accept her challenge, while boasting for her to give it all she had, inadvertently holding her hand in the process and making her quickly eject it away from him in embarrassment. Misty would get to do her special training to defeat Lieutenant Surge, and Brock had the hard task of convincing Vermilion's nurse Joy to allow him to temporarily apprentice under her, as he was certain she must have had all kinds of expert first aid knowledge for Pokemon care. When the time came, Brock and Misty walked with Ash and Meowth to the edge of Vermilion City, where the team gave a temporary farewell and promised to meet back up in the city in a month from today for the SSN tournament. And with that, they all went their separate ways.
Meowth let out a sigh of relief as it could now speak openly, though he was still stuck with his trainer Ash, and was admittedly confused on his feelings about it. He'd been creating some genuine bonds with the Pokemon Ash wielded, translating so much. Even Misty and Brock's Pokemon were pleasant enough to be around, not to mention he knew he'd miss Brock's cooking. Not so much hearing Misty and his trainer argue, so the reprieve for his ears was much appreciated. However, it wasn't long they traveled down the route before inevitably Ash's eyes met with those of another trainer, and he began battling once again. Though he was keeping in mind to rotate his head battlers, so Croak wasn't abusing the Moxie boost on weaker Pokemon, and it was better for the team's growth. Meowth still had small tendencies that was holding it back in battle, and it even seemed to be on the verge of evolving its Scratch into the much more powerful Slash. Fearow was mostly a matter of finding more synchronicity with his most mature team member. There were certain points in the battle where she liked to pull back and observe her opponent before taking advantage of a split-second opening for effortless finishes. And Oddish. The issue with her was a bit rougher to handle. They made it past Route 11 when Ash and Meowth came to realize Oddish's aspirations for beauty were very much affecting her battle style. Meowth confirmed that she was aware on how to use different types of poison moves, but she simply refused to, as the techniques for her seemed unsightly and ungraceful. Not to mention she was struggling to hold back her evolution until an interesting development took place. Deciding to use Oddish in battle against a trainer's strong-looking Dugtrio, and just narrowly taking the win due to her Mega Drain, Oddish began to grow brighter than ever and actually started to cry hysterically as she sensed that she would be unable to keep herself from evolving any longer. Ash tried to provide comfort, but to his surprise, Meowth simply ran up to Oddish before tying something on the head of the grass sprout Pokemon. The glow instantly stopped, and Oddish looked bewildered, as Ash recognized what the object had been. "Isn't that the rock that Silver had on Totodile?" Meowth gloomily returns to his side, with an elated Oddish dancing around him. Trying to cuddle the now grumpy cat in appreciation, he clambered back to Ash's shoulder. "Yeah, he didn't grab it after that match we had, and I honestly ain't too keen on evolving myself." He was once again surprised when Ash began to pet him behind the ears. Ash thanked him for his selflessness, and promised to search for another Everstone if he truly didn't want to evolve. Also, he ordered him to quit with all the stealing. He was getting bad habits, which got a genuine laugh out of Meowth, as Ash and it made it to the end of the route. Meanwhile, back in Vermilion, and behind his Pokemon Center in a small battle area, Misty was hard at work with her training, mostly focused on Starmie and Squirtle. Her current plan was to attempt more long-term specialized training with Starmie, as she recognized it had an entire second typing that she wasn't taking advantage of. The only reason she wanted to help it learn the technique Thunderbolt was because she wanted to use it against the other Waterflower sisters, and as a possible deterrent to help her control Gyarados. But there was only so much she could do as a novice to truly master the technique. It forced her to do a lot of research, which was much harder without a Pokédex. She wanted to help Starmie learn the Psychic-type move Light Screen to reduce the damage from electric attacks, and a Steel Silver strategy of teaching the Water-type move Dig to avoid electricity. Her hope was that with these new moves and the correct use of Starmie's recovery and Squirtle's Mirror Coat would see her through the proverbial storm.
In reality though, she was having a lot of trouble not only executing this plan, but also maintaining her motivation with all the setbacks. Angrily, she recognized that without Ash around, she is finding it hard to focus on training. And worst of all, with Brock hard at work in his bid for Nurse Joy's recognition, she rarely had anyone but her Pokemon to talk to about this issue over the last couple of days. That's why currently she found herself exhausted and gazing up at the night sky with Squirtle and Starmie, while at a total loss for what to do next. That's when in the dark of the woods, the trio heard a twig snapping, followed by the sound of a threatening growl and an eerie orange light coming into view as something stalked close to them. Now at least with some stimulation, Misty and her Pokemon jumped back to their feet, ready to face whatever wild Pokemon wanted a piece of them. She was even about to call for preemptive attacks when the creature grew close enough to recognize. It was a Charmeleon, and one in terrible condition from the looks of it. Actually, it was more familiar than that. It was the exact same Charmeleon that had refused joining Ash's team to travel with them. But what was it doing here? Regardless, it was very clearly exhausted and likely hadn't eaten anything. So immediately, Misty ran to the Pokemon Center to get Brock and Nurse Joy, where she learned that he'd finally been successful in earning his apprenticeship while helping to finally get a ton of Lieutenant Surge's former victims out of the shock unit. Thankfully, the lieutenant had taken the past few days off of battling, so now was a perfect time to catch up, and Nurse Joy eventually agreed to take Brock on as her nursing assistant for the month. And it was a good thing too, as they now had a new patient to treat.
Back with Ash, the battling had become non-stop. Surprisingly, the route was packed with both fishermen and random trainers, to the point that Ash found himself in a round robin, so to speak, as he battled trainers left and right, while a crowd began to form and cheer on the young talented trainer. There was even a randomly noticeable cute girl who would begin to announce and referee the battles, with a lot of praise and affection toward him, without really showing the same to his opponents, which made him pretty proud and overconfident. After around an hour, when his Pokemon finally started tiring and the crowd cleared out, the announcer girl stayed behind. She accompanied Ash partially up the route before he had to stop to use the bathroom. Unexpectedly, the girl had run up behind him and pushed him into the water as she stole his wallet fattened with all of his winnings from today's battles. Enraged at being the one who was robbed and being drenched in water, Meowth burst out of the water with his claws extended, ready to give chase, and rend the girl to ribbons. Before Ash called him, "Don't bother," he says as he pulls himself back to the pier, as he began to squeeze all the water out of his clothes, while using some pretty harsh language he had been picking up from Meowth, who had mirrored him as he returned to his side, shaking off the water. "Geez, Ash, I didn't know you were such a potty mouth," a voice called out, causing Ash to look around, and it changed his frown to a large smile as he recognized Richie.
The two happily began to catch up with each other, due to the nearly 2 months since they last seen one another. Meanwhile, Meowth was upset he once again had to hold his tongue, as even though Richie was technically in the same category of Torp as Ash, and likely someone he could trust with his secret, he wasn't sure just how deep in the Team Rocket introduction process the boss had cooked up for the kids he was. Come to think of it, he'd been pretty slack on his pushing of Ash down that road himself, as there often wasn't time to do so, and beyond that, the kid was annoyingly naive and innocent only when it came to the matters of Pokemon and profit. Maybe if Jesse and James hadn't ditched him, they'd be further along by now. That also brought to mind what those idiots were doing without his leadership to guide them, and the question of where Richie's Team Rocket shadows were. He was brought out of his thoughts when he realized that Ash and Richie had cleared the rest of the dock and now stood on a sandy shore with a sign that read they were close to Lavender Town. The two had already stepped apart to engage in a battle. First out for Richie was a Butterfree he called Happy and claimed was his first catch. With a bit of a cruel smirk, Meowth noticed Ash confidently send out Fearow to show off his own first catch. Richie and Happy seemed a bit intimidated at first, but after a deep breath, the two synchronized and were ready for battle. As they usually like to do, Ash and Fearow started off with agility to vastly increase their speed, while Richie was put on the defensive in order to harden to hopefully keep his bug type in the battle longer. From there, it was a call for Aerial Ace by Ash, which Happy had no choice but to take full on, though surprisingly, countered with a string shot that Fearow had to shake off unless she were to crash into the ground, vastly slowing her down as Richie then called for Happy to use his Poison Powder and Whirlwind combo, as the toxic dust fluttered off of the bug's wings, which Fearow was flying headlong into, as the winds barely even forced it to budge, though the Poison Powder inside of it successfully caused a poisoning, and more importantly to Richie, forced Fearow to return to his Pokeball to Ash's confusion as Richie explained how it worked. All while Meowth was forcefully dragged onto the makeshift battlefield of the beach, though currently he really wasn't in the mood for a battle, so he went right back to Ash's side. With a frown, Ash was forced to call back out his now poison flying type, though now Fearow was a tad enraged. At first, she was only a bit annoyed at being forced to battle a mere bug that was actually challenging her. So from there, the battle became a lose-lose for both trainers as Fearow was on a time limit, and Happy couldn't avoid long enough or hit hard enough to outlast the bird, resulting in a double knockout when all was said and done. Luckily, the two had decided on a 3-on-3, so it was on to the next battle, in which, considering Meowth's current attitude at the moment, Ash decided to start off the next battle with Oddish, since she was also enjoying the fruits of no longer having to hold back her evolution. Now with the ability to abuse a type advantage himself, Richie sent out to the field a gorgeous and obviously well cared for Vulpix that he called Foxy, explaining this was one of his most recent team members, but already his second most powerful due to her being raised by a world-renowned breeder named Susie that he met on Scissor Street. Just as undaunted as Richie was earlier, Ash decided to appropriate an idea from Richie by asking Oddish to mix her sweet scent and sleep powder techniques, which Richie had an instant counter for in having Foxy use Quick Attack to flee the cloud of fragrance and sleep-inducing powder while shooting off an Ember attack to burn it away that Oddish fearfully dodged. With that unsuccessful and Ash unable to use his grass and poison type's poison moves, he quickly found himself on the back foot and ordering nothing but Mega Drains and dodges. Richie and Foxy were picking them apart, and that's when a different glow than Ash had ever seen from her began to emit from Oddish as a pink light focused at Oddish's mouth and she yelled with determination, creating a small orb right in front of her, which she then fired right into the Vulpine fire type's face, as Foxy released not an ember, but a flamethrower, showing the two had both grown during the battle and learned new moves.
When the smoke cleared, Oddish was down, while Foxy was able to remain awake, celebrating by bouncing back to Richie in order to nuzzle against his leg and demand his praise and affection, somewhat reminded Ash how Fearow could get sometimes. That brought the battle to 1 tie and 1 loss in Richie's favor. Knowing there was no other way to close out the battle, Ash sent out Krokorok, as this would give the two the chance to activate Moxie. However, Richie quickly thanked Vulpix for her hard work and returned it, forfeiting the third match to his friend, as he claimed Susie had asked him to take care of Foxy while giving it some much needed battle experience to help it grow. He wasn't going to purposely endanger it. Ash could respect that, though Krokorok snorted sand for being denied a warm-up battle. Richie, however, grinned as he announced that he wanted these two Pokemon to duke it out at full throttle. He called out something he nicknamed Dune, as a bug-like creature Ash had never seen before took to the field, flapping its wings at high speed, prompting Ash to pull out the Pokédex for some last-minute info on the creature. From it, he learned that it was a Vibrava, and it was actually a ground dragon type, not a bug. That's what Trapinch evolves into? Silver was right. That is kind of unfair. Ash griped, to which Krokorok took offense to this, and it turned around to kick sand at him, while griping in a striking similar way to his trainer that he was much better than some bug. The sand, however, hit Meowth, who still seemed occupied either looking around for something or in deep thought, though that brought him out of it, as he nearly joined the two in a childish argument, before clamping his paws over his mouth, keeping him from being heard, while Richie and Vibrava looked on utterly confused and asked Ash if they were going to continue the battle. Ash and Krokorok synced up as Richie and Dune did, and the battle was on, with Ash quickly ordering Krokorok to approach through the ground, then nail Dune with the crunch. Richie masterfully told his partner to fly a tad higher and counter with the bug buzz, causing Ash's partner to be stopped in his tracks as it burst from digging through the ground to clasp his hands over its ears in pain. Richie reminded Ash, just because ground and dragon were his strongest moves, doesn't mean that he didn't pack other things into their arsenal. He had Dune learn bug type moves just for Ash and Krokorok. However, Ash told Richie to take his own advice as he used Stone Edge at a close range, making it impossible to dodge. This easily gets a critical hit off, no matter how much Dune resists it. The attack even knocked Dune out of the air, giving Ash and Krokorok a chance to pounce on it with another crunch, though Richie did counter with a Dragon Tail, causing the two starter Pokemon to clash until Krokorok finally overpowered Dune and slammed it by its tail, flinging it back again. Richie recognizes the power difference and switches up his strategy to prioritize Dune's speed and distance attacks by having him use Quick Attack to get away and fire off moves such as Dragon's Breath, Supersonic, and Bug Buzz. But Ash recognizes that Krokorok has to dodge and get around in order to win, so he tells him to travel through the ground to avoid them. But Richie just sent Dune in after him, as the ground type it makes it almost as good at digging as Krokorok is. Almost.
Ash boasted to Richie that he really ought to enjoy his dominance of the skies, because the earth was his domain, as he ordered Krokorok to turn to the speed and go on a frenzy with crunch attacks, while Richie quickly realized his mistake as he got to see just how fast Ash and Krokorok really were. The ground began to almost rumble, as the evidence of something large digging underneath at high speed was really evident. It looked like a herd of Onyx had been through the place, and within moments, Krokorok and Dune came bursting from the sand, with Dune obviously the worst for wear. Knowing this would be his final move, Richie called for a Dragon Tail mixed with a Quick Attack to use everything Dune had left. Not one to ever back down, Ash told Krokorok to do the same by gaining speed by digging and using his Crunch Attack one more time. The resulting clash was the most powerful either trainer had ever been a part of. However, it ended in Krokorok being the clear winner and Richie conceding his first rival battle to Ash as a loss. Though, he seemed so happy to have had such a great match that he didn't complain about it, this being his second major loss in a short time. Curious, Ash asks to who, to which Richie responds by telling him he was just coming from Lavender Town. Turns out, there's a secret gym there with badges officially recognized by the Indigo League. Back in Vermilion with Misty and Brock, it turned out that all Charmeleon needed was a good night's rest and a good meal to make a full recovery. During its checkup, Nurse Joy had Brock to assess his condition, and Brock concluded that it had done all the damage to itself during training. It was extremely dirty, as if it had been underground for long periods of time. And once Misty explained Charmeleon's backstory, an apparent rival with Ash's Krokorok. In fact, just hearing the Pokemon's name made its tail flame grow and eyes narrow. Nurse Joy hypothesized that Charmeleon had been hard at work learning the move Dig. It wasn't uncommon for Pokemon to learn moves they were capable of after being defeated by a Pokemon who'd mastered it. As for why it had been following them, the Charizard line were notoriously fierce battlers, so she suspected that Charmeleon was ready for its rematch and simply followed Ash and Krokorok's scent to the last place they'd spent the most time, being the Pokemon Center, something Charmeleon tried to play off as untrue. With a clean bill of health now, Charmeleon was released, though it strangely just stuck next to Misty as she sought to return to her training that morning. It was pretty much just relaxing and sitting around now, though it kinda ticked Misty off as it was a bit distracting, so she actually decided to change her training location to the coastline off Vermilion. This also offered the nice change of pace of a waterfront to train by, where Misty made the decision to also allow Goldeen out for some training since it had been very neglected lately. However, Charmeleon only followed her again before plopping right back down the way it had earlier, once again ticking Misty off. She even ordered Squirtle to fire off a warning shot bubble attack to run it off. She didn't care if this thing was destined to be Ash's Pokemon or something, she just didn't want any reminders of him around her right now. Effortlessly, Charmeleon simply cracked an eye and burst out an Ember attack which exploded midair with Bubble. Misty then stormed up to Charmeleon, which to her was starting to kinda seem like Ash. Smug, annoying, and strong, but almost to the point of making everything they did seem super easy. She then ordered Charmeleon to get away from her. She didn't know where Ash was, but he'd be coming back at some point, so there was no reason to stalk her. However, Charmeleon matched her fire by getting back in her face and roaring back at her. Something not lost on her resembled the exact way Ash and her would bicker. During the commotion though, Charmeleon wildly swung around its arms in exasperation and accidentally knocked a Pokeball off of Misty's belt, Gyarados' Pokeball.
With a ferocious roar, the atrocious Pokemon appears, instantly getting everyone's attention. It began to look around, then noticing it number 1 wasn't being offered food, and number 2 it didn't see that pesky Onix or Golem anywhere around. Peering down at Misty, Gyarados almost grew a sadistic grin, before its face turned to one of rage, as it swung its massive tail at the girl, who once again was froze, though she was saved by Starmie, Goldeen, and Squirtle, firing Bubble, Water Gun, and Thunderbolt at the rampaging teammate, with Charmeleon tackling the girl out of the way while growling at her. It then surged back to its feet, fire in its eyes, obviously excited at the challenge at such a strong opponent. It used this as a warm-up for its triumph over that dumb Krokorok, and lunged into battle alongside Starmie and the others, as Gyarados continued to thrust while moving toward the water. Misty began to almost feel like she knew what Charmeleon and Gyarados had said to her. They called her weak, and if there's one emotion that could easily overtake her fear, it was the burning rage, as she began to give the massive group of Pokemon impromptu raid battle orders. Charmeleon obviously deciding to ignore most of it. If Gyarados wanted to see her strength, then she'd demonstrate it. In the excitement though, she ended up stomping on a weird hill in the sand, and being knocked on her butt as something hard burst out of it. A Shelter had buried itself on the beach, and didn't seem too happy that its nap was interrupted as Missy began to apologize and pointed over to Gyarados while explaining the situation, actually having her eyes widen as a red blur zoomed towards the two, and she had to dodge as Charmeleon came flying across the beach and slammed into the spot where her and Shelter both stood, with swirls in its eyes as it had been knocked out. Luckily for it, Gyarados was poorly trained and didn't have any water type moves that were long range, so Charmeleon wasn't too hurt. However, she finally notices Goldeen and Squirtle had been defeated as Starmie was fighting by itself. Though seeing Gyarados finally snatch it up with the bite, Misty called out to it in distress, causing Shelter to sigh. While she held it, the air around them grew cold, as a freezing beam of energy shot out of its mouth directly at Gyarados' head, making it woozy before it fell into the water unconscious. Misty then thanked Shelter and praised it for how strong it was, as she realized she had no way to get Charmeleon back to the Pokemon Center for healing, which she lamented about. Shelter then sighed again, using its ice beam on the ground, creating a slick path towards the town that Misty then realized she can easily slide the fire type on. With the help of Shelter sitting on her head and a simple hold on Charmeleon's horn to help drag its unconscious weight behind her, she successfully returned the entire party back to Brock and Nurse Joy, who began to berate her for coming back so soon with the full team of injured Pokemon. As the two went off to begin treatment, she realized Shelter was still with her, though it had quickly fallen asleep, so she decided to thank it by offering it a big feast while she waited. After talking for a bit, Misty asked Shelter if it'd be willing to join her on her journey to become a water type master. Instead of sighing tiredly, Shelter this time sighed happily as Misty produced a Pokeball and it touched it with its tongue, bringing Misty's team to 5. Meanwhile, in Lavender Town, Ash and Richie come to the Pokemon Center to heal their Pokemon. First, the duo do some calling back to their families and Professor Oak. After those calls are done, the two grouped up on a single video call and make a call to their sponsor for a quick progress report, once again being surprised for Giovanni picking up quickly for his standards. This time, he seemed to be back in the Viridian gym, and once again, he held his cold yet charismatic smile as he greeted the two. They excitedly began to update Giovanni on information he mostly knew, yet couldn't reveal. During this, however, due to not wanting to be seen by the boss so close to Ash, and because he noticed 2 suspicious characters telling them on their way to the Pokemon Center, Meowth snuck away to investigate this, sneaking up behind him with his newly cultivated speed from all of the running that he and Ash had been doing, and using Thief to steal away their fairly obvious disguises, revealing Butch and Cassidy. In alarm, the two grabbed the cat Pokemon and before running outside, making sure that they weren't seen. Once outside, the two began to lay into Jesse and James's pet as it nearly blew their cover. Meowth then realized these two were ordered to tail Richie. Curious, he then asked what Richie knew about them, only for them to confusedly ask him what he meant, as they were ordered not to make contact with the targets. They then asked what he was doing traveling and interacting with his mark, and where were those idiots, Jesse and James.
At that question, before Meowth could begin to nervously explain the situation, a familiar motto began to be recited, causing him to by muscle memory finish it with Jesse and James as they appeared. Then, snapping back into reality, he angrily began to berate and attempt scratching them for ditching him with Ash. He too was curious what they'd been doing all this time. Jesse confidently bragged that while Meowth handled their menial grunt work and babysitting, they'd been traveling around by balloon and nabbing all kinds of powerful and rare Pokemon. She thought the boss would have been proud of them, if not for his getting in contact a few days ago to chew them out, as he had not only been receiving way too many updates from Meowth, but he'd finally checked Ash's team registration and learned that Meowth had joined him, so he pieced things together. They only came back to get Meowth before they were all punished severely. Angry at being ignored and not having had the opportunity to do what their rivals had done, Cassidy and Butch get in Jesse and James' face, berating them for not only breaking ranks, but doing it so nonchalantly. It seemed like a fight was about to break out, with Meowth confusedly in the middle of the stupidity, when a ringing in James and Butch's pockets began and the two produced portable communication devices more advanced than the ones Meowth had invented on the fly, to send Giovanni short memos with. Answering the call and putting the two devices together as the group gathered around, the enraged face of Giovanni appeared as he began to furiously yell at the five fools, asking what they were doing.
He had just held a 10-minute conversation with his students where he could clearly see 4 members of Team Rocket acting like idiots outside of the Pokemon Center. The 4 realized that they weren't in a disguise, so James quickly went about producing a clumsy and impromptu disguise. Giovanni sighed and wiped his hands down his face, explaining that this is the exact reason they weren't fit to be admins and were babysitting the future of Team Rocket. Confused, Jesse, James, and Meowth asked if they were admins, which Giovanni, Butch, Cassidy roar at them that of course they were. They got a massive budget, resources, and free reign to do what they wanted in Team Rocket's interest. Why did they think their training was so extensive? Exasperated now, Giovanni ignores the stupidity to address Meowth directly, something the cat Pokemon wasn't used to, and instantly wilts under the attention. Listen, forget your primary orders. Your mission is special now. You are Ash's Pokemon, and as such, you are now the best agent we have to get him to join Team Rocket. Your mission is to continue on your journey and mature the boy into an admin loyal to only me. Use the trust and love you've built with him to your advantage. Meowth is in shock at getting such an important task and the realization he didn't actually hate it so much. Confidently, he nods and salutes the boss before a thought dawned on him. Hey boss, I'm sure the twerp mentioned it to you, but you know your kid is challenging the league, right? And he's strong. He also says he's your enemy now and he wants to crush everything associated with you.
Giovanni grew quiet before revealing that Ash had told him. But he'd known before even that, as he still had a team of spies watching Silver for updates. When the time came, he would discipline his son whatever means were necessary to make him fall in line. For now, the 4 human members of Team Rocket were to continue with their original orders. As for Jesse and James, he had heard they pretended to be ace trainers to gain Ash's trust, and so ordered them to use that to aid Meowth's mission however the cat saw fit. And with that, the transmission ended, leaving Jesse, James, Butch, and Cassidy slack-jawed as they all realized Meowth currently had more status than any of them. Something that made Meowth turn around with a smug look on his face as he was just about to give them an order when he heard Ash calling for him outside the Pokemon Center. Rolling his eyes, he told his new grunts to get back to work and that he'd be in touch when he needed them. Once he got back to Ash, he really played up his happiness at being back with his trainer, jumping up on his shoulders and nuzzling against him in elation, as Ash pet him and remarked that he was happy that he was feeling better, because now that the team was all healed up, they were on their way to take on the secret gym that Richie had told him about. A little while later, the trio arrived at a small house where Richie knocked on the door and was greeted by a fairly old man who smiled down to Richie happily, remarking he was glad to see him back and asked if he wanted to battle again so soon. Richie nods no as Ash introduces himself and asks for a battle. The man who introduced himself as Mr. Fuji agreed to it, as in his old age, he had become bored fairly easily. After a brief walk in the woods full of Ash confusedly asking where the gym was, the group finally reached a clearing that seemed to have a massive rock in the middle of it. Until Ash realized it wasn't a rock, as Mr. Fuji walked behind it and announced that this was his partner Pokemon, Snorlax, and that they'd been together almost as long as he'd been alive. He then pulled out a flute and started to play a note on it. The ground shook a bit as the massive creature's snoring was interrupted, and it quickly pushed itself off its belly to sit up and look back at its trainer with a tired yet happy gaze, while Mr. Fuji patted it and deposited a massive bag of apples he'd been carrying in his paws before Snorlax chomped them down, plastic and all, and bounced to his feet ready for action.
Richie warned Ash that while Snorlax was the only Pokemon that Ash had to beat to get a badge, it was a massively powerful Pokemon. Mr. Fuji had already asked Ash how many Pokemon and badges he had, but now he confidently ordered Ash to use every member of his team. Sweating nervously though with a massive grin on his face, Ash prepared for his hardest gym battle yet, and he threw out his first Pokemon. Back in Vermilion, Lieutenant Surge had finally returned to the gym and was in the process of opening it back up when he heard a set of footsteps behind him, and he turned to see Misty accompanied by Charmeleon and Brock. Happy she decided to return, and noticing the fire type with her, he praised Misty and asked her if she caught something other than fish, but she simply ignored him and announced herself as Misty, Waterflower of the Cerulean City Gym, here to challenge him for a Thunder Badge. With a smirk, Surge accepts. Instead of joining Brock in the viewing area, Charmeleon decided rather watch the battle up close and personal, and it plopped down right next to Misty's trainer box, as she and Surge take their positions. It made Misty almost feel like Ash was here to watch the battle. Surge tells Misty that since she only has a single badge, he's only going to use 2 Pokemon, something Misty was still offended by, but smartly did not argue with. First out from Surge was the same Elekid that single-handedly defeated Starmie and Squirtle. For Misty, however, her first Pokemon was Gyarados. Surge was more surprised than intimidated when seeing it, as he had no idea she had one, though Elekid was definitely intimidated. Just before Gyarados could begin to look around its surroundings and start rampaging, Misty returned it and sent out Starmie, confusing Surge before he angrily ordered Elekid to use a Thunderbolt to punish Misty for trying to play mind games with him, only for Misty to counter it by calling for their still unmastered Light light screen, then following up with a tackle from Starmie, as the electricity had almost completely dissipated in midair before Starmie had slammed into Elekid hard. Not unaware of a strategy like this, Surge had made sure that Elekid knew the move Brick Break for situations just like this, and sent it in to use the move only for Misty to again switch out her Pokemon for Gyarados. As Elekid was already moving too fast to stop, it was once again intimidated before an ineffective attack glanced off of Gyarados and it angrily smacked it away with its tail. The electric type held tough though and caught itself as Surge ordered it to finish it with Thunder, though Misty had already switched it out for Squirtle before Gyarados could rampage and ordered it to withdraw on its sail using Mirror Code. To Surge's horror, the Thunderbolt bounced off Squirtle and it almost doubled in size before slamming into Elekid, who after stacking damage, fell. The winner of the first match was announced as Surge told Misty he realized her game. She was using Gyarados to lower his attacks, Starmie to render his long-range moves useless, and Squirtle to throw the attacks right back at him. It was smart, but cowardly in his opinion.
Raichu was out next, and he bragged that the two of them had done some major training over the past week or so, and that he knew her game now. Misty decided to leave Squirtle in, however, and smirked at Surge to bring it on, cause she knew they trained twice as hard. Wanting to test that out, Surge ordered Raichu to go full throttle and use Volt Tackle, to which Misty simply ordered Squirtle to use his newly learned Protect. The electrified takedown simply bounced off the shield of energy, but it was clear that Raichu still took recoil damage from it. And not letting go of her momentum, Misty had Squirtle fire a water gun into Raichu's face as it winced as the water hit home with enough strength to make Raichu skid back. Surge then ordered a Thunderbolt, but Misty this time told Squirtle to just do as they practiced, and like with Silver, the water type ended up burrowing into the wet ground that its water gun had softened for it, as the electricity sailed harmlessly overhead. Thinking back to the days before, Misty had held saving Charmeleon twice in a row over its head in order to convince it to help her teach Dig to Squirtle. The fire type behind her snorted in some pride in its teaching ability as the battle continued, though Surge surprised them when he ordered Raichu to use his own Dig and use Volt Tackle once again. Unprepared, Squirtle burst up from the ground with Raichu as electricity surged around it and it was rendered unconscious. After returning him, Misty thanked Squirtle for an amazing battle before she called Starmie out. And just as Ash did, she claimed this would be the clincher and ordered a light screen again. Knowing the trick, Surge ordered Raichu to run in and use his Thunder Punch, but Misty reached for Gyarados' Pokeball as if to switch out, causing Surge to cancel his order and tell Raichu to dig so he didn't get intimidated. And as soon as he did, Misty revealed her trick in ordering Starmie to fire off a water gun into the newly made hole, forcing Raichu to break through the ground from the force of the makeshift geyser, forcing it to slam through the ground and back out into the open, wet and dazed. Taking advantage of the confusion, Misty had Starmie unleash a barrage of Swifts and water guns until the rodent fell unconscious as well. Surge was stunned. Misty had completely turned his full tilt attack style against him by using strategic pivots and a perfect combination of moves. Arguably battling better than both Ash and Silver, it was now clear why Misty was Kanto's youngest gym leader, and as such, he awarded her the Thunder Badge, but mentioned he now wanted a rematch one day where she fought fair and square. Happy, Misty celebrates her win as Brock comes to congratulate her and asks her to give him Squirtle to take back to the Pokemon Center for treatment, as Surge went to speak to her a bit longer, mostly about what her training had consisted of, where Ash was, and Charmeleon. Surge then surprisingly offered Misty the same opportunity for special training under him and offered to help Starmie master his Thunderbolt before releasing a Pokemon she'd never seen before. Surge introduced her to Electivire and asked it to go with Misty to the training room to help her with something. But Electivire got angry and argued back with his trainer that it didn't want to babysit, it wanted to test its new power and start more training, as since its loss to Ash's Fearoz and Electabuzz, its pride had been damaged. But Surge assured it he'd get it a decent training session soon, causing the giant lightning ogre to begrudgingly agree. Misty remarked that she was surprised that Surge could get along so well with such an aggressive and powerful Pokemon, revealing she really couldn't control Gyarados. But Surge advises her that it wasn't about control, it's about working together. Same goes for any trainer worth their salt. If she gave Gyarados a healthy amount of respect and continued to grow, they'd naturally come to understand each other and respect one another. Then shocking Misty to how sage-like the lieutenant could be, as he then shooed her off with Electivire.
Surge waited for his next challenger, but when no one else showed up within the hour, he realized that Misty hadn't left the training room yet and went to investigate. There, he found her with Charmeleon and Starmie out, having a mock battle with Electivire of all things. Surge recognized that Misty's maturity and foresight was a bit greater than Ash's, as when he sent him in to train, Ash didn't really use the opportunity to do much more than just master Thunderfang. This kid was also a prodigy, and it was interesting enough to cause Surge to join them in her training session. During this, Ash had been losing pretty handily against Mr. Fuzi Richie and his monster Snorlax. Oddish had been the first to fall. Then Fear of Speed had proved itself meaningless in the face of Snorlax's bulk, causing Ash to jump directly to Croagunk, who after being hit with a single double edge was sent sailing back through the woods, even knocking down a couple of trees, as it did to Ash and especially Meowth's surprise and horror. When it came to asking Meowth to battle, he absolutely refused and climbed up on Ash's back to berate him. They lost this one, and they're gonna have to accept it.
Richie consoles Ash by stating he did about as well as Richie did, while Mr. Fuji thanks Snorlax and promised to bring in a big dinner soon as the massive beast simply laid down to return to sleep. He then joined the two boys after Ash had sent Meowth off with Crocorock's Pokeball to retrieve it, and the old man offered Ash a thanks for a thrilling battle as well as a tip to both boys. In Saffron City to the west of Lavender Town, there's a fighting dojo, and he is old friends with the karate master there who used to run it as a gym. He advises both boys to travel there and speak with him as he may be able to help them find a way to deal with Snorlax. With no better plans, as Richie had already found a roadblock in his training, the two decide to follow the advice and plan to leave for Saffron the next morning. Starting to tire of running around so much and noticing Ash wasn't the happiest with his refusing to battle twice, Meowth decides to go ahead and call in a favor from his new grunts. The next morning, as Richie and Ash are preparing to leave for Saffron, the Ace trainers who gifted Meowth to Ash make their reappearance. They explain themselves as having come to Lavender to visit the Pokemon Tower, and feign happiness at catching back up with Ash and Meowth, as Ash bragged that Meowth had become a pillar of the team whenever he wasn't being so lazy. Kinda shocking Jesse and James at how close the two seem to be getting, but nonetheless, they offer to take the two trainers to Saffron City with them, their hot air balloon, which Ash and Richie found strangely moderate after Meowth. During the flight, in curiosity of how far Meowth had gotten, the two asked the children if they'd heard of Team Rocket before, to which the boys responded vaguely, but they didn't really know anything about them. Meowth gave the two a sign to cut it out, but they ignored him in order to attempt a smooth lie about Team Rocket being less so a criminal organization and much more some kind of heroic Robin Hood-like group who steal Pokemon from bad trainers and place them in happy and safe homes. Remember, the quicker Ash got with the Team Rocket program, the quicker they could stop shadowing him. This lie actually ends up reminding Ash of how Meowth helped Charmander out. Meanwhile, Meowth recognizes his former partners had likely just made his job much harder, as now Ash would have to have another preconceived notion to get over when the truth was finally revealed.
However, with the balloon's aid, the group was able to arrive at Saffron extremely quickly. Meanwhile, back in Vermilion, after a night-long training session with Lieutenant Surge, he and Misty finally returned to the Pokemon Center to get their teams healed up, as they spoke about Misty's next move. She explains that she still had nearly 3 weeks or so before her and her friends would be meeting up to participate in the SSAN tournament. Surge is intrigued. He suggests that Misty continues to challenge the gyms by taking on gyms that are directly in opposition of her type specialty, so he suggests that she head to Celadon City to challenge the grass-type gym. Misty didn't think that this was a bad idea by any means, but she doesn't have the time to make it there and back before the SSAN tournament. But Surge surprises her by offering to give her a ride in his truck, as he fairly often visits Celadon himself. He had been there in the last few days to buy a special item which to help Electabuzz evolve into Electivire. Misty happily accepts, having come to see that Surge was very likable past his tough bravado. It even reminded her of Ash a bit actually. Hopping into Surge's military-style Jeep, the two were off to Celadon.
Meanwhile, still in Vermilion, Brock has been really learning a lot, as well as having earned a lot of Nurse Joy's respect and trust, as she had begun to delegate more complex tasks to him as the month went on, until she had enough faith in him to have him work on Pokemon while she went and handled other things. It's gotten to the point that she had suggested that Brock could easily have the talent to become a Pokemon doctor if he applied himself, giving him some pause. However, before he could dwell on the thought much longer, another of his favorite beauties in the form of the local officer Jenny interrupted them, as she frantically burst into the Pokemon Center and explained she needed Joy's help on an urgent assignment. Apparently, a group of criminals had been wreaking havoc as of late, and she had multiple people and Pokemon in need of medical attention. Nurse Joy was shocked and concerned, but hesitant to leave the Pokemon Center, only for Brock to offer to accompany Officer Jenny instead. However, Jenny wasn't the one who'd been building trust in the 15-year-old, and so refused, specifying she needed a professional. With a bit of reluctance, Joy decided she would go before patting Brock on the back and telling him she would be leaving him and Bulbasaur in charge while she was away. He instantly took the task very seriously and promised to do his best, as Jenny rushed Joy along, claiming the evil organization Team Rocket weren't going to get the best of their city. Team Rocket, Brock mused, thinking he'd definitely heard that name before.
A good distance away in Saffron City, the likes of Ash and Richie had finally found themselves at the karate dojo after having a bit of trouble finding the small building in the large city. It was actually a bit run down compared to everything else, but nonetheless, they entered confidently. They found a scene of a few grown men doing physical training alongside a bunch of fighting type Pokemon. Instantly, everyone present took notice to the two boys and the Meowth, who now looked extremely nervous and out of place. Though the old man, obviously in charge, who wasn't standing with the other two, calmly asked why they have come here. Regaining their composure, Ash and Richie explained their battles against Mr. Fuji and his encouragement to come here to see the karate master. Said man then chuckled, as he said he should have known the old man was behind this. Ever since the dojo lost its gym certification and Bruno had left to join the Elite Four, it had been rather boring, leaving him to simply train with his final two students. Ash seemed a bit disheartened hearing that, as he had hoped that this would be another secret gym recognized by the league like Fuji's. However, the karate master stressed that he could likely help the boys on one condition. They had to battle his students with the Pokemon they had the absolute strongest bond with. Ash seemed a bit hesitant cause it currently seemed like it was a waste of time. However, Richie convinced him to give it a shot since they come all the way here, to which Ash had to agree, and besides, he wasn't one to truly turn down battles. In the next few minutes, the karate master was standing between the two boys and the remaining students, ready to referee and watch their battles closely. He was mighty interested in the two foreign Pokemon they wielded, in Krokorok and Dune, but nevertheless, he told his students to hold nothing back and to sink their hearts with Machoke and Primeape.
For Ash and Krokorok, it was fairly clear that they were stronger, but after Primeape tanked a fairly powerful looking Crunch, its trainer ordered to lash out using that anger it just built up with its revenge attack, as the pig monkey glowed an angry orange and began to thrash around roughly, smacking the crocodile back almost as hard as Snorlax had. However, he held strong and fired back with his Sand Tomb and Crunch combo, finally putting it down. The karate master nodded his head, noticing something before switching his attention. Richie and Dune were using their speed to zip around Machoke, knowing its greater power would mean getting caught by it would be devastating. Though they were caught off guard when the other student ordered superpower, and suddenly the massive Pokemon almost doubled its speed and instantly caught up to Dune before slamming it to the ground with enough strength to crack it repeatedly, only for Richie to encourage Dune to hang in there and use his multiple legs to catch Machoke's fist, where he surprisingly was able to muscle out from being pinned by it before blasting with a point-blank Dragon Breath that rendered it unconscious as well. The karate master seemed pretty pleased, as both boys had lots of potential, amounts he hadn't seen since Bruno actually. With the matches over, the karate master stood and went about healing all the Pokemon who fought so well, before looking to his older two students and telling them that he was proud of them, but this was a sure sign it was time for them to continue on their journeys and continue to advance, and that they should reflect on this loss as they did. The two then bowed to their master before leaving, as the karate master then addressed Ash, Richie, Krokorok, and Dune, and claimed that they weren't done as of yet, as he wanted to challenge them this time, actually asking them to take him on an attack battle as he released two Pokemon, a Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee.
Not exactly sure where this was going, the boys reluctantly agreed, while Meowth watched on, curiously trying to figure out what all this training was about. It seemed like basic battling. However, it quickly became apparent the karate master was using the battle to teach Krokorok and Dune something. The Hitmonchan battling Krokorok seemed tougher than even the Primeape, and for a long while the karate master ordered it to simply put its hands up in the guard position, as Krokorok continued to hammer away at it, while Hitmonlee was ordered to grapple with Dune similar to the way Machoke did. Quickly, Ash and Richie began to understand something was up, as the karate master explained the powerful moves Revenge and Superpower, something Meowth paid close attention to, as he was interested in the study of the application of different moves ever since he had begun teaching Thief to himself. Both moves were fairly simple and obviously fighting type, and the karate master claimed that he had seen the capability for Krokorok to learn Revenge and Dune to learn Superpower. He told the boys to order the moves as he did for himself for Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, and the two sides went back and forth until it was clear that Krokorok and Dune were both at their limits, while simultaneously picking up the attacks better and better. Meanwhile, the karate master's Pokemon were nearly unharmed and seemed capable of going even further if it need be. However, as the boys and their partners rallied, the master called an end to the match, as he and his two Pokemon bowed to their students, having conceded it.
The boys were pretty surprised, but at the same time, recognized they definitely weren't going to win at that rate, and so thanked their starters for their hard work as well, and congratulated them on successfully learning their new moves. The karate master then called the boys closer, and though he admitted these are useless now, he handed them two of the old badges the gym would hand out when it was still official, which was a large reason as to his awarding badges even without being defeated, and he specified that they'd need to go and battle Sabrina if they wanted a valid Saffron City badge. The boys were curious as to who Sabrina was, but didn't really get to dwell on the thought, as the Karate Master explained he also had a gift for the two, as he felt they were more than qualified to receive it. The Hitmonlee and Chan the boys battled had actually been 2 of the 3 starter Pokemon that his own master had handed down to him, and while he was by no means an expert in Pokemon breeding, he had learned enough to be able to do so himself for his students or trainers he felt were exceptionally deserving of such a rare gift.
He produced 2 more Pokeballs and told their inhabitants to come out, producing 2 identical humanoid Pokemon. Ash and Richie used their Pokedex and learned that the Pokemon are called Tyrogue. The master then explains that one Tyrogue was far more focused on attacking than defending, while its brother was much more reserved and balanced of the 2 options. Nevertheless, he offered the boy a choice on which one they wanted. Richie only currently had Dune, Foxy, and Happy, so a fighting type Pokemon would make his rematch against Mr. Fuji much easier. Ash surprisingly was a bit more hesitant, as he realized up to this point none of his team additions had been consensual meetings like this one he was being gifted. Furo was caught out of necessity so he didn't die, Meowth was admittedly dumped on him, Oddish was pretty much bum rushed and then he spoke to her later, and Charmeleon, the most devastating of the bunch, had been a Pokemon that outright refused to join him. He hadn't thought about it too much, but that honestly hurt his pride as a trainer a little bit. Sensing this, the Karate Master asked Ash if the Krokorok was a part of the Dark type, which Ash confirmed. He then reminded Ash that Dark types were weak against fighting, so taking a Tyrogue could be critical in its partner's development. Not to mention, it was his personal opinion that all fledgling trainers should raise at least one fighting type Pokemon, as their typing and mindset was a great way to impart a crucial lesson onto them. There is always someone out there that is stronger.
Ash still seemed a bit hesitant, until Meowth patted him on the leg and gave him a big confident grin, as if encouraging him to not doubt himself. It was actually one of the most genuine interactions he'd ever had with a cat where it wasn't clearly trying to hide his emotions. So after Richie had his first pick of the balanced Tyrogue, Ash happily accepted the attack Tyrogue and welcomed it to the team. Tyrogue seemed truly excited to be going on a journey with a strong trainer, and Meowth even slightly told Ash as much. Before they left, the Karate Master suggested that the boys walk with their new Pokemon and spend some time getting to know them better, so as to sync their hearts up as quickly as possible. He also asked for them to both drop by again sometime, so he could one day challenge them both to a real battle. The 2 boys smiled before joining the Karate Master in a respectful bow and leaving the dojo soon after. They were actually pretty surprised to realize most of the day was already gone, as night was soon approaching, and Ash reasoned even though the Ace trainers weren't around, if they started on the road now, they could reach Lavender Town again by the next night. But Richie actually surprised him by revealing he was now planning to take on the mysterious Sabrina before he rematched Mr. Fuji on his way back to Vermilion City before the end of the month, as there was a tournament he planned on participating in there. Ash then remembered that he did see Richie's name on the sign-up list, and revealed that he'd be facing him there as well with a confident grin. He then thought about it and decided he wanted to defeat Mr. Fuji before he focused on any of the gym leaders. It was just a compulsion he had. Not to mention, he was honestly starting to miss Brock and Misty. A bit saddened at having to do so, but more fired up than ever, the 2 friendly rivals parted ways as Ash, Meowth, and Tyrogue headed for their rematch. And the time alone with Meowth and their new recruit was actually perfect, as now Meowth could openly translate conversation between Tyrogue and Ash, and the 2 spoke about all kinds of things from their dreams and what their early lives were like, and especially battling topics, such as what moves Tyrogue currently knew, those being Tackle, Fake Out, Foresight, and Low Kick. Ash and Meowth then fired Tyrogue up as they explained the story of the monstrous Snorlax they were currently on their way to face. Speaking of, ever since they'd faced it, Meowth had been steadily thinking of a way to take it down, and he revealed that he had a plan he was pretty confident in. And just in time too, as night fell and they decided to camp out between Saffron and Lavender, where Ash decided on a quick late night training session to begin practicing Meowth's strategy. A few days later, Mr. Fuji once again answered a knock on the door and was happy to see Ash back once again. He asked where Richie was, and Ash did tell him, but then confidently asked him for another battle, and the old man could see in his eyes that Ash was truly confident this time. He agreed, but did warn Ash that after this next one, he'd have to wait for a little while, since it was already becoming kind of expensive to reward Snorlax for battling so much. Ash was fine with that, and even so excited that he and Meowth ran forward ahead of Mr. Fuji, and when he got there, he saw the 2 rummaging through Ash's backpack for food to give Snorlax so it could get up and be ready for battle, but it didn't stand until it smelled Mr. Fuji approaching with another large bag of apples. Once again sat across from Mr. Fuji as he reminded Ash he could take Snorlax on 6-1, the Viridian City gym trainer turned his hat backwards and sent out Oddish.
As the match began, Ash ordered Oddish to use the move it had recently learned, and Meowth revealed to be her favorite attack, in Moonblast, the fairy type move, but it didn't even phase Snorlax, who Fuji had countered by ordering an earthquake. Ash, however, seemed to be waiting on that, because as Snorlax raised up the food, Ash ordered Oddish to rush Snorlax and to execute a move that Fuji was unfamiliar with, Pretty Poison. Just as Oddish reached Snorlax, it began to quake the ground. The little weed Pokemon spun as fast as she could mid-air and began to release a copious amount of poison powder directly in front of Snorlax's face as Ash thought back to Meowth's coaching. If Oddish wants to look pretty while she fights, then all we need to do is give her a pretty way to fight. I'm sure we can think of something, kid. While it took a bit of convincing, Ash had worked on a way to deliver poison powder that Oddish thought was elegant, by having her spin and release the purple dust in a small whirlwind, almost like Richie and Happy's combo attack. Unable to avoid it, Snorlax inhaled the dust deeply and obviously became poison, causing both Ash and Meowth to cheer, as Meowth's research had given them about a 33% chance of Snorlax having the immunity ability, but thankfully, Fuji's monster didn't. However, when Oddish landed on the ground, it was still quaking, and with that vast power difference, she was knocked out, but not before Snorlax winced in pain at poison damaging it. Ash then returned to Oddish, and had to thank it for battling. Even though it was short, he recognized the compromise she made to get them this far, and even Mr. Fuji praised the smart plan, though he clarified it wasn't something the two old partners didn't know how to deal with. Ash remarked he was well aware, and sent out Fearow next. The plan for her hadn't changed much, except by one suggestion by Meowth, who had already dug into his backpack and produced something he had received a while ago. The King's Rock Brock had gifted him after defeating him. Just as the massive bird was released, Meowth leapt from Ash's back onto Hirsch, in which she squawked in protest as he sat the little rock on her head crest and told her to complain after she won. The plan was to use the rock's strange ability to encourage flinching in the opponent and Fearow's ability to land critical hits. It seemed like as good a plan as any.
With the next battle ready to start, and Snorlax now on a ticking clock, Mr. Fuji took the aggressive stance and ordered Snorlax to rush down the bird with Double Edge. However, as they usually did, Ash and Fearow used agility to dodge, and much like Silver had done, took advantage of Snorlax's lack of reach, letting its Double Edge miss harmlessly, as Fuji attempts to use Snorlax's surprising speed once or twice more before deciding Ash and Fearow could take it. As Snorlax was being whittled down more and more by poison, he ordered Snorlax to use Hyper Beam. To Ash and Fearow's shock, she had just barely dodged the powerful attack, as it sailed into the air and actually clipped the end of her wing, but Fearow held strong, deciding she wasn't losing twice in a row. As now, Snorlax had to sit still to recharge, and winced in pain again as it was hit with poison. She and Ash saw the opportunity for payback, and having been on the receiving end of one in the first battle, Fearow had learned a new move herself, as Ash ordered a Double Edge of their own that slammed directly into Snorlax's belly, making the massive Pokemon skid back a tiny bit before Fearow was thrown back and had to right herself in the air, only for Ash to order her to keep blasting with Double Edge, as clearly Snorlax was getting more and more tired out. Just when Snorlax had regained its movement, it struck back with a body slam that Fearow, now tired from all the recoil, dodged only to land in a nearby tree, as Ash smirked and ordered Roost. Again, Mr. Fuji found himself impressed by the tactic, but revealed he and Snorlax could do that too, as he ordered a rest, and Snorlax simply dropped back onto its belly and went to sleep. Damning the fact that Snorlax could now heal its poison damage and all the hard work that Fearow had put in, he nevertheless told Fearow to take advantage and shower Snorlax in all the aerial aces, fury attacks, and Double Edge she could, creating a hail of endless blows until Snorlax finally woke up again with a glint in his eyes, as Fuji calmly ordered another Hyper Beam. Fearow was then hit point blank, causing a large explosion that covered the two in smoke as the trainer stared and waited for it to clear, revealing Snorlax standing just fine while Fearow had been knocked out, but didn't look any worse than she had when she was struck by lightning, thankfully. Just before Ash could return her for a well-deserved rest, Meowth signaled for him to wait as he ran to Fearow and gingerly removed the King's Rock, before patting her on her side and saying something super quietly before Ash went ahead and returned her. Meowth was claiming the next battle spot, as he himself put the King's Rock on. He had made sure to master Slash, as it was a move with a higher crit chance than most, and paired with the King's Rock, it gave him some confidence against Snorlax.
As soon as Snorlax winced again, Fuji ordered it to use Body Slam, which scared Meowth with the idea of being crushed. However, calling back to its battle with Geodude, he began to kind of dance around Snorlax to dodge it, while extending its white glowing claws as far as he could, and went into a mad slashing frenzy. Recognizing the small cat's ability to weave around Snorlax so effortlessly, and that all the critical hits, flinching and poison damage was indeed taking a toll on Snorlax, Fuji called for an earthquake, but Ash ordered Meowth to jump onto its back and to keep using Slash. Snorlax's bulk was something to be marveled at as this continued, until until Fuji noticed that the limits of his endurance were getting closer and again just ordered a rest. With Snorlax once again asleep, Ash had Meowth keep up the non-stop attacks, though it was clear he was starting to tire. And to both their shock and horror, they realized that they had not seen all of the massive Pokemon's moves as Fuji called for a snore, causing Snorlax to randomly slam into Meowth with a double edge. It was clearly the strongest attack that Meowth had ever taken, and the pain was unbearable, but the fact that it was sent flying backwards and remember the sight of Krokorok snapping trees with its body caused Meowth to close its eye in fear, as he'd soon be a smear on the forest. Only the thuddened Ash, who had jumped to catch him, just in time before the two prettily harmlessly hit a tree. With a sigh of relief, Meowth began to faint from exhaustion and the sheer panic he had just felt, never having been so thankful his trainer was so tender-hearted.
Ash, still cradling Meowth, gingerly stood back up, wincing a little, as Mr. Fuji began to hysterically apologize, as when using Snore, his partner couldn't do as well to hold back his power, even running over as fast as his elderly body could get him there to check on the boy. But Ash assured him they were okay, and vehemently asked to finish the battle. Mr. Fuji was a bit hesitant, but the look on Ash's face made him impossible to deny, and he went back to his side just as Snorlax woke up. Taking his jacket off, Ash made Meowth a little bed to rest on as he sent out Tyrogue and quickly explained the situation. It was now up to him and Krokorok. Just like with the other Pokemon, Ash had Tyrogue hammer away at Snorlax as much as he could, while also having it, like Meowth, use its size and speed to jump and roll away from its counterattacks. Low Kick proved difficult for Snorlax to deal with, as its weight made it smash into the ground hard and take big damage, all on top of still being affected by the poison. However, Snorlax surprised Ash and Tyrogue by lunging on all fours towards Tyrogue for a body slam, but Ash, thinking quickly, told Tyrogue to dive under Snorlax's legs and use Low Kick again, resulting in an obvious critical hit where Snorlax flipped over itself and slammed his head painfully into the ground. Mr. Fuji was surprised, but Ash and Tyrogue relentlessly kept up the assault with tackle attacks as Snorlax got back up, seemingly pretty angry, and without being ordered to, attempted to crush Tyrogue with another body slam. This time though, it jumped, and nearly succeeded in making a pancake, though the little fighting type showed a massive amount of strength Ash hadn't expected and simply fell to his back and drove both his legs into Snorlax's belly in a desperate leg press for a solid second or two as he held it in the air before his legs began to quake and Ash fumbled to return the little Pokemon before Snorlax could smash into it.
He should have known. As he began to get to know Tyrogue, he realized that it wasn't the kind of Pokemon who liked to evade, and he had likely felt that that's all it had been doing since the battle began. By this point though, even though it was now the literal last chance he had to defeat Mr. Fuji and Snorlax, Ash felt more confident than ever. Snorlax looked super tired and was currently huffing and puffing, as it still had to deal with Oddish's poison, not to mention rest seemed to be getting less effective as it was used in succession. Resting his head against the Pokeball first, Ash sent out his one and only starter, as Krokorok already knew the hopes and efforts of all of its teammates. The battle was one of insanity, as Snorlax, closing in on its limits, rushed towards Krokorok, who, unlike the first battle, where Ash had it play much more evasively, met its charge and clashed with it before lashing out with a crunch. However, Snorlax quickly grabbed Krokorok in an attempt to throw it. Krokorok simply lashed onto it with its jaws, as it did before, but once again, it was hit with a terribly powerful double edge that sent it sailing back, though Ash could not save it like he had with Meow. However, this time though, he did not panic, and he actually yelled out his next order, telling the ground type to dig into the ground to reduce the damage and come back up and finish it off with revenge. Snorlax was truly on its last legs and already staggering, but just as Mr. Fuji ordered a rest, Krokorok came bursting through the ground with an orange glow, and like a bullet, it slammed its fist into Snorlax's jaw with an uppercut that snapped its head back and causes Snorlax's feet to leave the ground before it fell on its back with its eyes swirling. They did it. Krokorok and Ash jumped for joy at overcoming the greatest challenge they had had to date, as Mr. Fuji smiled softly and saw to dealing with Snorlax. Mr. Fuji praised his thinking in battle and his willingness to keep pushing his team while knowing their limits. Ash had the makings of a great trainer, and Fuji claimed that in his years he had seen and battled some of Kanto's best in their starts. As such, he was happy to award Ash with his badge, that he called the Normal Badge, and for good measure, a few spare citrus and orange berries Snorlax had left in its tired state, as it would now want a much bigger meal.
The celebration continued as Mr. Fuji and Ash began to return to the town, mostly speaking about Ash's plans to participate in the SSN tournament, and Fuji having some trouble ever remembering there being such a tournament in Kanto. When they were ready to part ways, Ash good-naturedly warned Mr. Fuji that Richie would likely come for his rematch soon, before the end of the month, and he'd be even stronger than ever. Mr. Fuji welcomed the challenge, as they were a distraction from how admittedly boring his quiet little town could be, since not as many people visited Pokemon Tower anymore, and he suggested that Ash go there at some point himself. And in the spirit of mentioning future battles with friends, Mr. Fuji warned Ash to make sure he was well prepared if he decided to challenge the Cinnabar Island Gym, as his old friend Blaine ran it. though he hadn't heard from him in a good while, and so Ash asked to tell him to give Mr. Fuji a call if he did battle him. After saying goodbye, Ash entered the Pokemon Center and quickly got Meowth and the rest of the team into the care of Nurse Joy, for his excitement at defeating such a major talent caused him to jump at the opportunity to update his sponsor and place the call to Giovanni. He wasn't sure if he'd pick up, as it only been a while ago since they spoke last. The line opened to show Giovanni with a very grave look on his face before the man purposely lightened his visage and claimed how happy he was to hear from Ash, as he had a very important mission for him. With that, Pulse Soldier fam and Ronin clan is where we'll be leaving this story off for right now.
A mission? Ash asked curiously. This time, Meowth proudly sat on its trainer's shoulders, as he no longer had any reason to hide being a part of Ash's team. In fact, meeting with a boss like this gave it a real sense of tangible pride. It meant he simultaneously grown enough to be recognized by Giovanni as to be put in complete charge of the mission he, Jesse, James, and even Butch and Cassidy were on. It also meant he'd help Ash grow and advance enough to keep the boss's attention and respect. Yes, a very important one. You've been through Vermilion, so I assume you're aware of the large tournament that's being held on the SS Anne? The gym leader answered, and then looked down at a tablet presumably showing information about the tournament as he continued to brief his student. Your task is to win the entire thing. Ash seemed excited at hearing that, as he had already hoped to do just that, but now was being commissioned by his sponsor, and excitedly began to mention that Richie and Gary were probably going to be there as well, as he noted with a lot more seriousness and determination that he also expected Silver to be there. I'm going to beat him this time, Mr. Giovanni. I'm sure of it, Ash said, full of confidence. Good. Crush Silver, and anyone else in your way. I'll of course be assigning Richie with the same task. Giovanni agreed with a bit too much of a sinister tone and a smirk that put Ash off a little, as he nodded his head a bit nervously and gave a smile to Meowth, who returned it, reassuring him as best he could before Giovanni bid his protege a farewell and cut off his connection. Shaking off the weird feeling he got, Ash decided that he wanted to go ahead and get back in contact with his friends, so he called down to the Vermilion City Pokemon Center. After ringing a few times, the line was picked up by the same tired-looking Nurse Joy he had met there before, who looked noticeably a bit less tired this time. He greeted her and asked if Brock and Misty were around. She nodded before moving to retrieve someone who ended up being Brock, who also looked pretty tired. The two happily caught up over the last 3 or so weeks of time, and to Ash's shock, he was informed that not only had Misty defeated Lieutenant Surge fairly quickly in her rematch, she was also traveling pretty close to Ash over in Celadon City. And even more surprising, the Charmeleon they had met while traveling was with her, having apparently come back looking for its own rematch against Ash and Krokorok. Both sets of news really fired him up and made him excited to meet back up with his buddies. Brock then revealed that he would be finishing up his apprenticeship under Nurse Joy, and that afterwards he would be traveling around the halfway point on Route 6 to camp out and unwind, as the last few weeks had been very rough for him and Nurse Joy due to the criminal group called Team Rocket. That made Ash cock an eyebrow, as he mentioned that he was told Team Rocket was actually a group of heroes, pretty much puzzling Brock. Before they could delve into the topic any further, Brock was called by Nurse Joy, so he told Ash that he'd see him soon, encouraging him to try and meet up with Misty so they can walk down from Saffron and rejoin him before the tournament.
Ash excitedly agreed before cutting off the call and considering all the news he'd just gotten. He was really proud of Misty, and now fired up to have a second chance at getting Charmeleon on the team. Meanwhile, finally in Celadon City, Misty and Surge found themselves in front of its gym. Though strangely, Surge now seemed nervous. Misty wasn't sure as to why, but nonetheless entered the building with him trailing behind her, only to find that the front of the gym was actually a garden, and a perfume making class was currently being taught by the likes of its gym leader, the beautiful Erica. Surge instantly began to blush, telling Misty why he'd been so nervous earlier. "Do you like Miss Erica, Lieutenant?" she whispered to him as he grunted and shushed her before shaking his head to clear his emotion from his face and raising his voice in his usual bravado to read his contemporary, who didn't seem too pleased at having her class interrupted, but hid her anger very well, only choosing to greet Surge back with composure before deciding her students could finish their work with one of her gym assistants as she went over to speak with the new arrivals. "Hello again, Surge. I see you still haven't learned any manners," the female gym leader quipped with a small smile and a genuine tone in the spirit of bantering with her peer, as she then noticed Misty and looked as if she recognized her before introducing herself, while Surge again began to blush from her teasing and attention on him. Misty introduced herself with her last name, and after hearing all the praise from Surge lately, took some more pride than she usually did in claiming her title as Kanto's youngest gym leader. To her surprise though, Erica got very excited and began to gush about being good friends with her older sisters and having heard of and seen photos of her before. Regardless, Misty clarified that she was here because she was taking on the league challenge to prove herself better than her stupid sisters, and that the lover boy known as Surge had advised her to keep challenging the gym she was weak against first. This time, both Surge and Erica blushed at the implications, though while Surge expressed his anger at being teased by Misty, Erica stayed perfectly calm except for the small frown now gracing her features, as she began to scold Misty for not only being too forward, but also rude to people she herself had just admitted helped her and had her best interests at heart. That caused Misty to falter a bit, and she finally apologized, as Erica agreed to take her on a battle on one condition. She attended her perfume making class for a few days, since she also taught basic etiquette, and in her view, Misty could really benefit from learning to reserve her emotions and keep calm better. As she was now, she doubted she'd be able to defeat her. Insulted, Misty was about to argue back when Surge ruffled her hair good-naturedly and claimed that he had to second that thought. Erica was strong in a whole other way than he was, and knew not only how to wield power, but also how to wield grace. But that didn't really make sense to Misty. It confused her, as it seemed so out of character for Surge, but nevertheless, she decided to comply. If two strong people she respected saw something that she didn't, it made sense to take her time and look at what they meant to show her. After all, she still had a week before she needed to be back in Vermilion, and while she really didn't want Ash to collect more badges than her so he got more of a confidant, she'd end up losing her high ground if she rushed too. All while Charmeleon seemed exasperated at the call for even more downtime for it, as Erica then looked to the lieutenant after his compliment and asked if he had any plans that night, making Misty giggle to herself as he began to stutter in embarrassment once again.
Meanwhile, on Route 8, a few hours west of Lavender Town, Ash and Meowth began debating the intelligence of the Scratch Cat's latest scheme. Frankly, they were both pretty tired already, and aware they had much more ground to cover with little time to do so. They both agreed it was in their best interest to try and make it over to meet up with Misty as soon as possible, so they could attempt to convince Charmeleon to join the team again, and have a full squad. But sadly, Ace Trainer Jesse and James had moved on to their next destination. In reality, Giovanni had warned the duo to both be careful in that area of the region right now, and to let Ash cover his own ground. He wasn't leaving the actual indoctrination of his proteges to those buffoons anytime soon.
It was a bit strange that Meowth, who was usually so flippant, lazy, and aloof, was so invested in team-building efforts, but he disregarded that thought due to how crazy what he was suggesting was. Meowth was advising that they could make it to Celadon to get Charmeleon, back to Saffron to take on the gym, and then probably back to Celadon again to take on its gym as well, all before the week was out, if they simply flew there on Firo. He admits that he was going to suggest this earlier in the month, but as of yet there'd been no real need to. However, Ash was in opposition to this pretty much immediately, partially out of fear if you were being honest, but also due to his knowing one couldn't exactly just hop on a flying Titan's back and go zipping around from place to place wherever they wanted. It took time and training, and he was even under the impression one had to receive a permit to do so.
However, his partner countered that as long as it was his Pokemon and they weren't going too far or flying recklessly, it shouldn't be a problem, which admittedly did make sense to him, but he was still hesitant until Meowth swiped Pharaoh's Pokeball from him using Thief and released her, claiming that he should just ask the bird himself. To Meowth's dismay, Pharaoh's motherly instinct told him that it wasn't a good idea, so she sided with Ash initially on the decision. Thinking on his feet though, Meowth viewed Ash having a full and powerful team, as well as earning as many badges as possible, was vital to their completing Giovanni's task, so he poked at Firo's pride, claiming on second thought he wasn't sure that she was a competent enough flyer to keep her trainer safe in the air anyway. While Firo wasn't dumb enough to fall for this jab, she did bristle at Ash, trying to console her as if it had been the truth, getting the reaction that Meowth wanted as she began squawking angrily at the two, and beating her wings to whip up the winds around them as she threw her head towards her back as if to order them to climb on. Egged on by Meowth, Ash conceded and climbed onto his first catch, nervously, before she took off into the air, climbing higher and higher as Ash and Meowth hung on for dear life, screaming in terror, until she began to glide smoothly through the air. By then, the two began to laugh and joke, enjoying how fun and free this felt, as Meowth teased that his trainer should listen to him more often, as they continued to joke at Pharaoh's annoyance, while Meowth began to direct her in the direction of Celadon City, as their first priority was meeting back up with Charmeleon. "Excuse me, young man, are you licensed to fly a Pokemon?" An authoritative voice boomed from above, causing Ash and Meowth to whip around in a panic, to see who had spoken. The quick shifting of the weight and the fact that Pharaoh wasn't used to carrying a trainer resulted in Ash accidentally slipping off her back while yelling in fear as the ground started to grow much closer and closer at high speed. Meowth and Pharaoh panicked and disregarded whoever called to them in favor of diving towards their trainer with the use of agility. Before the two could reach him though, a Pokeball was tossed past the two that released a massive ancient looking Pokemon that moved at a speed that made Pharaoh look like Richie's Butterfree in comparison, before easily snatching up Ash and saving him from a painful end, as Meowth and Pharaoh were forced to pull up at the last minute, resulting in a pretty messy landing for the two of them, as the smaller Pokemon was rolled on top of by Pharaoh, who squawked angrily at him for getting them in the situation in the first place.
Finally getting his heart to calm itself, Ash realized the Pokemon who'd saved him was an Aerodactyl. and a really well-trained one at that, as he was fairly sure they were usually really hard to handle. "So I'm guessing you weren't certified to fly," the same voice said as Ash and his Pokemon looked to its origins as a man jumped down off of another large and powerful-looking Pokemon, a Dragonite, and its trainer was the current Kanto champion, Lance. Whether due to still being shell-shocked or shocked at meeting one of his heroes, Ash found himself speechless and then stuttering as the champ returned his prehistoric Pokemon and walked closer to continue his scolding of Ash for doing something so dangerous, before he finally got his thoughts together and exclaimed the obvious to Lance. You're the champion! You're Lance!" he exclaimed. Interrupted from his tirade, the champion couldn't help but chuckle at seeing Ash's childish excitement just mere seconds after a near-death experience, and asked him to introduce himself, which Ash happily did, stating he was a trainer from Pallet Town, sponsored by the Viridian City Gym. That seemed to get Lance's full attention, as he knew Giovanni's reputation, making him curious not just as a trainer, but also as a Pokemon G-Man. As he was well aware, a lot of suspicions about the infamous criminal organization Team Rocket were beginning to point them towards Viridian and Saffron as possible bases of operation, and Ash had just made himself more of a suspect than he already was by flying unlicensed. Keeping his cards close and playing off Ash's excitement to meet him, Lance decides the best way to investigate a kid like him is to test his heart through battle, and so challenges Ash to a one-on-one, citing his interest in testing one of Giovanni's students. While battles with the champion were meant to carry a lot of weight and gravitas, his job and duty to the region were much more important than any silly pride he might have had about that. Simultaneously intimidated and honored that Lance would even spare him the time of day, Ash accepts, knowing he logically couldn't outpower the champion. But just maybe, if he could use his strategies and tactics like Meowth was always encouraging him to do to pull out a win, it would mean he was much closer to his goal than ever, and definitely ready for the Indigo League, much less the SSN tournament. Lance did, however, give him the condition of only wanting to battle his first and strongest Pokemon, though in fairness, that actually really worked for Ash, as he was fairly sure Krokorok was the only member of his team suitable for taking on a Dragonite. As the two trainers separated to begin a battle, Lance and his partner shared a glance that spoke more than most words could, as they agreed to hold back majorly during this battle for the sake of furthering their investigation. Meanwhile, Misty had found herself really struggling under Erica's tutelage at first. Perfume making and etiquette weren't her thing, and for another thing, she was still babysitting Charmeleon, who wasn't very fond of being cooped up in the gym with nothing to do all day, and after nearly the whole month with Misty was growing very impatient for his rematch with Ash and Krokorok. She had tried to convince it to ride back to Vermilion with Lieutenant Surge, but it refused, even after she told it that Ash was planning to return there and not specifically to her. Regardless, it stubbornly stayed put, even though it seemed to hate the boredom. She couldn't blame it though, as the perfume making had lost its interest after the first day. Eric could explain that making perfume was a good lesson for her to learn though, something about the knowledge of when to come on strong and when to be more subtle and reserved. Apparently, this was all about helping to refine and mature her into a lady, and get her over some of her more brash tendencies, as they could hold her back from accomplishing her goal of becoming a water-type Pokemon master. She honestly hadn't believed the hype of that statement, until to her relief, as it provided her and Charmeleon a reprieve from their boredom, another challenger arrived.
Erica mopped the floor with the kid, even when he stacked his team with pretty advantageous Pokemon. His Nidorina, Magmar, and Pidgeotto being defeated by a single Gloom, Erica wielded with grace and power, just as Surge said. At one point, her and her Pokemon were so calm and in sync that she asked Misty to go make them some tea. When she returned, the trainer was fuming and cursing Erica out, while she maintained a serene smile and kindly reminded him that he should go to the Pokemon Center before the poison in his team did major damage, causing the kid to finally grumble and leave. Erica explained that even in the face of disadvantage and adversity, getting upset or panicking will only worsen the situation. Her motto was maintaining a calm spirit and a positive outlook, and Misty was beginning to see the benefits of it. After that though, Erica no longer had her attend her classes and gave her 2 assignments. She wanted Misty to start making amends with the people that she didn't get along with very well, and to get in any training and strategizing she meant to do, as she would need to have her battle within the next 2 days, Tuesday or Wednesday, if she had any hope in making it back to Vermilion City by the Friday before the SSN tournament. Meanwhile, after 15 minutes of hammering away at Lance's Dragonite, both sides of the battle had picked up a few things. For Ash, he realized that Krokorok's endurance and sheer speed were way better than he even thought. Another thing he not so much realized, as he had confirmed, is that his Pokemon were nowhere near a champion level at this moment. Lance and Dragonite hadn't moved or even flinched after being hit by huge crunches, stone edges, and revenge attacks. Meanwhile, Lance's sharp eyes studied every movement Krokorok made and every command Ash made, as if he was investigating instigating his.
That's enough, Dragonite. Finish this without rage. Lance commanded suddenly, and before Ash or his partner could react, a red aura began to surge around Dragonite as it finally moved by crashing its heavy arm into Krokorok's stomach right before it landed into the Thunder Fang, and sent it flying back just as Snorlax had, but much more violently. Unable to leave his starter to be injured like that again, Ash was compelled to step in front of his buddy's path and attempt to catch him, only for them both to hit the ground pretty harshly. Thankfully though, it worked, as this time no one was hurt too bad, and Krokorok actually remained conscious and willing to fight, though it was obvious to Ash that he couldn't take another attack from a weak wild Pokemon, much less the champions. Looking back to Lance, he reluctantly forfeits the match. Once again, the champion smiled. What he learned from this battle was first and foremost that a kid this earnest and sincere couldn't have anything to do with the criminal organization. His Pokemon, who he'd seen both try to save his life and battle in near perfect synchronicity with him, and pretty effortlessly at that, obviously weren't stolen, which he suspected when he saw the mature and powerful Fearow the boy commanded, and especially when he'd seen such a foreign starter from a trainer who stated that he was from Kanto. Finally, he'd realized that Ash had some decent talent for battling. Of course, all that match had come down to his Dragonite holding frame as Krokorok's attacks barely budged it, but regardless, he'd shown both good judgment and creativity in his strategies.
Walking over to him, he went about using the stockpile of healing items he kept on himself to restore Krokorok to full health, while stating some of these things to Ash. It was clear he likely wasn't involved with Team Rocket, but that didn't mean he may not have useful information for him. This kid was a Kanto native, with a pretty foreign Pokemon, meaning he either had the skill worthy to be gifted as a starter, had it as a result of pure nepotism, or it was here through likely unsavory means. It was definitely a lead worth following up on a little further, at the very least. He asked to accompany Ash to his further destination for the sole purpose of wanting to pick his brain even further. Back in Celadon, Misty spent the first day free of Erica's teaching to attempt the making of amends that she had been assigned to her. The ultimate goal being fairly obvious, to call home to her sisters and try to make up with him. None of this meant that she actually wanted to do that right away though, so she decided to put that off for right now, and the first call she made was to Brock in Vermilion, in hopes of apologizing for any unnecessary stress she may have caused him, and for her own immature behavior as pointed out to her by Erica, and to an extent, her elder sisters. She also wanted to see if he knew where Ash was, so she can do the same for him, but that was derailed when Nurse Joy informed her that Brock had already moved on after finishing his training, but Brock did happen to mention that he would be waiting to meet up with them just north of Vermilion City. After learning Ash's last call came from Lavender Town, she called there, but again was met with the news that her friend had moved on, which irritated her some, but she noticed she did a much better job at letting her anger go this time, and accepting the situation better than she usually did. Sighing, she called home and was quickly met with the face of Daisy, who seemed genuinely excited to hear from her. Daisy immediately called over the other sisters as soon as the call came through. At first, the girls just wanted a general update from Misty and were curious to how her gym challenge was going. She got quite a kick out of their shock after seeing her Thunder Badge. They even offered to send her a bunch of money if she agreed to grab them a bunch of souvenirs from the Celadon department store. They actually bonded over now all being friends with Erica, funnily enough. The conversation being likely the most positive the family as a whole could remember having in such a long time. Therefore made it a lot easier for Misty then to apologize for acting immature and brash sometimes. Their teasing could get annoying, and she really did wish they would lay off her sometimes, but she did love her sisters and genuinely wanted to get along with them. Unfortunately, this was hard when she was always the butt of their jokes. Her sisters, after some slightly shameful looks towards one another, had to agree with the mature logic, so to Misty's relief, Erica's advice had the desired effect, and made Misty feel a lot more confident in being able to move forward in her goals, knowing that her sisters deep down were rooting for her.
The rest of her time she spent doing a bit of training and trying to decide on her battle strategy for her latest gym leader turned mentor figure. She had a strong feeling her pivoting style wouldn't be as effective against Erica as it had against the lieutenant, as well as having the sneaking suspicion that Erica could find out about it from Surge if she were to simply ask nicely. Even then, against Surge it had only really worked so well due to Surge being such a straightforward battler, who also was a pretty strict type specialist. She wouldn't be facing only one type of attack that could really hurt her Pokemon specifically this time. There would be two if Gloom was anything to go off of. Attacking relentlessly was both Surge's plan for attack and defense, so pivoting was a hard counter for him, but Erica didn't need to attack to win. Also on her plate, Charmeleon hadn't been satisfied or calmed down yet, even as she allowed multiple practice battles against her team. However, it was fairly clear he just wanted to battle against Gyarados. But Misty was a bit hesitant to do that, as she really hadn't spent any time with it ever since she'd used it in the battle against Surge. But with Erica's teachings and the advice that Surge had given her, she was now a bit anxious for her next opportunity to interact with her Gyarados, but knew she couldn't effectively do so with the battle-crazy Fire Lizard around. She definitely hadn't gotten completely over her fear or anything, but she was more confident in her own strength and simply hoped that Gyarados would start to come around and see it himself. Besides, if she was making amends, then it made sense to do so with him as well, especially if the person she was mainly mad at wasn't even around to talk to. Finally, after seeing Misty and her team weren't planning to battle with it anymore, Charmeleon became frustrated and stormed away into the woods. Misty only smirked though, as she knew it would do that eventually, and now it would only nap far enough away so she couldn't see it before coming right back just before she left to join her at the Pokemon Center. She was beginning to think that the fire type was warming up to her, that or he was now spoiled rotten by her. Seeing the opportunity, she quickly released Gyarados onto the dry land, something the Leviathan had been forced to get used to much more often over the past couple of weeks since Misty and her Pokemon wouldn't always have the energy for both training and a trip to the coastline, forming a pretty solid necessity for her to state that boundary to Gyarados and affirm she would still feed it, but that she couldn't always afford to do so where it was most comfortable.
Besides, her team was starting to power up, and they were frankly beginning to leave it behind. Starmie alone was all it took to keep it in line when Misty gave it food, now because of its mastery of Thunderbolt. And ever since Shellder, who also posed a major threat because of its powerful Ice Beam, joined the team, Gyarados had stopped seeming like such an unstoppable monster in her eyes, as she had unfortunately always seen its species after her accident with it as a little kid. Gyarados and that early trauma still scared her to an extent, but recent lessons had enlightened her to the fact that it was partly because she hadn't taken the time to establish a relationship with it in the first place. It was, after all, more than just a big, strong, angry sea serpent. It too was a living creature, like her and the other Pokemon. She and her sisters were very rude to it by not explaining their decision to trade it and Staryu when she looked at it from Gyarados' perspective. He had to learn by being brought out in a totally new place, with new people without warning. That respect that Surge talked about, or the grace to act in the interest of others like Erica had mentioned, or even just the raw, unwavering passion to succeed like Ash had, they'd faltered in providing all of that first, so she never had any right to complain when Gyarados did the same. She had to start reflecting that she was growing. She took in a deep breath as the atrocious Pokemon cautiously confirmed that there were both no food or other Pokemon around. She was cool and collected and tried to approach the stressful situation as Erica and Surge had taught her to do. With a small smile, Misty explained herself to Gyarados and finally went about formally introducing herself and her dream to it, explaining its current predicament as well as apologizing for her past transgressions against it. It snorted in both curiosity and a bit of trace irritation over the initial confusion it had faced, only now being cleared up. It had been super vaguely familiar with both Misty and her sisters, but it had spent most of its life in a Pokeball since evolution. In fact, even its original trainer, Misty's father, was no longer familiar with it. The girl herself now was the only one he had attention and begrudgingly a respect for. In a moment of bravery, Misty reached out her hand to it. Gyarados, after studying it for a bit, leaned down to sniff at it, just before almost allowing her to pet its crest when a snapping in the distance made it glance up, drawing Misty's attention to Charmeleon poking its head around a tree that it had been hiding behind, very obviously given away by the flame on its tail. Right as she was about to call out to it, she could hear Gyarados tensing up on the ground next to her as Charmeleon suddenly came running towards them while growling excitedly. It really wanted to battle Gyarados more than any other of her Pokemon. Misty began to suspect that Charmeleon had been spying on them for a while now, as because it was a pretty intelligent Pokemon, and it really did remind her of Ash because of it. Glancing behind her, Misty asked if Gyarados would be willing to battle with her.
Meanwhile, Lance had agreed to escort Ash back to Celadon if he told him more about Giovanni on the trip there, claiming that the eccentric gym leader was so private that even as the champion, he barely knew anything about him, to which Ash chuckled, agreeing that that was just how his mentor was. Lance had only been able to squeeze so much out of Ash about him though, due to his constant counter-questioning of him on old televised battles to pick his brain on tactics and tips. That or the kid honestly just knew pretty basic information about his mentor. He was currently the only gym leader in Kanto with much of a mystique about him, and Lance found it strange that such a privacy-valuing person would choose to become a trainer sponsor. And from the exact town a lot of recent Team Rocket sightings have been climbing in the last few years, no less. Under normal circumstances, he would have already sped Ash to Celadon and gotten back to base to compile his notes and plan his next move while informing the other G-men. But he'd already had Aerodactyl fly them as slowly as possible, so his questioning could be extensive and yet still friendly and genuine so as not to put Ash off. And he did honestly enjoy the small road trip with his new friend. Ash ended up challenging Dragonite to a battle 3 more times in the 3 days they've been traveling together even, so it definitely wasn't a boring trip. Still though, he could see the kid going a bit stir-crazy due to his wanting to get in as much as he could during the month, so accepting his challenges was the least he could do to tide him over whilst he was being interrogated. The first time, he'd attempted to use his Fearo's greater maturity and power to close the gap between him and Dragonite. it didn't work. In the second, he'd surprised him by actually throwing out an Oddish that attempted to whittle them down with poison and a surprising moonblast. One they ate his partner pretty hard actually. That one made them just a little more serious. But it was what Ash did that next morning that really clued him into why Ash was relevant to the elusive Giovanni at all. Lance and he had decided to make camp a little outside of Celadon. It'd been fairly quiet around the area until early that morning as Lance woke up to a booming in the distance and what he recognized as Ash cheering. And then to his alarm, crying out in pain. Rushing awake and out of his tent, he found a trail of 6 wild Pokemon unconscious, and at the end of it, he found Ash and Krokorok in a state he hadn't seen the creature in yet. A hazy aura leaked around his body as it looked bulked to the max for some reason. He also noticed the tense atmosphere around that area. Ash's meow seemed extremely concerned about something behind his trainer's back, all while Ash looked tired and sweaty, and winced as he stood still holding a hand behind him, fairly obviously trying to hide something. It was then Lance noticed specks of red on Krokorok's mouth as Ash greeted him and claimed today would be the day that they took a step towards their goals by defeating Lance's ace with the technique they've been working towards mastering since their journey began, the full Moxie boost. Krokorok then stomped on the ground and growled in agreement and anticipation. But the casual way Ash and his Pokemon hurt innocent wild Pokemon to achieve this gave Lance some pause. Were these the kid's true colors revealing themselves finally? And worse, could he keep control of his partner in this state? Lance responded as he decided to indulge Ash a final time. If there was anything hidden in his heart during the prior battles, he was certain it would be revealed during this one, where he seemed to be at his most desperate to overcome him. As Dragonite took the field, he didn't even have a chance to inform it of anything before Ash and Krokorok were on the attack, showing they were definitely in sync at least for now. The ground type sprinted full speed at his Drake before diving with all that built up speed directly into the ground, where he came rocketing up into Dragonite's face to use Crunch. As usual, Dragonite decided not to dodge, as doing so mostly resulted in a larger waste of energy than getting hit, but something new happened this time. Krokorok's fangs began to glow with black energy, and Ash and Lance could even see faint projections of big, gnarly teeth in the same energy around the grounded Dark type as it slammed into its target. A sign that the Crunch attack had developed to its fully mastered and most powerful state.
Lance even heard Dragonite call out in pain from the attack when it hadn't even done so against Ash any time beforehand, even against Oddish's Fairy-type moves. There was a devastating power behind that attack for a trainer and a Pokemon so young. Krokorok, pleased with its strength and its progress, wrapped its arms around the Dragon-type and slung its head back for another heavy crunch when Lance shook his shock off and ordered Dragonite not to hold back and counter with extreme speed. Both the battle-crazed trainer and his Pokemon had their excitement snuffed out as Dragonite not only broke out of Krokorok's hold, but in the same split second went shooting across the small field they were in whilst dragging the Croc against the ground and finally throwing him where he hit the ground before rolling to a stop and struggling to stand. "Call it off, Ash. You won't win like this," Lance ordered sternly. Having not seen this reckless side of the kid yet, he didn't expect his drive to win to be so insatiable, and it was clear that there was a reason for this. Ash looked hesitant as his partner finally made it back to its feet, and he shot Dragonite a defiant look, signing and returning him away. They just weren't there yet. Lance did the same with Dragonite before walking over to join him, still fairly upset and wanting an explanation, but secretly relieved. Ash had gone no further as to continue battling and endangering his Pokemon. He forced him to reveal the bite wound on his hand and went to treat it while scolding him once more for recklessness. Krokorok could have seriously wounded him, and it was clear that even though Moxie was a gamble that's well worth taking when your back is against the wall, it wasn't something they were ready for.
Ash could only cite his displeasure with their travel pace and his recent losing streak to Lance as the cause for his drastic idea. And Lance could at least understand that. It was his fault the schedule had changed so drastically, and admittedly this was the most noteworthy thing to come from his investigation into Ash. But he did make sure to remind the kid that he hadn't even collected all the badges he needed to challenge the Indigo League yet, much less his champion, so he was measuring himself up against some pretty unfair odds. Lance eventually got Ash to expand on why he felt like this, and it quickly brought up the topic of his rivals and the Pokemon they would from the sponsorship. Rhyhorn was a relatively expected pick that didn't raise his eyebrow, but the part that did was hearing that it had been taken by the grandson of the profound Professor Oak, and after he'd already received one of Kanto's official starters. Trapinch, who could naturally evolve and attain the Dragon type, gave him some pause. From what he knew of that line from one of his rivals in Hoenn, they weren't as overly aggressive and hard to train as most Dragon types, but he still doubted it was a suitable Pokemon to have as a starter. And finally, learning Ash's Sandile was equipped with a hard-to-handle Moxie ability made it very clear that Giovanni was the truly reckless one in his starter selection for children so young. Even as a champion, he probably wouldn't have given anyone under 13 to 14 max their first Pokemon bred from members of his team. So it was definitely a red flag that the Viridian City gym leader was of some suspicion. And the topic of rivals also brought up someone Ash apparently viewed as the strongest rival above them all at the moment, in the likes of Giovanni's own son. The one who'd been set to receive Rhyhorn in the first place and refused it, only to show up a month or so later in Vermilion with a starter from Lance's home region of Johto, as well as an exceptionally brutal and effective talent for Pokemon battling. This lead was beginning to seem a lot more worthwhile, and the champion wasn't pleased about it.
Bringing up that Krokorok should be properly healed, as all their battling and healing the wild Pokemon they defeated had depleted his supplies, as well as Ash would likely need to start his journey to meet up with his companions soon if they wish to make the tournament. He excuses his earlier slowness to make sure they arrive at the Celadon Pokemon Center to do just that. Krokorok's injuries were fairly superficial, so his treatment was completed by mid-morning, and Ash from there claimed he'd be searching the city for his friend, who he expected to be at the gym. As that was where Lance was currently headed, he informed him that that's as far as he would travel with Ash, while shaking his hand and expressing a genuine hope to meet him again someday, as well as making a silent promise to get to the bottom of the shadiness going on around Ash, for his sake. Once walking through its doors, Ash could tell a battle was getting started, as he could hear a decent bit of chatter further into the gym, and could even hear its referee stating its terms faintly. He rushed in ahead of Lance and skid to a halt, as he indeed did find what he was looking for, in Misty and Charmeleon, and they were going up against Erica, the Celadon Gym's grass-type specialist, in a double battle no less. Misty was actually using her Gyarados, though Ash could tell it must have been with some trepidation. He was still surprised to see that Charmeleon had encountered them again, but even more so that both it and Misty were willing and able to battle together. But that also spoke to her maybe not being so confident in Gyarados so as to have an insurance policy. It was smart, he had to admit, though he decided he would sit back with Lance as to not reveal himself and throw her off her game with the surprise. Erica declared that she was happy to finally be battling Misty, and that she could tell her teachings had finally stuck with the younger woman. She had been hoping for a challenge, and was happy to see Misty presenting one, as the first Pokemon released was the same Gloom Misty had seen earlier, and then a little blue Pokemon with a lily pad on its head she actually had never seen before. As the battle began, Gyarados' Intimidate took effect, even though Misty knew it wouldn't really matter that much. She called for Charmeleon to begin by handling their long-range attacks using its flamethrower, but it instead decided to compete with Gyarados by attempting a Scary Face. Erica and her Pokemon pretty much ignored it, however, as she ordered Gloom to use its Sweet Scent, while using the little blue Pokemon she called Lotad to cover it with the Bubble Beam. Misty had to ask Charmeleon to dodge, only to see it use its flamethrower to destroy the incoming water attack, and to Erica's dismay, roast over the small Pokemon for a good bit before it scuttled away. Misty had to remember who these Pokemon were if she wanted to use them in a battle together. Knowing they both likely wanted to go back on the attack, and that Gyarados was probably hungry for the opportunity to exert some aggression, she ordered them both to charge in with an Ice Fang and a Fire Fang, respectively, which the two did happily, as Erica this time had to go on the defensive and ordered her Pokemon to keep their distance and fire a Sludge Bomb and another Bubble Beam. Charmeleon was a good bit faster than Gyarados, so Misty asked it to run ahead and deflect the attacks away from it, and surprisingly it did so with the use of Flamethrower, and what Ash recognized as the normal type move, Mega Punch, which he had no idea it had learned. Misty also had come to learn that Gyarados also had a competitive spirit and pride in its power, so she ordered it to show Charmeleon that it was still bigger and stronger by attacking Gloom directly and corralling it and Lotad together with an Ice Fang attack.
Both plant-based Pokemon were forced to dodge and avoid as much damage as they could manage, but it was rather obvious they were outpowered, and to Erica that she was out of sync with Lotad. Angry at being shown up by Gyarados, Charmeleon roared at it as Misty ordered it to show what it could do by blasting the biggest flamethrower it could at their opponents. Charmeleon then smirked and puffed its chest to a cartoonish degree as it inhaled air to release a massive gout of flame that, to Misty's horror, also consumed Gyarados' face in its wake as she cried out for Charmeleon to cut it out. When it did, both Erica's Pokemon looked to have barely held on as steam wafted around them due to Erica calling out for Lotad to go wild with water-type attacks and for both Pokemon to leap behind Gyarados for a bit of cover, though it was clearly not foolproof. Misty then called out an apology to Gyarados and tried to order it to shake off the damage when she and Erica noticed two eerie red eyes through the bit of steam in a cloud near his face just as Gyarados began to wildly thrash around unordered. It was the strongest use of the basic normal move Misty had seen from the Leviathan too, as the ground seemed to be quaking a bit from the blows Lotad and Gloom were now forced to endure. Misty couldn't blame for being angry, so she chastised Charmeleon while Erica ordered whatever countermeasures she could muster in the chaos so close to her and her teammates. Lotad, though, was quickly knocked out, and Gyarados had only calmed itself after Gloom blasted in the face point blank with a Sludge Bomb. It seemed to be confused and accidentally slammed its head into the ground trying to retaliate, but Charmeleon was already aiming to stay in the battle and undercut Gyarados by once again firing off a massive flamethrower that proved to be entirely too much for the grass and poison type, and it too was rendered unable to battle. Both Ash and Lance were impressed. Though there were a lot of mistakes and friendly fire going on, Misty was currently wielding a lot of power at a pretty high level. In reflection of that, Erica then stated this was just what she had wanted though. But it was not exactly how she pictured it. She knew when Misty declared her dream was going to be to prove herself different from her older sisters, that she was going to give her a thrilling battle. And as such, her last Pokemon of the match was from her main team.
Having arrived late, Ash and Lance had no idea that this was a 3-on-3 and double battle format until then. But even so, they were even more shocked at recognizing the noticeably larger than average Vileplume Erica released next. With Gyarados still confused and on Erica's portion of the battlefield, Misty felt that she needed to focus her instruction on Charmeleon. So she ordered it to rush in on Vileplume and to keep using all the firepower it had, which it seemed to enjoy and agree with. Erica simply ordered a Petal Blizzard, which caused a storm of flowers to take the brunt of the lizard's flame, before a massive and almost stinking sludge bomb was fired back that Charmeleon should have definitely dodged this time because it caused a massive explosion that obscured it from view for a while. At that exact moment though, Vileplume was slammed by Gyarados' tail as it once again writhed in confusion. It wound up landing rather close to where Charmeleon had been hit. At that moment though, it leapt out at Misty's command for a point blank Fire Fang right on its flower. The attack hit home and hit hard, but the creature was extra bulky and didn't seem anywhere near tired as Erica countered by asking for a non-stop sludge bomb. From up close, Charmeleon was hammered in its gut and its head over and over with the gunk. Looking at Gyarados, it was clearly just beginning to get its bearings back and couldn't help, but Misty noticed that Charmeleon's tail flame was beginning to grow larger and brighter. She recognized that Blaze was beginning to activate, even though she didn't want it to. She knew the best way to win the battle was to take advantage of it. She called out for Charmeleon to lift the large and stout Pokemon in its jaws and give it the best flamethrower it had ever made. With the flame on its tail raging, Charmeleon felt a surge of energy and welled its strength in its jaws as it squatted down and hoisted Vileplume up hard enough to fling it a good height into the air before it belched an even larger gout of flame towards the grass type as Erica calmly countered by ordering Vileplume not to give up and fire back with a solar beam since it was already getting so hot around the battlefield.
It was a reckless strategy that Misty hadn't expected, but since it was going to be high enough to be bathed in the sun anyway, one which would pay off, as Erica now had an actual expression of genuine passion plastered on her face for the rest of the battle, to Misty's great shock. As Vileplume reached a height to catch the late morning rays of sun, it began to glow bright just as flame consumed it for a good few seconds, only for Vileplume to drop through the flame and slam down to Charmeleon head first as it unleashed its solar beam from point blank range and created a dust cloud for the little crater that it left Charmeleon in. When Vileplume landed, it was obviously burnt badly, though it stood confidently and smirked down at Charmeleon. Misty then suddenly called out for an Ice Fang, snapping Erica and her partner back to the reality of the double battle having made this a 1-on-2 situation, and are caught as the strain on Vileplume hadn't worn off just yet. The Ice-type attack obviously took another toll on Vileplume, but it was more than willing to keep going, as Erica ordered another Petal Blizzard, allowing it to escape the Water-type's jaws, and it was quickly made apparent that Gyarados needed more battle experience, as the high-level Vileplume put it down as well, finally bringing the competition back to a 1-on-1. Misty had already decided on her newly caught Shelter as her third team member in this battle, due to his powerful Ice Beam attack, but just before she could get it on the field, Erica's Vileplume was consumed by flames for a second as if its burn had suddenly worsened tenfold, just as it flopped to the ground face first and the referee called out Misty's victory. Erica sighed as she returned Vileplume, though smiled happily towards Misty and beckoned her over to her. The younger girl had been frowning ever since Charmeleon's Blaze had activated as she met her older friend in the center of the field. Erica praised that as the most exhilarating battle she'd had since she'd become the gym leader of Celadon, and thanked Misty as she offered her the rainbow badge. However, Misty refused it. Just then, to her surprise, the ground where Charmeleon had been blown into a small crater broke up as Croc came digging from under it and brought the fire type up in a fireman's carry while repairing the crater under his feet.
That was an awesome battle, Misty. Erica and her both looked to the exit of the gym field where stood her no-good friend in the flesh, and he was adorned by his mangy Meowth as usual. She realized she had actually begun to miss him for a little bit as his big grin became infectious, and she couldn't help but smile at herself, only for it to falter. No, Ash, I could have done better. First, I relied on Charmeleon, who isn't even my Pokemon, or even a water type. The whole point of seeking Erica out was to prove that a water type specialist could take on their biggest weakness, and Charmeleon did the majority of the work in the battle. Gyarados and I are only just now starting to see eye to eye, and I shouldn't have put it under that much pressure in the first battle. So Erica, I cannot accept this badge today. I'm sorry. That sounds like an excellent judgment, young lady, she heard, and finally realized that Ash was being accompanied by somebody when her jaw dropped a little, and she was shocked to realize that it was the champion. She must have really missed Ash, because she hadn't even noticed at first. Erica concurred, though could respect Misty's assessment of herself. She then offered a consultation. She wanted to give Misty the Pokemon she had used in battle, Lotad. It was actually a common foreign Pokemon she had caught while on vacation with her older sisters on the beaches of Hoenn, as it was a dual water and grass type Pokemon. Misty was surprised and brought up that she felt it would be better to speak with Lotad before its ownership changed hands in any major ways. But Erica assured her that it would be alright, as Lotad and her just seemed not to have that much chemistry. Erica may try to tame another one someday. However, this one didn't seem to show any type of attachment towards her, so it should be fine.
Freshly restocked on supplies, Lance offered Misty and Ash both a revive for Charmeleon and Lotad respectively, as he suggested they make haste on their way back to Vermilion. The two said their goodbyes to the people who'd served as their second mentor figures during the events of their month apart, and took their leave as Lance hung back with Erica. You seem to really enjoy that battle, Agent Erica. Well, Misty is the younger sibling to dear friends of mine. I couldn't possibly hold back completely when giving her a gym battle now, could I? That wouldn't make me a good elder sister. She responded without missing a beat as she and Lance retired to her private office in the gym while she gave Vileplume and Gloom to one of her assistants to go and have healed. Ash and Misty had at first walked together in a small awkward silence. They both had so much to tell the other and had already spoken at the same time 3 times in a row, making them both laugh nervously. Ash finally gave a soft question of how many badges she collected during the month, and Misty responded that she'd sadly only gotten 1. It could have been 2 if she wasn't so prideful about beating Erica. Combined with her Boulder badge, and if she counted one of the gimme badges she'd taken from Cerulean, then she was currently in possession of 4 badges in total. Though she admitted she'd been waiting for their full 6-on-6 to claim the Cascade badge, since she had grabbed one for him as well. They treat each other as their Cerulean City gym battles, pretty much. Ash grinned at the idea, and thanked her for thinking ahead for him, to which she gracefully claimed was only her duty as Cerulean City gym leader, with a kind smile before giving him the same questioning regarding badges. Ash excitedly regaled her about his reunion with Richie and introduction to the secret gyms. Misty was already aware of them. She revealed that they were mostly a set of old places where gyms used to operate, that just employed a strong trainer powerful enough to remain qualified for certification or that hadn't retired yet. They weren't usually encouraged for the route of a first-time trainer due to that strength, but of course Ash and his rivals didn't care about anything like that. They were just motivated by the challenge itself. She was actually pretty enthralled by the story of Ash's journey to overcome Mr. Fuji Snorlax, and his short trip to Saffron to learn under the Karate Master, and of course when he detailed his 3 epic battles against Lance over the majority of this week. All in all, he currently had 4 badges himself, though only 3 of them actually counted for anything.
Around that time, Croco began complaining about lugging Charmeleon around loud enough that Misty and Ash stopped their conversation to commence the revival of their hopeful 6 team members. Lotad awoke and scuttled about before looking up to Misty as she knelt down to introduce herself and explain the current predicament. She then asked if Lotad would like to come on a journey with her and help her become a powerful water-type master. It nodded happily before using a water gun in her face and scuttling around while laughing at her, as she laughed tensely herself and returned it, trying to hold back her anger at now having a prankster on her team as well. Behind her, Ash had revived Charmeleon, who woke up with a start and a burning energy as it hadn't been knocked unconscious a bit brutally only hours earlier. However, it did seem genuinely excited and happy to realize that Ash was back, only to get aggressive when it saw its rival once again, as well in the form of his smug-looking Krokorok, who Meowth had decided to jump on its shoulders instead of its trainers. The 2 reptiles grunted at one another and were instantly in each other's face, raring for a battle, when Ash and Meowth cut them off. The kid then stood and produced Charmeleon's Pokeball from his backpack while explaining to it finally what happened to Damien and why it was technically still seen as a captured Pokemon. Beyond that, he was unfortunately asking Charmeleon to put aside his rivalry with his ace for now and making it aware that the offer to join his team was still open. As for right now though, there was somewhere they had to hurry where a whole bunch of strong trainers were. Ash already suspected that Krokorok and he had grown a decent bit past the fire type, even in the recognition of the strength it built. And after this competition, he was sure they'd even be more powerful than that. He really wanted Charmeleon to come along with him, so Krokorok and and it could push each other to a brand new level of power, and can personally understand the gospel of the throttle mentality it had. It was a big reason to why he really liked it as a Pokemon. But if he learned anything in the last month, it was you can't rush on your journey to getting stronger, especially not alone. Charmeleon seemed to be considering what Ash had been saying as it looked to Meowth and Krokorok, who both happened to smirk at it, and then to Misty, who was giving it a big, genuine smile and nodding excitedly.
This time, without reluctance, it nodded its head at Ash, who smiled and destroyed Charmeleon's old Pokeball under his foot before offering it a brand new one to symbolize their partnership being a total overhaul of what it dealt with its first trainer. With that done, Ash and Misty had full excuse to book it on their way down towards Vermilion City, both eager to continue catching up with one another and excited to do the same with Brock inevitably. They soon found themselves in a location called Hop 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 Town, where while resting at his Pokemon Center for the night, ended up quickly helping to clean up a mess caused by a wild Drowsy. And these events would actually see Misty accidentally catching a Psyduck she had absolutely no interest in, only for it to be transported back home as she now had 6 Pokemon anyway. She was hoping it would simply stay in his Pokeball. Well, Ash actually lucked out during the trip out of the city and onto the long string of beachfront that was at the site of the lighthouse near Vermilion. There, he finally made good on his promise to catch a powerful water type, when he discovered a large Poliwag, which absolutely dominated a Krabby in a small territorial dispute, and quickly had Meowth battle it to add it to the team as well.
When his Pokédex asked him to select whether or not to add it to his team, he surprisingly agreed to it and select Pharaoh as his first Pokemon ever to be caught to be sent back to Giovanni. She was still a good bit stronger level-wise than the rest of her teammates, and this would be a good way to bond with other new team members while getting the rest of the squad up to par with her. Not long after, on Thursday evening, they finally made their way back to Route 6, where Brock was indeed waiting for them. The three happily reunited and enjoyed a dinner to catch up. Brock seemed really impressed and proud of their growth. He encouraged them to keep climbing higher, as he definitely improved his caretaking skills so that he could support them and the Pokemon they battle from here on out.
That morning, he also decided that the rush warranted a good excuse to bust out Onix for the group to ride on the way back to Vermilion. He learned during his apprenticeship that it and Golem were beginning to weaken due to inactivity, and so revealed he'd actually entered himself into the SSN tournament as well while they'd been gone. Because of this, they ended up making it back to Vermilion in no time flat. The town was currently bustling, as it seemed the buzz around the tournament seemed to be drumming up a lot more tourism as of recent. They even had trouble booking 2 rooms in the Pokemon Center and were instead forced to all share one for their last night before setting sail that morning at 10 a.m. Brock then made sure that they all got up early in the next morning at 8 a.m. instead, so to compensate for Ash's oversleeping habit, and because he revealed there was somewhere he wanted to take them as they waited to board the ship that morning. Over the month, he'd actually taken care of some Pokemon belonging to the chairman of the Pokemon fan club, and been invited to join the club for a thank you breakfast buffet sometime. So he thought today would be the best day to take them up on that, since he wasn't the biggest fan of Pokemon Center food, and if he were being honest, this was a good way for the crew to fuel up before the tournament without burning their energy to cook their own meal. It turned out to be a great decision, as the club's mostly older membership had some truly talented cooks among them, who made a feast of awesome breakfast food that the trainers and their Pokemon enjoyed immensely. During the meal, one of the fan club members came up to Meowth and started to call it a very handsome Sneasel, to both it and Ash's confusion. The chairman then leaned over to explain that the woman was nearly blind and actually suffered a bit of dementia sadly. However, the woman is still very nice nonetheless, and she reminisced her time in the snowy peaks of her home region of Sinnoh, mentioning her love to play with the wild Sneasel in the village as one came to be her partner Pokemon. She then stated that she had the perfect gift for Meowth and placed a sharp claw-shaped stone in his paw. The chairman congratulated Ash and revealed the item as a Razor Claw. It was typically used for evolving the Sneasel species, though it also had the effect of increasing a Pokemon's critical hit ratio.
Meowth and Ash then smile at each other deviously, as their experiment with the King's Rock against Fuji's Snorlax had bore them some impressive results. They wondered what the claw could do in tandem with Slash. When their meal had concluded, Brock had been sure that they took extra time to help the elderly club members clean up the mess that they had made before they left, and thankfully, it only took them about 5 or 10 minutes. Just as they were leaving, they bumped into an older, well-dressed man who apologized and excused himself past them into the club. Ash could have sworn he had seen him before, but couldn't dwell on it, as he and his friends rushed to get in line to board the boat. They weren't first in line and didn't see anyone they particularly recognized until in line behind them came the likes of Joe and Giselle from Pokemon Tech. Unlike in canon, Ash's skill especially caused her to develop a bit of a crush on him, so she reveals she joined Joe on his journey hoping to get a chance to rematch him. The familiar face of AJ was then spotted, and he revealed his desire to crush Ash and Misty and begin a whole new win streak. More and more trainers and simple guests showed up behind them in line, but Ash still hadn't seen who he'd been hoping to see until a cloaked figure appeared in the line. He stared at it for a bit until a familiar, snarky voice sounded from the figure, who revealed itself to be none other than Gary Oak in the flesh. He bragged that he wasn't sure if Ash was going to have the confidence in himself to enter, only for Ash to quip back that he wasn't going to accept a tie this time, and informed him that he had tons of rivals participating in this. Just then, at the end of the horizon, two people arrived. One, he quickly realized to be Richie, who excitedly ran ahead of the other person, who slowed down, creating a lot of distance between the two. As the person grew closer, Ash recognized the person as Silver. He couldn't help but to growl to himself, making Silver look to where he had, and smirk a bit to himself at the challenge that this tournament was about to impose. By 11, everyone's tickets and tournament entries were verified and they began finding their way to the cabins. The first round was slated to begin at noon that day due to the brackets being drawn up that morning. Lots of tournament participants and normal passengers spent their time before the entertainment began socializing and enjoying the ship's many accommodations like the onboard trading machine it held, or even getting their Pokemon checked out by the onboard nurse Joy. Ash and company spent their time excitedly catching up and bantering with his rivals who were in usual spirits. Gary's cocky confidence was at full throttle to the point that he wasn't even fazed by Ash, Misty, and Richie teasing him for arriving in a cloak like some manga character. Richie, as usual, was endlessly optimistic and mentioned enjoy being around people that weren't such killjoys like Silver, explaining he had actually run into him when he took on Sabrina at the Saffron City gym and had decided to stick with him until he finally relented and accepted his challenge for a battle.
Silver, from the corner of the room he'd chosen to occupy that the others had to his annoyance slowly gathered in, scoffed at Richie mentioning their spending the last week or so together. He didn't appreciate the company or that his competition would have much of an idea what he was capable of and what Pokemon he used. He was on a mission after all, and didn't have time for the kind of distractions Ash and these other fools did. Richie though heard him and quickly involved him in the conversation with more teasing and mentioned that he was almost certain Silver had enjoyed the company. The redhead snapped back that he was more so a thorn in his side than any kind of company, but Richie brought up that after they both lost to Sabrina, it was probably a good thing that they got to travel and motivate each other before the tournament. Ash, still curious about the mysterious gym leader, asked the other two boys how those battles went, only to get a grunt from Silver and a sweat drop from the boy similar to him. Richie elaborated that the Saffron City gym leader was insanely strong and blatantly wiped the floor with both of them. Silver had gotten it a bit worse due to being pretty rude to her though, he joked, only to have Silver shush him once more as the announcer took to the battlefield constructed in the middle of the ship to begin the festivities, as referees of Psychic-type Pokemon went ahead and erected barriers to keep the crowd and ship safe during the contest. Everyone's attention was then brought to a screen which currently showed the tournament's 32 participants. Ash became excited when he recognized the ace trainers who'd gifted him Meowth while participating, as Richie commented that two of the other contestants seemed to be kind of familiar to him. Silver again scoffed at them for being so dense, and focused back on the announcer as the rules were laid out. Since the tournament had 32 participants, they'd be conducting it in a series of 5 rounds over the next 3 days. Round 1 was simply going to be one-on-one battles, and the winners would move on to round 2, which would be 2-on-2s. The next day, though, the winners would participate in round 3, which would be a double battle. The final 4 contestants in the semifinals would go on to battle in a 3-on-3 to close out the second day. And then the 2 finalists would finish off the tournament the next day in a 4-on-4 that would involve the first half of 2-on-2 single battles and a second half that would end in another double battle. When it was clear that everyone understood what would be going on in the tournament, the announcer then stated that the tournament brackets were finally ready to be revealed. As they came up on screen, Ash realized he was up first and excitedly took to the field as his friends and rivals watched closely, while another trainer around Brock's age or so took to the other side as the announcer gave their stats and hometowns, mentioning the guy was a trainer named Hodge from Lava Ridge Town in the Hoenn region, surprisingly having rowed the ship from the port of Dewford specifically to participate here today. As Hodge released his Pokemon for the one-on-one battle, Ash and Meowth were fairly surprised to not really recognize him, this being one of those rare times when Ash actually had to check his Pokédex, which he really didn't do all too much after Professor Oak had familiarized him much more with Kanto's Pokemon. Once learning the big bulky creature wasn't another form or evolution of Snorlax like they had been seeing in their nightmares for a little while there after battling Mr. Fuji twice, Ash decided he'd actually be best served using Meowth against this fighting type, since it was out of its Pokeball already and would allow him to keep his Pokemon unknown to the competition.
His rivals and friends actually groaned at the decision, all expecting Meowth to simply be too lazy to battle, as it usually was, only to be surprised as it stiffly saluted him and hopped on his shoulder, ready for battle. While he would usually protest battling something he was weak against, after a week around the Kanto champion and some of his Pokemon, he had gotten a lot better at sizing up power. This Hariyama thing was big, but it wasn't anywhere in the same league as Snorlax or Dragonite. It may not even be as strong as Krokorok the more he looked at it, trying to interrogate him as the match began. As soon as he was given the option, Ash called for Meowth to use a combo that they had been working on called Fake Slash, which simply mixes the priority rush of Fake Out with the power of Slash. Hodge was about to call for his own counterattack when he blinked as Ash's Meowth had already landed behind Hariyama and retracted its claws. He called for Hariyama to turn around and clobber it with Arm Thrust, but it collapsed face first as Meowth casually walked back to its trainer and basked in the praise as Hariyama was deemed unable to battle, and Hodge was eliminated from the tournament that quickly. It was hard to find a jaw on the boat that hadn't dropped at the incredibly quick Ash, as he had just set the tone for this to be a more than interesting tournament.
The tournament participants at first needed a moment to really take in Ash's victory before they moved on. He certainly set the tone. The kid didn't inherently have the bearing of an especially skilled or experienced trainer, but after watching him do what he'd just done against Hodge and his mighty looking Hariyama, it was kinda unbelievable he was able to just put it down with a little old Meowth in one move. This was especially true for certain passengers, participants, and the majority of the ship's disguised crew. They'd been shown pictures of Ash, Silver, and Richie in their briefings with the boss beforehand, but none of them really took him seriously when he hailed them as powerful trainers to watch out for and stay out of the way of. Very few of the lower level grunts had heard rumors of the side project that their leader was indulging in, along with their current most major project, Project Mew, and when brought up, they'd all laughed off the idea of children being worthy of leading them someday. But now, the concept was beginning to look a lot more possible than any member of Team Rocket originally thought. As for those who knew Ash, their reactions were more mixed. The likes of Brock found himself very proud of Ash. While his strength as a trainer wasn't ever a major pride of his, he did cultivate it to take care of his family, meaning he learned how to get stronger at a young age. He had pretty instinctively tried to help pass that knowledge on to the likes of Ash and Misty, who were around the age of his younger brother Forrest, the second oldest of his family. And he had come to really associate them as younger sibling figures in his head. That time alone had definitely had the desired effect and clearly helped to develop some inner strength in Ash, as well as a bit more tact and maturity. Even in the way he won, he could tell that Hariyama would be more than fine after that battle, since it was so quick and pretty painless. Misty felt similar, but there was still a burning passion she felt towards Ash that she couldn't seem to clearly express. It was why she needed to battle him. That was the way they both communicated the best. She knew a big part of her feelings were anger and jealousy, obviously. She'd struggled to become a gym leader at their age. Meanwhile, as a kid, he'd naturally gotten scouted by the region's strongest. Misty sometimes had suspicions about how Ash did some of the things that Ash did. And even now, showing up as a champion or growing Meowth into such a powerful Pokemon made those suspicions even stronger. The kid literally never ceased to surprise her. So she could tell there was something else wrapped up in that anger and jealousy. She just wasn't sure what. Gary felt both excited and, if he were to be honest, afraid. It was cathartic to see the Ash with no confidence or gumption he'd met in the beginning of their journeys hadn't stuck around, and that he'd apparently been actively working to make himself a real contender to his surprise. His instinct was to chalk it up to his sheer natural awesomeness, but the sneaking realization of the long-running trend of Ash coming suspiciously close to him in terms of ability and outcome, with less in terms of resources, was not lost on Gary. Sure, his grandpa had begun to try and mentor Ash a bit more after he'd met Giovanni and left the Oak sponsorship, but it wasn't like that alone was enough to cure Ash of being a dweeb and a bit of an airhead. It sometimes made Gary wonder if that meant Ash was somehow naturally being forced to grow faster than Gary in an attempt to make up for those downsides of his. Richie was nothing but pumped after watching Ash's battle. Not only was he now in a position to end his recent losing streak, but he was also set to finally compete against nothing but trainers he knew were to be respected. The likes of AJ looked on at Ash's battle and felt his need for revenge against him for humiliating him grow stronger. He may have been suffering from tunnel vision though, as he was very much convinced that Ash had battled in that way exclusively to rub salt in the wounds that he'd made last time they met. Ash's performance had absolutely enamored Janelle even further than she'd already been with him. He just seemed like an absolute perfect match for her, being her polar opposite. Whereas she had attempted to take on her training career the slow and safe way by studying and training more intensely than most trainers do in their first few years, she saw Ash as a bit of a maverick who'd somehow drawn the eye of the mysterious Viridian City gym leader with his nearly flawless career as a trainer. It was a part of the reason she'd convinced her classmate Joe from Pokemon Tech to accompany her on a journey so soon after meeting him, as she'd begun to live under the fantasy of Ash as some bad boy rolling into their school and stealing her heart as he left. Much to Joe's confusion, as he would calmly chime in that absolutely nothing like that had happened.
Silver, on the other hand, felt nothing. Ash was barely on his radar before he'd battled him, and even after he admittedly pushed him and his team to their limits in their 3-on-3 battle, he didn't think he had what it took to take him down. His focus was on what he suspected to be a cheap ploy to con Giovanni's new proteges into helping Team Rocket capture loads of powerful Pokemon from the trainers who participated, as well as taking them from any regular guests that may have had them. At first, all he had to go by was just his suspicions, and the little bit of information he was able to squeeze out of the Rocket members order to tail him. Now, he was well on his way to not only getting to the bottom of his father's current plans, but also his revenge against him. If Giovanni wouldn't treat him as a rightful heir of his criminal empire, then Silver wanted nothing to do with it. It made more sense just to tear it all down and start his own. His participation in the tournament was more than just getting stronger for Silver. It was also about thwarting that scheme. He wouldn't be surprised if his father had already purchased the SSN itself so he could make his own plan go off as smoothly as possible and eliminate any outside interference. It made sense. Why else would this usually small tournament that had never attracted any major turnout or competition before become so ramped up exactly when he, Ash, and Richie all began their journeys? It just added up too easily for him not to notice and decide to participate. It wasn't his duty to inform anyone else of the true nature of the competition. With those thoughts fueling them and their Pokemon, it didn't take the remainder of round 1 long to get rolling with a bang, as the majority of the trainers ended up pretty much being among the faces in the crowd, all being around as strong or a little weaker than Hodge it seemed. Of note, Ash and Meowth and the crew were firmly shocked to realize that one of those faces in the crowd was familiar, Damien, Charmeleon's original trainer. Then, Ash and Meowth cheered on Jessie as she battled under her ace persona with her Arbok and creamed her opponent. Her travels with James doing basic grunt work and working over fairly weaker trainers than herself had honestly been paying off, and now, more often than not, James and her were more than capable of overwhelming their opponents, hence why her personal collection of Pokemon had begun to grow decently. It didn't make her any less embarrassed and irritated by Ash and Meowth's antics, and she was certain the cat knew it. It was Richie in the 9th match, and he once again called on Happy to set the tone for his battle and earn his way to the second round. Brock had been paired up with AJ to his surprise, and he tried to lighten the mood by reminding him that he was technically the only member of Ash's little group that he hadn't battled yet. AJ took that as a jab though, and released a slightly smaller than average looking Raticate that Brock suspected was the same one that was used against Misty, and again tried to have a sportsmanlike conduct with AJ by praising it as looking very healthy and well maintained, but he was only asked to get on with the battle in a harsh tone. Remembering his promise to get his team some exercise since their training partners Ash and Misty had been away for the duration of the month, Brock decided not to hold back and started the battle with his Golem, who had become more antsy than Onyx had. Again, the Team Rocket members on board were fairly surprised to see the caliber of mark they had on this mission, as they recognized Brock as a former gym leader and one with a fully evolved Pokemon, no less. AJ showed no intimidation, however, as he never really respected the gym challenge as much as he should have, and he and his Rattata took full advantage of the synchronicity its rough training under his Macho Brace equipment gave them. They went all out against their opponent from the start, attempting to overwhelm Brock and Golem with pure speed and power, as right before Brock ordered a Rock Polish, Golem was sent sliding from a quick attack that had closed the distance between them that looked like it really hurt Golem, and to Brock's surprise, barely seemed to phase Rattata even at its size. Knowing while on the ship ground-type moves really weren't heavily encouraged, since if they were too strong they could damage and sink the vessel, he instead retaliated with the use of Rock Blast that AJ was smart enough to have his Pokemon dodge, which gave Brock and Golem the time they needed to finish their Figment Stringer moves. Rock Polish, into Defense Curl, into Rollout. As the massive rock bear down on the rodent, AJ didn't think outside the box, as he recognized that the speed the attack came with wasn't avoidable, so he ordered another quick attack and takedown to challenge the power. To Brock's shock again, Rattata proved itself a tough Pokemon. Even though it was slightly small, it was certainly sturdy and powerful enough, as the resulting collision made an almost hard-to-stomach thud and cracking out of both Pokemon as they blasted each other away from their attacks and slid to a halt right at the edge of their respective side of the battlefield. Golem was definitely starting to feel the side effects of the damage it had taken so far, but Brock knew it could go further easily. Meanwhile, Rattata was definitely beginning to gas out and obviously couldn't continue bashing pushing against their stony defense forever. However, before he could call for Golem to get back into its rollout, AJ kept his foot on the pedal and ordered Rata to rush in again, this time using Super Fang. Though it was exhausted, the small rat nearly disappeared into a streak of light, only to reappear having slammed into Golem's face, with its already massive incisor teeth doubling in length and glowing their own bright white, as the attack caused Golem to suddenly be blown back again, and to Brock's horror, knocked out, resulting in AJ just barely inching out the victory here.
He would have to get back to letting Golem train with Ash and Misty as soon as he could, he realized. It would also probably be a good idea to participate in more of those training battles alongside it, as Brock realized he could feel their synchronicity slipping a bit during the match. Nonetheless, he congratulated AJ with grace and kept his smile up, as now he could go and flirt with the Nurse Joy running the ship's Pokemon Center and use what he'd been taught by Vermilion's Nurse Joy to impress her. The only other match of interest in round 1 was match 12, in which Silver had been paired up with Cassidy of all people, who simply disguised herself as any old traitor and decided to use her own Raticate during the match. She wasn't very focused on the battle though, as she'd been more so worried about the way Richie had been eyeing her and Butch, and she was beginning to wonder if he was recognizing their faces and realizing they were around more often than they likely should have been for it to be coincidence. It made her a bit more jealous as Jesse and James could skirt by on their half of the mission by letting Meowth do all the up and close observation, while they sat back and got stronger from doing their own thieving. She was so wrapped up in these thoughts that when Silver released a large Machop which had a sinister glint in its eyes, she barely had time to order any resistance before Silver and his Pokemon had gone way more overboard than Ash had, and used the strongest bullet punch they could to land a pretty instant KO on the poorly trained Raticate. And worse, send it sailing into the weak psychic barriers hard enough to break through them and go tumbling into Cassidy, knocking them both over in a painful sprawl to further humiliate her while she was down. Silver was fairly sure he'd seen her before and had a strong suspicion she was Team Rocket, so holding back wasn't an option against her in Silver's opinion. Besides, if this really was a tournament set up by Team Rocket, getting disqualified for being unsportsmanlike wasn't really likely. Though Silver did still have to deal with the likes of Ash and Richie berating him for his conduct as he returned his smug-looking Machop without a word of thanks to it.
Matches 13 through 16 went the way one would expect, with Gary, a disguised Team Rocket manager named Ariana, James, and Giselle all defeating their opponent to move on to round 2. The competitors were given a 30-minute break to prepare for the last round of 8 matches that day, as some trainers on good terms spent the time discussing their performance with those present they trusted, or even in some cases, like with Hodge, giving their respect and getting to know a bit better the trainers which had defeated them. Giselle spent the entire time trying to hear what Ash thought about her battle, which made him blush and somewhat sugarcoat her admittedly poor performance with her Cubone during the first round, making so Misty couldn't help but sarcastically point out that if her Marowak hadn't evolved, she would have likely gone down like her friend Joe. This statement caused a good bit of friction between the two, much to Ash's confusion, though his attention was drawn away when he noticed Gary suddenly walked up to Silver and actually get his attention to his surprise. They seemed to speak about something for a while, before Gary finally smirked and walked away, as Silver went back to brooding on his own. He also saw Richie currently pestering Jessie, since he currently knew her as one of his friends, and was simply expressing his excitement at the chance to battle with her, forcing her to more closely play her part as she wished for this assignment to be over in her head. When the next round was scheduled to begin, Ash went back to stand in front of the screen in the battle room of the ship, because when he'd first seen the name of his opponent, he couldn't help but think it was a pretty cool one. He suddenly got a chill down his spine as Meowth suddenly and instinctively hissed at someone behind him. He turned to see a tall man with a serious yet cold smirk on his face staring him down. He kinda reminded him of Giovanni a tiny bit, but he shook the thought off in an attempt to be friendly and awkwardly extended his hand to introduce himself and asked if he was Archer. Meowth felt like he recognized this guy, but also realized that the reason he was getting bad vibes off this guy wasn't just because he was definitely Team Rocket, but more because he was currently pushing both of their covers unnecessarily by antagonizing Ash. Before he could think on it any further, round 2 was announced to begin, and Ash simply shrugged off the strange encounter, taking his place across the battlefield adjacent to Archer, who, seemingly unfazed by Ash's earlier performance, released his Pokemon first in the form of a rather mean-looking Houndoom that came out with a snarl, snorting flames. Again, Ash had to recognize his admiration for Archer, as the dark fire-type Pokemon was one of the Johto native Pokemon he was most familiar with, and had always found himself wanting a chance to train. In an effort to get over his small bit of jealousy and to show Archer he wasn't just some kid to be scowled at, he nearly matched his opponent by choosing this as his and Charmeleon's debut. But as if having read his mind, Meowth begins to tug on his pants, and gave a gesture as Ash interpreted that Meowth was telling him to go all out against this guy, and instead go with Crocro to teach this guy a lesson. Both options were awfully tempting to him, but with the clock ticking down, he suddenly decided to go with an alternative to satisfy both of their positions as he released Tyrogue.
As the battle began, Archer ruthlessly ordered Houndoom to abuse his long-range attack advantage with a barrage of Ember attacks, instantly putting Tyrogue and Ash on the back foot, where all they could do was waste energy and time running around to dodge the tiny fireballs. Thankfully, speed was something Ash had really helped the little fighting type to develop so far to complement his dynamic power in his small frame, and so it could speed around the attacks fairly easily, even if it didn't like to fight in such an evasive manner. But Archer soon had Houndoom begin to try and match it by having it switch to using the move Flame Charge, causing the canine to speed up as it finally landed a move by slamming into Tyrogue flame-coated horns first. Archer then had it keep up the assault by having his hound pounce on Tyrogue to finish it with a bite and then turn the heat up again by converting it into a Fire Fang. To Ash's dismay, he and Tyrogue continued to have issues getting any momentum going as the bite caused it to flinch and it soon began to cry out in pain, while Archer encouraged Houndoom to keep Tyrogue pinned and in its fangs until it finally went down. However, Ash noticed a strange blue glow like he'd never seen surrounding Tyrogue as he began to fight through the pain and was strangely moving a little faster. The battle announcer then recognized this as Tyrogue's ability, Steadfast, which raised his speed after flinching, claiming it as a testament to the fighting type's willpower. However, he declared it may not matter if Ash didn't get out of this hairy situation. Already realizing and recognizing this as a slightly similar situation to when Snorlax had nearly crushed it, Ash told Tyrogue to put all his strength into his legs and use them to push Houndoom off of it. Once again, the Hellhound was fairly slow to react, as it suddenly felt a devastating blow in his gut and was sent flying into the air a bit before clumsily trying to catch itself on his feet. As Tyrogue suddenly flipped back onto its own 2 feet, obviously exhausted, though with a determined look in its eye. Ash then happily encouraged the scrappy Pokemon, hazarding a guess that he might have just learned Mega Kick. The little fighting type looked at him and gave a small smile and a thumbs up to confirm that he just had. Undeterred, Archer ordered Houndoom to get right back in there by going for another Flame Charge. But this time, Ash tells Tyrogue to hold his ground and wait for his signal before unleashing a Mega Kick with all he had left, causing the incognito Team Rocket manager to realize Ash's goal too late, as just before his Dark-type Pokemon could slam its flame-covered body into Tyrogue once again, Ash called out his signal and Tyrogue pivoted on 1 foot to move out of Houndoom's view before his now white and glowing foot surged through the fire and flames covering Houndoom to find purchase in the fully evolved Pokemon's jaw. This hits so hard that Houndoom flies end over end before landing flat on his back with his paws in the air and a stunned expression before passing out, giving Ash the first win as Archer looked on in shock and his young opponent childishly praised his Pokemon, along with Meowth. Growling to himself, Archer released the only other Pokemon he had, as his position in Team Rocket made him marginally above the power and skill of a normal grunt, as his job was simply to command smaller teams of grunts. What made him so angry was that he previously seen himself as the strongest and most battle-hardened of the managers, if not even amongst their currently inept admins, and he secretly didn't want to lose to the boss's pet project.
Out came his Golbat, who instantly went to flapping its wings, and warming itself up to use its speed, as Ash suddenly tried to recall Tyrogue back to its Pokeball, not wanting to push it too far. However, the little fighting type almost instinctively jumped out of the way of the return beam, and communicated to his trainer that he wanted to continue, before raising its little arms up above its head and inhaling deep breaths to try and get its second wind faster. While he would have been worried, Ash was sure he could always have Meowth swap with Tyrogue if things went poorly, and so he agreed to have the team's warrior-spirited rookie overcome its type disadvantage. Golbat was indeed fast, and its size meant that it carried a lot of power behind its wings, allowing it and Archer to score the first substantial blow with the quick wing attack that knocked Tyrogue to the ground. As Archer ordered a Leech Life to follow up, Ash told Tyrogue to use Mega Kick to escape. However, Archer adapted by ordering Golbat to wrap its wings around Tyrogue and to dig in without letting anything go, no matter what happened. Wrapped in massive wings and no way to escape Golbat's fangs, the scuffled Pokemon could only cry out in pain as its energy was sapped away little by little. It couldn't stretch its short legs enough to use those new Mega Kicks to land any damage and knock the bat away, and all Tyrogue's other moves involved its feet being planted firmly on the ground. Ash had to grimace as he forfeited and returned Tyrogue against its will, and without even having to ask, his partner felt Meowth's weight leap off of his shoulders as his second team member choice for round 2 was made. Archer was fairly smug about this win. It was certainly possible for him to do Ash's job in the tournament better than the child could. If he were to fail against his elder here and now, he could collect more Pokemon as the mission continued. This could be his chance to rise through Team Rocket's ranks. He used Golbat's mobility and speed again, since he knew that Meowth was fast, but likely not as fast as Golbat if it were to really get going. It was a bet worth taking, he thought.
Suddenly though, Ash called for a Swift, the move he and Meowth had decided to start practicing ever since losing to Silver's high-flying Murkrow. Misty just so happened to have trained Starmie and Staryu, who knew the attack almost by nature, and therefore was a valuable move tutor for the two, making it much easier on them, especially since this was Meowth's first special attack, and called for him to summon forth his energy kinda like Snorlax's Hyper Beam, but to a much lesser degree. The move had two other benefits for them specifically though, number one of which being the discovery that Meowth's ability must have been Technician all along. Something Ash would go on to note to the Scratch Cat was actually a pretty highly sought after ability for most Pokemon, Meowth or not, and theorizing this is what Ace trainers Jesse and James meant about Meowth being special, while Meowth pondered if Technician also had anything to do with his incredible intellect. So while Swift wasn't as powerful as a Hyper Beam by any means, Meowth's ability and normal typing could really beef up the move, causing it to pack a really good punch. And the second reason that Ash and Meowth really loved Swift and decided to make it their go-to long-range attack, it didn't miss.
As Meowth opened its body up wide and vulnerable to an attack, it suddenly glowed as his normal type energy was exuded and suddenly formed a solid cartoonish looking star of energy much larger than a normal Swift attack. In a repeat of the events with Hariyama, in vain, Archer ordered his bat to avoid them by trying to dodge. Something the size of Ash flying at you with that kind of speed was already hard enough to dodge, even if they weren't somehow magically target locked. Inevitably, Golbat fell from the sky after the collision with the stars made a bright explosion of sparkles, resulting in its defeat being called, and Ash moving on to the third round. The battle announcer then went on to declare excitedly, Meowth was not only undefeated, but he had also beaten all of his opponents in a single move, making Ash as a favorite to win the competition.
This time around, Ash's ability was much less surprising to everyone. The only person to really have any worthwhile reaction was Silver, as he'd also recognized Archer and felt a bit jealous he wasn't being given the opportunity to demolish the 8 higher-ranked Team Rocket members he'd identified aboard the ship. In the next match, a trainer named Petrol had been pitted against Damien. When the poor excuse for a Pokemon trainer released his first Pokemon, a Golduck, Petrol released his own, with the same lazy, casual attitude he had against Joe. The kind of personality so eccentric you expect the person to either be super powerful or a total poser. However, he used the exact same Pokemon he had against Joe and his Pidgey. A Ditto took to the field and quickly transformed into his opponent. However, it was very quickly revealed that it was not a sufficient match for the real Golduck, as Damien had to use a powerful psychic attack that ended up pretty much decimating the fake. Then, Petrol, still holding his lazy and cocky bravado, suddenly forfeited as he revealed that Ditto was actually his only Pokemon, allowing his opponent to move on to the third round without resistance, and causing Damien to brag to Ash's irritation as he realized he would have to be the one to teach this guy a lesson after all. Misty then faced off against Butch and his Primate, this time making a shocking choice herself when she selected her Goldeen to fight on dry land, getting her laughed at before she and her Goldfish made it very clear they were not to be taken lightly, as the flopping water type was actually able to jump around the battlefield for dangerous close range attacks like Peck and Horn Attack. This was pretty rewarding for Misty and Goldeen's hard work in trying to get to the point to be able to accomplish such a feat, as well as having the guts to do so, because just as Primate and Butch seemed to get a handle on the situation, evolution occurred, leaving the bigger and stronger Sea King to eliminate his opponent with a mighty flail, and making Misty's win a very easy one-up of Giselle's former victory. To the soon-to-be former Rocket admin's shame, he too had to concede the match as he also only had a single Pokemon. Tailing Richie had meant Butch and Cassie had little if any time to expand their teams. Thankfully their jobs weren't to win here, but it was still irritating to be surpassed by Jesse and James. Both he and Cassie, however, felt some catharsis, as next up the kid they'd been tailing, Richie, was set to take on Jesse, and they knew how powerful he was, so this would be pretty good payback by proxy.
When she attempted to use her Arbok's fully evolved state to hopefully overpower anything that the twerp had, she was directly countered by Richie calling for Happy to use its agility and access to the psychic move Confusion to render that a bad choice. The two grinned happily, hoping that that was Jesse's only Pokemon, but to their dismay, she smirked and mentioned that if her old partner couldn't do it, then Jessie was forced to rely on one of her cute Pokemon she'd been lucky enough to nab as she chose her final team member, a Meowth, but a weird looking one to most present. From the sidelines, Meowth felt a bolt of anger at Jesse, blatantly finding him a replacement on the team, as well as the confusion as to why the Meowth looked so different. He did have to admit, it was kinda cute too. Jesse and James during their travels around Kanto had bumped into a relative of a famous professor here in the region from the nearby Alola Islands. Alola had no league or gyms established, and were apparently just now beginning to fully understand the environment's effects on its Pokemon, enough to fully civilize all of its wild areas, yet much less from a battle challenge. When she saw what she thought to be a rare, regional variant of a Kanto Pokemon the boss seemed to have a soft spot for, she simply had to snatch it as a gift. And with James's help and a clumsy mistake from their tan victim, Jessie and James were successful in snatching it and one other Pokeball from the man, though she refused to have that other one anywhere near her and pawned it off to James. To her and James's great delight, the naturally mischievous Dark type recognized that these two crooks needed a leader to better pull off their schemes. Ever since it and Jessie had teamed up, it had been allowed to do whatever bad things it wanted to, and been rewarded and pampered by its new master, allowing it to learn some moves that Jessie and James' old standard Meowth couldn't. Hence, Jessie decided to give this Meowth the nickname of Mal.
With a mixture of the move Taunt locking Happy into only being able to attack, and Mal's small size and own agile speed allowing her to avoid everything the bug did, Happy soon began to tire with each flap of its wings, having to use them for both movement and attacking, and so was left open for Mal to finish it off with a payday, as Jessie cheered and happily ran onto the battlefield to collect the coins which had just knocked out Richie's Pokemon. Slightly disheartened at another loss, Richie decided to take no chances and chose to go with a pure advantage by selecting his own Tyro. Jessie, seeing this, decides to take a page out of Ash's book and starts the match off with a fake out, but Richie is ready for this, as he'd had his Scuffle Pokemon preemptively use Detect, allowing it to deftly sidestep the speedy normal type attack, and to Mal's chagrin, come crashing into her back with a powerful tackle attack that sent the Alolan Meowth sliding through the dirt. Jessie then had her use another barrage of coins from Payday, only for them to all glance fairly harmlessly off of his Tyrogue Snipes, as they were actually pelted back at the Dark type from its punches and kicks. At the end of her rope, Jessie called for Mal to use Charm, but even as he blushed a bit, Snipes still charged forth at Richie's behest to deliver a final tackle that rendered Jessie's replacement Scratch Cat unable to battle, and removing another admin from the competition.
Deciding to allow his Raticate a break, AJ led off this round with his Beedrill, as Proton used his Zubat. Beedrill was obviously both better trained and equipped for this battle, but after being on the receiving end of Beedrill's Twin Needles and Poison Jab, Zubat was able to suddenly gain a burst of speed, as evolutionary energy left it in the Golbat stage, making the battle much more evenly matched, as it could now counter with wing attacks, causing both Pokemon to end up taking each other out in the end. Next up, AJ decided he wanted to ensure his victory, so he chose his ace, Sandshrew. After losing to Ash and Sandile, the two had seriously considered evolution, but Sandshrew came to feel very strongly about wanting to maintain its small and agile state. So now, whenever outside training with its own Macho Brace, Sandshrew had been outfitted with an Everstone. Proton, however, had nothing more than a coughing of his own, which proved fairly useless in the face of Sandshrew's speed and ability to masterfully navigate the battlefield, while using Rollout with AJ's eyes to guide him, forcing the other undercover Team Rocket manager to prioritize his mission past this silly facade and order an explosion. When the dust cleared, Sandshrew had easily survived the blast by tucking into itself, though it was slammed against the battlefield barriers a tad harshly. It simply flexed as AJ encouraged his starter. Now, it's his turn again. Silver eagerly stepped up for his match, only to be met with his opponent, youngster Larry. As he made it into his box first, Silver also went ahead and released his Pokemon first. Much like Ash had, the redhead prioritized keeping his team composition close to the chest, and so, once again, similar to both Giovanni's sponsored trainers, he and his fighting type saw themselves easily steamrolling his opponents, fittingly, the last fairly unremarkable trainer of the competition. When the superpower Pokemon rose from its first to its second stage, defeating both opposing Pokemon with overwhelming strength, just as he liked with its finely mastered Cross Chop. Gary could feel his blood surging. This was the most excited he had been about battles since his journey began, and he thought his first year as a trainer would be interesting when Ash stopped being such a dork. Now, there were all sorts of trainers worth his time to help him climb to be the best. Matching the fire he felt, he decided he needed to end his first day of battles with his honey, and released Growlithe. Ariana, who'd been glancing over at Silver as if he had been distracting her, soon cursed herself at her matchup. Deciding the best thing she could do was to chip away at Gary's firewall, so to speak, she sent out her Ekans. But the snake was not only purely outpowered, it was also unsuccessful in causing a poisoning, resulting in her using her final Pokemon, her Gloom. With the grass-type weakness to exploit, Gary had a clear path to victory, but instead smirked as he returned Growlithe and instead put himself at a disadvantage by revealing another Pokemon. He had an Electabuzz that was noticeably younger than that of Lieutenant Surge. Come on, Gary, don't go spoiling your team too much. I want it to be a surprise when I whoop your butt. The grandson of Professor Oak heard Ash jeer at him. It made him smile wider, both because it was genuinely nice to have the old Ash back, annoying and loud, but no less caring and talented. What he was saying was for Gary's benefit after all. Whatever, Ash. I've caught so many Pokemon by now, my team could change every round, and I'd still have catches you haven't seen.
Ariana wasn't about to sit around and listen to this, and so ordered a sludge, but Gary was on the dime, and countered by having Electabuzz roll out of the way and respond with Discharge, allowing a seamless trade of no damage for big damage. And that pretty much made it the fight's trend, as Gary finally had his electric type seemingly juice his powers up even further to overcome their grass type opponent with pure strength. For the final match of round 2, Ace trainer James faced off with Giselle. He too had expanded his team, but wasn't as gung-ho to use the Alolan Pokemon he'd nabbed as Jessie was. He instead remembered he had some childhood friends he could call on to power himself up for more perilous missions, since even without Meowth, Jessie and James still had their own ambitions. First out was trusty old Weezing, who Giselle decided she would counter with the likes of her Graveler. As the battle got underway, James and Weezing went the route of obscuring their opponent's vision with a smoke screen and then a poison gas right off the bat. Surprisingly, even using a double hit to smack Graveler back into the cloud they'd made when Giselle tried to have it rolled out of it. To their surprise though, Giselle, now knowing that she was on the clock, just coolly claimed that this pesky strategy was meaningless to her before she called for Graveler to use self-destruct. The referees maintaining the dinky battlefield safety barriers ordered their Pokemon to soup it up just in time as the walls of the barrier came into view again by containing the explosive attack and the billowing smoke and gas in a box of psychic energy. It wasn't even necessary to wait for the smoke to clear out, as both Pokemon were definitely down after that. Following a short intermission to air out the battlefield, Giselle was ordered by the referee to send out her next Pokemon first, and she responded by releasing her Marowak this time. James remembered it was a ground type, but wanted to bet that his bond with his Pokemon could see him through it as he released Growlithe, his childhood pet Growlithe. If they were already going around and stealing Pokemon however they pleased, then it made sense to start with a score James was certain to get away with. Stealing Growlithe out of his parents' mansion was much simpler than he thought it'd be, to the point that he and Jessie joked that Meowth would have probably made that more complicated than it needed to be with some strange contraption or a scheme. When the puppy Pokemon hit the field, it initially wanted to play with James, but just as he'd convinced it that it was battle time, Giselle quickly ordered a Boomerang.
As Marowak threw its club, James ordered Growlithe to dodge, but the puppy Pokemon, still being first and foremost a pet, decided to fetch instead of running face first into Marowak's club, and knocking itself out in the most anticlimactic display possible. The battle announcer had to awkwardly call the end of round 2, and thus the first day of the SSN tournament. James just couldn't believe that he had a more embarrassing match than Biff, when he and Jessie had finally been feeling on par with their rivals, while the battle saw Giselle feeling very confident in her own abilities. Joe's sweat dropped as he soon rushed over to Ash and his friends, who had been hanging around the Pokemon Center with Brock and the Nurse Joy riding aboard. Ash was currently being informed by the two that actually the healing machines on the ship seemed to be much older models, so all of the round 1 and round 2 contestants unfortunately still had Pokemon incapacitated. If the trainers didn't have their own supplies, that meant Tyrogue would have to wait to be healed. So it was very clear to Misty and Brock that Ash was already upset before Giselle came skipping up to him to ask him if he had been impressed with their battle. Misty was actually about to lash out verbally again, as she usually would, but her recent growth caused her to hold her tongue. Instead, she mouthed to the other girl to hold off for the moment, as she offered Ash a comforting pat on the shoulder and assured him Tyrogue and all of the other Pokemon would be just fine. She didn't want him to try and act tough and brood around the whole night, since the next day she wanted him at full power, reminding him of his promise to put Damien in his place, and the opportunity to face off against her in a real match after Misty had impressed him so much with her growth over the month. It got him to take things a little bit easier. He just couldn't help this impending feeling that something big was about to happen, and it wasn't going to be the good kind of big. After that, he began to interact with Giselle, his other rivals, and friends made throughout the competition. Meanwhile, Misty was forced to step away as the ship attendant had informed her that multiple calls had come for her from the Cerulean Gym. She sighed and went off to see what her sisters needed so urgently.
Meanwhile, in a secluded staff-only area of the ship, Jessie, James, Butch, and Cassidy had decided to gather up to give Giovanni an update about the SSN mission. However, they found it hard to get a hold of him. Then suddenly the lights in the room turned on, and in came the Rocket managers, trailed by a few random people the Rocket executives recognized were likely disguised grunts. "What are you doing? Don't you know we aren't supposed to contact the boss?" Ariana scolded. Before the executives, realizing their rank, attempted to reprimand the disrespect, only for Archer to shut them down. Their status as higher-ups had been called into question long before Giovanni had found his twerps. If anything, they all looked down on them, because their ineptitude had set the bar so low for them, the boss now saw fit to replace their ranks with mere children. At that dig though, Jessie gained a bit more resolve, and assured her subordinates that they were still their betters for a reason, as were those silly twerps they'd been looking after. She then fires back that underestimating is a perfect way to overlook rarity. She then ordered James, Cassidy, and Biff to come on so they can start slacking off while the grunts did the work. As the executives leave, Proton growls at being demeaned, but Petrol simply assures him to be patient and reminds him of the saying about good things coming to those who wait. Outside the back entrance to the ship's kitchen the meeting had been taking place in, Silver had been snooping around, hoping to eavesdrop on a little of what was being discussed by the crew. It was already obvious to him that his hypothesis was correct, but what he really wanted to know was what the boss is focusing on right now. He delegates his most important task to the executive or admin class, the second most important task to the manager class, and the least important to the grunt class. So it stood to reason whatever Giovanni himself was working on carried some major implications. Sadly, his father's pawns either didn't know anything or were smart enough to keep their mouths shut, because all he'd heard was petty squabbling. To his shock though, he suddenly feels a tap on his shoulder, and he instantly goes into self-defense mode, diving out of the way and releasing his primary attacker to see what he was up against. The perpetrator was none other than a somewhat embarrassed looking Gary Oak.
"That's your new starter?" the Oak asked as Silver quickly returned his Pokemon. He was definitely more embarrassed and decided to simply walk away. However, as he did, he saw Gary's Electabuzz had been released and was currently in front of him, blocking off of his escape. He turned to look at Gary questioningly, as if he couldn't believe that he had been outthought. When Gary returned his Ogre, "Sorry about that, I've been getting a bad feeling, so I decided it'd be best not to walk around the ship alone. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about something." Silver grimaced and simply made to continue walking away. "I'm not about to fraternize with an enemy I'll have to face the next day," he claimed as he disappeared. Man, Ash was right. He does do the whole jerk thing better than me, Gary quipped to himself as he decided to rejoin the group. The next morning, Ash had woken up full of energy, even after keeping Meowth up fairly late to go over the battle strategies for the upcoming double and 3-on-3 he had set for himself that day. He knew he had the perfect combination for baking the big slice of humble pie he wanted to make for his first match. But until he knew if he'd be facing Misty or Richie in the semifinals, his team of 3 couldn't be fully locked down. He wolfed down the breakfast the ship served and had already taken to his side of the battlefield before the announcers or referees had even joined the rest of the crew. The wait was agonizing to him, and now he regretted allowing Meowth to sleep in. How could he miss this match? Finally, after another 30 minutes, in which not only had the battle announcer come up to Ash and apologized by asking to push the beginning of round 3 back a bit, and Brock and Misty to ask if he wanted to go do something more fun while they waited, he had refused in order to keep his head in the game, as this was a serious battle to him. To his relief, the battle announcer began the festivities by asking Damien to join him on the battlefield, and all non-participating trainers to leave as the safety barriers were formed. The cocky glasses-wearing kid mocked Ash standing in the same spot for nearly an hour, like a dork, but Ash merely ignored it. "Come on, Meowth, you better hurry if you want to watch me kick this kid's butt." Simply enjoying the sound of his own voice, Damien went on to say that he appreciated a poser like Ash being one of his opponents for the tournament. He could tell that the opponents Ash had so far were nothing but pushovers. Not like him, he'd take the whole thing. He didn't know what the grand prize was, but he was definitely taking it, and since Ash had taken the field first, he'd be courteous and give him the opportunity for type advantage as he sent out his first 2 Pokemon, Magmar and Golduck. Ash eyed Magmar and got a sour look on his face as he finally responded to his opponent. "Did you get Magmar after you ditched Charmander?" Damien cocked an eyebrow and looked at Ash's face more carefully, wondering if maybe he had met him and told him about his wimpy fire type at some point. Assuming that was the case, he confirmed it and mentioned Magmar was much more suitable for a young prodigy trainer like himself, way better than Charmeleon had been.
"That's what we want to find out. Charmeleon, Krokorok, I choose you!" Ash called for his own picks with as much fanfare as he could as his 2 rival reptiles took to the battlefield, eyeing their opponents before glancing and snorting at each other. Ash then filled them in and reminded Charmeleon this was his chance to show Damien just how wrong he was, cluing Damien into the identity of Ash's fire type and making him laugh hysterically as this was just too perfect. Suddenly, he ordered a water pulse and a flame burst, but Ash was quick on the draw as well and nearly ordered a dig for both his Pokemon to escape through. But remember, the move wasn't well suited for the ship, and instead had to resort to more creative means. He called for a Stone Edge from Krokorok and told Charmeleon to use the rocks as cover from the water type attack. To his surprise and delight, unlike with Misty, Charmeleon went ahead and listened to him. While it was impressive he'd learned to counter water type moves with Flamethrower, Ash and Meowth had quickly recognized it was more a waste of energy to show off than anything else. Just getting out of the way was a smarter move, and would keep the battle-craving flame Pokemon to the fight longer. And he was sure that working alongside Krokorok and battling against his former training had something to do with it as well. It was pretty easy to tell that this battle carried more weight for Charmeleon than anyone else. Damien kept his offense up and had Golduck use his confusion to begin crumbling Ash's Stone Edge defense, while Magmar began using Fire Punch to help it do so. They'd back Ash's Pokemon into a corner and pummel them with raw power. Ash's idea exactly. Quickly, he told Charmeleon to destroy the rest of the rocks with Mega Punch, and the powerful blow did far more damage than either Golduck or Magmar had been doing to the rocks, and had the added benefit of pelting the two with small shards of rubble and forcing Magmar back. Keeping up his momentum and wanting to let this match be almost a one-on-one for Charmeleon, Ash asked Krokorok to assist it in getting in close on Magmar by giving it a boost. His dark type grumbled, but quickly dropped to all fours and yelled for their fire type teammate to jump off of him. Charmeleon smirks and doesn't hesitate to bolt up Krokorok's massive tail and plant his foot on his back. Suddenly, Krokorok dug its claws into the ground and pulled itself into a handstand, sending Charmeleon at Magmar like a heavy flaming rock from a catapult. Damien's fire type recovered before his water type, and so he was forced to counter with Magmar, going for another fire punch to try and use the speed Ash built up against him. Obviously, he couldn't. Mega Punch and Fire Punch clashed with enough power to blow away the dust caused by the crushed rock. But with the support Krokorok and Ash had given him, Charmeleon was able to outpower the rival fire type that had replaced him, forcing Magmar to lose balance and fall to the ground flat on his back, pinned under Charmeleon. Angry, Magmar lashed out by spitting a fairly weak flame burst from his disadvantaged position, and was rewarded by being bathed in Charmeleon's flamethrower. One so hot, Ash couldn't help but smirk as he saw Damien sweating even behind the protective barriers. He tried to have Golduck help Magmar by blasting Charmeleon with a water pulse while his guard was down, but showing signs of Ash's influence on it, Krokorok put itself between Golduck and Charmeleon, and bravely tanked the attack for its teammate by countering it with a Thunder Fang to try and minimize the damage it would have taken. Realizing this had just become a 2-on-1, Damien panicked, calling for Golduck to switch over to his confusion attack to keep the unfamiliar creature at bay. But the blue glow that Golduck was able to get to form around Krokorok quickly fizzled out to both Damien and Ash's shock, before the young catcher remembered one of the attributes of dark types that Meowth had revealed to him. It was now less rare to encounter Pokemon with the dark typing in the Kanto region in the modern day than it had been when, say, Professor Oak was younger. Just as dragon types like the Dratini line were beginning to slowly increase in number in the Kanto region once conservation efforts like the Savari Zone became well established. Ash banks on his fortune and orders Krokorok to charge forward with his Thunder Fang once again, and it finally hits home, allowing Krokorok to chomp square into Golduck's arm used to fend off the attack and begin surging a current into it. As Golduck cried out in pain, Damien arrogantly tried to call out over it in order to fight back, but he was interrupted by the announcer declaring Magmar unable to battle. This caused his focus to shift back as he now saw that Charmeleon's flames had actually become too much for his Magmar, which now lay blackened with soot and dazed as Ash's flame Pokemon came charging towards Golduck and Krokorok as the two struggled.
At the end of his rope, and clearly flustered by Ash, his well-oiled machine was forced to reveal the true colors of the abusive trainer, who could do nothing but vaguely order his Pokemon to find its way out of this blind, or else. Even without support or strategy, Damien's duck showed gumption and gritted its teeth before opening its beak to release a point-blank Icy Wind onto Krokorok, landing a critical hit as the ground type's head began to ache. Not to mention, its desert-dwelling reptilian nature made the ice far worse, since it had no real resistance it could build to the typing and hadn't had the chance to even start doing so. Reeling back, Krokorok was a tad slow to recover, and the second of hesitation gave Damien the time and confidence to actually give an order, calling for Golduck to capitalize with the Water Pulse, hoping it can get off of confusion as well. However, Charmeleon had reached them and lashed out with another Mega Punch uncommanded, only for Golduck to react the same way and catch the fire type with confusion as it unleashed another Icy Wind onto Krokorok, as it apparently viewed Ash's starter as a rightful threat. To Ash's horror, Krokorok was quickly becoming so slowed down as to be immobilized, and was reduced to curling up to maintain warmth, as it couldn't dig down in this situation. Meanwhile, Charmeleon was struggling against its psychic bonds as Damien continued to try and get his partner to follow his orders, but it was done listening if he was. Now, it would fight on its own terms. Charmeleon finally mustered enough power to spit its flamethrower at the water type, but Golduck simply slammed it into the ground, with confusion shrugging it off. Ash looked around, just now realizing he could hear some of his friends and other contestants complaining about how the match was growing out of hand, and he recognized the referees were strangely staying silent. Was there something they were seeing that he wasn't? Oh, Charmeleon, I want you to unleash the hottest flamethrower you've ever made right onto Krokorok. Melt the boat if you have to, he called out, and the fire type suddenly understood what he was thinking. No way this would be enough to do in that punk. Reinvigorated, Charmeleon, like in the battle with Erica, belt out a rain of fire that almost seemed out of place for anything that wasn't fully evolved. In this case, actually causing Golduck to end its assault on both and back away, lest it risk being burned. It seemed to finally resync with its trainer as they laughed at Ash's terrible decision, claiming there's no way Crocro could take all that damage just to get warmed up again. However, Charmeleon continued to unleash the flame until its breath ran out and it had to inhale again. The fire burned relentlessly as everyone looked on, more enthralled now than with any of Ash's earlier battles. Even he had to admit he may have made a mistake by not taking Damien down when he first came across him. He had given a much larger challenge than Ash had expected, and he had to wonder how many badges, if any, the guy had. But he didn't think his starter would care about any of that.
He then smirked as he saw exactly what he was looking for, a reptilian silhouette rising in the flame as he called for revenge. Powerfully, Krokorok was able to blow the flame away with the orange fighting type energy steaming off his body, as he angrily dashed to Golduck and sunk his fist into its stomach, making the larger water type fold up like a cheap chair and fall to the ground, unconscious just like its partner Magmar. With the battle over, Krokorok snorted one last time as it returned to its side of the battlefield to help Charmeleon up and thank it for its help, though it argued back that it wasn't helping as much as practicing its flamethrower, while casting a final glance at Damien and realizing just how pathetic his former trainer really was. Somewhat coming to terms with and forgiving his own past mediocrity not really being his own fault. With Ash and Krokorok and even Misty to push him, Charmeleon had truly become strong. Ash thanked his partners and returned them as he left the battlefield, only to find that Meowth was currently curled up in Misty's lap with his belly full. Ash snatches him up by the scruff of his neck and storms off to their cabin to berate the lazy Pokemon for missing such an important battle. "What's the matter, kid? You won because of the strategy we came up with, right?" Meowth attempted to argue, but Ash corrected that technically their plan fell apart pretty quickly when Golduck took the field. It made him realize the Psyduck that Misty was currently raising could one day end up being a pretty formidable opponent, even though it was the dopiest Pokemon he'd ever seen. Meowth then reminded him that Richie and Misty were battling next, and Ash quickly ran out of his cabin and back to the battle viewing area just in time to see Richie being given the first choice of Pokemon, and subsequently Misty the first move. For this round's double battle, Richie made almost the exact same choice as Ash when he chose to call on Dune and Foxy. Ash cheering the two were great choices since they actually directly covered each other's weaknesses. Meanwhile, Misty's choice was a fairly risky one, as she decided to lean on two of her newest Pokemon, calling on her newly gifted Lotad and a shoulder that Ash had no idea she was in possession of. The shellfish Pokemon was fairly stationary and lazy, while Lotad was currently scuttling around excitedly as if it were already being attacked and trying to dodge. As the battle commenced, Misty had Shoulder go for a yawn on Dune and asked for Lotad to use a water gun on Richie's Vulpix, but Richie countered by having Foxy roast over Shoulder with her flamethrower, burning its yawn before it reached Dune, while Dune was told to let off a Dragon Breath to counter Lotad's water gun, resulting in the two Pokemon clashing for a second before the Dragon-type attack easily won out, as not only was Dune a bit stronger, Lotad had already given up on his water gun in favor of moving towards Dune and suddenly jumping up to smack into him for an unordered Astonish. Dune was hit hard by the Ghost-type move and struggled to maintain his flight for a moment, causing Lotad to laugh as it began to glow with evolutionary energy, causing Misty to call out to Ash to give her the rundown on this next stage, since she was still pretty unfamiliar with the Lotad line, something she'd have never done before their month apart. Ash quickly pulled out his Pokédex as Richie and his teammates also held off to allow the short intermission in battle, while Misty's new Lombre began to dance around happily. With the battle back on, Foxy continued to focus her attacks on Shoulder, as Doom began to overwhelm Lombre because of his inability to move at the same speed. However, due to a miscalculation on Richie's part, Doom dodged, leaving the attack meant for him to strike its teammate, allowing Misty and Lombre to land a Mega Drain on the fire type. And while it didn't hurt too badly on its own, it did give Shoulder an opening for payback, as it unleashed a full power water gun, which ended up knocking Foxy out after she'd been blasted against the barrier walls, leaving Dune in a 1-on-2. Now having to dodge two sets of long range attacks, Dune was doing its best, but Lombre was again able to hit another critical shot, and celebrated by dancing again, as Dune, now soaked with water and down, was left open for Shoulder to blast with an ice beam, causing Frost to quickly begin to cover and freeze Richie's starter as it cried out in tremendous pain. Suddenly, the Vibrava froze over in a massive block of ice, and Richie panicked, calling out to Dune. The battle announcer began to state Richie's loss and Misty is moving on, when the ice began to glow similar to Lombre's light, but far brighter. And then, the ice around Dune burst away to reveal the Dragon type having evolved into its final form, as the now mighty Flygon shook the battle barriers with the force of its cry alone, making Misty realize this wasn't going to be so simple, as she afforded Richie the same courtesy that he did towards her earlier, by allowing him to celebrate and scan his starter with his Pokédex.
With Pokemon and Trainer both eager to test out their new strength, Cerulean's strongest was now on the back foot, as Richie ordered Dune out in full force, while Lombre and Shellder, in a panic, began to lose focus on Misty's commands and saw the shellfish withdrawing into its shell, with more speed than Misty had ever seen from the creature. Meanwhile, Lombre simply began running around frantically, as Dune decided to hone in on him, and to Richie's shock, instead of the usual speed boost from a quick attack, he saw his partner now shrouded in an indigo dragonic energy. At a frightening speed, it slammed into the ship floor, right where Lombre had been just a split second beforehand, as Richie again had to check his decks to recognize Dune had learned a new move, Dragon Rush. Still shaken, but refusing to give up or leave her Pokemon on their own due to her incompetence, Misty suddenly called out to Lombre to ask it to grab Shellder, so it wasn't left out in the open. Lombre suddenly stopped its panicking and looked back at its trainer in confusion, allowing Misty to realize that it had been likely just acting as if it were scared by Flygon, making her rather irritated, though she had to hold that back and continue to help her Pokemon. With her anger now channeled into authority, she snapped at Lombre to get serious and help Shellder by carrying it. Lombre suddenly shivered in fear of its new trainer and hopped to do exactly as told, diving towards the still withdrawn shellfish and placing it in its lily pad, as Flygon and Richie were once again ready and on the attack, as Richie ordered his partner's Bug Buzz, hoping the type advantage sound-based attack would get Lombre out of their way. It was a good idea, as Lombre instantly dropped to its knees, clutching its head in pain, and nearly dropping Shellder, who Misty could see was also quivering under its shell from the force of the attack. Desperate and remembering Shellder's attacks had been the only effective ones, Misty was reduced to a last-ditch effort and ordered Lombre to throw Shellder at Flygon. The mischievous grass and water type obeyed, and grabbed its new friend from its head before lobbing it through Bug Buzz, at the exact moment it finally fainted from all the damage. Shellder continued to stay withdrawn, until Misty encouraged it to not be afraid and to fight until the end with an Ice Beam, with all the power it could muster. Dune's eyes widened behind their goggle-like covers, and soon, all he could see was the freezing energy beam, as the next thing it and everyone else knew, Richie's starter had been knocked out with a critical hit. Misty was the one moving on to face Ash in the semifinals. Richie, however, didn't seem to be too upset about this outcome, and instead was too proud of Dune's evolution and tenacity in battle. It wasn't lost on him that he had begun to develop a bit of a losing streak, but it also wasn't lost on him that those failures were lessons which led to this achievement, giving him a bit of a confidence boost rather than reducing it.
Misty came and shook Richie's hand, admitting she honestly should have lost that battle, and probably would have if Shellder wasn't such a good defensive wall. Richie countered that she battled really well, and that he expected little else from one of Ash's companions. He really hoped to battle her again one day, which she agreed to, blushing a tad under his praise, before focusing back in on her next opponent, Ash, who she looked to in the crowd, only to notice him now frowning at her and Richie strangely. Was he jealous because they got to battle, or for some other reason? Before she could dwell on it too long, she was snapped out of her thoughts by two angry voices calling for her and Richie to leave the battlefield, as Silver and AJ had already taken their places and were very unhappy for the delay.
To the crowd's surprise, the two young trainers were completely silent as they released their respective team members for the double battle. AJ began with his Sandshrew and Beedrill, while Silver chose his Machoke and Murkrow. As soon as the battle was called to begin, both stoic trainers got right to it. AJ ordered his Pokemon to gang up on Machoke first with Sand Attack and Poison Jab, hoping to blind Silver's powerhouse, and hoping to leave it with the status effect. But Silver shut that plan down with two simple commands: Bullet Punch and Assurance. Before his two Pokemon could even cross the field, Machoke was on AJ's side, having just blasted Beedrill with an iron-fisted punch that sent it bouncing off the battlefield barriers, but still conscious. That is, until Murkrow came dropping down from the air above, driving its feet into Beedrill's back as it forced it to the ground, this time definitively rendering it unable to battle.
AJ was shocked, but not stunned, ordering Sandshrew to get revenge on Murkrow with a Crush Claw, but the Machoke simply caught the attack before it could hit his teammate, its new larger form making its earlier sinister smirks as a Machop look like innocent grins in comparison. Sandshrew in a panic used Defense Curl to hide from its opponents, only for Machoke to cruelly force it to expose its belly at Silver's orders, allowing Murkrow to wail on it with a wail of blows, until AJ finally recalled his partner while literally quivering with anger. The battle announcer was about to declare Silver's semi-finalist position when AJ let out a bellow of primal rage that brought the entire event to a screeching halt. He now saw himself as unable of getting simple payback against one person.
The battle announcer awkwardly stated that a small delay was going to be held as a few preparations were made, but that Gary and Giselle could go ahead and take their positions. Misty, Ash, and Brock found themselves feeling a severe sense of guilt. Ash could more than remember the way he spoke to AJ the last time he had seen him, and it was clear clear, the guy had changed for the worse since they had last met. The trio had agreed to go and try and find the other boy for Ash to apologize, and to see if they could make him feel any better. But just before they made it into the room, the battle announcer excitedly came back into the room with 2 crew members wheeling a table with a cloth covering its contents. "Once again, we apologize for the delay. We needed just a little bit more time to prepare the first place winner's prize." The announcer nodded to the disguised grunts, who removed the cloth to reveal 4 items on the table. 2 of them were boxes with what looked like to be old regular empty Pokeballs. The announcer revealed these as a shared prize for 4th and 3rd. Second place would receive a marginally better prize in the form of a higher grade capture device, a set of 3 Great Balls, and a single shiny Ultra Ball. First place, however, seemed to get everyone's attention, and sadly even took Ash's attention off of his earlier guilt at the prospect of having a shot at it.
As you can see, our SSN tournament champion will be walking away with the ultimate prize, a Pokemon egg. And I assure you, what hatches from this egg is much rarer than you can imagine, as it is guaranteed to be a Pokemon you cannot find anywhere in Kanto or its surrounding regions. Of course, the Rockets had no intention of actually awarding any of these prizes. All they needed to do was keep everyone motivated and fighting hard enough to put their Pokemon in the ship's care center. With that, Gary and Giselle needed little else in the way of a prompt to send out their Pokemon for the last match of the day. Gary once again revealing Pokemon he had in his possession unnecessarily, as his choices were his starter Pokemon, and now having fully evolved into a Blastoise and a Rhydon. Giselle seemed caught off guard by the powerhouses in front of her, and puffed her cheeks out, revealing she didn't want to show off her newest secret weapon until she got to face Ash again, since it was meant to be a surprise that she'd gone all the way to Fuchsia City's Safari Zone to get her hands on it. Her choices for the double battle were her Graveler and a Kangaskhan she bragged would make an amazing nanny to her and someone's children, while winking towards Ash in the crowd and making him turn beet red. Something the creature surprisingly grunted confidently about as Gary looked on, pretty shocked that such a cute girl had any interest in his dorky rival.
The battle was announced to begin, and Gary wasted no time by instantly ordering both of his partners to speed themselves up with Rock Polish and Rapid Spin respectively, even showing incredible tactical prowess by having Rhydon stand directly behind Blastoise high speed, acting as protection for the dual type, as Giselle showed her time as Pokétech's top student wasn't wasted, as she matched his rock and ground type speed up with her own, and sent Kangaskhan in for a mega kick, as she had to jump over Blastoise and stomp down on it with everything it had. This choice being one that caused the ship to shake harder than ever before due to the combined weight of the 2 Pokemon. However, behind its shell, Blastoise tanked the attack extremely well, only having its spinning stopped, and more importantly, leaving its partner a great opportunity to attack Kangaskhan with a massive drill run. But Giselle again showed her battle prowess by having Kangaskhan use Mega Punch to catch the attack, then having her heave Rhydon's weight up with immense strength as his baby tried to help by reaching to hit Rhydon, before she completed her suplex by flinging it behind her, as Graveler completed the combo by slamming a glowing arm into the flying Rhydon for a super effective hammer arm that smacked the creature back into Gary's pinned down Blastoise, after Kangaskhan jumped off of it and masterfully landed next to Graveler, looking at their hard work as their trainer cackled, seeing her scheme come together so perfectly. To her and her Pokemon's chagrin though, Gary began to chuckle along with them, as both Blastoise and much more surprisingly, Rhydon got back up to their feet as if nothing had happened. They just now seemed interested in the battle, as Gary ordered only 2 moves, a Hydro Pump from Blastoise aimed directly at Graveler, who slammed into the battle barriers with enough force making Giselle flinch and cover her face, remembering seeing Cassidy bowled over by her own Raticate earlier. That moment of hesitation leaving her Kangaskhan without a second pair of eyes to react when Rhydon suddenly appeared in front of it, with speed too immense for anything its size, whether buffed or not, as it showed the normal type what a real hammer arm felt like, actually dropping the massive creature to the ground with a thud, as the blow was more than enough force to KO the creature, bringing the 3rd round of the 2nd day of the tournament to an end. The announcer began hyping up the finals for tomorrow, as they were set to have the greatest battles yet the next day.
Giselle shamefully returned her teammates, and similar to AJ, felt a ridiculous amount of embarrassment, as all her bragging to Ash and his friends now came to the forefront of her mind and caused her to wish herself invisible. Meanwhile, Gary had walked up to his Pokemon to congratulate them on a great win, though he playfully chastised Rhydon as he felt it was a little too rough on a female Pokemon, and a mother at that. The massive creature grunted and hugged his trainer tightly, now scolding him for his own bad habit of thinking she was a male, as Blastoise looked on with a smirk. Giselle then wasted no time getting her Pokemon to nurse joy before making a beeline to her cabin and slamming the door behind her. Once again, Ash and Brock felt some concern for someone they considered at the very least an acquaintance, while Missy bristled at their being able to remember a crying person only when it's a cute girl, to which they vehemently denied. getting the group into a completely unrelated conversation and taking their minds off it. Now thinking about it though, Ash still wanted to try and make amends with AJ, and he really wanted to give Silver a piece of his mind for his ruthless battle style against the guy. But from the little time he'd spent around him, he had come to realize Giovanni's kid was way too hard-headed to just listen to words. The only way Silver was going to change his ways was if someone beat him fair and square and showed him that aggression and cruelty weren't enough to take him very far. And after Gary's previous showing, he had a small amount of hope his old rival could do the task for him, thus allowing Ash and Gary the chance to hopefully settle their own score.
The rest of the night went fairly uneventful, as the contestants and the guests enjoyed a meal and a few of the ship's attractions. Brock called Vermilion City's Nurse Joy to ask her to endorse him in front of the ship's nurse, so that way he'd be allowed to treat all the injured Pokemon. As of now, she'd only apparently gotten through a little over half of her patients that were admitted during the first day, and would have to work through the night to deal with a surplus of new ones before tomorrow's matches. AJ had even finally gotten his emotion under control enough to show his face and admit his Pokemon to the Pokemon Center, before, like Giselle, retiring to his room and even threatening Ash when he tried to speak with him, making Ash's guilt and remorse sour back into nothing but a bad outlook on the other boy. Richie had still been obsessing over Dune's evolution, even going as far as to leave him out of the Pokeball, to both help him get used to his new form and so Richie and his friends could keep marveling over the Dragon type. This caused Misty to remember a strange look that Ash had on his face earlier when she and Richie befriended one another. However, when asked about it, Ash honestly couldn't remember the facial expressions he had and simply blamed the misunderstanding on his eagerness to battle, making him a little grumpy, to which she quipped she'd make sure his fighting spirit was more than satisfied tomorrow, as she decided to turn in for the night, wanting to be at her absolute best, something Ash appreciated and decided to reciprocate, as he and Meowth retired to their own cabin, and didn't even bother attempting to strategize their team composition for the 3-on-3 against their traveling companion and rival. The next morning, Ash had once again woken up far earlier than he usually would, and was easily able to get Meowth up once he was reminded that the best food on the ship was always served at the beginning of the meals. To his great pleasure, Misty was already awake and waiting for him at the ship's Pokemon Center, while she chatted with an absolutely exhausted looking Brock, trying to convince him to go and grab a nap before the tournament started. He joined them and agreed with their redheaded friend, as Nurse Joy concurred, and thanked Brock for his help, as she had gotten nearly caught up and could finish the rest by herself. That way he could actually relieve her of duty for a bit and allow her to break once he's had some time to rest. Finally convincing Peter's former gym leader, who ended up not even having enough energy to make it back to his own cabin, and thus had to be deposited in ashes by his young companions, passing out on his bed fully clothed and drooling into Ash's sheets, much to his chagrin. Just then, the battle announcer could be heard getting the gathering crowd excited as the semifinals were almost ready to begin. The two friends looked at one another and bumped fists before leaving Brock to rest in the cabin and returning to the battle area, to a chorus of cheering from the spectators who had been thoroughly enthralled with their performance so far. The announcer began the round with introductions, now up to date with a bit more information on the competitors, like Misty's gym leader status and Ash's Viridian City sponsorship, as well as reminding the spectators that the semifinals would be 3-on-3, while the finals would be a hybrid double battle, turned 2-on-2 when one trainer's duo of Pokemon were rendered unable to battle. As he says that, many of the disguised Team Rocket members in the room tense, as today is the day that their scheme had to go off without a hitch. With that, the battle between Ash and Misty was set to begin.
The two friends eyed each other before Ash made a gesture alerting Misty to his allowing her to choose her Pokemon second and take the first move, as he ended up releasing his newly caught Poliwag. Misty would have been irritated by his choice, as she saw it as his not taking her seriously, though she quickly wisened to the possibility he always could have snuck in some training with his recent team member. She wouldn't underestimate Ash or any of his Pokemon, as she'd seen the results of all those who'd done so before her with her own eyes. Her choice was going to be Squirtle, to match him pure water type for pure water type, when suddenly one of her Pokeballs burst open to reveal her Psyduck. She stared in shock while one of her eyes twitched in annoyance. The dopey creature looked around, confused at the situation, but it was too late, as the announcer declared the first match of the semifinals would be Ash and Poliwag versus Misty and her mistake. With no other option, Misty simply clenched her fist and breathed deeply to attempt to keep her head clear. She then ordered Psyduck to get in close and attack with a scratch, to which the creature tilts its head awkwardly, wasting an inordinate amount of time at which Ash has both ample time to call for a countermeasure and realized there was no need to, as Psyduck hadn't moved yet. Confused, Misty asked what the issue was, still trying to maintain her calm, when the duck finally seemed to comprehend before waddling up to Poliwag as quickly as it could and taking a weak swipe at his face. This seemed to irritate the tadpole more than anything, and Ash, though feeling bad about having to capitalize on Misty's misfortune, ordered his Pokemon to retaliate with a body slam. Something Poliwag did with gusto, as its blow made Psyduck look even wimpier as it was sent flying backwards towards Misty. She tried to keep encouraging it, but next thing she knew, a light from Ash's side of the field came and went, leaving a Poliwhirl in its wake, as Ash congratulated his new catch, having not realized it was so close to his next form when he caught it. However, his good mood was soiled when Psyduck was disqualified after it adamantly refused to battle any longer and beat on the barrier separating it and Misty with tears in his eyes until she finally returned it with her face redder than Ash had ever seen before. He wasn't surprised when her next Pokemon ended up being her Ace, and as soon as it was on the field, Misty called for an immediate Thunderbolt from Starmie. Ash attempted to counter by asking Poliwhirl to try and interrupt the attack with a water gun, but to his horror, the creature seemed as if it had no idea what he was talking about, and simply crossed its arms in front of its body like a fighter for protection, obviously resulting in a very short match as it was knocked out by the super effective blow in the next instant, thus tying the two companions back up with 2 Pokemon each. Now a bit peeved off himself, Ash asked Misty if she felt any better, but she responded that she couldn't until she beat him. Then looking to his partner on his shoulder, since he knew most of his team weren't the best matchup for Misty's strongest, Meowth grunted a bit but didn't hesitate to prepare itself for the battle, when suddenly Misty switched out to Squirtle, revealing her last Pokemon, as she wanted to keep Starmie as fresh as possible for Ash's last Pokemon, since she was taking no chances with this battle. The third battle got underway at once, with Ash calling for a fake slash and Misty perfectly preempting it by having Squirtle withdraw into its shell and punish Meowth with a point-blank water gun to the face after his claws gouged deep marks on his prized shield, knocking the feline away.
More so pissing Meowth off than hurting him, as Ash ordered him to retaliate with Swift, exactly what Misty seemed to be waiting to bait out from her friend, as she instantly ordered Squirtle's Mirror Coat. The tiny turtle withdrew again, but this time as a shimmering coat of energy enveloped it, and seemed to make it impervious to the massive stars barreling down on it, which seemed to almost absorb into Squirtle, before being spat back out with double the size, power, and speed they had been sent with. Knowing they couldn't dodge them, Ash and Meowth charged right in with the cat extending its claws to make use of its slash, as he jumped and weaved past his own attack, having to cut the stars into 2 to get them to effectively stop approaching him, finally allowing it to get in close on Squirtle and land another slash on its shell. This time, when Squirtle tried to blast Meowth, the cat took a move from Giselle's playbook and jumped on top of Squirtle, something it regretted immediately as Misty ordered her own rapid spin, and Meowth was nowhere near as heavy as Kangaskhan, resulting in it being spun at high speeds and flung off against the battle barriers. It quickly climbed back to its feet, but Ash called him back, stating this was pretty clear a stalemate for them, and that they'd have to rely on their secret weapon. Meowth nodded and ran back to his trainer's shoulder, as Ash's Everstone sporting Oddish took to the field with pride and confidence, bouncing around excitedly as it wanted to dazzle the crowd. Misty revealed she knew she'd see it in this battle, but that she'd prepare for it and ordered Squirtle to use an Ice Beam like Shelter taught it. However, only a bit of cool air escaped from the turtle's mouth as it failed to reproduce the attack and left itself open for Ash and Oddish to use a Mega Drain, allowing for a simple and clean knockout, as Misty had to bring Starmie back out, and as soon as she did, she had it use Light Screen to make Oddish's long distance grass moves far weaker. Ash and Oddish, however, seemed undeterred, as if that's how Misty thought she was going to win, then she had another thing coming, since that would only slow them down. She agreed, but reminded Ash both their Pokemon had secondary typings, and her side held the advantage there, as she ordered Starmie to strike back with a Psywave. Oddish cried out in surprise and pain as Starmie's gem glowed and it was picked up by a faint blue psychic aura and slammed around. Ash growled and called out for his encouragement to Oddish, but nothing he said seemed to be able to get through to her or the pain, and it was obvious that to both him and Meowth, the weed Pokemon couldn't last much longer. Beyond that, Meowth wasn't the most confident in its ability to deal with the psychic type, so he had been betting that Oddish's grass moves would be their ticket back to a win. A sense of desperation and panic began to grip Meowth's heart. Their orders were to win the tournament, so to it, failure was not an option. If they failed their first mission, he and Ash could end up as the same kind of jokes to Giovanni that he'd been along with Jesse and James. He couldn't allow that, wouldn't. Though the thought pained his heart, he knew exactly what he had to do. As Oddish's vision began to blur, she suddenly began to feel energized out of nowhere, to the point that Starmie started to struggle to maintain its hold on her. She didn't know what this was, but she wasn't complaining about it, as she could finally hear Ash calling to fight back with the Mega Drain. However, when she did begin to pull on the starfish's life energy, she felt the pull become much stronger, as it did when she evolved the Herb Zorb. This was Giga Drain, and it felt great to sap Starmie of its strength after its torture. Misty and Starmie, however, continued to fight back, until Ash this time ordered her to use Pretty Poison to escape its psychic hold. It did so, but felt both the force of its spin much stronger, and the amount of poison that it produced much higher.
Starmie had to retreat at Misty's orders, and as soon as it did, Ash noticed the shimmering wall in front of it finally fade away, allowing he and his partner the opening they need to fire off the strongest moonblast they could right into Starmie's gem, resulting in it taking a critical hit and wobbling on its feet before finally flopping on its back as the light from its gem momentum dimmed. Elated, the grass type quickly ran to her trainer for praise, only to realize that Ash had a very awkward smile on his face as he knelt down and asked her to keep calm. She noticed that Meowth wouldn't look at her either, when Ash took her hand and told her everything would be fine. And a chilling realization came over the newly evolved Gloom as she became distinctly aware of all the eyes on her, and shamefully tried to hide behind her trainer to conceal her new appearance. As she did so, she finally noticed the small stone that had been fashioned into a headband for her to keep this very thing from happening, now lying at Meowth's feet, and the tears in her eyes began to pour as she begged to know why her friend would do this to her. Ash couldn't bear to hear her sobs almost as much as Meowth could, so returned her while fixing his scratch cap with a glare. He would have rather lost to Misty 100 times over than make one of their teammates so sad to win. "You're unbelievable," he grunted to it as Meowth retook his place on the field with his head hung a bit low. He didn't think having Ash outright upset with him would feel so wrong. Misty clutched Starmie's Pokeball as she returned it, before looking to Ash and Meowth's expressions and feeling a supreme amount of sadness even deeper than that of someone knowing their loss was at hand. This was beginning to be a rather dark day for their group, and she didn't like it. This entire battle hadn't gone the way she'd hoped. To Ash's shock and horror, his friend made the decision to end the battle before he could, raising her hand and forfeiting the match as the announcer proclaimed Ash's finalist position. It was truly the most hollow victory he'd ever had. Misty gave him a soft smile as she approached him and patted his shoulder before stating she was going to go check on Brock, but would definitely be there to watch the finals. As she left, every instinct Ash had was begging him to drag her back and take the entire tournament hostage just so they could finish their match the right way, but he knew his friend wouldn't want that. And once again his gaze fell to Meowth and hardened before the scratch cat quickly looked away from its trainer in shame. Gary came strolling up behind him and patted the same shoulder that Misty had, stating everyone had off days, but reminding him that he expected nothing less than Ash's best when he faced him, so he orders Ash to go get his affairs in order. The other Pallet native nods solemnly, even though Gary had spoken down to him a bit, before glancing to him and asking a favor. He wanted him to give Silver a serious attitude adjustment, something which made Gary smirk and state that he didn't need to be asked to do that. The red-headed boy in question took to the other side of the field, and Ash and Meowth left to head towards the Pokemon Center, first wanting to get Poliwhirl checked in with Nurse Joy, and since Meowth and Gloom were mostly fine, that would thankfully be his only other Pokemon down for the moment. Once he reached her, he could hear the announcer begin to introduce his rivals, as Nurse Joy thankfully was able to give him some good news. Firstly, it seemed that Starmie's Thunderbolt had been calibrated to simply knock Poliwhirl out instantly instead of doing any long-lasting damage. A simple potion and a paralysis heal was enough to have the water type revived, though Nurse Joy advised him to allow it to rest for the remainder of the day. Secondly, she was happy to reveal that Tyrogue was back at 100% thanks to Brock's help, and returned to Ash, making him lighten up a bit. Enough to ask Meowth to do a bit of translating for him and Poliwhirl in private, though the cold tone he'd asked the cat to include Meowth into his not being back to being happy-go-lucky by any means.
Back on the field, Gary declared that he wanted Silver to have both the type advantage and the first move, as he released a familiar face. Rhydon took the field with a mighty roar. "You're predictable, Oak," Silver said as he smirked and released Machoke. "Right back at you," Gary replied as he waited for Silver's first move. A bullet punch was what he expected and is what he got as Machoke's bulk crossed the field at a high speed and allowed it to bury its steely fist into Rhydon's hard belly. Gary ordered her to hang tough and use Scary Face. The ground type nodded and fixed Machoke with an intimidating glare, which the fighting type tried to match even though it felt a little unsettled. Something didn't seem right. Silver, however, ordered a cross chop, but Gary quickly countered by ordering a double hammer arm to intercept and another Scary Face to top it off. Machoke felt that impending sense of doom once again, but when it tried to look back and call out to its trainer, Silver sternly told it to stay focused and dropped the heavy Pokemon with a low sweep instead, this time allowing another successful blow and also toppling Rhydon onto her back, only for Gary to once again call for another Scary Face. Silver at this point began to be clued in that something was up, but Gary's trap had been sprung when he chose Machoke in the first place. As Gary then ordered Rhydon to grab Machoke's foot with its tail and trip it, it did so before popping itself back to its feet quickly, before heeding Gary's next order, Horn Drill. It began to spin its most dangerous weapon at high speed, just as Machoke sluggishly started to reach to its feet, and was left wide open when it came slamming its drill into the other Pokemon's back, resulting in Machoke being blown forward towards Silver's barrier, while spinning violently, already knocked out unconscious before it slammed into it. "You're pathetic," he growled to himself before he returned Machoke, but Gary heard him and called him out. "Nuh-uh, you don't get to do that. Your Machoke is a natural-born battler. It knew something was going on even before you, so you're the pathetic one," Gary said. Silver was about to bark at him to shut his mouth, when the memory of the concern he had seen in Machoke's eyes unnerved him a bit, since it was always such a confident creature. Gary was right. He had to hold his tongue and simply continue on, carefully considering considering his next choice, Silver decided not to hold back, lest he risk another loss, and sent out the Pokemon he'd caught at the Pokemon Tower after being dragged to Lavender Town by Richie for his rematch against Mr. Fuji, his haunter.
The ghost took to the field with a cackle, but Silver ordered him to be serious and focus on the battle, causing Haunter to frown and do so. As Gary and Rhydon prepared to deal with them, they were blindsided as Haunter suddenly disappeared, only to re-emerge as Silver's order of Ice Punch before once again fading away and continuing this pattern, until it was clear to Gary that Rhydon wasn't going to be fast enough to win this one, so he returned it, conceding that matchup to Silver. However, he wouldn't lose to a guy who could barely even connect with his Pokemon. And out next for him was another Pokemon he hadn't used yet, as well as one he'd formed a very strong bond with in the form of his Eevee. Silver scoffed at the terrible choice, but Gary remained confident, even when Haunter disappeared again. Gary simply told Eevee to wait for his signal. The little normal type did so faithfully, and it was clearly relaxed and held complete trust in his trainer. Gary had his eyes sharp and focused all over the field, waiting for any hints of the color purple. And as soon as the light traveled back to his eyes to show said color, he instantly ordered Eevee to charge forward with a quick attack, which caused Eevee to sail harmlessly through Haunter, who couldn't help but laugh at the seemingly useless move, instead of heeding Silver's order for a Sludge Bomb, and thus left itself wide open when Gary's Eevee quickly jumped and spun around as Gary called for a Shadow Ball, which to Silver's horror slammed face first into his unprepared Ghost type and exploded with a potent oomph. Haunter then fell to the ground in a heap and was returned to his Pokeball even before the referees could declare it unable to battle. Silver once again has to withdraw another broken tool in shame before declaring this charade ended here as he releases Ace for Alligator. Gary whistles, impressed with the creature, before thanking his Eevee and returning it as he decided to match Silver by sending out Blastoids once again. The two water starters eyed one another with interest before their trainers both called for them to fire off a Hydro Pump, with the two attacks clashing and stalemated with equal power. However, Silver was quick to double up and ordered his Gator to use an Aqua Jet to get in close on Blastoids, though Gary was ready with an order for Rapid Spin, causing Feraligatr to slam into the hard shell and be deflected back. Silver ruthlessly ordered Feraligatr to get back to his feet and drag Blastoise out of that shell so it could slash it. The gargantuan Gator then obediently tried, actually shocking both Gary and Blastoise when it was able to stop Blastoise's spinning with a single claw, with only a bit of strain. Meanwhile, it plunged its other hand inside the shell to attempt to grab the tortoise's head, only to have its hand bitten, causing it to cry out and nearly back away, if not for Silver cruelly ordering it to not be a wimp and keep pulling. Gritting its fangs, Feraligatr was actually able to do so with the grip on Blastoise's beak, as he used his brute strength to force Blastoise to expose its head. And as soon as it did, Silver had his partner rain down on its skull with as many uses of Slash and Ice Punch as it could muster before Blastoise finally found the strength to tuck its head back in again, giving Gary an idea as he asked his friend to turn the match around with a Skull Bash now. Much to Feraligatr's shock, as it tried to reach in again, Blastoise suddenly went on the offensive and barreled its heavy armored body into its much softer and vulnerable one, for a pretty hefty amount of damage that sent Feraligatr sliding onto its back, panting hard. It didn't even need Silver to threaten it before it burst back to his feet with one last gasp of energy, as a watery orb began to leak off it and his eyes narrowed to slits. Exactly what Silver wanted, as he ordered a Torrent-enhanced Aqua Jet. This one coming about twice as fast as the first one and generating a copious volume of water as Gary and Blastoise looked on in horror at the powered up attack barreling towards them.
Meanwhile, after finishing his talk with Poliwhirl, Ash had been hard at work looking for Misty. First, having went to his cabin to find no Misty but a still sleeping Brock with a now alarmingly large patch of drool on his sheets. Though he had no time to dwell on that, and he went to check his companion's cabin only to find no response at the door. Confused, Ash wondered where she could be when he heard a loud boom from the battle taking place in the ballroom below them. He wanted to witness the battle, but this was more important. Desperate, he released Charmeleon, since he had been informed it apparently had a decent sense of smell, and asked it to find Misty for him. The fire type seemed confused, but began tracking nonetheless. When it finally stopped leading Ash to their next destination, he was a bit shocked to find himself in front of Giselle's cabin, which still had a do not disturb sign on it. However, if Misty was there, he had to speak with her, and so went ahead and knocked, only to hear the solemn voice of Giselle telling Joe, or whatever team member of the crew that was ignoring her sign, but Ash awkwardly announced his presence, and mentioned he was aware that Misty was in there with her. Almost instantly, he could hear the door's lock being undone, as it cracked open to reveal Giselle's cute face rather close to his own. She didn't have her usual light makeup applied, but still had enough inherent beauty to cause him to blush and stammer as she clued him into the fact that Misty wasn't in a great mood and had retreated to her cabin for a little girl talk and relaxation, but she was willing to come and hang with him if he needed. Though before Ash had the chance to turn the offer down, Giselle cried out as her ear was being tugged by the fiery redhead, and she was forced to move out of the way as Misty quickly stepped outside, accidentally bumping into Ash and painfully forcefully smacking their foreheads together, to Charmeleon's delight as he began to laugh hysterically beside Meowth, who still seemed rather subdued. Misty then shut the door behind her, much to the displeasure of Giselle, as she beat on it from the other side, calling for Misty, as she said she thought they'd become friends. While rubbing her head, she asked Charmeleon to keep Giselle in there for a little bit, while she and Ash went to speak in private. Meowth decided it'd probably be best if it stayed with it while they did. The two exited the cabin area and were greeted by the afternoon light and the ocean breeze, as they came to lean against the railing and sat silently for a bit. The two simultaneously apologized for such a weird battle before chuckling apart. Ash then asked how come she ended up adding Psyduck back to her team, when she sighs and reveals that her sister called her a few days after she'd caught it and begged her to take it with her since it was such a hassle to take care of. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, having guessed that something along those lines had happened after being regaled of the many tales of the Waterflower sister's antics. When she glared at him, he quickly changed the subject by asking if she noticed that earlier when Poliwhirl couldn't produce a water gun, which got her to tighten up as she was a bit curious about it. He smiles and ends up releasing two of the Pokemon in Poliwhirl and Tyrogue. The two look curiously at each other and the two humans, before Ash asked the two if they thought they could do him a favor and have a small, friendly spar. No moves, just physical power and fighting skill.
Tyrogue seemed willing, but doubtful that Poliwhirl could do so at his level, as he'd grown up sparring with his brother, parents, and the karate master, as well as his students. But to his surprise, Poliwhirl actually mirrored him when he bowed, and began pretty skillfully blocking and countering his attacks and coaxed it to do the same, as Misty looked on intrigued but confused until Ash explained. Poliwhirl didn't know any water-type attacks whatsoever. Even thinking back to the Krabby they'd seen it defeat, Misty realized it had only really used Body Slam the entire time. Still pretty confused, she asked why Ash was showing her this while he turned to her, allowing the two Pokemon to continue obviously enjoying their spar. He then produced his Pokédex and began scrolling through it as he elaborated that because Poliwhirl was such a natural-born fighter, it revealed to him that of the two forms available to its species, it felt most drawn to that of a Poliwrath. Finally finding said creature's dex entry, he handed the device to Misty, who began to investigate the information it had on the creature. As Ash continued that this meant Poliwhirl was one day going to need some pretty special training to make use of its primary typing, lest it ran the risk of squandering its full potential. So, he had an offer for her. Misty then looked up at Ash as he grinned and asked if she would be willing to trade her Psyduck for his Poliwhirl. She balked at the foolish question, and assured him that she'd be more than willing to help train Poliwhirl. Psyduck wasn't by any means a fair trade for it. However, Ash, to her surprise, calmly holds her hand and expressed that it wasn't about fairness, it was about doing what was right for their Pokemon, and he had a feeling that he could help Psyduck instead of forcing Misty into possibly releasing it or neglecting it, while she could end up being vital in Poliwhirl's growth. He also had to admit that Damien's Golduck had given him a newfound appreciation for the species, so it wasn't as if it was a completely selfless endeavor. Misty's eyes grew shiny with tears as her face heated up. Ash had definitely matured about as much as she had, and she couldn't help the large grin that now split her face, or the lunge she made for him to wrap him in a hug and thank him for such a kind act, as she gracefully accepted, and he chuckled returning the hug before the two knelt down to speak with Poliwhirl and Tyrogue, as the two had paused their spar to watch the humans' antics. Misty then released Psyduck so we could hear their plan as well. While Poliwhirl seemed open to the idea, especially since it'd still be around Ash anyway, Psyduck vehemently refused and turned his back on Ash. But Misty asked it sweetly to at least try it out for a little while. With a blush of its own now, the duck agreed, and Ash smiled as he thanked Tyrogue and encouraged the gang to all follow him to the ballroom, since there was also an onboard trade machine right next to the battle area. Not to mention, they should probably also free Giselle. However, he was told not to bother as said girl arrived with the now well-rested Brock, Charmeleon, and Meowth, who seemed to be in a bit better mood seeing Ash and Misty deal with their tension so easily. Brock thanked his two friends for convincing him to sleep while Ash told him not to mention it and that they'd be swapping cabins, since he's pretty much claimed his bed now. However, Giselle hurried them along, announcing that the finals were meant to be starting very soon, and Ash would be disqualified if he were to be late. Just now remembering the other semifinal battle, Ash quickly asked who won, to which Brock revealed that Gary had successfully defeated Silver, even though he heard it was a pretty close battle in the end. They'd even extended the break between the semis and finals a bit so Gary could have any Pokemon he wanted to use fixed up. And speaking of that, caused Brock to bolt off to go and relieve Nurse Joy of duty so that she could go and get some rest herself.
With that, Ash ended up returning Charmeleon and leading his two friends and the Pokemon that were out of their balls back to the ballroom, where Gary and many of the spectators were still celebrating his win. Ash scanned the room for Silver, but he was nowhere to be found. Even when he looked to Richie and mouthed the question of their compatriot's location, the boy could only shrug as as he too was unaware. Focusing back to his current goal though, Ash and Misty made their way to the trade machine and said a small goodbye to their companions before returning them and placing them on their respective sides of the machine. With the flash, the two Pokemon swapped places and their new trainer released them to welcome them to their side of the team. Misty received a dutiful salute from Poliwhirl, while Ash was met with a roll of the eyes from Psyduck as Meowth looked on. He had a strong feeling that he and this guy wouldn't get along. With that done, the two returned their newest team members and smiled to each other before Misty once again thanked Ash and actually went as far as to place a small peck on his cheek before she wished him luck in the finals and ended up dragging the other girl with her to go get something to eat. "You two are definitely getting along better," Meowth suddenly and quietly quipped as it clambered back to Ash's shoulders. But as soon as he reached his favorite perch, his trainer had grabbed him by his scruff and set him back down in front of him while fixing him with a steely gaze. He was still very upset with Meowth and his actions and told him that when the tournament was over, he expected it to do everything it possibly could to make up with Gloom.
Meowth hung his head and nodded as Ash acknowledged his remorse and continued on to his next order of business, getting to a video phone so he could have Fearow return to the team. He'd hoped to update Giovanni as well, but when the call finally went through, it was actually one of the man's assistants instead. Thankfully, the woman who picked up was able to get Fearow and send her to him though, and he decides to send Gloom back to the Viridian Gym, since he doubted she'd want to be in such a crowded place while she wasn't used to her new form or appearance yet. Since the first part of his next match would be another double battle, he decided it'd be best to go with a 4-man squad of Krokorok, Fearow, Tyrogue, and Charmeleon. He and Psyduck were going to take a lot of work to find some synchronicity, and he honestly didn't have any desire to battle alongside Meowth at the moment. Just as he thought that, it was announced that the finals would be starting soon, and caused him to make his way back to the battlefield as he could feel his excitement and anticipation rising back to the levels they'd reached that morning. He and Meowth decided to sit quietly and wait for Gary to arrive and for the match to begin. After about 5 more minutes, which allowed Ash to clear his mind and relax, Gary had taken his place across from him in the battle announcer, as the two Pallet Town natives were introduced for a final time, as well as their battle records in the tournament, even giving the number of badges both boys had obtained, though Ash tried to ignore Gary's 6 to his 3. But after that, the battle was in their hands. To Ash's surprise, Gary congratulated him on making it this far, but stated that he hoped the guy would be satisfied with second best, while Ash simply smirked and quipped back that he was just about to say the same thing, causing the two to share a laugh, but with their faces turned deadly serious. And then they both sent out their team members for the double battle. For Ash, a team of Krokorok and Fearow, and for Gary, a team of Blastoise and Electabuzz. With no time to waste, Ash ordered his team members to start off the way they usually would by calling for Krokorok to back up Fearow as he called for her to use an agility. But something was wrong, as Fearow instantly squawked at him and turned to face him, beating its wings angrily. This causes Ash and Meowth's eyes to widen in disbelief, as a single look into the bird's eyes alerted them to a major problem. That wasn't Ash's Fearow.
Just as they realized, Gary called out that he expected Ash to get this thing under control by now and offered to give it an attitude adjustment as well. He ordered Electabuzz to fry it with a Thunderbolt, while ordering Blastoise to pinch that ice-type weakness of Krokorok's that Damien had exposed. Ash, still feeling panicked, tried to order Krokorok to intercept the electricity, but it moved just a flash too quick and ended up slamming into the still angry and confused Fearow, which fell to a single attack in a heap. Thankfully, the movement allowed it to dodge past Blastoise's bright blue freezing energy beam as Ash recalled Fearow and began to breathe frantically, feeling a pinch on his leg and looking down toward Meowth, who extended his claws to center his trainer. Though they weren't on the best of terms right now, he was still Ash's partner, and he refused to give up on his mission. Ash nodded before looking back at Krokorok just in the nick of time to see Blastoise firing a giant beam of water at him. On instinct, he called for his first Pokemon to defend itself with Stone Edge. Krokorok fearlessly did so, causing large jagged rocks encased in light to begin surging towards Blastoise, and split its Hydro Pump down the center before slamming it into its chin and shell, causing it to skid back a bit, obviously stunned by the unsuspecting blow. Gary retaliated, having Electabuzz charge forward with its own use of Cross Chop, but Ash simply used a revenge-powered punch, which shattered the row of stones, which pelted the Electrotype with even smaller shards of stone, and keeping it back as Electabuzz was forced to guard. By the time the hail of stones ended, the ogre tried to glare at its opponent, but Ash had already ordered it to charge forward with the Crunch. But to its surprise, Krokorok somehow encased its entire body with its dark-type energy, before slamming violently into Electabuzz, to the point that the creature painfully flipped head over heels, landing face first and obviously unconscious, causing the added benefit of a Moxie activate. As the announcer updated the match to have become a one-on-one, Ash began digging through his pocket for his Pokédex, but Gary had already chimed in that he was fairly sure Krokorok had learned the move Foul Play, and even congratulated them on it, but even so, ordered another Ice Beam from Blastoise, which Krokorok needed no instruction to dodge, remembering the pain of Golduck's attack earlier and wanting no part of anything like it from something as strong as the current opponent. However, his large tail was the last thing to move out of the way of the beam, and ended up freezing to the floor, causing Krokorok to trip and fall while trying to tug itself free.
Gary and his starter whooped, as now Ash and his were sitting ducks. And knowing it'd be most effective to continue fighting from a distance, he ordered Blastoise to give him a hydro pump with all it had. Just as Krokorok began using revenge at Ash's order to shatter the ice around it. By the time the two refocused on the enemy, the pillars of water were already bearing down on Krokorok. And knowing there was no escape now, Ash ordered Krokorok to do the best it could to block its body from the force while biting into the water with Thunderfang. Though the ground type was hit hard and forced back and slammed against the barrier, Ash and Meowth could see him hanging tough and chomping into the water, causing a surge of electricity to travel through it at high speed and cause Blastoise to writhe in pain. This even seen Krokorok and Ash get lucky and seemingly cause a paralysis on Blastoise. The two Pokemon then glared at each other from opposite ends of the battlefield, while water still dripped off of Krokorok's tired and bruised frame, as Blastoise seemed to twitch as residual joints of electricity pestered it. At the end of the ropes though, the starter Pokemon fall forward nearly unconscious, as both young trainers called for their starters to hold tough. And in an unprecedented upset, Krokorok reaches its hands forward and catches itself before passing out of the ground. Blastoise however thuds to it, unable to battle any longer. Gary curses while Ash cheers. But before the two could continue into what they thought would be the next portion of their match, a loud boom was heard, which shook the ship from below. And suddenly, a disturbing amount of spectators and crew members of the ship in the room threw their disguises away to reveal black jumpsuits emblazoned with bright red R's. But this is where our story leaves off for right now.
It took majority of the people in attendance a moment to respond to both the boom that rocked the ship and the sudden attire change for so many of the people that were left on the ship. But after the shock had passed, the majority reverted to their most instinctual response, and that was to panic. Many tried to run to the doors, either to get onto the main deck or back to their cabins, but were all stopped by the black jumpsuited figures and their Pokemon. As the din grew, Ash and Gary looked at each other, both knowing that they could settle this battle later, since something was clearly wrong and they needed to help. However, before Ash could help, two familiar arms tightened around his elbows with two familiar voices whispering in his ears. It was time to go. Turning his head, he saw the ace trainers Jesse and James pulling him toward the kitchen doors, which were surprisingly the only ones currently unguarded. Angrily, Ash protested that he couldn't just abandon his friends and the other people on the ship, but Jesse scolded the boy, calling him a twerp and telling him that it looked like the people with the R-shaped logos on their shirts meant business, and the best thing they could do was to go get help. Ash could see the logic in this, but even still, he didn't like it, struggling and calling for Krokorok, who was still on the battlefield looking around in bewilderment at all the chaos. The protective Croc turned and gasped before making a rush towards Ash. However, before even taking one step, Krokorok's eyes rolled into the back of its head and slumped before flopping onto the ground, face first, as Ash realized it had been standing out of sheer willpower. Gary and he having apparently tied their double battle. Knowing it would look suspicious if none of the rocket grunts took notice to Ash, even after making such a fuss, James slapped one hand over the boy's mouth while Meowth snatched Krokorok's ball from his belt and returned it before grabbing hold of one of Ash's pant legs from behind and joining Jesse and James into pulling him into the kitchen. Inside, Ash found out he wasn't alone, with Richie, who seemed to have come more willingly, standing near both Cassidy and Bill, while Silver and Ariana stood in another corner, locked in a furious but whispered argument. When the rocket admins saw that they were all here now, they led their charges to the center of the room to form a huddle. Playing dumb, Cassidy claimed it was fortunate that 3 strong trainers were able to escape, since it was going to take real strength to make it back to the shore in time to alert the police. This earned her a cold look from Silver, who clearly did not believe this was all coincidence for a second. But when she was met with his gaze, Silver surprisingly blinked first. However, Silver was not the only one with unease on his face. Despite having no reason to distrust Cassidy, Richie also found it a bit convenient that all 3 trainers who were rescued also happened to be the 3 handpicked by Giovanni.
Ash, on the other hand, hadn't spared a moment's thought for this, and in a showing of Giovanni's bravado, states that with their combined strength, they should fight back and drive those goons off the ship, so they're the ones who have to run away. None of the Rockets liked this idea very much, since not only were they under orders to get these kids off the boat, but also, like it or not, through watching them battle, they all had reached the same conclusion, that if the 3 boys did combine their strength, they might actually succeed in beating the grunts and executives, and unknowingly thwart Giovanni's plans. So, looking to put a stop to that before it could begin, James speaks up that it would be a bad plan to tangle with these guys, since they were pretty strong and evil dudes. Looking at James, Ash half asks, half accuses that James had once said Team Rocket were good guys. So why the hell were they committing an actual act of terrorism? And he then demands to know why James nor Jesse have any idea how to deal with them. James gulps, having really stepped in it this time, while Biff, Cassidy, Jesse, and Ariana all mutter that he was an idiot under their breath. But the blue-haired admin quickly regains his composure and says that he was pretty sure they were actually the Go Rock squad from the Fior region, causing Richie to question if that were the case, why they had R's on their jumpsuits rather than G's, to which Hutch replies that a G was a hard letter to print on clothes. Richie clearly wants to follow this line of questioning further, but doesn't get the chance to, as Silver harshly tells the other two boys to shut up so they can get out of here like the others had said. And the idea of Silver of all people doing as he was told shocks Ash and Richie more than the explosion had. But their silence brings the admins time needed to lay out their plan and explain that by passing through another kitchen door and going along a back corridor of the ship, they would all be able to reach the lifeboats unseen. Ash still wants to argue, but Ariana in a blunt and harsh tone tells him that talking time is over. If they didn't get going now, it would end up being too late. As she and the admins then pushed, pulled, and cajoled their young charges out of the kitchen and into the corridor, she discreetly presses down on one of her earrings. Back in the ballroom turned battlefield turned hovel pandemonium, a light blinks on Archer's watch, telling him that the brats were at last out of earshot. He then brings out his gold bat and covers his ears before having it use Screech. The awful cacophony made the panicking passengers fall silent en masse, as many fall to their knees, clutching their ears and trying to block out the painful noise. When Archer finally gives Goldbat the signal to stop, Petrol stands up and bellows that the passengers better sit down and shut up, lest they want any more of that.
Giving the purple-haired man a look that said he held the same esteem for him as something he would have scraped from the bottom of his boot, Archer cleared his throat, and in a more assertive voice told the assembled passengers and staff that he was sorry to do that, but he had important information that required their immediate attention. Namely, he had detonated a charge which, as they spoke, was sinking the ship. However, he did have good news. He could lead them to the lifeboats and their ticket to survival, and it would only cost them a low price of all their Pokemon. He then gave a scummy chuckle, showing off his whitened teeth, and added that this was a limited time offer, since in 15 minutes, a second charge was going to go off, and anyone left on board, well, some things are better left unsaid. Then, with the showman's flourish, he presented a remote, and all the room screens that had previously shown close-up battles of the information on the trainers and their Pokemon switched over to the same timer, counting down from 5 minutes. Turning away from the terrified crowd, the aquamarine-haired exec scolded Petrol for his crass opening, calling the other man an unrepentant boor. He then added that he would start rounding up the trainers who had already paid the toll, while he wanted Petrol to start applying pressures to those who were feeling more reluctant. With a wheezy giggle and a stroke of his greasy goatee, Petrol replied that this was his favorite part of the job, just like taking candy from babies.
Meanwhile, hunched low in the crowd, Gary, Misty, and Brock managed to find each other and were in the process of making a plan to deal with these interlopers. All three admit that they wouldn't be giving up their Pokemon, so that left only one option: fighting back. With worry in her voice, Misty expresses concern over where Ash is, wishing that he could be there to help them with their plan. But Gary reassured her that the last time he'd seen Ash, he was being led somewhere by those ace trainers from early in the tournament, probably to make a plan of their own. And in a tone that almost sounded like respect for the guy, he asked that if he knew Ashy Boy, whatever it was gonna be big. So they should keep looking for an opening of their own. It would be best to lie low for now and ready themselves, so whenever Ash and his new friend sprung their plan, they could help out. Brock and Missy could see the logic in this, and have faith in how much Ash had grown in their time apart. But still, they were both happy with the idea that they were also looking for their own moment to strike, rather than leaving their fate entirely up to their absent friend. So they instead turned their attention to bolstering their forces by looking for other familiar faces such as AJ, Giselle, and Nurse Joy, in hopes of recruiting them as well. Back in the kitchen, as Ash's incessant arguing stretched into another full minute of his obviously not being convinced, Meowth begins to look around a bit nervously as his hearing was good enough to both wince from the earlier Screech attack and catch the time limit his Team Rocket colleagues found themselves working under. Jesse and James do their best to push back, but with their covers being that of older friends, they aren't in any position to continue forcing Ash to do anything more than they already had. It was clear that Richie and Silver were more interested in getting off the ship ASAP, though for different reasons. Finally though, Ariana moves to reach for her Gleam's Pokeball, seeing fit to simply use a stun spore on the uppity boy and bring this to an end. But before she could, a tiny star of energy shot the ball directly out of her hand and sent it clattering to the ground as she has to shake the stinging pain away. Looking to its origin, there stands Meowth on Ash's shoulder, as he then speaks clearly. "No need to get handsy, lady. These guys are right, kid. We gotta bounce." The jaws of everyone else in the room seem to drop. For James, Jesse, Butch, and Cassie shock at Meowth's willingness to disclose his secret in such a situation. For Richie, Silver, and Ariana, the pure and unadulterated shock at meeting a fluently human speech mimicking Pokemon. And for Ash, shock and betrayal that his partner wasn't on his side. Just as suddenly though, Jesse and James begin to back their friend in convincing Ash to retreat, as the longer they waited, the more likely someone got seriously hurt. Finally tearing his gaze away from Meowth, Ash takes a look around the room to see the faces of all in attendance accepting abandonment as their only option. He hangs his head and concedes as the group breathe a sigh of relief and begin to hurry to a conveniently placed lifeboat on that side of the ship for a hasty escape. Obviously prioritizing her own safety even above that of her orders, Ariana climbs into the small vessel first, followed by Butch and Cassidy, who also seem to be quite on edge as their time limit shrinks. Jesse is next, as James and the boys seem to hesitate one final time, before a glare from his colleagues sees James encouraging Ash that though it may not seem like it, he is doing the right thing. However, with the boy's face still so low, it was impossible to read his expression under the brim of his hat. So, feeling awkward and a bit guilty, James lifts a foot to step into the craft as well, along with Silver and Richie, when suddenly, the two other boys have their shirts tugged back to keep them from moving forward. As Ash suddenly thrusts his foot into the small of James's back, the force is just enough to send James tumbling into the lifeboat and causes him and the disguised rocket members to sprawl out clumsily. Meowth in shock screeches to know what Ash is doing at the same time as the others, when he suddenly feels Ash clamp a hand on his paw and press a thumb into his wrist, causing his claws to extend by force before he uses Meowth like a pocket knife to slash the rope holding the boat aloft, sending the adults plunging into the sea far below for a rough landing.
Richie and Silver just as suddenly round on Ash, demanding to know what he was thinking, as he is forced to release Meowth's paw as they each grab his collar or jacket. However, Silver recoils in shock, along with Meowth, as Ash speaks and glares to them in the same tone of voice and with the same expression, eerily similar to the only thing to ever incite true fear out of either one of them, Giovanni himself. Jerking away from the two boys, Ash turns his back to them and strides back to the area that Gary, Brock, and Misty are being held in, as he declares he will not be running away like a coward and expects the same of his rivals. Richie begins to argue when Ash cuts him off, stating that if he was set on leaving, then he can always jump and swim for it and catch up to those weak adults. Silver, on the other hand, draws in on himself even more in pure surprise at never knowing Ash had this kind of bravado, as Richie hangs his head like Ash did earlier, while the two watch his back grow further and further away. Looking at the other redheaded boy, Richie admits that he agrees with Ash, but is honestly too scared to go back in there to fight, as he only has one Pokemon left that is completely fresh, being Tangela. Silver remains quiet, as Richie then lifts Dune's Pokeball and greets his partner, asking if he's up for their first ever flight, to which Dune exhaustively yet dutifully agrees. Climbing onto the back of his dragon, he looks to Silver and declares that he'll try to race ahead and get the cops, but asks his friend to back up Ash. After a few moments of silence, Silver nods, but nowhere near the amount of vigor or fire that he'd shown towards Richie on the way to the tournament, as Dune dives off the side of the ship and with some trial and error begins to soar through the sky, as Butch and Cassidy in the ship below call out for him not to leave them. Back with Ash, he peeks out of the kitchen door to see that thankfully the Rockets had all turned their attention to their hostages and a few trainers still capable of resisting them, being the usual suspects that Ash had expected. Brock, Misty, Gary, Giselle, and AJ had each engaged one or two of the Rocket Grunts, while Archer, Proton, and Petrel all hung back with the very Pokemon which had pushed Ash's team to the brink over the course of the tournament out of their Pokeballs as the second line of defense in what was an obvious war of attrition, as at the same time on the second bomb clock ticked away menacingly on the various screens throughout the SSN. Ash didn't get the best grasp of what the entire situation in the room was. He could see that at least a wave or two of grunts had already come and been defeated, not to mention the Rocket managers with all of their Pokemon, looking all the better as if they had never had a battle to begin with.
As Archer's rabbit-looking Houndoom eagerly paced about the battlefield and corralled Gary's Pokemon back into line, as another grunt took the place of the former, who'd sick a new pair of Spearow and Rattata on Gary, causing his Eevee and a Pidgeot he'd not even gotten to use in their finals match to waste energy defending their trainer and avoiding Houndoom's Ember and Golbat's vicious attempts at inflicting poison with his fangs. The grunts weren't much in terms of combat power, but it was obvious that Gary's Pokemon were tired out due to the great pace of the battle. As the 12-minute mark passed, it actually saw his rival switching them out for Rhydon, who it seemed to be more or less okay, and an Executor, though both of these pivots were made at a disadvantage, and saw Gary's team members forced to take multiple attacks each before they ever got a chance to counterattack. Brock, AJ, and Giselle gave the grunts their second biggest challenge, Bulbasaur and Zubat making for a tricky combination that turned the Rocket grunts' game tactics with Petrel and Proton against them, as Stun Spore, Poison Powder, and Sleep Powder combined with Zubat's wings flapping and Supersonic caused the weaker Pokemon they battled to be switched out near constantly, if not being simply knocked out outright, and Onix for its credit had been serving as the Resistance's shield. coiled protectively around the trainers and providing a refuge for their Pokemon as well as the last line of defense as it kept their opponents back with the odd Dragon Breath. AJ thankfully still had a few more Pokemon of his own to use. It just seemed that they weren't his strongest or most competitive candidates, as he only had his own two Rattata to battle against the Grunts, though the difference in power between his twin rodents and their opponents was still obvious, as Ash had seen them even take down a Mankey or two. Giselle's ace Marowak had easily skirted through the competition off of its own evolution in the prelims and a basic gimme win against James and Growly, so it fought valiantly alongside its mistress. Most surprisingly, Nurse Joy had called on her Chansey to battle. It very obviously wasn't suited or used to fighting, but was doing an amazing job at keeping the Resistance's fighters in the battle with Heal Pulse, Helping Hand, Charm, and a fairly weak Pound. Though inexperience in battle was costing Chansey, as Ash could see that damage it had been taking from being targeted and ganged up on by Grunts as a group effort was slowly beginning to pile up. Misty most shockingly had no Pokemon of her own engaged in the battle, and from Ash's count she should still have at least Gyarados ready to rumble, though we could guess why she may be holding it back at the moment.
Meowth clutched onto his jacket harder than usual, having got back to Ash's shoulder the instant he stepped into action, as the movement had become second nature by now. The way the cat had been acting, along with the realization he had been used in some way or another, along with everyone else who expected a genuine competition, how could he not suspect that something was off about the entire situation earlier? If his mother or Mr. Giovanni could see him now, they'd definitely be disappointed in his lack of forethought. Thinking of his mentor, however, did bring to mind the question of what he would do in this situation, and it brings him back to the first ever thing that Giovanni had taught him when he began his journey after the battle against Fearo's flock. With a grimace, he remembers those words clearly in his head. Some things are just stepping stones to your goal. He pulls out the mysterious Fearo's Pokeball as Meowth curiously questions what he is thinking, as he notices the rather dark and serious look on his trainer's face that he had never seen before. It was honestly unnerving. Back with the Resistance, they are still hunkered down behind Onix, and with Chansey at its limit, it's clear that the rest of the Pokemon and their trainers won't last too much longer, as the 10-minute mark grows ever closer. And the last of the trainers who had complied with Team Rocket's demands were finally able to retreat to the lifeboats, as Petrel goaded them that there was only a few lifeboats left, while more and more Grunts deposited stolen Pokeballs into massively cartoonish sacks in front of their managers. Gary and Misty barked back at them and go ahead and leave if they were so scared of going down with the ship, though it was abundantly clear that their confidence is waning as Team Rocket laugh at their expense and seem to redouble their efforts.
However, before they get a good chance to, there's the telltale sound of a Pokemon being released, as well as an angered squawk, as Ash's voice is heard due to his telling the unruly Fearow to take his problems up with Team Rocket, not him. The Grunts and managers turn just in time to see said boy flying directly at them on the back of the wildly flapping bird while Meowth hangs on for dear life. The managers duck just in time as Ash goes soaring over their heads, but their Grunts and Pokemon are very unlucky as Ash suddenly stands on Fearow's back and jumps while kicking it in the back of its head, which causes it to suddenly nosedive directly into the line of Grunts and enemy Pokemon, catching most unaware and obviously taking both them and the mysterious Fearow out of the fight. Meowth and Ash for their trouble end up landing rather clumsily, and Ash even slams his head against Onix even as Meowth does his best to steer their fall to avoid that very outcome, breaking the majority of his trainers' fall in the process, and thus leaving them both very shaken up as the remaining Grunts and the admins prepare to retaliate against them. Just before the two can be targeted for an attack though, Gary, Misty, and Brock are able to snatch them up and over Onix's barrier and into safety just in time, as they demand to know what he could have been thinking and where he's been. This lapse in focus however sees a chain effect of Gary's remaining Pokemon being KO'd, and losing their main attackers leaves the rest of Resistance's Pokemon in dire straits as well, as all truly seems lost this time. That is, until Ash notices a metallic glint and tells Brock to have Onix hunker down harder while telling everyone else to return their Pokemon just in time for Silver's voice to loudly and clearly order a discharge from Magneton. As electricity surges throughout the ballroom, it successfully takes down the already tired Grunts and their Pokemon, who had truly only remained in the fight for so long thanks to all the healing items they seem to be stocked up with. Onix uncurls itself to reveal that everyone is just fine, as Ash expresses to Silver that he's actually happy to see him for once, though the other boy's lack of bravado makes it clear that he is still suffering from his outlook being shifted so harshly by Gary. Nurse Joy directs the trainers to the urgency they still face, as she declares they need to get these evil people and their Pokemon, as well as themselves, into the remaining lifeboats. By vast majority, everyone agrees and moves to help, but Silver coldly asks why they should risk their lives for these people. They'd made their beds, and now it was time for them to lie in them, even if that meant doing so at the bottom of the ocean. And even though it's the worst possible time for such a thing, a fierce moral debate ensues between he and Ash, while most of the others begin loading the Grunts and their Pokemon onto one of the remaining lifeboats while using Bulbasaur's vines to tie them up.
Silver is quick to point out Ash's cruelty towards his Firo, Jesse, and James as disqualifying him from speaking about ethics from his high Rapidash, which does give Ash some pause as he hesitates to respond to such criticism. The debate is put on hold though as he notices the large sack of Pokeballs and one of the rocket managers is missing, only to see that Petrol is in possession of it and sneaking his way to the entrance of the lower levels of the SS Anne. Still enraged, Ash rushes at him as the rocket manager takes off, Silver giving chase close behind as he isn't through with Ash, and certainly isn't going to let the Rockets win after all this. Brock and the others curse their impetuousness, but Misty quickly begins pursuit, declaring that she'll bring them back and to focus on finishing up here since they now have less than 7 minutes. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the ship, having used the distraction to escape, Petrol and the other managers smirk at each other as they load up the very same bag Ash had just gone after onto a Firo of their own as they take flight from the ship, successfully completing their mission. Ash quickly begins to lose confidence as he chases Petrol deeper into the already flooded ship, as the water had apparently affected the power on this level and left it dark, aside from flashing red lights. However, he couldn't see Lance or Giovanni allowing petty thieves to get away, and felt he had to live up to their examples. Meowth clung tensely to Ash's shoulder, both out of fear of how close they were apparently cutting it to the boat sinking, as well as the water around them, and had thus damned the secret in favor of trying to convince Ash to turn back. But every time he had said something, Ash only pushes forward faster, even ordering the Scratch Cat to help him stop Petrol if he wanted to leave so badly. Silver and Misty, just as blind as Ash, begin to think this was the voice of Petrol, who was finally chased into a dead end caused by water blocking off the rest of the path towards the lower level. Seeing himself cornered, Petrol drops the sack into the now knee-deep water, and slowly turns around as Silver and Misty finally catch up to him, just in time for Petrol to utter the word Ditto, shockingly morphing into the said creature. Meanwhile, having already taken off on the Pharaoh of their own, the real Petrol, Proton, and Archer celebrate pulling off their scheme before noticing something particular about one of the emergency rafts in the ocean below, and have Firo take them down to investigate. They see the other admins tied up along Ariana and quickly swoop down, obviously curious to why Silver and Ash put up a resistance. Silver chastises Ash for being an idiot, while Ash fires back that Silver fell for it too, before Misty recognizes Ditto still had something in the appendage that it used for a hand, the detonator to the bomb Archer had threatened them with. Ditto presses the button, setting off the second explosion, before quickly transforming into Joe's Pidgey and flying over the trainer's head, as the boat beneath him groaned and shocked violently as the hull was compressed to the point a gash appeared directly next to them, while the water around them began to rise rapidly.
Ash then realized that the bag Ditto had been using as bait was actually full of prizes from the tournament and not stolen Pokeballs, as it sinks deeper into the water and the ship begins to split in half. While he isn't worried about the empty Pokeballs, when he remembers the Pokemon egg trapped in that container, he leaps into action without any further thought, and so to Meowth and Misty's horror, he dives after it and disappears into the murky depths. Then the water begins to fill up to their chest at this point, and so reasoning they drown by the time they made it back to the top of the ship, Misty releases Gyarados and orders Silver to come with her if he isn't interested in drowning. As Gyarados breaks through the hull of the ship and into the open ocean, it looks around for Ash but sees no sign of him, as it actually stays under to search longer until Misty and Silver have to beat its sides frantically as the air in their lungs is all used up, causing the Leviathan to surge back to the surface, a bit miffed that his trainer wouldn't make up her mind on whether he should search for Ash or get her to safety. Up top, Brock's group is forced to climb into a lifeboat after they'd captured and piled up the defeated Rocket Grunts and their Pokemon on the only other free one. As the SS Anne splits apart while being swallowed by the ocean, Brock feels an immense pit of guilt in his stomach as he calls to Ash and Misty, while Gary and the others stare at the destruction in disbelief. Unfortunately, these calls go unanswered, as Misty, Silver, and Gyarados are on the exact opposite side of the SS Anne as it drowns out most of the sound that isn't metallic groans and moans while being crushed by the pressure of the sea. Misty would then have Gyarados go down below the water twice more before Silver finally made the solemn call and stated the obvious. Ash was gone, and to his surprise, he felt a lot of remorse at that thought. After a moment of silence to accept what she too knew, Misty hangs her head and quietly asks Gyarados to get them to land, as she then clams up completely in an attempt to deal with the complicated emotions running through her mind at a mile a minute. Knots away in the ocean, an unconscious Ash is just barely being kept above water by a frantic and exhausted Meowth. Ash had fought so hard to save the presumably stolen Pokemon egg that he nearly drowned himself to recover it, even maintaining an iron grip on it after falling unconscious. And it takes everything Meowth has to swim for the both of them. So remembering their team does have a water type, Meowth takes the gamble of diving into the water as Ash sinks a bit to retrieve its Pokeball. Obviously, Psyduck isn't happy to be released in the open ocean and begins panicking as if it couldn't swim. but Meowth, channeling as much of Giovanni's persona as he could muster, sternly orders the duck to get its crap together, freaking Psyduck out so bad that it remembers it can swim naturally and easily does a better job of keeping Ash afloat than the cat could. With this done, Meowth can finally relax some, though as his adrenaline fades and his emotional and physical exhaustion takes over, he too begins to pass out. As the Scratch Cat sinks into the water unnoticed by Psyduck, Ash's free hand suddenly shoots out and grips onto Meowth's tail, pulling him up to rest unconsciously atop his head, before Ash's own exhaustion claimed him once again and pulled him back into unconsciousness.
Hours later, Psyduck drags Ash and Meowth onto the beach of a small island. Neither of them are moving, but Psyduck flops on the ground and instantly falls asleep. Sensing its family is in danger, as well as the familiar terrain of sand through its capture device, Crocro bursts out of the Pokeball ready to defend them, though it again drops to one knee, obviously not having fully recovered while inside. Realizing there is no physical threat, Crocro inspects the 3 downed creatures and helps Meowth and Ash cough up a bit of water in their lungs. It then sets about releasing the other members of the team, quickly returning the mysterious Fearow after realizing it was knocked out and possibly in need of medical attention, and pulling its weight as Ash's starter by directing his teammates. Though they were all very tired, Tyrogue, Charmeleon, and Crocro worked together to build a fire and a campsite to help their trainer. This is the sight that Ash wakes up to, as exhaustion still shrouds his mind, and he immediately looks around for the egg, Meowth, then Misty, and Silver. Finding 2 out of the 4 of his warriors help ease his mind, and brings relief to see that his friends are alright, before looking at the still unconscious Psyduck and Meowth, while piecing together that they were the reason he had survived, as well as the innocent Pokemon egg. However, Ash still felt angry for what Meowth had done to Gloom, as well as his willingness to just lay down and let Team Rocket get away with their plans. With a deep sigh, he puts a pin in the issue and searches his bag for whatever supplies he may have left, finding a few spare potions Lance had encouraged him to stock up on, as well as a few leftover berries from Mr. Fuji. With these few items, he was able to get his team as healed up as much as possible, even being sure to set aside a few berries for Meowth and Psyduck, as the group settled in for what hopefully was their only night on this deserted island. Ash decides to let his team rest outside of their Pokeballs as they crowd around him to rest for the night. Meowth, secretly awake the entire time, feels even more guilt than before as his trainer and teammates continue to show him kindness, even when he could be looked at as directly undermining them. Later that night, a sound can be heard in the water just off the shore of the island moving towards them. Ash and his Pokemon jump awake ready for the danger. However, it turns out to be Misty as she leaps from her Gyarados, as she takes Ash down in a tackle hug fueled by pure happiness at realizing her friend didn't meet a watery grave. Silver dismounts from Gyarados and snarks that his hunch that the campfire would have been made by an SS and survivor was correct, as he congratulated his rival on surviving on his own, secretly hiding the wave of relief that had washed over him when his eyes laid on to catch him again. Ash couldn't be happier to see his friends. The new arrival take the opportunity to get warmed up and eat something, before Ash asks the question that is on all of their minds of what was that. Meowth expects Silver to spill the beans, but is surprised when he does not, instead pretending to be just as clueless as his companions. Ash mentions that the friends who had gave him Meowth told him that Team Rocket were heroes, and so expressed doubt that the people on board were the real organization, causing Silver to eye Meowth. He had already had suspicions about the Talking Mon based on some of the things that he had said to Ash when they were being led to the emergency craft, and now he's been given all the evidence needed to label Meowth as the enemy.
With that, the group plans to use Gyarados to hopefully keep moving towards civilization. Everyone does their best to get comfortable by the fire and rest, too tired from the day's events to have any more of a dialogue. Meowth lays still beside Ash and waits for about half an hour after having heard the last sound before flicking his ears around for a final check. He then gets up quietly before dashing into the underbrush of the island out of sight with well-practiced stealth, which doesn't wake even Ash's most alert team members like Krokorok. However, Silver cracks an eye open to watch his retreat. Once alone, Meowth pulls out Ash's Pokédex, having snatched it from him, and after a bit of fidgeting with it, he speaks into it, asking the boss to come in and revealing it to be either bugged or some sort of communicator. While he was uncertain how Ash's actions had affected their mission, he did know he needed to get out in front of the situation as fast as he could, lest he face the boss's wrath. The device buzzes unintentionally before a staticky response from Giovanni can be heard. Meowth tries to soldier through the technical difficulties and begins to apologize for Ash's actions, as well as advises that Giovanni begin taking steps to fill he and Richie in on their true destinies, but the device suddenly makes a low-pitched whine before sparking and shorting out, meaning Meowth will have to do some repairs before returning it, likely because of all the salt water it had been submerged in today, which causes Meowth to growl in irritation. This thought is interrupted though as the voice of Silver sends a chill down his spine as the boy steps out and reveals himself with a cold glare on Meowth.
The cat lies about searching for firewood, but Silver tells him to cut the crap. They both know he's part of Team Rocket. After a moment of tense silence, Meowth extends his claws with a deadly smirk, threatening that he was trying to be nice. However, as soon as he does, he notices a glint in the tree and looks up to see Murkrow ready to intervene at his master's command. Silver reminds him that even though Ash is a decent trainer, Silver is no pushover nor a fool. The cat responds with uncertainty, while Silver steps forward demanding to know what Meowth's game is, specifying that if he meant to play the long con to steal their Pokemon, then he'd better off if he cut and run. Meowth, however, remembers Silver's earlier silence and inquires why Silver was playing dumb too. The boy responds that he has his reasons, and demands his question be answered, but Meowth scoffs and walks past him back to the campsite, claiming that his only goal was to make Ash into what he was meant to be, nothing more. Silver growls to himself as Murkrow returns to his shoulder, deciding that he now had a good enough reason to keep close to Ash, aside from needing Misty and Gyarados to reach land. The next morning, the trio of trainers and treacherous Meowth set off on Gyarados. Ash comments on being proud of Misty's progress with the Sea Serpent. She nervously responds that in the spur of the moment, it was kind of necessary for her to break her barriers once again, admitting that this was the most contact she had had with the creature as she patted it on the side of its head, thanking it for being so cooperative. It grunts something back, and Ash looks down at Meowth riding in front of him and asks him to translate what it had said. Meowth gives Ash a look that says, "I thought we had an understanding about me speaking," while Misty laughs at the ridiculousness of the statement, thinking Ash is joking. He, however, fixes Meowth with a glare that says, "Are you forgetting how deep you are in with me?" before the cat sighs and clears his throat, and stating that Gyarados said that it was no issue since it was enjoying the exercise.
Misty freezes before whooping around to see Ash smiling cheekily, having recognized that voice not only from the SSN, but also the odd times she and Brock would find Ash alone with just Meowth and his other Pokemon. She freaks out a bit, but then turns on Ash, declaring she knew he had some kind of unfair advantage. He'd been able to truly communicate with Pokemon this entire time. He defends that this isn't exactly the case, as Meowth was his third team member, reminding her of his initial challenges with Sandile and Fearow. Misty then pouts at this childishly, muttering the two could have stepped in to help with building a bridge with Gyarados a while ago. Meowth actually banters with Misty, stating she would have missed out on a life lesson had they done that, and explaining he liked her much more now that she'd taken a chill pill, earning him her wrath. Ash then grows quiet as reminiscing about Fearow reminds him of the strange one currently in his possession. He'd have to have a long conversation with Giovanni about it whenever he got the chance. Silver, who had been quiet the entire morning, suddenly posed a question, and did so extremely awkwardly, asking if Ash and Misty had a problem sticking together even after they made it back to land. Bringing Ash from his thoughts, he teases that he knew the son of his sponsor would come around eventually, while Misty on the other hand says she doesn't care as long as he isn't a jerk, as now with Meowth talking, she basically had two Ashes to deal with. Said cat frowns to himself, realizing that Silver poses a threat to his mission if he doesn't find adequate leverage to keep his mouth shut. This thought is broken though as he recognizes something on the horizon and clambers up on Ash to stand on his shoulders for a better look, before cheering that they were getting close to land, and he was pretty sure that it was Cinnabar Island.
Misty adds that once at the Pokemon Center, they can get their teams checked out, get a real meal, and put in some calls to check on Brock and the others. Ash agrees, mentioning that he's pretty worried about Richie since he had never flown on Dune before, and hopes the boy successfully made it to get help and wasn't too upset with him. While Silver reminds that the island also has a gym and would mean getting closer to his goal. The SS Hands tournament had woken him up to the reality that he could push his Pokemon even harder. Ash interjects that he disagrees, but wasn't about to argue with him. If they were planning to travel together, then it would for sure mean training together as well. That would be his chance to show Silver what he needed to work on, so he simply states that he was hoping to practice with Silver and Misty before they attempt to earn the Volcano Badge. The redhead eyes Meowth again, before stating he was thinking the exact same thing. After a few more minutes of Gyarados powerfully propelling them through the water, the group sets foot on Cinnabar Island and instantly book it to the Pokemon Center out of desire for the earlier mentioned meal. Meanwhile, at the wreckage of the former Cinnabar Island Pokemon Gym, an old man is sifting through the burnt remnants of his former home in hopes of recovering any of the long hours worth of research or any of his personal items if possible. This wasn't a rare occurrence for Blaine, however. Due to his past, Blaine had already become much more paranoid and reclusive than ever before, and so hearing someone supposedly attempting to try and sneak up on him, he turns fiercely, his lab coat flapping violently as he produces his Ace's Pokeball in case there was a need of a battle. However, he is instantly relaxed as he recognizes the newcomer as a personal ally and the son of his old rival, Fuji, a man who had made a great name for himself as he rose to hold the station of one of Kanto's frontier brains, Noland, the leader of the Battle Factory, and he doesn't seem very happy.
Blaine begins to question what could be wrong, but Nolan cuts him off by getting in his face and growling that people who weren't challengers have been snooping around the factory in search of you-know-who. He then demands to know if Blaine had sold his friend out, or worse, done something to the creature that Nolan thought Blaine felt a debt and connection to. Blaine, a bit insulted, fires back that he's done nothing of the sort and isn't very pleased at being wrongfully accused. But Nolan confidently holds his ground and rightfully points out that something is up with the Rockets, and they need to find out what quickly. That the two can agree on. Nolan warns that if the heat doesn't die down, he'll have to bail, and that means neither of them won't be able to protect the other as they promised, as well as correctly pointing out that their third target for safeguarding being MIA meant that at any moment their friends could be thrust back into that nightmare they faced years ago. The Fire-type master grits his teeth and assures Nolan that he won't let that happen, so as Nolan threatens that he'd better and takes his leave, Blaine releases his trusty Rapidash and mounts it to return to the new gym with haste, hoping its secluded location will buy time to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, at the Cinnabar Island Pokemon Center, Silver sits patiently waiting for Ash and Misty to finish their calls back home. They agreed to do some training before making an attempt on the gym, and he was going to make sure they made good on it. Misty had just finished her conversation with her sisters to calm their nerves since by now the SSN sinking had become a pretty big news story around the region, as survivors revealed Team Rocket was behind it. Meaning it goes without mention that Ash is still on his first call to his all but hysterical mother, as she obsessed over having him make sure he was truly 100% okay, and Ash trying to sway Delia from storming down to Viridian City to once again chew out his sponsor, since it was partly Giovanni's mission that saw Ash in danger in the first place. Only when he convinced her that he would seek out a hospital if any further complications arose from the few scrapes and bruises he'd got did she relent. It took a further 2 minutes of repeating that they loved one another before she was convinced to get off the phone, so that Ash could place a few more calls. He then remembered to check in with Professor Oak after having not done so in a while, in hopes of learning what happened to Gary as well. The old researcher reveals his grandchild had only gotten in touch with him for a short time following the news of their ship sinking. His rival was, as always, rushing headlong. Oak then reminds Ash that it's good to take care of the world around him, but that he should also make sure he takes care of himself. Even his cousin Samuel Oak had gotten himself injured by trying to transport Pokemon from the Alola region to him dealing with Team Rocket. Ash nods that he will be more prepared next time, and wishes his old family friend well. As he did, Misty decides to begin calling nearby Pokemon centers in hopes of getting in contact with Brock. Coincidentally, her first try yielding fruit, as the Fuchsia City nurse Joy informs the group that Brock arrived that morning, and after a few moments, his relieved face would fill the screen, as Ash and Misty happily greet him, all three extremely grateful things didn't end up worse, and joking that they had only just reunited before being split up once again. Not long into their conversation do two other familiar faces appear, as Richie and Giselle reveal themselves to be accompanying Brock right now. Ash's contemporary under Giovanni explains he arrived in Fuchsia thanks to Dune, and sent out an Officer Jenny with the Coast Guard, who were still bringing people back. Ash then goes on to apologize to his friend with a rather guilty look for how he'd acted before they parted, but Richie waves this off as they were under a pretty stressful situation. The red-clad boy then asks if AJ or Gary were around, but Brock somewhat sadly reveals both boys had set off almost as soon as they made it to land, the former of which declaring he'd be giving up on his dreams of winning a championship. When asked about what Gary was planning to do next by Silver, Brock reveals the boy was already training and had plans of taking on the future gym ASAP. With a solemn look, Ash vows if he sees AJ again, he'll do his best to make amends and reinvigorate his passion for battling.
Before they end the call, Ash remembers something and proudly shows off the saved egg to Brock, revealing it as the spoils of the risk he took. Brock reprimands him for such reckless behavior, but praises Ash for doing the right thing and leaving him with a few care tips for the egg until they find out what to do with it. Misty could tell that he was excited for the opportunity to help care for a baby Pokemon from a foreign region though. Next, our hero decides it's finally time to call his sponsor, something he had been dreading since he had more than an adequate reason to be mad with Giovanni. Yet the concept of talking to the intimidating man with the confidence his mother did made his blood freeze. Resolving himself to finally dial the number, something which gets Silver to fully sit down next to him while Meow sits on Ash's shoulder beginning to sweat nervously. After Silver rings, Giovanni doesn't pick up, though the same dark-haired assistant does, and explains she was told to express Giovanni's desire to be available. This causes Ash to lash out on the woman about the mix-up with Firo, and demand to know why it happened, as he demands to see both Firo and Gloom to be sure they are safe. The woman, who Silver points out is named Matori, awkwardly explains that Giovanni also held the Pokemon for his associates, and so she takes full responsibility, explaining she mixed up his Firo with another. She bows her head several times and speaks to someone off-screen, who apparently acts as her own assistant, based off the tone she used before she is handed two Pokeballs, which she uses to release a large Firo, who is unmistakably Ash's first catch, as well as a little Gloom, who instantly hides behind Firo's wings, making the bird look down at her and squawk at her like a mother to a shy child. With a sigh of relief, Ash is still irritated, but lets go and asks for the Firos to be swapped out immediately. He thinks about swapping Psyduck for Gloom, but reasons reasons she still likely would enjoy some space away from Meowth, as well as him wanting to spend some time with Psyduck as it did save his life. Matori once again apologizes before looking at Silver for a few moments before hanging up. Ash looks to his rival and questions what his father was always so preoccupied with, causing Silver to glance at Meowth and express that he too would like to know the answer to that question. But regardless, he reminds his two new traveling companions that they wanted to train before taking on Blaine. Misty seconds this as she wanted to see if Silver and Feraligatr could back up all that smack they were talking while they were looking for Ash about Gyarados being big but nothing else. This actually gets a smirk out of the redhead, as Ash can't help but feel vindicated as him and his rivals seem to be getting along. The trio spend the rest of their day behind the Pokemon Center, hard at work polishing off the rest of their skills. We'll explain more about this training later on in our story. The most important thing to know is that Silver is definitely a slave driver of the group, though Ash and Misty make it very clear that they won't tolerate that in a traveling companion, much less a training partner. Due to his confidence being shaken by Gary, Silver is surprisingly open to this, and begins to take the input of his companions, particularly for Misty in the case of Feraligatr, and for Ash in the case of Haunter. Ash and Misty put in some serious one-on-one training with Psyduck to begin cultivating some sort of battle prowess, but it's a slow and tedious job that they quickly have to rely on Meowth for, using this as both training and punishment for its transgressions against Gloom. Meowth is forced to lose time and time again to Psyduck in order to help it master its scratch. This obviously leading to the discovery of the waterfowl's untapped psychic potential, as it blasts Meowth nearly back out to the sea area after the cat, in frustration, pops him on the head, something Ash can't help to snicker at as he goes to retrieve him. Finally, Misty and Poliwhirl begin to train using its water-type moves, but alas, it's just as slow, made worse by its insistence on sneaking off to join Machoke and Tyrogue in their own training. This does, however, give her the revelation that she needs to begin looking for a water-type attack that calls for Poliwhirl's physical strength instead of its special energy. And finally, after putting the rivalry aside for the USSN tournament and its aftermath, tensions finally boil over for an impromptu grudge match between Ash's Fire Lizard and Ground Croc. Realizing there's no use in breaking them up, he and Silver simply watch closely as the two brawl it out, with each being on equal footing for the first time in a long time, thanks to Ash's larger team seeing him depend on Crocroak less and less as of recently. Just when Ash thinks the match will be at its end, as Crocroak drops into the ground nearly too fast to see, Charmeleon follows him right down, and the ground itself begins heating up from its counterattack. Suddenly, there is a loud rumble as the ground bursts open with bits of molten rock that cause the trainers to back up as both Pokemon come shooting out unconscious, resulting in the first tie between the rival reptiles. This to Ash and the rest of them seemed like a decent stopping point for the training.
By the end of the day, and with all of them feeling refreshed and prepared at the SSN, they all agree it's time to take on Cinnabar Gym the next morning. Silver had revealed that he had doubled back and retrieved both the Boulder badge from Flint and the Gimme Cascade badge since it seemed like a good time saver, and allowed him to just focus on training. So at the moment, he had 4 official badges to Ash's 3 and Misty's 2, and would therefore have what was likely to be the hardest match. Also, because of this, he agrees to give either of them the first attempt at Blaine, since it would also lead to a great strategic advantage on his part. However, as they walk and talk about this, they quickly run into the issue of having no idea of how to actually locate the Cinnabar Gym. And the only clue they're given from Nurse Joy is that Blaine is a tricky guy with a penchant for puzzles and riddles that are given out by his few trusted gym trainers, so she can't really help them as finding the gym is part of one's test for a badge. This, though, is exactly where Silver's sleuthing skills begin to shine, as he takes the lead and begins quickly interrogating and tearing through each of the riddles and clues the gym trainers give them as they find and battle them. By the afternoon, the trio finds themselves at the entrance of the gym, no worse for wear. And inside, Blaine is incredibly surprised and a bit jumpy due to someone actually finding their way inside the gym that day, due to his personally ordering the gym trainers to make each riddle as humanly impossible to solve as they could manage, until he got to the bottom of what was going on. So you can only imagine his fright when the child of his former employer under Team Rocket comes strolling into the gym flanked by Ash and Misty. Keeping as cool as best he could and cursing his lack of foresight not simply closing the gym for a few weeks, Blaine tries to confidently introduce himself and greet the newcomers while congratulating them on making it there, asking if they all seek to battle him. Ash and Misty happily confirm this, while Silver, in a tone that reminds Blaine far too much of his father, gripes that they would have no other reason to enter his hard-to-find and uncomfortably hot and dangerous gym, so there was really no need to waste time with such an obvious question. This also confuses Blaine on what Silver's reasoning for being here truly is, if he has such seemingly earnest companions. Sweating due to his nerves more than the heat, Blaine asks who will challenge first, causing Silver to look to his friends as Ash instantly defers and allows Misty the go-ahead, surprising her a bit, though he points out that he's still feeling a bit guilty about their match on the SSN, and in a much lower tone argues that she has such an advantage here he doubts the battle will take too long anyway.
Not one to look a gift Rapidash in the mouth, Misty accepts and steps forward as Blaine expresses eagerness to face the region's youngest gym leader and asks about her badges. With only 2, the match will be a 2-on-2, but as respect for her status, Blaine will use Pokemon he would use for a 3 to 5 badge holder. With his first out, Arcanine. Wanting to redeem her first gym battle with the Leviathan, Misty starts with Gyarados, netting her the added benefit of intimidating Arcanine. What follows is barely considered a battle, as Arcanine struggles to even make Gyarados notice its attacks, after all the grief Charmeleon had given it so far. However, with no water-type moves, it isn't hit hard enough by the more immobile Gyarados in this hot environment to end the match. This irritates Gyarados to the point of breaking its limit, as this time when Misty orders Bite and he surges forward, water begins to pour out of Gyarados' body in copious amounts until it slams Arcanine with the watery tackle. Misty recognizes this as Waterfall, also giving inspiration on the physical water-type move she was looking for to teach Poliwhirl, and giving her the idea to let it watch the rest of the battle as she calls for a final Waterfall which ends the first match. Blaine praises her skill, but states that he'll turn her strength into a weakness with his next partner from a region he's quite sure she'd never visited before, as he calls for his Carkol. Misty is indeed unfamiliar with his Galarian Pokemon, so she asks Ash for the rundown from his Pokédex, but it doesn't have any information for her other than it being a rock and fire type. Smirking at the poor decision, she orders Gyarados to clean sweep with a quad-effective Waterfall, but Blaine simply orders an Iron Defense and has Carkol stand still. When the move makes contact, a burst of steam is made as Carkol begins to move at a ridiculous speed, too quick for Gyarados to react, resulting in Blaine ordering his partner to circle around and pelt it with an Ancient Power. Gyarados is hit twice before it has time to feel any pain, and on the third time, Carkol gains a mysterious white aura that seems to power it up more before Gyarados falls to a final Ancient Power. Misty thanks Gyarados for a great gym debut as she plans to call on Starmie to clean up her mess. Poliwhirl runs onto the field. She moves to recall it, but Ash advises her to let it try and reminds why it's so special. Trusting in her friend, she decides to allow this. Blaine smirks and orders Carkol to use its buffed up Incinerate, but as it gathers heat, Poliwhirl bends down and begins collecting the wet mud from the gym floor, giving Misty an idea as she orders a counter mud shot. Before Blaine knows it, Carkol is pelted with multiple balls of mud that do quad effective damage and have the added effect of slowing it down.
Growing desperate, he orders another Ancient Power in hopes of a boost, but Misty is quicker and calls for a Body Slam on one of the rocks, sending it right back with twice the force and causing Carkol to take itself out. Genuinely impressed with her performance, Blaine notes that he doubted Misty's skill level was at all reflected by her gym badges or age from the beginning. She was incredibly adept. Blaine's genius mind, which earned him his mad scientist moniker that led him into making such terrifying mistakes as in his past, began to overthink about the worst possibilities. He had to assume that Silver was a threat, but Misty and Ash he hopes have valiant hearts and skills such as Misty's, though the possibility that both Misty and Ash were simply playing innocent to aid Silver in some dastardly plot existed. After a few minutes of listening to it, Ash yells to Blaine to wake up, snapping the elderly gym leader out of his ramblings as Misty had been waiting for her gym badge all the while with a massive anime sweat drop rolling down her head. Blaine then apologizes and quickly runs to grab badges, causing the kids to realize the gym currently didn't have any gym trainers, assistants, a referee, etc. It wasn't always supposed to be this laid back at a gym. So all three can't help but begin to wonder if Blaine is actually even fit to continue acting as a gym leader, especially after all that muttering he'd just been doing. When Blaine returns, Misty has migrated to the stands with Ash and Silver where they begin to whisper while discussing just that, and so he comes closer in order to give her the Volcano badge, awkwardly interrupting the hushed conversation. Feeling a bit off-put, Ash then remembers the message he'd been told to give Blaine when he finally met him, and so casually remarks that Mr. Fuji said hello, with his usual Giovanni-esque confidence. Blaine freezes for a moment, wondering if that was some kind of threat, and so asks more concisely who exactly Ash is, causing him to extend his introduction from earlier as just stating his name and hometown, to including the grander feats of his epithet, as a sponsored trainer of the Viridian City Gym, headed by the region's most powerful trainer, Giovanni, aka the guy currently challenging Blaine to a gym battle. Crazy old man or not, there was no way he wasn't getting a badge out of the hell the SS and sinking had put him through. Refusing to back down from such an easily misunderstood threat from someone as ignorant as Ash to the twisted webs both he and Blaine were forced to navigate thanks to Giovanni's machinations, Blaine makes it clear that if Ash is serious about this, he won't be holding back at all, and will come at him full force regardless of badges or titles. Misreading the situation and adopting a confident but slightly intimidating smirk, the cap-wearing youth states that he wouldn't have it any other way before making his way to the battlefield in front of Blaine, while Meowth decides to remain with Misty instead of getting any closer to the heat. Before the old man can even make his way back to the platform, suspended just enough out of the molten hot rock so as to be slightly hospitable for a short yet fierce battle, he tosses a Pokeball to it, and as it clatters to the ground before Ash on the field, it hails the arrival of a thunderously large Rapidash that towers over Ash to such an extent that he has a lot of trouble making eye contact with it without backing up, giving the impression of Rapidash being a terrible yet fiery lance that only made sense as the rival of Mr. Fuji's bulky shield of Snorlax. And there was no choice but to match something like that than with his own powerhouse ace who'd broken that very shield, as he yells that he chooses Krokorok, but instead is met with an interruption as Psyduck bursts from his Pokeball onto the battlefield with a derpy look.
Ash's heart nearly stops as the repercussions of trading for this head case strike at the worst possible time, which Misty obviously takes an opportunity to remind him that she had warned him of, while he fumbles to return it. But Blaine scoffs before coldly ordering an agility and a stomp combo. At a blistering speed, Rapidash brings its massive body directly over Psyduck, before pounding its heavy hoof into the arena so hard that the ground cracked and burst with a bright flash and a smoke cloud, causing Ash to hang his mouth open in shock as Psyduck had been seemingly massacred due to his mistake. As Blaine yells that he told him he would take this seriously, Fuji was Blaine's dear friend, and he didn't appreciate such callous taunts, and specified that he would avenge him and drive Ash, Silver, and what other hoodlums and crooks that manic crime bus of theirs wanted to. He would right his wrong. Ash snaps back that he has no idea what Blaine is talking about, disgusted that he would go that far, and now convinced that he was not only unfit to be a gym leader, but downright insane. However, the tension is broken by a shrill quack as the dust clears, revealing that Psyduck had nearly avoided obliteration by sidestepping the smoking sledgehammer that was Rapidash's hoof, as Ash quickly returns it, thankful that Meowth letting Psyduck win all those practice battles had helped the fowl get less clumsy and a tad more coordinated. Not forgiving this, he immediately pivots into Krokorok, who drops to the field, causing a small dust cloud of its own, due to all the increased weight his powerful body was beginning to amass. Blaine is just as soon ready, as he orders a Megahorn, having obviously prior knowledge of the foreign Pokemon. As Ash has his first friend dive deep into the heat-resistant stone the gym field was made from, expertly weaving through the earthen mantle to avoid any of the molten hot lava, Blaze, recognizing this mastery, quickly calls for another agility, and for his steed to stay alert. But just as quickly, Krokorok comes blasting from the earth at an odd angle and an incredible speed cultivated in the first step of their journey, as it slams into Rapidash's massive body and neck. Blaine encourages the beastly creature to hang in there, counter with Megahorn, but his speedy attack is not strong enough to withstand such power, so it flinches, allowing Krokorok to wrestle and pin the massive stallion to the ground, where it faints and gives him a moxie boost. Just as Ash praises his starter's ferocity and control, Blaine growls, stating that was far from his best, as he reaches into his pocket and produces an Ultra Ball, releasing its inhabitant, a Magmortar. Unlike Rapidash, which had been incredibly tall but not extremely heavy, hence this creature seemed to be more average sized vertically, but very much not so horizontally. This was Snorlax's true rival, a bulky behemoth who could slug it out to the last burning hot power. Undaunted, Ash orders Krokorok to go in for another dig sneak attack, but Magmortar is more prepared and quickly turns on a dime to intercept it with the Fire Punch, which made a small shockwave as it grounded the croc. Ash attempts to turn this on Blaine with the revenge uppercut, but Blaine and Magmortar's experience went out as a low kick saps most of the strength from the move, while dealing significant damage due to Krokorok's weight and power. Panic, Ash calls for Krokorok to escape using Dig, but Blaine orders his ace to follow the reptile into the hole and punish it with the Flare Blitz, causing the Dark-type to be pursued and trapped as he is rammed to the ground hard enough that the two come bursting up from the lava feet away before landing back on the battlefield. Krokorok struggles to stand, so Ash calls him back and instead decides to fight fire with fire, but Krokorok seems unwilling to return and pops right back out to watch the battle besides Ash. He didn't think Charmeleon could do it on its own, and would be ready when he was needed again. Blaine admits that Ash is strong and has a good grasp of battling, understanding full well why he would be desired by a man like Giovanni, but states that it will not matter, as he orders a Thunderbolt from Magmortar, whose claws disappear into its arm cannon as electricity arcs out, far too fast for Charmeleon to dodge it. So instead, Ash has his friend hang tough and getting close enough to pummel it with the Mega Punch, as he was sure that Krokorok would have begun to tire it out. Instead, Magmortar has the stamina to counter each blow with the Fire Punch of its own, as the two fire types let their blazing spirits fight, ending with the two stalemating as their energy waned. Blaine's, just as Blaine had wanted as he orders Magmortar to finish it with the Flare Blitz, but instead losing sight of Charmeleon, who resorts to a dig that was nearly as fast as Crocorook's, and with the added benefit of being able to come from anywhere inside the volcano due to the much greater affinity for the environment. Blaine's partner stays on guard while charging up a dual Thunderbolt to be ready to blast at any point, but Charmeleon is able to feint by making it seem like he'll burst out of the ground, when instead he appears near the top of the volcano and dives down, dodging past the arcs of lightning to slam a dual Mega Punch into Magmortar's head for a critical hit as the creature's eyes roll back and it falls unconscious. Ash happily praises his fire type, who preens with pride while Crocorook glares in jealousy at its rival, panicking as he had no more Pokemon from the main team on his person, and by this point had convinced himself of the absolute worst case scenario as fear begins to fill his heart. Suddenly, the volcano grows noticeably hotter as something begins to bubble behind Blaine as he fearfully backs away from Ash and declares he won't let them take his friend. From the lava, a massive creature explodes upwards after having rested beneath it like one would from a lukewarm bath, with enough energy that a shockwave sends Ash tumbling backwards. Silver and Misty cry out in fear for their friend as Ash's footing gives way due to all the damage to the battlefield, and the sudden realization of once again facing certain death fills him as the last thing he takes in what may be his last sight. The word faces on Charmeleon and Crocorook as they both move to help him, and the mighty legendary Bird of Fire flying protectively behind Blaine.
The world on fire was suddenly illuminated by the light of pure fiery pride growing ever stronger. Crocorook, though fatigued, had faithfully leapt all the same as Charmeleon had into the fiery death and pain that was the lava below, but he wouldn't have been able to make the save as adeptly as his rival could, as both he and Ash were scooped up and kept aloft from the heat below by the newly minted Charizard's powerful wings. After opening his eyes again, the young Ketchum feels his adrenaline boosted to levels he's never felt before, causing him to whoop and congratulate Charizard's achievement, getting him a prideful roar and a gout of flame shot into the air as thanks. Meowth, Misty, and Silver also breathe a sigh of relief, as Ash is dropped off alongside Charizard next to them in the viewing area of the gym before Charizard rounds on the far superior opponent in front of it and roars his challenge for endangering his trainer and rival. Moltres regally opens its massive wings as Blaine calls for it to be careful, though he does hesitate, having just seen the bond between Ash, Crocorook, and Charizard, and second guesses his earlier assumptions. However, he wouldn't repeat the mistake of being led astray by a man who seemingly got along well with Pokemon. As if ordered to telepathically, Moltres quickly slams his wings together, causing the hot winds of the volcano to swirl into a hurricane which surges right towards Charizard and the humans behind him. But instead of fleeing from it, the flaming lizard suddenly engulfs itself in hot blue flames and bursts directly into the deadly wind funnel, only to disperse it and come crashing into Moltres to execute an immensely powerful Flare Blitz. Though as Charizard is wrapped with recoil damage, smoke from the attack clears away to reveal that Moltres is completely unfazed, and with a much stronger aura than Blaine's Carcoal Mustard, retaliates by slamming Charizard with an ancient power, and causing it to plummet towards the level below. Ash calls out for his friend to remain strong, and Charizard finds the strength to open its wings and catch itself to glare back at the legendary bird. His trainer then advises using his speed and mobility to take advantage, as he doesn't have anything which can hurt a monster like this. But Charizard has other plans, as it raises two glowing fists. Silver, though still shocked this ridiculous battle was truly taking place in front of him, at least had the wits to yell to Ash that Mega Punch wouldn't do anything here. But the cap-wearing Ketchum stays eerily calm while staring at the glow from his fire-type's hands. Suddenly, that glow shifts from white to a faint yellow, as electricity starts to crackle, causing Ash to slyly assure Silver that he was certain Mr. Giovanni would stay cool during this. While Misty, seeing this, cheers, it looks a lot like the Thunder Punch that Surge's Electivire had been using while they had trained with it. These statements causing Blaine to suddenly focus on Ash and Misty and take his mind off the battle as Moltres tries to keep Charizard away with 4 more volleys of ancient power, though Charizard is miraculously able to avoid or destroy them all, allowing him to roughly ram into Moltres once again, fist first, and drive it hard into the volcano's walls. As dust is once again kicked up, Ash cheers, thinking that the hit was so massive, there's no way Moltres is still conscious. But to his and Charizard's horror, the embodiment of flame suddenly glows an angry red until his features are obscured, while Blaine orders his friend to finish this with Burn Up. An explosion of fire so intense the human beings present felt their skin dry out and their lips crack painfully goes off point blank in Charizard's face, causing its now smoking body to once again plummet, but this time with no signs of righting itself. Ash, in a panic, fumbles for his friend's Pokeball, but Blaine suddenly asks Moltres to be merciful, and in the next moment, the massive bird moves in a blur to easily catch Charizard on its back, with the same regal grace as before, while Blaine comes to stand beside his companion and pats his side, earning a gentle and loving coo from it.
Ash and the rest rush down to the battlefield to help Charizard while demanding answers from Blaine, who holds up his hand and apologizes before stating that he would fill them in. He brings our heroes back nearly a decade in the past and explains that he once found himself acting as the head scientist of Team Rocket, earning shock from all but Silver. The Elder continues specifying that he's by no means proud of his past, as he once again pets Moltres, who happily rests its massive head against Blaine as he regales the trio with the stories of the criminal organization once enslaving Kanto's legendary birds and abusing their power by forcefully fusing them into an abomination that caused ridiculous amounts of destruction. When they had joined Team Rocket's cause, it was at a rough time in the history of their world. Pokemon battles were only just becoming as stable worldwide. As it is currently, is as a means of changing a region's production and economy away from Pokemon for solely war and conquest, and more so the sake of competition and entertainment, contests or showcases. Pokemon as film stars, research assistants, contractors, etc. Most of that hadn't really become popular yet. The boss told them that they would set out to change that for those of the next generations, bit by bit. It was grueling and often heinous work, but most truly believed the boss's goal of improvement of the system. Upon seeing the horrors of greed up close, all of them resolved in their hearts to try and atone for their sins. They fought together against the powerfully evil man and fled with the injured legendaries in their Pokeballs. Blaine didn't feel that revealing the state of the other two birds were owed to the children, but does clarify after its trauma, Moltres decided to stay with Blaine as they developed a strong bond, and so for the past 8 years, they have lived in secret as a family and protected one another, hence his hastiness in assuming that the children may have had nefarious intentions when he saw Silver. Ash and Misty are confused and intrigued, but in general, the duo and even Silver find themselves stunned and unbelieving of the tale, even though there was clear proof right before them. Ash suddenly bows his head low and apologizes deeply to both Blaine and Moltres. He meant no harm whatsoever. He lifts his head and grins brightly to thank them, stating he wasn't sure what it was going to take to give Charmeleon the push to evolve, as it seemed to naturally resist advancing any further after establishing a rivalry with Krokorok. The Desert Croc snorts at this, but even he feels an iota of gratitude that his rival reached a new level against such a fantastic opponent. Blaine and Moltres share a glance before the two smile and thrill in the happiness respectively, as Blaine produces a volcano badge from his lab coat and states that Ash has more than earned his badge, and if he ever needed help, they can count on him. Ash is ecstatic to hear this and accepts the badge without protest, before adopting a serious expression and taking Blaine up on his offer by requesting to know something from him. Who in the hell was the Rocket Boss, and what was it that he wanted? Because right now, he wanted nothing more than to crush that guy, declaring confidently that he's sure that's what Mr. Giovanni would do. Blaine looks awkwardly over to Silver, who gives a nod in the negative. It definitely wasn't safe for anyone to go around blabbing about his father's identity without some kind of major deterrent or insurance to ensure that he wouldn't retaliate. Besides, at this point, Silver himself couldn't confidently state where Ash's loyalties and ambition lay, as he had shown both the capacity to be an annoying goody-goody goofball and a dominant and daunting dictator. Blaine sighs, having apparently gleaned this, and smoothly lies that he can't say for sure, but now it was more than likely that Team Rocket had gone through major shifts in management.
Meowth leaps back to Ash's shoulder, seeing the opportunity to cover for the boss, and whispers to him that Charizard and Krokorok need medical attention, something he can't argue with. So Ash reiterates his remorse and thankfulness, as he promises to keep Moltres a secret and takes his leave. Misty does the same and runs to catch up with Ash, after Silver encourages the two to go on without him, as he wants to discuss his battle for the next day. With the two gone, Blaine tenses slightly, but from Silver's actions so far, and with Moltres right next to him and still very much ready for a brawl, the old scientific battle master is confident enough to demand to know what's going on from his former employer's son. Silver then begrudgingly gives Blaine a crash course in what Giovanni had been up to as late, the most important part being that Silver wasn't on Giovanni's side. He even extends Blaine the offer to come and be his subordinate when he finally destroys Team Rocket and creates his own organization, but the man flatly refuses as Silver chuckles and turns his back to leave. As he does, he reminds Moltres and Blaine to prepare for a much more difficult challenge in the morning and to keep their mouths shut for their own sakes, causing Blaine to ponder if this is said out of genuine concern or not, while Moltres grumbles before diving back into our pool of lava to rest, while Blaine chuckles that he knew that Charizard's attacks affected his old friend more than she let on. When Silver makes his way back to the Pokemon Center, he finds that Misty and Ash have already gotten the companions to Nurse Joy, and we're currently having an excited conversation about both of their battles over dinner in the cafeteria. As he approaches, Ash nearly says the word Moltres, causing both Misty and Silver to bonk the top of his head, while simultaneously asking if anything Blaine told him stuck or if it was in one ear and out the other as soon as he'd heard it. Ash grumbles as Misty blinks at the echo and greets Silver to ask what he and Blaine spoke of, but he waves it off as just parameters for his battle in the morning, before diverting to ask the two if they would be interested in training with him a little for the night. But both decline, citing being pretty wiped out from all the intensity in the volcano, and even suggest that Silver take it easy as well. But he refuses and argues that he won't push himself too hard, and really just wants to work with Relegator on a few things. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, the Team Rocket admins have been gathered in order to check in with the boss. All four seem extremely nervous about this though, and when Giovanni's face pops up on the screen of the room, it becomes all the worse. The boss greets them all, something he usually didn't do, before explaining that the managers involved their last mission requested to attend the debriefing as well, as suddenly the screen splits between Giovanni and four of their faces. Ariana, Archer, Petrel, and Proton appear, with expressions ranging from smug to irritated. Giovanni then looks down at his tablet and scrolls through it for a few moments before looking up at the screen with a small smile and congratulating his subordinates on a job well done, as he really hadn't expected the SSN mission to go as well as it did. But they would easily make a profit after that little investment of theirs, simply based off all the Pokemon procured. Archer, however, respectfully interrupts this to clarify that the admins really didn't deserve very much of the credit, especially considering that they failed in keeping Giovanni's orders, explaining that they lost a ton of grunts in the Pokemon they'd raised, which definitely wouldn't have happened if Ash, Silver, and Richie weren't on the boat. The boss casually glances directly towards Archer's position in the video conference, before scoffing and proposing that if he or any of the others felt that strongly about it, then he'd be more than in favor of cutting their pay to go towards bail proceeds. But he pointed out that he would also be doing so under their names to protect himself from any suspicion, obviously, lest their organization lose its foundation strong as the very ground itself.
This drew silent grimaces from all of the managers and caused Giovanni to smirk slander that they were all greedy cowards with no true conviction, hence their state on the totem pole, reminding them all that this was just business to the terrifying gangster, moonlighting as an upstanding member of society. Grimacing, Archer pleads to know what it is that makes children more fit to lead them. Why wouldn't Giovanni punish those runts and get rid of them? Giovanni immediately answers as calmly as one would speak about the weather, revealing that the children, if raised, would become loyal and useful pawns devoted solely to the goal of those they fond and trust. It was a simple case of efficiency. Why rely on people only interested in half the success of a goal when he can employ those who give their hearts completely towards the ambition of others? He wasn't hiding that he had planned to phase his current workforce out of the organization at some point. He'd only been hiding that he pitied the grunts who had been too obsessed with immediate gratification that they found themselves uncaring of it all the same. Suddenly, the managers are booted from the call, upon which all nearly pop a blood vessel out of anger. Giovanni then returns his attention to Butch, Cassidy, Jesse, and James. With a shrewd smirk, he asked the latter two to show the Pokemon they had been collecting while letting Meowth do all the work on their mission. The iconic duo suddenly break out in a cold sweat, remembering the topic had been set aside for dealing with later. That appeared to be now. Out came their 5 current compiled team members: Arbok, Weezing, Growly the Growlithe pup, and Mal, the alone variant of Meowth, stolen from Samuel. However, unseen to us so far is the presence of a second regional variant in the possession of James, who had released a Grimer with a strange coloration and a messy looking mouth. Butch immediately squats down to the creature's level, commenting in an impressed manner that James managed to swipe a shiny colored Pokemon from someone, but reminds, as Grimer wasn't the hardest Pokemon to come across, it wasn't that unbelievable, while he pokes the gloopy creature in teasing. Giovanni, however, corrects him just as Grimer nips Butch, making him yelp and pull away. The boss then points out that usually he'd already have seized them from his admins, as they could fetch a decent price in Kanto, but he has decided to let them hang on to them for the next steps of Ash, Richie, and Silver's development, as a door into the meeting room opens, allowing Matari to enter while holding 4 envelopes. Giovanni updates the admins that their surveillance of his charges was hereby terminated, as he would now be working much more hands-on with their recruitment into Team Rocket. In the envelopes were 2 plane tickets to a foreign region each. At every location, he would have a business contact help help the 4 Rocket members to catch a team of foreign Pokemon and bolster them. He suspected such things could come in handy considering how powerful and independent they were becoming. This of course meant they'd have checklists to fill out in order to specifically ensure they could subdue the boys if they decided not to cooperate. This was their big shot to prove that they were worthy of their titles. We check back in with our heroes in the midst of Silver's challenge against Blaine the very next day. Misty and Ash supporting their new companion as he and Feraligatr successfully fell the second of Blaine's Pokemon after using his partner's overwhelming speed with Aqua Jet to outpace and overpower Rapidash in exhaustion and outmaneuver the hulking bulk of Magmortar before putting it down with a full power volley of Aqua Tail and Strike Slashes.
Confidently, Silver brags that he'd left Machoke, Murkrow, and Magneton guarding the entrance to the gym, so no one's getting in to see their match as he demands his own chance at taking on Moltres, to prove once and for all his superiority to Ash. The cap-wearing rival to the red-headed son of Giovanni loudly and annoyedly points out that he thought they moved past this, but Silver tells them to stove it. Working with others for a common goal was one thing, but he would not accept being subordinate or weaker in any relationship he found himself in. Never again. Blaine looks at Silver seriously before sighing and declining this challenge, stating his friend needs to rest and stay out of sight, but offering a consolation in another Pokemon foreign to the Kanto region, one he'd personally been training with to add to his main team after one of his apprentices from the Kalos region gifted him one, calling out a mighty looking bird that announced itself as Talonflame. Ash in wonder goes to scan the creature with his Pokédex, but before he has much of a chance to, Silver is on the attack in rage, calling for Feraligatr to show Blaine they're serious with an Aqua Jet, which Talonflame has to race in order to dodge, just barely coming out of a collision unscathed thanks to the use of Flame Charge at the last minute. Blaine then continues to work his superior speed, chipping away at Feraligatr as Talonflame grows faster with each move until it looks to be nearing its limit when the familiar glow of Torrent activates. Silver, thinking quickly and knowing the target is too fast to hit straightforwardly, gives a seemingly desperate call to his starter, dive down towards the lava.
Everyone present screams in protest, but Feraligatr unthinkingly obeys his master with total trust, diving dangerously close to the molten rock below, before, at Silver's signaling, turning sharply and flying just above it with the use of an enhanced Aqua Jet, which causes large gouts of steam to begin foaming, which obscure the tenacious gator. The wind begins to whip, almost as it had from Moltres' hurricane, as the steam swirls up surrounding the battlefield, and causing Talonflame to panic a bit and hesitate. Silver, seeing the opening, yells "Now!" which causes Feraligatr to end its looping around in the air in order to fly directly towards Talonflame. The steam bursts away to reveal the Aqua Jet, now even larger due to absorbing the excessive moisture from all of the steam, allowed them to make for much more power, as Silver dubbed this maneuver the Scolding Aqua Jet. Blaine, impressed but unwavered, tells Talonflame to pull a stunt and counter with the Flare Blitz, which the speedy fire type is able to masterfully do with all its speed in order to challenge this speedy yet powerful attack. Steam from the clash obscures everything so completely, Ash releases Fearow to help blow some of it toward the top of the volcano, revealing a reddened and burned Feraligatr struggling with all of its might to remain standing, while Talonflame preens its feathers. It is irritated a bit by the recoil of the attack and the power of Feraligatr's own daredevil gamble, but in this battle of speed and power, it had come out on top, making Silver wonder if its speedy fire-flying type bird had trained alongside Moltres and benefited from its power. Finally, Feraligatr falls forward, unable to battle any further, and Silver drops to his knees in disbelief at his defeat, without even getting to test himself the way that Ash did. Blaine encourages him to use his last 2 Pokemon, but Silver returns his starter, as he isn't interested if Blaine won't take him seriously. Before he can go, Blaine tells him to wait, and suddenly, Talonflame flies over and drops a volcano badge to Silver, who questions why. The old scientist adjusts his glasses and states it's ultimately gym leader's discretion, and though Silver was an abrasive and spoiled brat, it was more than obvious that he was talented enough to back up that pride, and certainly worthy of this badge. He thanks them all for coming to the Cinnabar Island gym, and states that he looks forward to seeing what they can accomplish in the league.
Silver scoffs, taking the badge and leaving while Misty and Ash prepare to follow and give him an earful about being so reckless and rude. But Blaine tells the boy to wait, as Talonflame flies over to him as well to give him something, a folded up piece of paper that Meowth is gracious enough to leap up and catch for his trainer, before catching himself on Ash's backpack. He then jumps back to sit on Ash's shoulders as a better perch for both of them to study what it was as he unfolds it, and inside was scribbled a message.
Poor Ash has found himself right in the middle of a terrible secret I'll share as a riddle. Try now to solve if you think yourself smart, but to make the job easy, I'll break it into 3 parts. First up is a phrase that is also a letter. You cry when impressed or you wish things were better. You also may say it when unsure or vexed. Have you figured it out? Or shall I go to the next? The second's an appliance. You use it to cook, with a little window perfect for a look. Slower than microwave, but faster than a pot. Wear a mitt when in it, 'cause it's gonna get hot. And now, my friend, we reach the final part. I'm at the end of time, but nowhere in its start. Look for me no further than the beginning of ends, or nestled comfortably in the middle of friends. The answer should be plain by now, I would hope, but if it is not, let me throw you a rope. Put the three together and what do you get? The name of Kanto's most insidious threat.
Sweat dropping, Ash whispers to Meowth in confusion and wonders if he had any idea what to make of this riddle. With a nervous sweat of his own, as he had instantly understood the answer to be a verbal puzzle, he lies that he couldn't make heads or tails of the situation, and suggests they get away from this crazy old coot after all the wildness that had taken place with him at the center. Ash reluctantly agrees while putting the riddle away and pushing it from his mind as he says goodbye and goes after Misty and Silver.
After the arduous nature of their trip to Cinnabar, everyone wishes they could just catch a ferry and relax. But currently, the only ferries from Cinnabar are to either Pallet Town or Vermilion City. Though Ash considers going for his first non-perilous ride with Charizard, he settles for riding Gyarados with Misty again, while Silver clambers on to Feraligator's back and orders it to swim fast and hard as he wants to see it outrace his companions. Heading east past Seafoam Island, the little group stop here for lunch, and with Silver, Ash, and Meowth quickly getting on her nerves, Misty also uses this time to unwind with some fishing. And before long, she reels in a Tentacool. In anger, the jellyfish Pokemon attempts to bombard her with poison stings, but thankfully Shellder is out of his ball, having been allowed to enjoy the beach, and so it eagerly leaps to Misty's defense. Using Withdraw, it is able to easily shield itself and its trainer from the poisonous attack, before firing back an Ice Beam, and even though the attack is very effective on Tentacool, it does manage to freeze it solid, giving Misty a chance to throw a Pokeball. After 3 quick shakes, she's given the option to swap it with one of her current teammates, and she decides with it already being so much stronger than most of her team, Shellder can afford a vacation back at Cerulean for a little while. When they finally get back on the seas, it only takes a few more hours to reach land, specifically a fishing village a few days walk from Fuchsia City. Ash is a bit bemused that they couldn't just ride Gyarados and Feraligator directly to Fuchsia, but Silver calls him an idiot and asks if he understands the concept of being landlocked. Ash grumbles that he was just saying, but Misty cuts off any retort from Silver, snapping that they should be walking, not talking, since their friends are waiting for them. Ash and Silver accept this reasoning, and so the trio begin their trek along the road to Fuchsia City. Night comes sooner than the trio would like, and so they are forced to camp out once again, making do with what they have and causing Ash and Misty to miss Brock all the more. Early the next morning, they get back on the road, and by midday they are footsore and hungry, and with the idea of several more days of the souring their spirits considerably. Thankfully, before being overcome with bitterness, Misty points out something in the distance that looks like civilization. Excitedly, she asks the others if they can see it too, or if it's even real, causing Ash and Meowth to empathetically agree that it is. And that means that it might have real cheeseburgers and milk before going off at top speed with all their weariness forgotten. Misty runs after him, while Silver keeps his own pace. Truthfully, he is as eager as the others to get some real food, but not enough to throw away his dignity. As a result, Ash and Misty reach the outskirts of the city first, but are stopped by a duo in green overalls with a big yellow Y on the front of it, and they demand to know if they're loyal to Yaz or Kaz. Misty irritably retorts that they're not in league with anyone, and just want to visit the Pokemon Center and maybe a local restaurant. But then, most unkindly, one of the green-clad men cuts her off with a buzz that suggests she's answered wrong before looking to his cohort and saying it sounds like something a Kaz gang spy would say. His ally sinisterly concurs and says they ought to teach these two what happens to Kaz gang spies. He then brings out a Golem while his friend, a Hitmonlee. But this doesn't scare Ash or Misty, with Misty even saying she'll handle Golem if Ash wants to take on Hitmonlee. Ash agrees, and so chooses Tyrogue, wanting to test his little scrapper against one of its evolved forms, while Misty sends in her Lombre. The Golem user grimaces that just cause that Pokemon sporting Yaz colors doesn't mean he'll go easy on it, but Misty smiles that she wouldn't dream of it, since she knows from her friend who specializes in rock types that this Lombre knows moves that Golem is especially vulnerable to. The goon jeers for her to bring it on, since Yasmin aren't afraid of anything, not type matchups, but before he can list the second thing, his Golem is sent rocketing into him thanks to a 4-time super effective Bubble Beam.
Meanwhile, Ash's Tyrogue is locked into a hand-to-hand grapple with Hitmonlee. Both are furiously trying to push each other back, but neither seems to be gaining any type of traction, which is in many ways a testament to Tyrogue's grit and perseverance, until Golem Emblem's defeat briefly breaks Hitmonlee's concentration. This gives Tyrogue an opening as it drives a knee into Hitmonlee's chest before Judo throwing it into the dirt hard. When it doesn't rise, the pair of Yaz thugs grumble that Ash and Misty will be sorry, but a booming male voice from out of their eye line declares that these two mooks are the ones who ought to be sorry, breaking the rules and trying to run potential challengers out of town. Panic crosses both faces as the Yaz duo spin around, saying that wasn't what they were trying to do at all. They were just testing them, making sure they were ready for the tourney, but the voice says that's a load of ponyta dung, showing himself. At the sight of him, the two Yasmen fall to their knees, pleading for the man, who they call Anthony, to show mercy. Anthony growls that he'll let them off with a warning this time, but he better not see this kind of behavior again before barking at them to scram. The duo do so, while Misty jeers that it looks like she's finally found something the Yasmen are afraid of. Anthony laughs at this, telling her not to pay those guys any mind since they're all talk anyway, before asking if her and Ash are here for the tournament as well. By now, Silver has caught up to his unlikely companions, and asks what tournament Anthony is referring to. Anthony grins that is the Pokemon Sumo tournament, of course, but Ash scratches his head, saying he's never heard of it. Silver, however, does seem to know it, saying that it's a single elimination tournament between fighting types and other similarly brawny Pokemon. This, at last, catches Ash's attention, and he beams that he and Tyrogue should definitely enter, while Silver smirks that if Ash is entering, then he will as well with Machoke, while Misty chimes in that if it's not exclusively fighting type, then she has a great chance for her and Poliwhirl. Anthony says he likes this attitude, but warns that they'll be up against stiff competition, since the whole point of the tournament is to settle an old grudge between the Yaz and Kaz gangs, and determine who's going to challenge Koga for the spot of the Fuchsia City gym leader. Misty finds this notion particularly unpalatable, saying she'd hate to have someone like those goons as gym leader colleagues, while Ash jokes that she won't have to worry about it since he and Tyrogue will beat them all. Silver rolls his eyes at this bravado, but Anthony claps him on the back, saying he wishes him all the best, informing them that the tournament begins first thing tomorrow. After this encounter, the trio are finally allowed to go to the local Pokemon Center and have their teams healed while they get lunch. Ash gets his much desired cheeseburger and is now ready to take an afternoon nap, not having a good rest since the night before the finals of the SSN. But Silver calls this a waste of time, declaring that he will train, while Misty shockingly states that she's going to do the same, and so asks if he would want to train with her. Silver coldly refuses, saying he has no interest in training with someone weaker than him, but Misty growls that if he's so certain, then he'll have no problem battling her and Poliwhirl. Silver agrees, but on the condition that if he wins, she has to do something for him. Ash doesn't get to find out what this is, because despite his best efforts, he has fallen asleep in his seat, the fatigue of the recent days catching up to him. When he awakens, it is twilight, and there are no signs of his friends. Yawning, he goes looking for them, and quickly finds Misty training on her own with Poliwhirl. Ash asks how the match went, and Misty tells him that Silver won, but it's okay, since her and Poliwhirl were in sync for the whole battle, and have been practicing a few new tricks. Ash asks to see them, but Misty declines, telling him he'll have to wait for the tournament, since this time she's going to beat him. Ash can understand this, and so the pair clasp hands, both with fire in their eyes.
After this, Ash searches high and low for Silver, but can find neither hide nor hair of his rival anywhere. Admittedly, the surrounding area is rather difficult to traverse, and Nurse Joy explains that this is because the Yaz and Kaz gangs routinely wage war in the middle of the street. In fact, she's a little surprised there's no sign of fighting at the moment. Ash wonders if they're all training for the tournament, but Joy doesn't think so. Even this morning there were still clashes right outside the door, but she expresses relief that things are quiet around here for once. Later, well into the evening, Silver finally makes himself known, swaggering into the Pokemon Center with self-satisfaction coloring his usual surly countenance. Ash and Misty ask where he's been, with neither willing to admit that they were concerned for him being alone here, but Silver coolly replies that it's not like it's any of their business, smugly revealing he was dealing with more scum like the sort who had harassed Ash and Misty in the outskirts of town. He then scowls that he hates people who use their power to stand over others, before stating he was hungry and barging past them towards the cafeteria, while Ash and Misty sigh that they can't believe they were ever worried about the jerk. The next morning, Ash, Meowth, Misty, and Silver head to the center of town, where a giant sumo ring has been erected. Anthony is there too, and running the event, marshaling challengers to congregate to one side and going over the rules with them. Like Silver had said yesterday, each match will be 1v1, assigned by bracket, and any Pokemon capable of wrestling is eligible to enter. A trainer loses if their Pokemon faints, goes outside the ring, or they throw in the towel for them. Anthony then invites the combatants to climb into the ring, and so our trio do so. To their surprise, only 6 people in Yaz Greens climb in with them, the rest all staying in the crowd and giving Silver weary looks. Another 6 people in what the trio can only assume is the blue uniform of the Kaz gym also clamber onto the stage, with the other members being similarly hesitant in Silver's presence, causing Anthony to scratch his chin a little awkwardly at this poor turnout, and when he can't coax anyone else to join, he agrees to participate himself so they can have an even number of battles. The 16 contenders then each draw lots, with Ash being paired up with Yaz himself. the famed leader of his gang, for the first round. However, before them is Anthony versus the Hitmonlee trainer from yesterday.
Anthony chooses a Hitmonchan as his partner, and so it and Hitmonlee lock hands in a traditional sumo grapple. The gong sounds, and Anthony calls for Hitmonchan to use its powerful arms to push Hitmonlee out of the ring. But it seems the other trainer had similar plans with Hitmonlee's legs, telling it to sweep Hitmonchan's feet. At Anthony's cry, Hitmonchan ducks down, catching his blow against his side and locking the leg down. With Hitmonlee pinned, Hitmonchan grips its opponent's knee to avoid any chance of escape and spins, bringing Hitmonlee along for the ride. As it spins helplessly in the air, Hitmonlee's spring-like legs stretch out thanks to the force and speed, so that its torso is soon hanging outside of the ring. Then, as it was throwing a hammer, rather than sumo wrestling, Hitmonchan lets go, sending Hitmonlee flying, landing far outside the ring, definitely out of bounds. Ash gushes that Anthony and Hitmonchan are really strong, before scrambling into the ring with Tyrogue, eager to face Yaz. The green garb man then brings out a Scyther with an evil smirk, commenting that a fighting type is completely ineffectual against a bug flying type, making the outcome of this match and even the tournament a foregone conclusion. However, Ash refuses to accept that, and so, when asked if he'll save them both the time and surrender, retorts that he had been mentored by the greatest gym leader in the region. He's not going to let a thug like Yaz bully him or anyone else. Before Yaz can retort, the gong rings and he decides to let Scyther do the talking, telling it to use Cut. Scyther flies at Tyrogue and begins slashing in all different directions, trying to find a vulnerable point, but Tyrogue manages to dodge each hit with its skillful footwork, though this does come with a cost, and soon Tyrogue has its back foot against the boundary of the ring, and so Yaz capitalized on this by having his Pokemon use Aerial Ace to knock it back just a little bit further. Scyther raises one-bladed arm and swings it down in what will surely be a super effective move that they all know can't be dodged. But Ash thinks fast and tells the little fighting type to use Fake Out. Raising its hands, Tyrogue claps one on either side of Scyther's blade, holding it in place, inches from its face, before it starts trying to push it back. For a moment, it seems like neither side will budge. Then, Ash calls for a focus energy, which causes a thin aura to form over Tyrogue as it sharpens its focus, giving it both insight and power. It uses Scyther's force against it by rolling back and pushing both feet into its stomach, performing a circle throw, which eliminates Scyther.
Stunned and enraged, Yaz orders it to get back in the ring, but Anthony growls that Yaz has already lost, and using moves in sumo is a disgrace to everything this tournament stands for. But he's going to give him a second chance. Walk away now with some dignity, or get a taste of Hitmonchan's Ice Punch and see if his flunkies still respect a popsicle. Yaz snarls, but knows he's outmatched, and so shoves past both Ash and Anthony, humiliated. Anthony then asks the young man if Tyrogue is alright. Ash replies that he is, and neither of them are scared of creeps like Yaz, though he does apologize for also using moves at the end there, causing Anthony to pat him on the shoulder and tell him that he likes his gumption and looks forward to facing him in round 2. The next match is a fairly boring slugfest between a Yaz guy and a Kaz girl, and after them, it is Silver's turn. But when the redhead climbs into the ring, his opponent doesn't follow, taking one look at who his opponent is and forfeiting, not even staying to watch the rest of the matches as he runs away. Smirking, Silver exits the ring to stand next to Ash once again, where Meowth whispers to him, wondering what he did to earn such fear, but the boss's kid angrily whispers for the cat to shut it, causing Meowth to stick his tongue out at him and do just that. That brings the first bracket off to a close, and so they move right on to the second bracket, with Misty having the honor of starting things off against Kaz. The young water specialist brings out Poliwhirl, and Ash cheers loudly for his former teammate as it takes his place in his corner. Meanwhile, Kaz chooses his Electabuzz, sneering that if Misty thinks her Tadpole can stand up to his electric type, then she's in for a shock. Misty of course isn't worried though, and can't help but brag as she says that she knows how to counter electric types, having trained under Lieutenant Surge himself. Kaz doesn't believe her at first, but the look in her eye and memory of how poorly cheating went for Yaz drains his confidence very quickly, and suddenly he returns Electabuzz and coolly says that a good boss doesn't waste time on weaklings, so he can just leave this to the gang, as his goons sweat drop at the implication that any of them are stronger than their leader. The rest of the second bracket is more Yaz and Kaz goons, and soon it is time for the second round, with the first match being Ash and Tyrogue versus Anthony and Hitmonchan. Both trainers want this to be a good and fair match, so their Pokemon take the initial sumo grapple, and then at the sound of the gong, begin to push. However, here the advantage is clearly with the larger and stronger Hitmonchan, and so Tyrogue is forced to dig his heels in and lean to the side to throw Hitmonchan's center of gravity off. This works beautifully, and Hitmonchan goes stumbling forward dangerously close to the edge, filling Ash with hope as he tells Tyrogue to push Hitmonchan out. Tyrogue leaps into action and gives Hitmonchan a shove with all his might, but this lacks the force necessary to get the job done. And so, Anthony calls for a retaliatory haymaker. Quick as a flash, Hitmonchan spins around and drives its fist hard into Tyrogue's stomach, to which the little fighting type has no defense, and this sends it flying towards a brick wall. But Ash, however, leaps out to catch his friend, with Meowth jumping off the shoulder, and so takes the brunt of the impact instead, first from Tyrogue crashing into him, and then his back hitting the wall. Wincing, he barely hears the gong ringing in his disqualification, as Misty runs over to check on him and Tyrogue, and so does Anthony, while offering him a hand back to his feet. As Ash thanks Anthony, Tyrogue seems very disappointed in itself, so Ash said he'd love it if Hitmonchan could teach Tyrogue to throw a punch with that kind of power sometime. Anthony actually says they can do that right now if he wants, which surprises Ash, who asks what about his semi-final match. Anthony then shrugs that he was only ever really a stand-in, and now that Yaz and Cass have both been eliminated, he's not concerned anymore with who will win. Ash gratefully says that in that case, he would love to train, and so the pair head off, just as Silver is about to start his match.
In an alley a few blocks away, Anthony tells Ash that this would be the perfect place for their training. Ash isn't so sure, since he can't imagine Mr. Giovanni even training in a place that stinks like old garbage. But he chooses not to argue, and asks if Hitmonchan is going to teach Tyrogue to throw a powerful punch. Here Anthony shakes his head and says that he doesn't think that it would actually do Tyrogue much good, urging Ash to think back to their battle. While its arms are strong, its real power came from its legs. On reflection, Ash can see what Anthony means. Tyrogue's pushing power was nothing compared to Hitmonchan's, but when it braced its legs, it was able to keep its evolved form at bay and even catch it off balance. Anthony can see the gears turning in the boy's head, and as that had Tyrogue come at Hitmonchan with a kick rather than a punch in the end, it probably would have ended with enough force to cause a ring out. Ash sighs, wishing that he had thought about that, but Anthony gives him a friendly smile and says that he's still young. At his age, he and Hitmonchan weren't half the battlers that him and Tyrogue are. This cheers Ash up, and he asks Anthony if he's not going to teach him moves on how to punch, then what are they doing here? Anthony replies that he's going to teach Tyrogue a move that'll help improve its kicking tenfold. Then from behind a dumpster, he rolls out a ball. Ash looks a little baffled by this, so Anthony decides to demonstrate, telling Tyrogue to stand at the other end of the alley and kick the ball to Hitmonchan. Tyrogue nods, and so when Hitmonchan spikes it with a powerful punch, the little fighting type spins and delivers a roundhouse kick which strikes true, sending it flying back towards its evolved form. However, though it does travel a significant distance, it's not enough to span the entire alleyway like Hitmonchan's punched it, causing it to hit the ground and roll the rest of the way. Tyrogue is down, but Anthony and Ash both tell it for its first try it was quite impressive, before urging it to try again. Tyrogue flashes them a thumbs up, and so this time, when the ball comes at it, it kicks it with all of its might, sending the ball high into the air and far over all of their heads. As Hitmonchan runs off to find the ball, Anthony tells Tyrogue that this time its power was good, but it also needs control, and a secret to a good kick or punch is finding a balance between the two. Tyrogue nods, and so for the third attempt, it tries to balance the two opposing forces. However, even on its third try, it doesn't quite succeed, nor does it on its 4th, 5th, 10th, 20th, or even its 50th try. No matter what it does, Tyrogue always finds itself lacking in either power or control, and it's starting to frustrate it. However, from their perspective, both Ash and Anthony can see something that Tyrogue can't, that with each attempt, it's getting progressively closer, and so they remain hopeful that it's only a matter of time that Tyrogue will manage the perfect kick. Wanting to encourage it further, Ash brings out the rest of his Pokemon, and they all cheer on Tyrogue as it continues to push itself, refining its kick little by little. At one point, Psyduck tries to join in, but due to having no legs, all it achieves is the ball in the face. As Ash and the other Pokemon go to check on it, the boy says that maybe it's time for a break, but Tyrogue refuses, yapping furiously and kicking at the air repeatedly. Meowth then slides onto his trainer's shoulder, whispering into his ear, translating that Tyrogue wants to do this. No, it has to do this as redemption after failing Ash in the tourney. Ash's eyes go wide and he approaches the baby Pokemon, laying a hand on his shoulder and telling it that he doesn't have to think he failed him, nor does he see this as an act of redemption. He just wants to help it grow and have some fun in the process. To prove this, he takes the ball from Anthony and offers to throw it this time, chuckling that he's going to give the throw plenty of heat. Tyrogue laughs too, the storm clouds clearing from its mind, and so without doubt or shame weighing it down, Tyrogue feels a new wellspring of power. Its heart's aligned with Ash once more. Ash then throws the ball, and Tyrogue surrenders to this feeling of inner peace, letting the power radiate through it, warmth flowing through it. Tyrogue leaps up to kick the ball, but it's Hitmonlee who connects, sending the ball back into Ash's hands with the perfect execution of Mega Kick. Ash lets out a cry of delight as he runs to hug his newly evolved Pokemon, who wraps its own arms around its trainer, noting that it'll have to get used to this new sensation of being at eye level with Ash. All the other Pokemon crowd around to give their congratulations as well, with Anthony giving Hitmonlee a thumbs up, while Hitmonchan punches it on the shoulder with a nod of respect. Ash goes to ask Anthony if he and Hitmonchan would like a rematch, rematch against him and him only. But that exact moment, Nurse Joy comes skidding around the corner, out of breath but with urgency in her eyes. The two trainers run up and ask her if she's alright, and Joy replies that she's been looking everywhere for Anthony since it's time for the final round, and as the MC, it's his job to preside over it. Anthony guiltily admits that he probably should have been there watching all along, but he couldn't resist helping a champ in the making. Joy scolds that the only champ in the making he should be thinking about right now are one of the kids in the ring. Anthony gives a nod and hangs his head in shame, following Nurse Joy, with Ash and his Pokemon on their heels.
Back at the sumo ring, Ash isn't too shocked to see that the two finalists are none other than Misty and Silver. Anthony then gives a pre-written speech about the hard work these two have put in to get here, but for its efforts earns plenty of side-eye from both combatants, as he really hadn't seen them battle. Not wanting to dig himself an even deeper hole, the muscular boxer wraps up early and so tells the pair to start their match before jumping out of the ring. Misty, as expected, chooses Poliwhirl, while Silver shocks Ash once more by showing that his Machoke has evolved into a Machamp. Oddly enough, the sight of the four-armed Pokemon makes the remaining members of the Yaz and Kaz gyms who hadn't left after their leaders were defeated flinch. But Ash isn't watching them. His eyes are on Poliwhirl, who shows absolutely no fear as it slams into the other Pokemon, despite it being 99% muscle and almost double its height and width. Ash is proud of its tenacity, and so is Misty as she cheers for it, causing Machamp to budge a little. Silver coolly replies that if that's how Misty wants to play it, then Machamp will smack that tadpole out of the ring with a single backhand. His superpowered Pokemon obeys, lunging forward, but this plays right into Misty's hands, as she has Poliwhirl sidestep the hit before grabbing Machamp's arm with both hands, one on its wrist and the other behind his elbow, creating an arm lock. She then tells Poliwhirl to show everyone the trick they've been working on, and deftly the water type executes a flawless imitation of Tyro's judo throw, using Machamp's own weight and momentum to lift it up and out of the ring. As it crashes to the ground outside, everyone is stunned to see that the match is over so quickly, while Silver stares in silence, completely flummoxed at how Misty was able to play him so easily. In a voice that hovers between respect and cold fury, Silver asks if Misty intended to beat him this way from the start, but she replies that she intended to way earlier than the start of this match. She planned for this back when he made her help evolve Machoke as payment for beating her in yesterday's training battle. Impressed, Silver nods at this, having no further words for her as he steps out of the ring and Anthony approaches the victor. He then tells her that by winning this tournament, she earns the right to challenge Koga for the title of Fuchsia City Gym Leader. But Misty reminds him that she's already a gym leader, so that prize is pretty pointless for her, causing the members of Yaz and Kaz to face fall as they contemplate how they'll have to do this whole tournament over again. While Misty asks if someone could give her and her friends a lift to Fuchsia City, since that would be a way more helpful prize. Anthony says that he can, since it'll take a few days to set everything up again. And so our group of Ash, Meowth, Misty, and Silver depart Dark City that afternoon.
Travel is much quicker by car, and by nightfall, the trio is in Fuchsia City. Their first port of call is the Pokemon Center, where Ash and Misty are happy to see Brock hard at work as Nurse Joy's aide. Almost dropping the tray of Pokemon he's holding, Brock runs over to greet his friends, and the original trio share a moment of joy at this reunion. Brock then briefly excuses himself to return the balls to the trainers, before ushering his friends and Silver over to a suite of lounges, where they can catch up more thoroughly. Brock recounts his time here, which has been spent helping mostly at the Pokemon Center, though with some training in case those Team Rocket bad guys show their faces again. Ash and Misty then take their turn sharing their story, though when Ash starts to mention Moltres, Misty elbows him in the ribs, and he changes tact mid-word, saying that Blaine's final Pokemon was a flying rodent Pokemon from Unova called Imoga. The story is much less impressive when it sounds like Charizard was beaten by a tiny flying squirrel, even if it could use a confusing number of fire moves, though Brock listens intently nonetheless. When they reach the point where they left Cinnabar Island, Ash remembers something and pulls Blaine's riddle out of his pocket, asking Brock if he has any idea what it could mean. This is Silver's first time seeing the riddle, and after reading it, he immediately knows the answer, and Blaine's attempted subterfuge, though he says nothing. Brock then draws Ash's attention back to the riddle, saying he's figured out the answer to the second section is oven, but he has no idea about the first or the third. Ash sighs. That old man Blaine must have really been off his rocker if he believed the biggest threat facing Kanto right now is some sort of evil oven. Meowth encourages this line of thinking, whispering that honestly, Blaine seemed to be a little bit senile to him. Misty spots this and so remembers that Brock hasn't heard the other news, informing him that Ash's Meowth can talk. Brock laughs, thinking Misty's playing a prank on him, but when Ash gives the feline a nod, Meowth dispels this illusion by sticking out a paw and calling, "Nice to meet you." This almost makes Brock fall out of his chair despair, while now it's Ash and Misty's turn to laugh. When he has recovered, Brock states that this is incredible, since it could have countless implications for human and Pokemon relations moving forward, and begins pestering Meowth with questions such as whether he was born with the ability or learned it, whether he knows any other Pokemon that can speak, or whether he believes that he could teach others. Finally, the Scratch Cat gets a bit fed up with all of this, and so tells the others that he's going to bed, secretly sliding Ash's Pokedex out of his pocket as he goes. When he is alone, he presses a series of buttons on the Pokedex to input a secret code, and at once the screen reads, "Transmitting mode activated." This is a secret function Giovanni installed of all the Pokedex of the 3 of his proteges, designed for just such a time like this. And as the text fades away from the screen, Giovanni's face appears, ready to receive Meowth's report.
The next morning, Ash and Misty make preparations to challenge the future gym, but Brock tells him that as far as he knows, there isn't any gym in town. Ash asks how this is possible, and Brock replies that before he left, Gary told him that the gym is run by ninjas, so their hideout is somewhere in the surrounding woods. Misty sulks that this is just plain inconsiderate, but Brock shrugs, saying that he at least has a vague idea of the gym's location since Gary left through the northwest gate. Ash and Co do likewise, finding that the woodlands around this area are slightly thin compared to the surrounding area, which Brock suggests means that a lot of people pass through here, giving credence to their hunch that this is the way to the gym. Following this subtle path, the trio are able to find a seemingly deserted mansion in the middle of the woods, and looking for an entrance, they instead find Silver, who greets them with an almost bored, "So you're here too." Brock asks if he's here for a gym battle as well, while Ash scowls that Silver should have waited for them so they could come here together. Silver doesn't reply to this, instead pointing out the entrance and saying they should proceed with caution since ninjas supposedly love to lay traps. A tad miffed at being ignored, Ash in his overconfidence doesn't heed this and immediately steps on a Voltorb trap. As our hero twitches on the floor, the other 3 step over him, while Meowth jokes that it's shocking something like that didn't happen sooner, as he begins to drag Ash along. When Ash is back on his feet, they keep moving further into the maze of corridors that make up the mansion. Thanks to Meowth's larger and more sensitive ears, he quickly tells the others that he hears something moving in the walls. Misty shrugs that it's probably just a Rattata, but Meowth scoffs that it had to be a pretty huge Rattata, then points to one of the wall panels. The 4 humans rush over to have a listen, but the wall is actually a secret door, and so their combined weight against it causes the door to swing back and comedically strike the person behind it. As a figure staggers out into the corridor clutching his face, Ash gasps in recognition, saying that he's that samurai guy that he and Gary met in Viridian Forest, while everyone else looks at each other in confusion, having not been Ash's companions at that point. The injured boy straightens up and confirms that it is him, the one and only samurai, though nowadays he's acting as a ninja in service of Daimyo Koga. "Apprentice ninja?" a girl's voice cuts in with heavy emphasis on the first word as she steps out from behind the hidden door with much more grace than her comrade, scolding him that he still has a long way to go in concealing his movements. Samurai shoots back at the girl apparently named Janine that it was only by accident that they found him, but a deep and rumbling male voice sonorously chides that the cause is irrelevant. What matters is that he failed. Ash, Meowth, and Brock jump when they turn around and see the speaker standing directly behind them, having approached the main corridor and come right into their personal space completely undetected. Samurai and Janine both humbly bow at the man's words, with Samurai addressing him as Daimyo Koga once again and apologizing for his failure. Koga then turns his attention to his 4 guests, asking if they are lost travelers or whether they have come to this place with a purpose. Ash then declares that their purpose is to challenge him for a gym badge, and Koga raises an eyebrow, asking if all 4 of them are gym challengers, while eyeing Silver with particular hesitance and distrust. Brock shakes his head, saying that he isn't, and Koga states that in that case he has an idea. During a business trip to the Paseo region, he discovered a new style of battle in which 2 sides made of 3 trainers all battle at once. And so, if it would be amenable to them, he suggests they use this format to allow all 3 challengers to have a chance at winning a badge at the same time, as it would also allow him to do a bit of on-the-job training with his students.
Ash, Misty, and Silver all look at each other, having come to be familiar with each other's styles over their journey together, and so Misty agrees. Koga nods approvingly, and so tells Samurai and the girl who he addressed as Janine that he will be taking point, and he expects them to battle their hardest. Samurai thanks Koga profusely for the chance to fight at his side, but Koga silences him with a hand before gesturing for everyone to follow him. Koga leads the group to a carefully cultivated garden at the back of the manor, with a koi pond. Sitting here is none other than Richie, who greets the foursome warmly when he sees all of them together. Ash runs over to Richie and asks if he's already beaten Koga and the others. Richie explains that his match was just a normal style battle, and with Dune, it was easier than it it should have been, to the point to where he almost feels like he didn't deserve to win, since it was typing more than skill that clinched the match in his favor. Ash says he understands, but assures his rival that he's a good trainer, and even without typing, would have won. Richie thanks Ash and asks if he could stay and watch his match, to which Ash agrees, saying it will be a Paseo-style battle. Richie, it seems, is just as unfamiliar as this as Ash, so they both look back to Koga to explain the rules. Koga explains that each of the trainers is allowed 2 Pokemon, but may only use 1 at a time, and the battle only ends when all 6 on one side's Pokemon are defeated. If a trainer loses both of their Pokemon, then they are out, though they may stay to provide support to their allies. And in the case of the challengers, if 1 or more of them are victorious, all 3 of them will receive a badge. Everyone nods their understanding, and so Koga calls for them to ready themselves, since it's time to battle. He then brings out his first Pokemon, which is Crobat, with Janine and Samurai following suit, respectively choosing Ariados and Excelgor. Ash chooses his Fearow, and is delighted when it is unmistakably his, having deduced that with 2 of the opponents being partial bug types, this will give him a clear advantage, while allowing for aerial mobility as a countermeasure to Crobat. Silver seems to be thinking along the same lines, bringing out his Magneton, while Misty chooses to give all-around type coverage with her Starmie. Together, the Challenger trio make a formidable fighting force, and are so given the first move, with Ash and Silver both having their Pokemon target the biggest threat, that being Koga's Crobat. However, since Ash has his Fearow getting close with an Aerial Ace, while Silver attacks from a distance with a Discharge, Fearow is hit with the attack. So are all 3 of the gym leader's Pokemon, which normally would be a praiseworthy feat. But due to Ash's unresolved anger around the Fearow mix-up on the SS and some simmering resentment towards Silver around him seemingly ditching the rest of them to challenge the gym alone, he rounds on the boy and demands to know which side he is on. Silver scoffs that it'll be the losing side unless Ash starts battling with his head, then directs Magneton to repeat its prior attack, giving Ash a cool look, which the hothead interprets as a challenge to do better. Meanwhile, Misty has been battling quite intelligently, firing a volley of Psybeams at Ariados, who the boys have seemingly forgot about. This keeps Janine's Pokemon busy, having to dodge the super effective psychic moves. But with no one covering Excelgor, it comes in for a surprise attack on Magneton.
Using its incredible speed, Excelgor lashes out with the wrappings covering its body, and grapples with the electric steel type before executing a flawless focus blast on its now bound target, which sends Magneton spiraling into the dirt with a heavy crunch. Samurai then yells to his daimyo that he's made an opening for him, and Koga nods before having Crobat capitalize on the opportunity with a cross poison on Fearow. This scores a critical hit on the unsuspecting bird, dropping it to the ground on top of Magneton. But to make matters worse, when Fearow rises, she shows the unmistakable signs of being poisoned. Koga then scolds Ash and Silver that this is the price of their woeful teamwork, saying that in a battle like this, a team is only as strong as their weakest link. Ash and Silver glare at each other, silently accusing the other of filling this role, until Misty, who is fed up with having to handle Janine on her own, yells at both of them that unless their egos can replace the soul badge, they better stow them and work together or all 3 of them are toast. Identical expressions of unhappy acceptance on their faces, Ash and Silver both nod and then tell their Pokemon to get back in the fight. Then Ash, as a gesture of both goodwill and his growing tactical prowess, suggests that he should cover Excelgor and Ariados from now on, allowing Misty and Silver, whose styles are more compatible, to handle the real threat of Crobat. Misty gives him an uncertain look, questioning Fearow's ability to take on 2 opponents at once, but Ash just flashes her a grin and says to trust him, showing that his ego isn't shrinking anytime soon. The redheads nod, and so they switch up opponents. As Ash knows Samurai from his battle against Gary in Viridian Forest, and even if he has grown a bit since then, he's confident that he has the measure of him. On the contrary, Janine and Ariados are virtual unknowns, and so he decides to make them a bigger threat, targeting Ariados with Fearow's next Aerial Ace. Ariados, though, is quick to respond, with Janine recognizing that the move's power comes from its speed, and so she attempts to slow Fearow down with sticky webs. However, Ash is ready, and so has Fearow seamlessly shift to Drill Run, which serves as a useful battering ram against the webs before returning to Aerial Ace just in time to strike Janine's Ariados at full power. The bug goes flying, and Ash suspects that he's just earned the first knockout of the battle, only for Ariados to fade away into nothing mid-fall. Silver, who recognizes this trick, tells Ash that it was an afterimage and that Ariados must have used Double Team. But it is too late, as the real Ariados makes itself known, jumping out from his hiding place amid the lattice vines and landing on Fearow's back. She squawks indignantly as Ariados' 2 razor-sharp fangs pierce her neck, and it begins sucking out her vitality with leech light. Fearow tries desperately to dislodge the unwelcome passenger, slamming her back into the wall of the gym and then flying up, cracking wood and tiles as she goes. But this seems to be doing just as much damage to the bird as it is to the bug. But unlike Ariados, Fearow is still poisoned and having his energy sapped out, which all can see puts it on a very short timer indeed. Silver then has an idea, and so looks to Ash, saying that he can save Fearow, but the other boy has to trust him. His rival looks uncertain, but at the sound of his first captor's renewed cries of pain, he tells Silver to do it. Silver nods and so tells Magneton to use Thunder Wave on Fearow. Ash looks horrified at this seeming betrayal, but Silver reiterates to trust him, and with gritted teeth, Ash complies, allowing the electric attack to hit his Pokemon. However, since Fearow is already poisoned, this move passes pretty much harmlessly over it, while Ariados is not so lucky, seizing up as the electricity courses through it and letting go of its hold with both his legs and fangs. This allows Fearow to shake it off at last, and as Ariados falls stiffly to the ground, Ash ruthlessly has Fearow do a loop-de-loop and spear Ariados on the point of its beak before driving it into the dirt with an aerial ace.
When the dust settles, Ariados is down, and Fearow is already attempting to do likewise to Samurai's Excelgor. Shamefully, Janine withdraws her Pokemon and brings out her final one, a Tentacruel, who Misty immediately sets Starmie to battle, having had little luck nailing the speedy Crobat with any of her Psychic-type moves. Although the pond is just as much Starmie's domain as Tentacruel's, Tentacruel has numerous appendages for far greater reach. Almost at once, it grabs a hold of Starmie and begins to hammer it with Hex attacks that the Starfish Pokemon is helpless to resist. Ash tries to have Fearow assist Starmie, but Excelgor is not willing to disengage, and so wraps its scarf tight around Fearow's talons, preventing any chance from escape. Fearow is unfortunately too weak to fight it off, with all the poison in its veins, and so must watch on as a final Hex sends Starmie shooting out of the pool, where it has embedded itself in one of the walls like a shuriken. No one needs to ask if it can still battle, and so Misty withdraws it, deciding to match Tentacruel with her own Tentacool. Ash and Silver both ask if she's really ready to debut that Pokemon in such a high-stakes battle, but Misty grins that she has faith in it, and more importantly, she has a plan. Tentacool makes its way into the pool before immediately vanishing using acid armor. Misty then smirks that she must really thank Janine for this idea, since she got it while watching Ariados trick Fearow, and now she'll be able to see whether Ninja can see through trickery just as well as they can utilize it. Janine snaps back that Misty's just trying to rattle her, the young ninja's tone indicating that it's working, while Misty responds with a silence and a smile before telling Tentacool to reappeal and strike fast. Tentacool does so, jabbing its evolution, then vanishing once more with another acid armor. Janine tries to have Tentacool catch it like it did Starmie, but Misty explains that though it isn't as strong as its evolved form, it is smaller, faster, and more maneuverable, making a hit and run tactics a surefire way to beat the bulky behemoth like Tentacruel, even if it does pain her to defeat such a beautiful Pokemon.
While Misty continues her hit-and-run onslaught, Ash and Samurai remain locked in their clash, with Fearow using Aerial Ace on Excelgor to break the hold that it has over it, and trusting that type effectiveness will compensate for its flagging strength. Ash's guess is correct, and so Excelgor shrieks and releases its wrappings, allowing Fearow to get back into the air, but instead of capitalizing on Excelgor's moment of weakness, it goes straight for Crobat with a high-speed drill run. Koga and Crobat are extremely adept at evasion though, so Fearow ends up flying past uselessly, but readying itself for another pass at Crobat. Koga then comments that he'd have thought Ash would know a ground-type move like that is pointless since it would do no damage even if he had hit it. But Ash just grins back with fire in his eyes and has Fearow repeat the process, saying that even if it does no damage, it still has a point. The process does repeat, and Koga asks what point that is, but it is Silver who answers smugly, misdirection. Koga only then realizes that while his mind has been occupied watching Ash's seeming mistakes and trying to figure out his strategy, he had taken his eyes off of Silver's Magneton, allowing it to silently float up behind Crobat under the cover of Fearow's shadow. Two of its magnet-shaped pincers then clamp shut around Crobat's upper wings, trapping it, while the lower magnet is driven into Crobat's unguarded back to deliver a shock. Silver chides that he figured out Koga's game the moment they entered this place, and now he knows its weakness. Shadowy tactics only work when you can see your opponent's tricks, but they can't see yours. Level the playing field with similar tactics, and the one who's used to relying on subterfuge to compensate will invariably fall short. And speaking of falls, it's time for Crobat to take one.
He then has Magneton launch a brutal current directly into Crobat at point-blank range. The poison flying type screeches and writhes, flapping its free wing in both pain and in vain attempts to escape, but it is too little, too late, and eventually Crobat's wings go limp. When Magneton is certain Crobat isn't playing possum, it drops its prey, firing off a flash cannon for good measure to drive it firmly into the dirt. Koga calls Silver a brute, just like his father, and Silver roars that they are nothing alike, his calm demeanor rapidly fading in spite of his best attempts to maintain his facade of being above it all. The gym leader then brings out his Muck, telling it to use Silver's unbalanced state to take out Magneton, who as it stands is the greatest threat to the poison team. Silver realizes his error all too late, as Muck uses Fire Blast on the Steel Electric type, causing it to glow red, showing it now has a burn, while its magnetic prongs hang limp. Silver can see that it doesn't have much fight left in it, so he decides to pull out his last resort. Having Magneton flying close to Muck, and he orders it to use Explosion. Magneton begins to glow brighter, building up to detonation. Everyone knows that the slow-moving Muck will have little chance to avoid such an attack. It is a calculated sacrifice to take Koga out of the match in exchange for one of Silver's Pokemon. But Samurai has other ideas, telling Excelgor to shield Muck, crying out he will defend Daimyo Koga to the bitter end. Once more, utilizing that blistering speed, Excelgor is in front of Magneton. It's binding and entombing its opponents in an attempt to contain the blast. However, with all the effort Silver has put into raising this Pokemon to such a high level, it can only dampen the explosion, as a fiery mushroom cloud bursts out of Magneton, covering the entire battlefield. Thanks to being underwater, Tentacool and Tentacruel are spared, but Muck is caught in the blast, and though Fearow tries to fly away, it is too fatigued, and is so consumed as well. When the dust settles, Magneton is unconscious, as is Excelgor having stand at ground zero. Fearow is unable to battle, the force of the explosion wiping out the last bastions of its strength, while Muck is splattered across the ground and walls. Richie has to wipe some of Muck out of his eyes, as he yells to Silver that next time he'd appreciate the heads up before a powerful move like that, while Brock smiles that his trusty frying pan also worked as a makeshift shield in this instance, keeping his face nice and clean, even if his clothes are a bit mucked up. As the pieces of Muck slowly reconstitute themselves, indicating that Koga isn't out of the battle yet, Ash, Silver, and Samurai all bring out their final Pokemon. For Silver, it's his Haunter, who cackles mischievously and juggles its own eyes in an attempt to make everyone laugh, while Samurai brings out Pinsir. Ash knows Pinsir from his and Samurai's first encounter, and seeing that giant vice on its head gives Ash a cunning idea. Trying to hide a devilish grin of his own, he chooses Psyduck, which makes Misty's face fall before demanding if Ash had lost his mind, pinning all of their hopes on that dim-witted Psyduck. Ash laughs that he knows what he's doing, and playfully accuses of Misty of not trusting him. Misty shouts back that after making this call, no one with a half-brain would trust him, while Psyduck cocks its head in a look of bewilderment.
When Muck is all back in one sludgy place, it bellows ferociously, and Ash can't help but be impressed that this thing endured an explosion and came back still eager to fight. He then looks to his companions, Misty still engaged in an aquatic duel with Janine, and Silver giving Koga a death stare for his prior comment, and so tells them to go back to the old 1v1 strategy and he'll handle Pinsir. The others look at him, but on his assurance that this is part of a strategy, they both nod and set about their assigned tasks. Ash then locks eyes with Samurai and says that he and Psyduck are going to beat its Pinsir just like Gary did, before telling the water type to run in and use Scratch. Trusting its trainer in training, the duck lets out a cry and runs towards Pinsir, its arms flailing wildly until it makes contact. The Scratch then tinks off of Pinsir's hard exoskeleton, and Samurai guffaws that if that's how Ash thinks he's going to win, he's in for a really big surprise. He then has Pinsir use a vice grip, the bug's giant pincers clamping down on Psyduck's head. Psyduck then cries and tries to wriggle free, but Ash just tells it to relax as the pincers clamp down harder on its skull. Samurai then jeers that it sounds like Ash has given up if he's just gonna let him beat his pathetic Psyduck, but Ash snaps back that it's not pathetic, and Samurai can't even see that he's already lost. That last claim is so staggeringly like Giovanni that Koga gives the boy a brief side-eye, having heard rumors of the secret admin project, but never in his wildest nightmares having expected it to yield such results. If he is to save this boy's soul, both these boys' souls, he will have to crush them so thoroughly that the Team Rocket boss loses all interest in them. He then turns his attention back to Silver and his Haunter, who is using slapstick tactics to confuse the ever-serious Muck. Currently, it is grossly using Lick to resculpt the top of Muck's head into a stylish pompadour, while Silver orders it to be serious. But unfortunately for Koga, Lick's secondary effect has paralyzed Muck, making it helpless against this goofy assault. But it seems that he is not the only one frustrated by the way the battle is going, and when Silver finally gets fed up with Haunter's behavior and snaps at his Pokemon, the ghost begins to sob uncontrollably and then fades away. Misty berates Silver for being so horrible to his Pokemon, while Ash continues to watch on as Psyduck's squirming only gets worse. But the harshest statement comes from Koga, who says that unless Haunter returns within 30 seconds, it will be deemed to have fled the battle and Silver will be disqualified.
Silver is aghast, but Misty continues to rebuke, saying that it's time that he learned his lesson, repeating that he has to treat his Pokemon with love or else they'll abandon him sooner or later. Silver growls that they wouldn't dare, ordering Haunter to come back right now. However, this yields no response, and Koga begins his countdown while a muscle twitches in Silver's jaw. Ash joins in now, saying Silver can't just demand things like that, and urges the boy to tell Haunter how much he's needed. Maybe then it'll come back. He then looks his rival in the eye and tells him to trust him, just as he trusted Silver before. For a moment, the two boys' eyes meet. Then Silver humps, crossing his arms and turning his back to his teammates, too proud to beg. Silver allows the countdown to reach 0 without another word, then states he's going to find his haunter. As he walks away, Richie pulls out a hand to stop his one-time traveling companion, but Silver slaps it aside, his eyes set squarely on the door. This puts a damper on Ash, Misty, Richie, and Brock's moods, but this is not the worst of things for the former two, as now that Muck is no longer engaged in a battle with Haunter, it slithers over to the pond and begins pumping in noxious sludge. Though this does very little actual damage to the water poison type inside, it does turn the water a brackish ooze, and in doing so, turns Tentacle's pristine camouflage into a bright blue beacon. Seeing that the jig is up, Misty has Tentacle drop the acid armor for the last time, and uses Tentacles to try and slap away Tentacles, which are now shooting toward it. However, 2 spinely Tentacles are too much for the dozens at Tentacle's disposal, and so before long, it's grappled, just like Starmie was. However, all is not lost, as Misty orders Tentacle to use Bubble Beam on the rocks lining the rim of the pool. Tentacle obeys, having to quickly come and respect the up-and-coming water Pokemon Master, managing to dislodge several stones which begin to fall all around them. Soil from the banks begin to do the same, turning into a sticky mud, coating Tentacle, getting in its eyes and enraging it. Tentacle uses this moment of distraction to slip away, just as a trio of heavy stones strike Tentacle on the head and drive it into the side of the pool before it begins to float up to the top, unconscious.
Tentacle then rises to the surface as well, ready to provide aid however it can, only to remember too late that Muck is there as it cops a face full of mud thanks to his super effective mud slap. And after the strain of that frantic battle, this saps the last of Tentacle's strength, and it peacefully falls into unconsciousness, proud that it was at least able to get one win for its trainer and over its evolved form. Now, the battle is down to just Ash against both Koga and Samurai, and Psyduck is still caught up in Pinsir's vice grip. At Koga's order, Muck approaches the trapped foe, ready to finish it off just like it did Tentacle. But as it approaches, something happens that unnerves the sludge monster. Where previously Psyduck's face had been screwed up in pain, now a look of serenity crosses it, and when it opens its eyes, they are glowing blue. An aura of the same azure hue then surrounds both Muck and Pinsir as the bug-type's pincers are forced apart, allowing Psyduck to levitate softly to the ground. The 2 gym Pokemon are then lifted into the air as the tables have turned drastically, with them now being the ones who are trapped. Ash then confidently states that he knew this would happen if he allowed Pinsir to keep worsening Psyduck's headache before calling for confusion. Psyduck then claps his hands, and at once Pinsir and Muck slam into each other, becoming a single ball of goo, which Psyduck begins to bounce up and down harshly, with each landing making a louder thud than the one before it. Samurai and Koga try giving orders, but it is useless. Their Pokemon are entirely at Ash and Psyduck's mercy, and when Ash tells his Pokemon to end things, Psyduck throws his arms out wide, causing the 2 Pokemon to split apart, with Muck splatting onto the ceiling while Pinsir crashes into the floor of the gym. Both Pokemon are clearly unconscious as the glow fades from Psyduck's eyes and it looks up at his trainer baffled. Koga and Samurai both withdraw their Pokemon, accepting their defeat, though Koga is unable to resist a final barb. As he approaches Ash and Misty to give them their badges, the gym leader sees that Giovanni truly found a perfect successor in Ash. He is charismatic, strong-willed, but utterly remorseless in the pursuit of his goals. He then coldly gestures at Psyduck where the lingering marks of Pinsir's vice grip still dot its head like a crown, its meaning clear. Ash flares up at this, asking who Koga thinks he is saying such things about Mr. Giovanni, and calling his mentor a great man. This makes Koga chuckle without any hint of mirth, and he asks if Ash would still say that if he knew Giovanni was the head of the villainous Team Rocket. Ash without hesitation calls this a lie, saying when he first met Mr. Giovanni he was saving Viridian City from a rampaging Rhyhorn. He can't be one of those awful thieves. Koga weighs his response carefully, but Samurai doesn't indulge in the same luxury, barking at Ash that how dare he call Daimyo Koga a liar. Ash then retorts that he'll call anyone who slanders his mentor a liar, even fellow gym leaders. Koga begins to explain how he knows this, but Ash doesn't want to hear it, asking if Koga's going to give them their badges or not. The grizzled shinobi sighs and so doles out a badge to Misty and Ash before entrusting the third to Brock, who he does recognize as gym leader colleague, and asks him to deliver this to Silver. Brock respectfully agrees and apologizes for Ash, but Koga shakes his head that one of the first things he learned as a ninja is that people will see what they want to see. In this case, that boy wants to see Giovanni as a hero.
Brock has nothing to say, not having much of a relationship with either Koga or Giovanni, and just hopes that Ash, Silver, and Richie haven't gotten themselves into anything serious with the Viridian gym leader. Misty, on the other hand, is much more warm, having chatted with Janine about her Tentacruel since the battle ended. Departure comes shortly after this, with Ash leaving in a huff and his friends following. Richie walks at Ash's side, also uncomfortable with the accusations Koga hurled at Giovanni, but being a more placid soul, he tries to consider Koga's motive, and anything he had seen that could prove Silver disproved the claims, while also trying to provide comfort to a clearly upset Ash. When they come back from Fuchsia City, Ash and company find Silver sitting outside the Pokemon Center, staring ponderously at Haunter's Pokeball. Ash asks if he found it, to which Silver nods before cocking his head to slightly ask how the battle played out. Ash then presents Silver with his Soul Badge, which he swiftly stows. Richie asks the group where they'll be headed to next, and Misty says the nearest gym is Erica's, so they could probably go there. Brock agrees, though says that he'd like to stop off in Stone Town on the way, since as a breeder, he's always wanted to see the Stone Festival. Ash and Misty ask what that is, and Brock explains that it's an annual event where people from around the world come to buy and sell evolutionary stones and other items. Then, at the end of the day, they all assemble in the town square for a mass evolution event. It's even said that the light from all the Pokemon evolving at once can be seen from space, though that may just be a rumor. Ash says that's really cool, while Misty beams that this could be her ticket to getting some water stones. Silver then states that he needs a dust stone, so he will be coming as well. Richie smiles that it looks like they're one big happy traveling family, as he half headlocks, half hugs Ash and Silver, the latter who gives him a dark look as he shrugs off Richie and saunters over to Brock, asking him to lead the way. What follows is almost a week of walking, with Ash, Misty, Brock, and Richie all having a grand time. Silver is much more withdrawn than he was when it was just the trio, keeping mostly to himself, except for when chores need to be done to keep their camp functioning. Around the middle of the week, the group stops off in a small town called Moss Green Village, so Brock can get some medical supplies. Here, he meets a woman named Cassandra and her grandmother, Lacey, who give him some homemade herbal medicines. Brock is very impressed by these, and Lacey tells him that they were concocted by her brother, who is the best naturopath in all of Kanto. She then gives him the recipes so he can try to make them for himself with Bulbasaur's help. Brock thanks her, and so the group get back on their way. On the final day of their journey, the group stumble upon an Eevee tied up inside of a tree hollow. The more lively four all exclaims that it's awful to see a Pokemon seemingly abandoned like this, with Ash having the most abrasive response, thinking of Damien, but Silver says nothing, instead pulling a ball from his belt and lobbing it so that it arcs around his companions before spinning back and smacking the Eevee in the snout. Eevee lets out a gasp before it is converted into a red light and captured. As the rope binding Eevee falls to the ground, the group all see that at the end of its collar was a shiny gold tag. Picking it up, Misty reads that this Eevee belongs to a resident of Stone Town called Mikey. Everyone rounds on Silver, but are shocked to see that he looks far more horrified and disgusted than any of them. Without a word, he begins sprinting in a beeline towards the town, a white knuckle grip on his newly stolen Pokemon.
Ash and the others give chase but lose Silver pretty quickly, and so return to the main road, arriving in Stone Town 15 minutes later. As promised, there is a large banner over the entrance to the town square reading Stone Festival. They are then approached by a group of men in funny hats with frog-like faces on them who greet them and call themselves the Knights of the Eaststones, and introduce themselves as the sponsors of the event. Ash asks if they saw a boy matching Silver's description, and fortunately the Knights are able to point them in the right direction. When they find Silver, he is talking to a young boy who is cradling an Eevee to his chest, so overjoyed that he actually gives the redhead a hug, much to his discomfort. When he sees Ash and Co., Silver explains that this is Mikey, and he has returned Eevee to him, settling the matter from the woods. But Mikey protests that he still hasn't given Silver a reward, offering some to his friends as well. An obnoxious voice then chimes in that they should accept Mikey's offer, since their family can't be seen being stingy, offering to give each of them a stone as a way of saying thank you. The group look in the direction of the voice and see a trio of boys around their age who Mikey introduces as his big brothers, Rainer, Pyro, and Sparky. The elder brothers then order the guests to bring out all their Pokemon so they can see what stones they might need. For Misty, Richie, and Silver, the answer is simple, with Pyro whipping a Firestone at Richie for Foxy, Rainer chucking a Water Stone at Misty for either Shoulder, Poliwhirl, or Lombre, and Sparky tossing a Dust Stone to Silver for his Murkrow. For Ash and Brock, the matter is a bit harder, though Brock says that if it's alright, he'd appreciate a Firestone as well, since a friend of his named Gary needs one and he'd like to help him out. Pyro then lobs a second one Brock's way, and then all three brothers gaze at Ash. He says that he'd appreciate a Sunstone, thinking of Gloom, but the brothers say that unfortunately they don't have any of those. However, they do have a Moonstone in possession, which one of the vendors could probably trade for a Sunstone since they are of equal value. Ash thanks them, and so is chucked a Moonstone, which he immediately runs off to try and trade. Brock follows suit after stowing the Firestone in one of his vest pockets, leaving Misty, Richie, and Silver staring at their new evolutionary stones.
Misty seems to be weighing her options, then tucks her Water Stone into her bag, saying she'll use it later after she's talked to her Pokemon Pokemon about if and when they would want to evolve. Richie nods along, saying he's pretty sure Foxy wants to evolve, but he still wants to talk it over with Susie, since he's really just caring for her Pokemon, and it wouldn't be right to evolve it without her permission. In contrast, Silver wastes no time, and as soon as he has a dust stone in his hands, he walks over to Murkrow and presses the stone against it, watching it dispassionately as it evolves. He then withdraws all of his Pokemon and currently nods to the other two, before going on his own business once again. He soon finds himself cornered by the mayor of Stone Town, who also happens to be Mikey, Rainer, Sparky, and Pyro's mother. She warmly thanks him for returning her son's Eevee, a claim that makes shame rather than pride cross the redhead's face, and he shakes his head as if trying to dislodge whatever thought is troubling him. The mayor then says that her family have been breeding Eevees for generations and have reduced it down to a fine science. So much so that Eevees in Stone Town are sought out by professors and regional champions alike. Silver thinks of a particular Espeon belonging to one of his father's associates and has a hunch that it too might have come from here, but he voices none of this, instead asking why the mayor is telling him this.
The mayor beams that she thought he should know his newest Pokemon's pedigree before handing him a Pokeball. Silver, almost panicked, says he already gave this back to Mikey, but the older woman shakes her head, saying this is another Eevee bred for its power rather than its speed like Mikey's, perfect for a strong young Pokemon trainer. Silver understands at last, and so nods his understanding, clipping the ball to his belt and finally being allowed to leave. Meanwhile, Ash has run up and down the square searching for any vendor with a sunstone. Most are forced to tell the boy that they don't have one due to their exceptional rarity, while the one place that does have one refuses to trade for a moonstone, asserting that as a non-native evolutionary stone, it is worth at least 2 moonstones. Causing Meowth to whisper that if Ash really wants him to, he can always swipe it when the vendor's back is turned, since it would also be a good way to make things up to Gloom, saying that he still feels terrible about what he did. Ash shoots this down at once, saying 2 wrongs don't make a right, and that they'll just have to find another way to get a sunstone.
However, as dust settles in, Ash is no closer to getting his hands on a sunstone than he is on the actual sun, and he slumps against the fountain in despair. The vendor, who is packing up his cart, sees this and approaches Ash, asking if he's okay. Ash replies that he is hoping to trade for a sunstone to help his Gloom evolve, but he hasn't had any luck so far. The vendor admits that he doesn't have any sunstones, but upon catching sight of Ash's King's Rock, says that he would be happy to trade any of the local stones for it. Ash thinks back to how he got the King's Rock, and once considered using it to evolve Poliwhirl, but then remembers that there's another way Poliwhirl can evolve, the way it and Misty wanted to go now. Smiling, Ash asks the vendor if he would be willing to trade the King Rock for a water stone, which the vendor happily agrees to, making the trade and wishing Ash good luck with whatever Pokemon he plans to use it on. Ash then clambers to his feet and sets off in search of Misty. He sees her and all the others gathered around the main stage waiting for the mayor to begin the mass evolution event, and when she sees him, she waves him over. Smiling, Ash presents his friend with the water stone, saying he got it for her and Poliwhirl. Misty thanks him, while Richie asks if he traded the moonstone for it. Ash shakes his head, saying he's still got the moonstone, though he doesn't know what to do with it. Brock says that Gary was looking for a moonstone as well as a firestone, so maybe they could call him and see if he wants to trade Ash for something for it. Ash agrees, and so Brock, Ash, and the rest make their way over to a phone booth. Gary picks up the first ring and smirks when he sees Ash, teasing that he was just thinking about him. Ash looks confused, and so Gary continues, jeering that he was thinking of Ashy Boy's face when he finds out that he was gonna beat his big bad boss. Something about that comment didn't sit right with Ash, and he tells Gary to be careful since Mr. Giovanni is the best gym leader in Kanto. Gary smirks that some old guy can't be more dangerous than a boat laden with a bomb, and this too twigs something in Ash, like an itch in the back of his brain that he can't scratch no matter how hard he tries. Gary then asks Ash how his match against Blaine went, and Ash has to again lie about how grand of a match it truly was. But the mention of the old riddle master gives Ash an idea, a dreadful idea. Rummaging through his pocket, Ash pulls out Blaine's riddle and starts to read it off at top speed. Gary looks a tad confused, but even so smirks that if Ash would rather read a piece of ratty paper, then he won't waste his time, especially not when he could be using it to whoop Ash's mentor. With an arrogant smile and a smell you later, Gary signs off, just as Ash finishes reading Blaine's riddle with a new understanding.
A phrase that is also a letter you cry when impressed or you wish things were better? G. A cooking appliance with a window that is slower than a microwave. Oven. The end of time, beginning of ends, and middle of friends. E. The name of Kanto's most insidious threat? G. Oven. E. Giovanni.
Ash bursts from the phone booth and without thinking throws Charizard's Pokeball. As soon as the fire lizard is out, Ash climbs onto his back and tells him that he needs to get to Viridian City as fast as possible. Around him, his friends look bewildered, with Brock asking what's going on. With no time to explain, Ash simply yells that Gary is in danger and Koga was right, before taking off into the sky. Acting just as fast, Richie brings out Dune and hops onto her back, though instead of taking off at once, he offers his hand to Silver. The redhead doesn't hesitate, gripping his friend's wrist and swinging up behind him. The duo then take off after Ash before they can be stopped, while Brock and Misty are left wishing either of them had a Pokemon that would allow them to follow. The flight is a tense one, as the night winds off the sea buffet them due to the harsh pace Charizard is pushed to, causing Ash and Meowth to feel like they are about to freeze at any moment, even with Charizard's tail flame right behind them. Neither say a word, traveling at top speed and with their minds running through thoughts even faster. But when Ash sees the lights of Viridian coming up fast, he isn't sure whether to feel relief or dread. Not long after, Charizard deposits his trainer at the gym door, with Dune doing the same to her two riders mere seconds later. Together, the trio then burst through the door only to be greeted by the horrible sight of several of Gary's Pokemon in a beaten heap, with a bipedal creature in body armor hovering over them. From his viewing box, Giovanni smirks when he sees his three charges, and coyly asks if they're all here to challenge for his badge, reminding that it's still a bit too early. Crushed at the obvious truth in front of him, Ash begs for his hero to deny what he knows, but Silver declares that they know the truth about him and Team Rocket. Giovanni sneers that this is clearly not the case, since if they did, they know how unwise it is to make him angry. He then stands, ordering the armored Pokemon, who he addresses as Mewtwo, to clear away this refuse and teaches upstart students their place. Mewtwo waves a hand to the side, and Gary's Pokemon are all tossed like ragdolls into the wall, clearing space for the three newcomers to step in. As he hesitantly does, Ash feels a weight leave his shoulders and sees Meowth backing away, a look of pure terror in his eyes. Even in the midst of his fury and sadness with Giovanni, Ash can still feel sympathy for a friend. And so while Richie and Silver hurl more accusations at Giovanni, Ash kneels down and tells Meowth not to be afraid, since even if this Mewtwo is unfamiliar and strong, they're not going to stop until they've made Giovanni pay for his crimes. He then gives the Scratch Cat a reassuring smile while patting his head, and promises that they're all going to be just fine, before taking his place at Silver and Richie's sides.
Gary also rises to join them, and so the four boys square off against the mechanical menace, with Ash, Silver, and Richie bringing out their starters while Gary chooses his Blastoise. The boys then call for their strongest attacks, and so a hail of stones, water, and dragonic energy surge toward Mewtwo, but the armored beast simply raises its hand and the attacks stop dead in their tracks. With the flick of its wrist, the moves blast back at their users. The water portion does immense damage to Krokorok and even more to Blastoise, with Silver and Richie having to counterattack without their allies. Silver has for Alligator try Aqua Jet, but this is diverted into a wall by Mewtwo, yet even psychic powers can't stop sound, a fact Mewtwo learns when Dune uses Bug Buzz. The metal monstrosity claps his hands over its ears, and Richie calls out that he's pretty sure this thing is a psychic type, so they should aim to use moves that are super effective against psychic type Pokemon. He then orders a second Bug Buzz. Though Mewtwo can't stop sound waves, it can cut them off at the source, a fact which everyone becomes aware of when Mewtwo makes a fist and simultaneously kinetically tightens around Dune's throat, crushing its trachea and cutting off its line of attack. As Richie calls to his partner, Ash and Gary attempt to tag team attack. Blastoise uses Skull Bash, while Krokorok uses Foul Play. This culminates in the two powerhouses charging headlong at Mewtwo before the psychic type lazily hurls them into the side of the gym. Krokorok looks up at Ash when it sees him come over. This human has been kind to it, taking it places that it had never been before, away from him. It then looks up at Giovanni, cackling maniacally, and dark rage swells within it. It will not allow this man to make it feel weak any longer. And so, as it rises to its feet, full of resolve, while white life engulfs it, as whatever mental blocks had held it off its evolution is smashed through. Krokorok's body begins to glow and broaden, its scales darken. When it is fully standing again, Crocodile bellows out its fury. It then kicks off with its powerful new legs, flying past Ash and even managing to slam into Mewtwo before the psychic type can ready a defense. The pair hit the ground, but Crocodile is ferocious and pins its opponent down as fast as a fist covered in dark energy smashes into the metallic face, cracking the visor, revealing a humanoid eye. The pupil constricts in shock and possibly fear. Crocodile then raises its fist to smack down again, but stops as a sound it knows well chills it to the core. The sound is a fairly innocent one, the clang of Giovanni's knuckles against the brass railing of his viewing box, but it is clearly having a negative impact on Crocodile. So drastic is the shift that the newly evolved Pokemon doesn't even resist as Mewtwo throws it into the ceiling before slamming it into the ground. All the while, Giovanni continues the clanging, an amused little little smirk on his lips. Ash demanded knows what he's doing to Crocodile. Giovanni simply explains that from birth, Crocodile learned that when it heard the sound, pain was imminent, and so now all it takes is the sound itself. The Team Rocket boss sneers that it's the most effective way to teach a beast discipline, and perhaps he should have done that from the start with him. However, Ash doesn't listen to this last barb, instead running over to Crocodile and shaking it, telling it that it's safe, but he really needs its help. When this doesn't work, he wraps his starter in a hug, apologizing for not knowing what awful things Giovanni did to it, begging it to remember how far they came together, and asking it to think of how many more Giovanni will treat just as badly if they don't stop him here.
By this point, Giovanni has grown tired of all the melodrama, and so orders Mewtwo to end things with an Aura Sphere. The genetic Pokemon obeys, glaring at its foes through its one exposed eye, as it charges an orb of deep blue energy multiple times larger than itself, and then hurls it at the other Pokemon. With Dune, Blastoise, and Feraligatr all seemingly down for the count, it looks like this is it for our heroes. But as Ash holds Crocodile tight, the ground type finds a second wind. Moments before the Aura Sphere can consume the 4 Pokemon in Ash, Crocodile throws out a fist, wreathed in dense energy thanks to Revenge, which stops the Aura Sphere dead in its tracks. It then rises back to his feet and takes a labored step forward, and another, and then another. With each step, it is able to push the Aura Sphere a bit further back towards Mewtwo. And when Ash sees what it is doing, he stands up and presses his hands on Crocodile's back, helping it to push. Perhaps because the attack originated from Mewtwo itself, or perhaps because the sight of this defiance has sapped Mewtwo's mental fortitude, the Psychic type is unable to deflect the attack or even move itself. And little by little, the pair of Ash and Crocodile march on, until with one final shared roar, they thrust the Aura Sphere back to Mewtwo. After exploding into it, the attack sends Mewtwo staggering back, with chunks of his armor falling away, and its helmet being completely destroyed, exposing a pale feline face. Mewtwo then slumps forward, almost like it's going to faint, and Ash cheers, spinning around to tell Meowth and the others that he told them they'd win together. However, Meowth is nowhere to be seen. All Ash can see is his friends lying unconscious on top of their Pokemon. He then feels a faint thump, followed by seconds later the sensation of his legs giving out. When he hits the ground, Ash sees Meowth looking over him with something almost like pity, as Giovanni steps down and pats the scratched cat on the head like he had only moments before. As unconsciousness fights to take him, Ash gives Meowth an accusatory look, and in response, the normal type sighs. Sorry, kid. Guess you ain't the top cat after all. But that, Plus Ultra Fam and Ronin Clan, is where we'll be leaving this story off for right now.
We hope you enjoyed the story so far, and that you are excited for where it is to go next.
We're really commonly asked if we plan to have this narrative cover all currently known regions and their events, and even the events of the upcoming Scarlet and Violet releases. We won't reveal specific storylines at the moment,
but we will say that the universe of Giovanni-sponsored Ash is far bigger than you think. You all just don't know it yet. So, as we said before, make sure you stay tuned by subscribing with notifications on for both of our channels, so you know exactly when the first part of GSA Season 2 and some projects directly connected to it come out.